Chapter 1 Sister-in-law is mine. Z. ZZZ. Due to Japan's discharge of nuclear sewage, the world has entered an era of catastrophe, ZZ. In the dark and simple wooden house, the newspapers stuck on the walls glowed with a dark yellow color. The documentary of the Age of Catastrophe was played on a loop on the TV with half of the screen broken, and from time to time snowflakes flashed across the screen, making a sizzling sound. Luoluo, don't worry, if anything happens to Shohao, I will definitely take good care of you in the future. At this moment, a handsome young man of 18 or 19 years old was standing in the room, looking affectionately at the girl sitting beside the bed. The girl is tall but very thin. The facial features are very delicate, but they are also sallow, and even the hair is dry and yellow, showing the appearance of malnutrition. She tilted her head and looked at the other young man on the bed with worry and heartache, tears streaming down her face. This young man is seriously injured. There was a bone-deep wound on his chest, and blood stained his clothes. At this time, there was only a layer of green herbs smeared on the wound. His eyes were staring blankly at the roof, but at this moment, raging anger suddenly grew from the depths of his eyes. Time traveled. Li Hao has now accepted this fact. He traveled through time and entered a post-apocalyptic novel he had read. In this novel, his name is also Li Hao, and he is an important supporting character in this book. But it was because of this that he felt particularly angry. Angry to the point of exploding. In the original novel, he is the protagonist Qin Yu's caring henchman. Because he had never beaten Qin Yu in the previous fights, he willingly became Qin Yu's little brother. Afterwards, he charged into battle for Qin Yu and sacrificed his life. But Qin Yu actually took all the opportunities for himself, and even snatched away Li Hao's childhood sweetheart. In the end, when facing a big crisis, he persuaded Li Hao to perform a blood sacrifice. Li Hao died, but Qin Yu, who saved the day, quickly forgot about Li Hao and didn't even leave a tomb for Li Hao. Fuck. Idiot. Li Hao thought about the plot in the novel and cursed in his heart. Then he turned his head and looked at the girl beside the bed and the young man standing. This is the male protagonist Qin Yu in the book, and the female protagonist Su Liluo. I'm not dead yet, it's not your turn to take care of me, Li Hao said to Qin Yu. He doesn't want to be a candle that lights up others. I don't even want to be a supporting role with no good results. Now that he has traveled here, he will change his destiny against the will of heaven and become a villain who will step on the children of destiny. Opportunity, he wants it. Sister-in-law, he wants it too. Even though Su Liluo still doesn't have the heroine's charm on her face now, when she recovers her health, she will be as beautiful as ever. Ranked among the top 10 beauties in Blue Star. Ding. Sensing that the host is strongly dissatisfied with the original plot, activate the villain system. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Li Hao's head. Villain system sees any opportunity such as adventures and connections from the protagonist in the original work to affect the protagonist's mentality, that is, depending on the degree of robbery, the importance of the opportunity, and the degree of psychological damage, you will obtain corresponding villain points. Villain system, villain points can be used to add attribute panels and redeem items in the mall. Li Hao was happy. Sure enough, the system cheats are standard for time travelers. God was kind to him. In this way, he can no longer be the second child. Brother Hao. You wake up. Beside the bed, Su Liluo's beautiful eyes instantly glowed with joy when she heard Li Hao's voice. But the tears flowed more and more. She and Li Hao were childhood sweethearts and grew up in this dog slave area. God knows how worried she was just now, worried that Li Hao would die like this. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was a little confused. He had just expressed his secret love to Su Liluo, but he didn't notice that Li Hao had already woken up from his coma. As Li Hao's eldest brother, he was a little embarrassed when his younger brother caught him having with his childhood sweetheart. Then he laughed coquettishly and said, "Xiao Hao, you misunderstood. I'm not cursing you to death. I just want to say that I will protect Luoluo." It's not your turn then. Li Hao was furious. Looking at Qin Yu's face now, he felt that it was full of hypocrisy. Qin Yu, he was a little baffled. In the past, Li Hao was always obedient to him. He couldn't understand why he suddenly showed such deep hostility towards him. Su Li Lua also looked at Li Hao in confusion. But my heart felt a little sweet. Recently, she felt that Li Hao was deliberately alienating her, and she thought she had made Li Hao unhappy. Now it seems that Brother Hao still cares about him very much. You're in a bad mood now. Take a good rest first. I'll come see you later. After Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, he frowned slightly and said. Then he turned around and walked outside the house. He was also a little angry. Stop. Only then, Li Hao called him to stop. Qin Yu turned around. Li Hao stared into his eyes and said, This wound on my body was made to help you hunt ferocious beasts. You're not going to just ignore it, are you? Qin Yu frowned deeper. What do you mean? Li Hao said, I own half of that crystal core. At this moment, in Qin Yu's hand, he held a spar the size of an egg with a silvery glow inside. This is the crystal core in the beast's body. Since the world began the era of cataclysm, both humans and beasts have been affected by nuclear pollution. At first, nearly 7 out of 10 people died. Then the physiques of the people and beasts who were lucky enough to survive underwent tremendous changes. Human beings have opened the way to cultivate source energy. The beasts, on the other hand, evolved into ferocious beasts. While having extremely powerful bodies, they also had the ability to release supernatural powers. Human beings can also learn supernatural powers, but they have to absorb the crystal cores of vicious beasts to have the slightest possibility. So even the lowest level crystal core is worth a lot of money. The crystal core in Qin Yu's hand was obtained by Li Hao and him after sneaking out of the dog slave area last night and finally killing a low-level ferocious beast. In the original novel, Qin Yu did not share this victory with Li Hao. After Li Hao regained consciousness, he used the crystal core directly without any intention of exchanging it for money to buy healing medicine for Li Hao. The final result was that Qin Yu realized the space system that suddenly increased his strength and potential, and the teleport that ranked 18th in the first order power sequence. Li Hao, however, lay in bed for several days before he almost died. It took almost another month to recover. When he recovered, his strength was also lost to Qin Yu. Now Li Hao is not willing to follow this old path. Qin Yu was momentarily confused. Half per person? How can he understand the skills if he is half the person? As the protagonist, of course he has a golden finger. The success rate of comprehending superpowers through crystal nuclei is hundreds of times higher than others. But then he must have a crystal core. Chapter 2. Go ahead and grab it. The crystal core is a treasure that is difficult to obtain for him now. You must know that even the lowest level ferocious beast was managed to be killed by him and Li Hao through their best efforts and good luck. However, looking at Li Hao and Su Li's disappointed expressions, what could he say? You say you use it yourself? Then it is estimated that even Su Li Lua will have to fall out with him immediately. After all, Li Hao also had half of the credit for this crystal core. Moreover, he could clearly feel Li Hao's hostility towards him. Li Hao used to call him Brother Yu. Qin Yu naturally believed that Li Hao was dissatisfied with him because he did not sell the crystal core to buy him healing potion. Okay. I'll get you some healing potion. Thinking of this, Qin Yucheng said with a smile. He still regards Li Hao as his right-hand assistant and younger brother. But in my heart, I felt bitter and heartbroken. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host, successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality, villain points plus 20. A system prompt sounded suddenly in Li Hao's head. Li Hao was stunned. Then he was secretly happy. Qin Yu, a selfish guy, is so easily affected by his mentality. It seems that it won't be difficult for him to find his villain in the future. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Thinking of this, Li Hao's eyes suddenly became eager and expectant, full of sincerity and trust. Qin Yu felt a little scared for no reason. Luo Luo, would you like to go out with me? Then he said to Su Li Luo. At this moment, Li Hao also said, Luo Luo, you should stay here and take care of me. Look at me. I don't even think it's convenient to drink water. Su Li Luo pursed her lips and nodded slightly, well. At this moment, in her heart, Li Hao was obviously more important. He felt as if Li Hao was deliberately going against him, and his face was full of depression. Wait for me. But it was hard to show it, so I just uttered 2 words and hurried out the door. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. The room suddenly seemed quiet. Li Hao felt comfortable all over. What about the protagonist? He definitely couldn't get the crystal core. But asking Qinyu to sell the crystal core should also affect the protagonist's chances, right? Now his mind is full of how to recruit the villain from Qinyu. Luoluo, sit down. Li Hao grinned at Su Liluo. System, open the attribute panel and item mall. Then he was busy commanding the system. He didn't even bother to look at the attribute panel just now, but his heart was already itching. 2 pages appeared in Li Hao's mind. Properties panel, cell activity, 298 mental strength, 64 superpower, none martial skills, none villain points, 30. This is the properties panel, with only 4 simple categories. Cell activity is the most critical factor in the human body. The higher the activity, the stronger the factors determined by the human body, such as strength, speed, reaction, healing speed, and ability to resist blows. When human warriors cultivate source energy and strengthen their bodies, they actually use source energy to increase cell activity. But even if you want to become the lowest level first level warrior, your cell activity must be above 500. Li Hao is still far behind. As for mental power, it is related to supernatural powers. As mentioned before, humans can comprehend supernatural powers through crystal nuclei. The higher the mental power, the stronger the power released. It will last longer. Li Hao has no special powers at the moment, so he naturally chooses to increase cell activity. 30 points, full increase in cell activity. Li Hao sends commands to the system. In an instant, he felt a soft force spreading from his body instantly. This feeling made him feel like he was in a cloud. He couldn't hold it back, he moaned a little and almost shuddered a few times. When this feeling passed, he suddenly felt that his whole body felt much more refreshed, and even his heart seemed to be beating more vigorously. The wound on the chest also seemed to be healing faster. Cell activity, 328 on the properties panel, the number of cell activity has changed. Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Su Liluo still felt something strange about Li Hao and asked softly beside the bed. Even with Li Hao's face, his face couldn't help but turn red. It's okay. The sound she made just now was so small, did Su Liluo hear it? Madu. This system is great for improving cell activity. But this seems a bit too much fun? What should you do in a noisy environment in the future? Li Hao cursed in his heart before looking at the system mall page. Then, he was dumbfounded. A 7-level alloy weapons, exchange points for 80,000. A 6-level alloy weapons, exchange points for 60,000. At the top of the system mall is the weapon exchange area. The A7 grade alloy weapons at the top of the list are the highest grade alloys currently developed by humans. The hardness and tensile strength are more than 5 times that of tungsten steel. In the early stages of the novel, it was already the highest level weapon. Even among the strongest 9th level warriors among humans, only a small minority could possess alloy weapons of this level. Of course Li Hao wants it. If he had this kind of weapon in his hand, even though he was not yet a warrior, it would definitely be much easier to kill low-level ferocious beasts than before. Unfortunately, the points requirement is too high. Compared with Qinyu's 10 and 20 points of selfless dedication, they are simply astronomical figures. S9 level life potion, redeem 1000 points. S8 level life potion, exchange points for 800. X9 level cell medicine, exchange points for 20,000. J9 level psychotropic potion, exchange points for 20,000. J1 level psychotropic potion, redeem 50 points. And below the weapon exchange area, the potion exchange area is even more dazzling. There are various types and levels of potions. Life potion treatment, cell potion improves cell activity, and psychotropic potion enhances mental power. These are all researched by human scientists after decades of research after the Great Cataclysm. The raw materials are collected from different levels of ferocious beasts. Often, the corpse of a ferocious beast can only provide a cell potion, a spiritual potion, and about 100 life potions. In the novel, some children from rich families are already second level or even third level warriors at Li Hao's age, precisely because they took potions to improve themselves. And these medicines are obviously not something that people like Li Hao and Qinyu who stay in the dog slave district can afford. They can maintain a normal life, but it is not easy to fill their stomachs. Li Hao bared his teeth. These potions, except for the life potion, seem to have no effect on him. Because he uses villain points to directly add to cell activity or mental power, it is no different from taking potions, and it is more trouble-free. It's really a bit tasteless. But Li Hao turned his head and looked at Su Liluo. Thinking about Su Liluo's beautiful appearance in the future, he felt a little itchy in his heart. Chapter 3 Dog Slave Area. Su Liluo is not only beautiful, but also has a gentle and considerate personality. She is definitely the best candidate for a partner. I must take her down. Su Liluo's talent is not very good. In the future, these potions will always be useful. Luoluo, do you know what I was most afraid of when I was seriously injured by a ferocious beast? Thinking of this, Li Hao suddenly said to Su Liluo. What is it? Su Liluo asked, blinking. She didn't know why Li Hao suddenly asked this, but she felt that her heart was pounding like a deer. Could it be that Brother Hao wanted to express something to himself? But lately, isn't Brother Hao deliberately alienating himself? Her face gradually turned rosy, and her eyes showed a little expectancy. She admitted that Qinyu was excellent, but what she really liked in her heart was Li Hao. In her heart, the most important thing is Li Hao. Although she didn't know whether this was a vague love or a dependence on each other since childhood. What I fear most is that I will never see you again, and I will never be able to protect you again. Li Hao said affectionately. If it weren't for being too weak right now, he would definitely take the opportunity to hold Su Liluo's little hand. Su Liluo's pretty face suddenly turned red, and even the roots of her shiny ears turned red. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of snatching the heroine by 5%, and the current progress is 58%. Tip, complete the task to get branch rewards. At this time, Li Hao received a prompt from the system. Su Liluo bit her lip lightly, holding her clothes with both hands, and replied shyly, No, Brother Hao, you will get better. Luoluo wants to stay by your side for the rest of her life. The air in the room seemed to suddenly become a little hot. But at this moment, Li Hao didn't even have the strength to move his hands or feet, so he obviously couldn't do anything. Qin Yu didn't come back until the next morning. He walked into Li Hao's house. Su Liluo was sleeping on the edge of Li Hao's bed. Li Hao was in a daze with his eyes open. Hearing the noise, he turned to look at Qin Yu. There was a deep look of exhaustion on Qin Yu's handsome face. He walked to the bed, took out a green potion from his arms, and said to Li Hao, This is an S2 level life potion. Li Hao is a little strange. It stands to reason that if Qin Yu sells the crystal core, he should receive villain points. But from yesterday to now, there has been no movement in his system. Did you sell that crystal core? Li Hao couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu shook his head, No. Then where did you get this life potion? Li Hao said again. He knew that Qin Yu was also in a state of poverty. The market price of this S2 level life potion is more than 2,000 yuan, and it can only be purchased in hospitals in urban areas. There is no hospital in the Gaona district, and people in the Gaona district cannot leave the Gaona district without authorization and go into the urban area. If you want to buy life potions, you can only go through the purchasing agents in the dog slave area, that is, the managers of the dog slave area. But those guys are all blood-sucking people. If you want to ask them to go to urban areas to purchase on your behalf, the price required will be at least 5 times the original price. That would cost tens of thousands of dollars. I dragged the body of that ferocious beast back and asked the one-eyed dragon to exchange it for this potion. Qin Yu said. Li Hao was slightly stunned, but he never thought that Qin Yu would be so bold. One-eyed dragon is the captain of the security team in this dog slave area. It was illegal for him and Qin Yu to secretly go out to hunt ferocious beasts. If the one-eyed dragon usually knew about it, the one-eyed dragon would have to peel off their skin. But now it seems that Qin has obviously used benefits to settle the one-eyed dragon. The corpse of a first-order ferocious beast. The market price is around 20,000. After only exchanging this S2 life potion, the one-eyed dragon guy has indeed made a lot of money. I'll give you this life potion, and the crystal core belongs to me, okay? Qin added, originally, the one-eyed dragon wanted to get this crystal core, but I lied to him and said that the corpse of the ferocious beast was picked up. Li Hao, whether we can leave the dog slave area depends on this crystal core. As long as I can understand the supernatural powers inside, and then we will be more likely to win the competition in the dog slave district and live in the urban area. He was really worried that Li Hao was interested in this crystal core again, so he quickly explained the pros and cons to Li Hao. Okay, no problem. Li Hao agreed readily. When he had just traveled through time, he wanted to kill Qin directly. But now, naturally, he has changed his mind. Only if Qin is alive can he get villain points from Qin's body and improve his strength. Since the beginning of the catastrophic era until now, the living environment of mankind has been completely different from 100 years ago. The ferocious beasts are too powerful, causing the living space of humans to become smaller and smaller. There were originally more than 30 provincial-level administrative regions in more than 660 cities in Huaxia, but now there are only 208 urban areas left. In the urban area, all the high-level people of this society live, and almost all warriors and their families gather together. The dog slave area is also called the blood slave area. The dog slave district is scattered around the urban area. The purpose of its existence is to provide the urban area with basic resources such as food, minerals, coal, oil, and wood. The people living inside are all slaves. These slaves were labeled sinners after being conquered during the long annexation process, or they were people who committed crimes in urban areas. Except for a very small number of them and their descendants who changed their fate against nature, the rest can only live in the dog slave area forever and be squeezed until the day they die. Li Hao and Su Lilua have lived in the Gaona district since their grandfather's generation. They are dog slaves born and raised in the Gaona district. Qin Yu. He was not born in the dog slave district. He was a refugee captured by the security team from outside a few years ago. Refugees are people who live outside urban areas and dog slave areas, and are also called indigenous people. Only Li Hao knows Qin Yu's true life experience. This guy's life experience is astonishing. His parents were both young and powerful men who had once been dazzling in the Huaxia kingdom. It was just that one time when he took Qin Yu, who was still a baby, out of the city, he was plotted against him, causing both of them to die. Qin Yu was lucky that the enemy did not kill him and left him to fend for himself in the wilderness. Then, he was picked up by a refugee, brought home and raised. Later, the refugee died, and Qin Yu started wandering and was caught in the current dog slave area. While thinking about it, Li Hao couldn't help but glance at the jade pendant around Qin Yu's neck. According to the original plot of the novel, just over a year later, Qin Yu will recognize his family through this jade pendant and become the young master of the Qin family. The Qin family is one of the most powerful warrior families in China. Their influence radiates to several urban areas. Since then, Qin Yu has received resources from the Qin family, and his strength has grown even faster. TSK. If you get this jade pendant by yourself, will the Qin family? Chapter 4 Su Lilua's Kiss. Xiaohao, why, are you looking at me like this? When Qin Yu saw Li Hao's eyes becoming more and more intense, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened and asked aloud. Li Hao came back to his senses, shook his head and said, "No, I was distracted." Ha! Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that Li Hao had something like Long Yang. Then, he poured the life potion on Li Hao's wound and said slowly, "There are still 2 months until the hunting competition in the dog slave district of Xingtan City. You have to get better quickly, and then follow me outside. Go hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for resources. Only in this way can we become warriors as quickly as possible." The so-called hunting competition in the dog slave area is actually just a pastime program for those superiors in urban areas. Every year at this time, Xingtan City organizes 17 surrounding dog slave areas to hold hunting competitions, which are then broadcast live on television. There are 5 team members in each district. They must be under 20 years old and must be at least first-level warriors. After brutal fighting in a specific area, in the end only one person was left alive in the dog slave area, and the hunting competition came to an end. The surviving team members can enter the urban area to live. This is also almost the only chance for young people in the Gowning district to change their lives against the odds. Speaking of which, although Chinyu is the protagonist, his current strength is still less than a first-level warrior, and he is far behind some of the hunting players specially trained in the dog slave areas. Not to mention Li Hao. But they will be turning 20 this year. If they don't try, they will have no chance. And Li Hao knew very well that with Chinyu here, as long as he followed the original plot, he and Chinyu could become one of the last survivors. This is also the reason why he didn't take any more chances with the crystal core in Chinyu's hand. In the original plot, Chinyu relied on his teleportation ability to finally achieve a comeback. As the life potion gradually seeped into Li Hao's wound, a strong vitality slowly wrapped up his wound. The wound that had almost exposed bones was now slowly growing pink and tender new flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, it may not take a few days to recover. Li Hao shook his head and said, "Let's wait until I recover." If he wants to improve his strength, he only needs to pick up Chinyu's wool. There is no need to venture into the wild. Chinyu became anxious when he heard this and said, "Do you want to give up this hunting competition?" Li Hao said, "No, I just feel all the benefits from the past belong to you, and I haven't gained anything." Chinyu sad face _ winky face. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Chinyu never expected that Li Hao would speak so directly, and he felt extremely depressed. Is this still my little brother? Didn't he always give up all the spoils to himself before? But in this dog slave area, apart from Li Hao, he really has no other helper. Xiao Hao, it was my fault before and I didn't take your feelings into consideration. I apologize to you. From now on, everything we get from hunting ferocious beasts will be shared equally. Chinyu had a smile on his face, but he was gritting his teeth in his heart. Li Hao said nothing. You? Chinyu was stunned. You don't want more, do you? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. No, that's not what I meant. Li Hao shook his head and said, I think Luo Luo should also get a share. If she hadn't washed our clothes, mended and taken care of us every day, we would have had to go hunting ferocious beasts naked, right? Well. Before Chinyu could speak, Su Liluo woke up at this moment. When she heard Li Hao's words, her eyes instantly turned red. Brother Hao, you are so good to me. She felt that Li Hao was thinking about her everything. This made her very happy. Unable to bear the emotion and joy in her heart, Su Liluo blushed and bit her lip, then she leaned her head over and kissed Li Hao on the side of his face. She was almost dying of embarrassment. After the kiss, he ran outside. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of snatching the heroine by 5%, and the current progress is 63%. Li Hao, Chinyu. _ He really wanted to die. He is the main force in hunting ferocious beasts. But why is he the one who wants to share the profits now? But it is Li Hao who moves Su Liluo. Moreover, Luo Luo actually kissed Li Hao just now. Broken. Chinyu felt that his heart was broken, breaking into several pieces. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. And the villain points he contributed undoubtedly made Li Hao smile even happier. He pretended to be innocent and looked at Chinyu. Chinyu, you won't refuse, right? Answer, promise. Chinyu replied nonchalantly, from now on, you and I will each receive 40% and Luo Luo will get 20%, okay? Nothing wrong, I give you a thumbs up. Li Hao smiled. Chinyu shook his head helplessly, not wanting to stay in this room any longer. He asked Li Hao to have a good rest, then turned around and left the house. The world changes, but people's hearts remain unchanged. He really couldn't understand why Li Hao, who used to be a righteous person, suddenly became so shrewd now. Li Hao didn't care what Qinyu thought. After Qinyu left, he immediately turned on the villain system. In just a few sentences, he had 70 villain points. He was wondering whether the 70 points should be used to increase cell activity or be used to exchange for weapons. The highest level S7 ally weapon requires 80,000 villain points, while the lowest level F1 ally weapon only requires 50 points. With ally weapons, his strength can be improved a lot. No. But Li Hao soon rejected this idea. Although ally weapons can enhance strength, F1 level ally weapons are too poor and will soon be eliminated. And he still couldn't explain the origin of this alloy weapon. It is more reliable to increase cell activity first. Anyway, the system is always there, and it's not too late to redeem weapons when needed, as long as you reserve some villain points. 70 points, full increase in cell activity. Li Hao sends commands to the system. Then, the strong feeling of comfort almost made him moan. The wound on the chest seems to be healing a little faster. Cell activity, 398. It was not until almost noon that Su Lilua shyly walked into Li Hao's house again. She was holding a lunchbox in her hand. The lunchbox is made of stainless steel, has many pits, and looks ugly. There were 3 steamed buns inside, as well as some pickles that looked dry and without much oil or water. This is what Li Hao and the others usually eat. In the dog slave area, this is considered a good life. There are still many people who don't even have enough to eat. After the advent of the era of catastrophe, human survival resources have always been in a state of scarcity. Brother Hao, it's time to eat. Su Lilua bit her lip, her voice sounding like a mosquito. Thinking about how she kissed Li Hao in the morning, she felt unbearably shy. Chapter 5. Will you be my wife? Haha, okay. Li Hao grinned and opened his mouth. In fact, he has gotten much better. But if someone feeds you, why should you eat it yourself? Su Lilua's face turned red, and she handed the steamed bun to Li Hao's mouth. Li Hao took a big bite and asked vaguely, "Where is Qinyu?" "He's still in the mine," Su Li said. She also just came down from the mine. The Gaono district where Li Hao and the others are located is a mining area, and iron ore. People in the dog slave area have no human rights and freedoms. They need to complete a prescribed amount of work every day in exchange for a small amount of food. Of course, you can also dig more and exchange more. But with that kind of labor intensity, it is impossible for a non-martial artist to dig much more. It's time to leave this hellish place quickly. Li Hao looked at Su Lilua's haggard look and thought to himself. This girl, she always gave him more food in the past, which is why she looks so sallow and thin. But now, I can only think about it. Everyone in the dog slave area has pupils and faces registered. If you are caught after escaping from the dog slave area, you will be executed directly. Only the hunting competition is the legal way to leave the dog slave area. Li Hao suddenly missed Qinyu a little bit. No matter what, improving strength is the most important thing at the moment. "I can't eat anymore, you can eat it," Li Hao said after eating only 2 steamed buns and half of the pickles. Su Lilua was stunned, but she used to be able to eat 3 steamed buns. "I am injured now and have a bad appetite," Li Hao explained. In fact, he just didn't want Su Lilua to be hungry again. This girl is so easy to make people feel distressed. The more he integrated into this world, the more he felt ashamed of Su Lilua. Su Lilua shed tears again. Then he said nothing and walked outside. Li Hao didn't think much, just lying on the bed and studying the system all out of boredom. By evening, he feels much better. Although my chest still hurts, I have a lot more strength in my body. He got out of bed and walked towards the door. He has read novels, but they are only words after all. The memory of Li Hao is just like the movie he has watched. After all, he still hasn't seen with his own eyes what kind of scenery this world is like. Opened the door. It was gloomy and low, filled with an air of desolation. In front of me, there is a patchwork of low, dilapidated tents and wooden houses. In front of the residential area is a mining area hundreds of meters deep. You can see many people in ragged clothes working numbly in the mining area. They are like zombies. The faint smell penetrated his nose, making Li Hao frown. This world is really cruel. Brother Hao, why are you up? Not long after, Su Lilua and Qin Yu came down from the mine together. Seeing Li Hao standing at the door, Su Lilua hurriedly ran to Li Hao. She was holding the lunchbox in her hand again. In the lunchbox, there were still 3 steamed buns and some pickles. This is the fruit of her entire afternoon's work. The lunchbox in Qin Yu's hand is empty, so he must have finished eating. I feel my injury is much better. It's too stuffy in the house. Let's come out and get some air. Li Hao pinched Su Lilua's cheek and smiled. Let's eat. Su Lilua pouted and smiled sweetly. Qin Yu watched the two of them being intimate. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Back! The familiar experience baby is back. Li Hao received the system prompt and raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Then she held Su Lilua's little hand, and with Su Lilua's astonished expression, she said, Luoluo, you are so good, can you be my wife from now on? He wanted a big one. See if you can directly reach the villain point where you can break through and become a first-level warrior. In addition, he also wants to know what kind of rewards there will be when the task of snatching Su Lilua reaches 100%. Ah! Su Li was stunned. Her face turned rosy at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. She likes Li Hao, but she has never thought about marrying Li Hao. How shameful. Brother Hao, you. She stamped her feet, thrust the lunchbox into Li Hao's hand, and ran into her house. Bang! The door was closed. Li Hao frowny face, _ Qin Yu? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Xiaohao, were you serious just now? Qin Yu walked up to Li Hao with an ugly expression on his face. What are you serious about? Li Hao asked knowingly. Qin Yu said somewhat coldly, you just said that you wanted Luoluo to marry you as your wife. Of course it's true. Li Hao said. Then he pretended to be confused, is there any problem? Smiled again, Luoluo and I grew up together, and I have long recognized her as my wife in my heart. Qin Yu's face became increasingly ugly. After several years in this dog slave area, he has gradually fallen in love with this gentle and considerate girl. Now, he feels an increasing threat from Li Hao. I like Luoluo too. Qin Yu decided to have a showdown with Li Hao. He felt that Li Hao was pretending to be stupid on purpose. Li Hao had known that he liked Su Lilua before, and had intended to bring him and Su Lilua together. I just don't know why, but Li Hao seems to be a completely different person now. You want to steal my wife from me? Li Hao stared. There was anger burning in his eyes. Qin Yu sad face _ winky face. Shouldn't this sentence be said by yourself? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. That's not what I meant. Qin Yu shook his head with a depressed face and said, I just want to tell you that I also like Luoluo. I will not give her to you. I hope that we can compete fairly in the future, although we are brothers. What's the difference between this and robbery? Li Hao's eyes became even wider. However, just when Qin Yu thought he was going to get angry and even talk about cutting off his robes and severing his righteousness, Li Hao's anger suddenly dissipated and said, if you want to rob, then just rob. Fair competition is fair competition. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, I always felt like something was wrong. But before he could say anything else, Li Hao had already turned around and returned to the room. Qin Yu frowned and looked at Li Hao's house, then at Su Lilua's house next to him, then turned and left. Villain points, 40. Li Hao turned on the system in the room, and there were already 40 villain points. He did not hesitate to add these 40 points to cell activity. Cell activity, 438. It can be said that becoming a first-level warrior is very close. As long as Qin Yu is stimulated further, it will be a matter of course. This speed is no different from riding a rocket. But the none displayed in the superpower and martial arts columns still made Li Hao a little depressed. Superpowers and martial arts are important means to improve a warrior's strength. But he didn't know whether the system could provide any help in understanding his abilities and skills. If the original plot in the novel is followed, then he lacks Chinyu in these two aspects. Chapter 6: Breaking Through the First Level Warrior. In the blink of an eye, it's the next day. Li Hao left the room around 10 o'clock. His injuries have almost recovered. The scars have formed and should be healed in 2 days. That kid Chinyu has no conscience. All the food he got from working in the mine went into his own stomach. Li Hao, however, couldn't bear the thought of Su Lilua sharing food with him again. If that girl loses weight anymore, she will be skin and bones. At this time, except for very young children, almost all the people in the Gaonan district were working in the mines. Up to an old man with gray hair and a stooped figure. His face was so childish that he was no more than a 5 or 6-year-old child. There is a woman with a sallow complexion and thin skin, using a straw basket weaved by herself, carrying a child who was still waiting to be fed, while working with her head buried in the ground. Everyone has a numb look on their face. There is no sadness, no joy, and even no resentment. Li Hao passed by them and only smelled the sour smell. He couldn't help but wonder, why do these people still have children when life has reduced to this point? What's the point of living like this? Live for the sake of living? But unfortunately, he is not the savior. In this dog slave area, he is also an exploited person. Li Hao walked to the place where he, Chinyu, and Su Lilua worked before, and saw Chinyu and Su Lilua working. Due to the shortage of resources, there are only a few excavators and 8-wheeled transport vehicles in this dog slave area. Excavation and transportation of iron ore are mostly done manually. It's rare that Chinyu didn't just complete his mission today and then go back to practice source energy. He was struggling to dig out the iron ore with his shovel, while Su Lilua was beside him, picking up the iron ore onto the cart. According to the regulations in the Gaonan district, every 5 carts of iron ore can be exchanged for 1 wawatu and some pickles. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little funny. Is this the dog-licking mode? Luo Luo! He shouted. Su Lilua, who was immersed in her work, turned around suddenly, and then frowned. Brother Hao, why did you go to the mine? Your injury has not healed yet. Go back and lie down quickly. Chinyu also turned around. Li Hao shook his head and said, it's almost better now. There is no problem in working. With that said, he walked over and picked up the shovel from next to Su Lilua and started digging. Su Lilua bit her lip. Chinyu said, if the injury is not cured yet, go back and lie down. Don't be brave. If the wound bursts, you will have to lie in bed for a few more days. Li Hao secretly rolled his eyes when he heard this. What does it mean to show off one's strength? If you want to care, just care. But he could clearly hear some hostility in Chinyu's words. It's really okay. Li Hao patted his chest to show that he was fine, and said, and how can I bear to let Luo Luo work here for me? I will feel bad if she is exhausted. Su Lilua, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q Chinyu, underscore, he really didn't expect that Li Hao could fucking drive. Has this guy become completely shameless when he talks about earthy love words whenever he opens his mouth? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Boom. Immediately, Chinyu was shocked by Li Hao's movements. Li Hao's shovel fell on the rock wall, and a piece of iron ore as big as a basket was dug out and rolled to his feet. You? Chinyu was a little confused. Digging iron ore is a strenuous job. He could see that Li Hao was much stronger than before. Li Hao smiled and said, my cell activity has improved a lot. Chinyu couldn't help but be even more confused. When you were lying on the bed, your cell activity increased? Li Hao scratched his head and said, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because Luo Luo kissed me. I feel like I'm not far away from becoming a first-order warrior now. Superaku? Brother Hao. She couldn't bear it any longer and stamped her feet, her face flushed like a burning cloud in the evening. Chinyu, crying face, while he really wanted to crash to death on the rock wall. I don't know why I kept asking this question, giving Li Hao this opportunity to stimulate himself. He vowed to talk to Li Hao less in the future, and he would try not to talk to Li Hao as much as possible. This guy is too insidious now. Always use the most innocent eyes and say the most exciting words. It's just that, after hearing Li Hao say that he was about to become a first-level warrior, Xin Yu couldn't help it. After thinking about it, he asked, "Are you really about to become a first-level warrior?" "Yes." Li Hao said, "It should be about these 2 days." Then we will be more confident in hunting ferocious beasts in the wild and participating in the hunting competition. You should be happy, right? Xin Yu, straight face, winky face. I'm happy. I'm happy for you $. Hashtag @an*****. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 60 villain points. He was really stimulated by Li Hao. Because his strength is stronger than Li Hao from beginning to end, this gives him a natural sense of superiority in front of Li Hao. He never thought that Li Hao's cell activity would suddenly increase so much. He can't even think of breaking through to a first-level warrior within half a month. Xin Yu felt a stabbing pain in his heart, as if his dignity was being rubbed on the ground by Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly called out softly. The cry is weird. What are you doing? Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Xin Yu and Su Lilua asked almost at the same time. Li Hao's face turned a little red. He scratched his head and said, I seem to have broken through and become a first-order warrior. He suddenly punched the rock wall in front of him. Bang! The iron ore hit by Li Hao's fist cracked several gaps. Li Hao's skin was also scratched on the back of his hand. But this wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Hao, what are you doing? When Su Lilua saw the scratch on the back of Li Hao's hand, her heart ached and she immediately complained. Xin Yu still stood there dumbly. Li Hao has really become a first-level warrior. Even if you have not truly become a first-level warrior, you are definitely not far behind. Anyway, he is stronger than him. Because he still can't do what Li Hao did, breaking the iron ore into pieces with his fists. A strong sense of frustration instantly spread in his heart. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. Xin Yu felt no luck at all. He put down the shovel in his hand blankly and walked out of the mining area without saying a word. Why are you going? Don't you want to eat? Li Hao asked. Go back and practice. Xin Yu replied with a trembling voice without turning his head. Li Hao asked again, by the way, has your crystal core realized the superpower? Xin Yu paused slightly, and 3 words floated over almost inaudibly, not yet. Chapter 7 as expected of the protagonist. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. But even though the others left, they still contributed to Li Hao well. Li Hao kept snickering in his heart, but he shook his head on his face and sighed, Luo, I have become so powerful now, have I irritated Xin Yu? Su Lilua blinked and looked at Xin Yu's back, and said uncertainly, probably not. Brother Yu, doesn't he regard you as a good brother? Then do you like your brother Yu more, or me? Li Hao suddenly asked. Su Lilua, Omega, of course I like you more. She lowered her head and her voice sounded like a mosquito, but the sound still reached Li Hao's ears. Hey. Li Hao laughed. Nearly 2 hours later, Li Hao and Su Lilua walked out of the mining area side by side, both holding lunchboxes in their hands. Li Hao's lunchbox contains 5 steamed buns. He is now a first-level warrior, so he can naturally work much faster. Back in the slum area, Li Hao took Su Lilua straight to Xin Yu's house. Pushing the door open, Xin Yu was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing source energy. His house is similar to Li Hao's. It was left by Li Hao's neighbor. That neighbor, a few years ago, his wife got sick and ended up starving to death. The next day, the male owner was found dead at the door. He had hanged himself. Since then, the house has been vacant until Xin Yu was caught and moved in. Hearing the noise, Xinyu opened his eyes on the bed. The look in Li Hao's eyes seemed to be vaguely indifferent. He is an extremely strong person. Here, this is the lunch I brought back for you. Remember to eat it later. But Li Hao didn't seem to feel Qinyu's alienation. He walked directly to the dining table, took out 3 steamed buns from the lunchbox, and poured more than half of the pickles into Qinyu's lunchbox. Qinyu's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. Li Hao added, "If you want to increase your source energy with all your strength, then just stay in the house recently and I will help you bring the food back. As long as I work harder now, I should be able to barely fill our stomachs." Qinyu's expression gradually became complicated. He couldn't help but wonder, is he too stingy? Because Xiuhao is stronger than me, I feel unhappy. But Xiuhao helped him without hesitation and allowed himself to concentrate on improving his source energy. Xiaohao, is he still the same Xiaohao as before? Thank you, thank you. Xinyu finally spoke, with a guilty look in his eyes. Li Hao waved his hand indifferently. We are all buddies, what are we talking about? Then he took Su Lilua outside. However, he took Su Lilua's hand, which immediately made Qinyu's face look a little ugly. Have you been reduced to the point where you need Xiuhao to take care of you? Isn't that Luo Luo also? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Li Hao, who had just walked to the door, received the system prompt and was laughing wildly in his heart. Having read the novel, he was naturally able to grasp Qinyu's psychology very well. From the moment Qinyu left the mining area in a hurry, he knew that Qinyu was too stimulated by him. With Qinyu's urine, it is very likely that he will not pay attention to him again until his strength exceeds his own again. The head is suspended from the beam, and the cone stabs the butt. But how could he let this experienced baby alienate himself? Only by locking Qinyu by your side at all times can you have a steady stream of villain points. In the evening, Li Hao brought Su Lilua to deliver food to Qinyu. However, the moment he entered the door, he had already started to hold Su Lilua's little hand naturally. Su Lilua pursed her lips and did not struggle. Brother Hao seems to be getting more and more bold now. But there was only secret joy in her heart. Qinyu on the bed opened his eyes again. Seeing the lunchbox in Li Hao's hand, he nodded. Then he saw Li Hao holding Su Lilua's little hand. Although he frowned, he didn't contribute any villain points to Li Hao. This made Li Hao a little surprised. Does this create resistance? Or have you decided to give up on Su Lilua? Isn't this guy very perseverant in the original novel? He wouldn't give up so easily. Xiaohao, I have realized the superpower. I have become a first-level superpower user. At this time, Xinyu spoke. There was irrepressible excitement and joy in his eyes. Li Hao was secretly surprised. This guy deserves to be the protagonist. With a little stimulation, your talent will be revealed. Xinyu was born with extremely high mental power, which he already knew. But according to the original plot, Xinyu was supposed to break through and become a first-level superpower within a few days, and realize superpowers through that crystal core. After that, Li Hao couldn't help but wonder, just because of his stimulation, the time for Qinyu to become a first-level superpower has been advanced. Will there be a greater butterfly effect in the future? It even led to the direction of this world becoming completely different from the plot of the original novel. He nodded and grinned, this is a good thing. Then he asked, knowingly, what kind of superpower did you comprehend? Teleport. Qinyu was finally able to feel proud in front of Li Hao, feeling refreshed and comfortable. There are many superpowers in this world, which are divided into 5 categories: element, enhancement, space, auxiliary, and spirit, and are further divided into 9 levels. Each superpower can comprehend one more superpower at different stages. At each level of ability, the ability with the higher serial number has greater potential. And Qinyu has just realized the superpower, and he can realize the teleportation ranked 18th in the first order, which is undoubtedly extremely rare. But soon, Qinyu discovered that he could not see the envious look on Li Hao's face that he had expected. Xiuhao, how far is your mental strength? He couldn't help asking, wanting to hit Li Hao. Li Hao just shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "It's not like you don't know that I have no talent in mental power. I plan to devote all my efforts to cultivating source energy." Xinyu was stunned for a moment, feeling his fist hit the cotton, and said calmly, "That's fine. If the cell activity can be increased to an extremely high level, it will also have considerable strength." But he didn't know that Li Hao was laughing wildly in his heart at this moment. Not cultivating spiritual power? How is that possible? But as long as he adds some points, his mental power will rise rapidly. I just said it deliberately, intending to wait for some time before stimulating Xinyu. He knew that this guy had a very strong temper and never wanted to lose to others. But the more this happens, the more he will step on Xinyu. Because only in this way can he get villain points from Xinyu. At the same time, he was also a little stressed. Xinyu, the protagonist, is indeed very talented. Even if he has a system, if he doesn't work hard, he may be overtaken by Xinyu again. Chapter 8: Xinyu's Secret. 2 days passed quickly. Xinyu really stayed in the room to practice his energy and did not go out, letting Li Hao feed him. Li Hao was stunned because he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to take advantage of this guy. Fortunately, Su Li is still around. Under Li Hao's shameless offensive, Su Lilua fell at an extremely fast speed. From holding little hands at the beginning, it has now progressed to being able to let Li Hao kiss the little mouth when no one is around. But Su Lilua was too shy, so she always kept her mouth closed when kissing. But the growing intimacy between the two still made Xinyu quite depressed, and he unknowingly contributed another 90 villain points to Li Hao. Li Hao has hoarded all these villain points. That night, Li Hao, who had been working in the mine all day, took a shower with cold water and then sat cross-legged on the bed to practice source energy. The further a warrior reaches the later stage, the harder it is to improve. Just to reach the second level of warrior, the cell activity needs to reach 1500. Li Hao didn't want to put all his hopes on Xinyu, because he never knew when the lamb would awaken or leave his side. Improve your strength as quickly as possible. This is his current plan. Because he also wants to leave this ghost place as soon as possible, and then enjoy the life of a superior person in this world. In the original novel, he knew that in this era when the order had actually collapsed, some people lived an extravagant life that was unimaginable. However, the speed at which his own cultivation source energy increased cell activity really drove Li Hao a little crazy. One night, you can increase 2 points of cell activity. His current cell activity is only 514 points. Fortunately, practicing source energy can also replace sleeping. Dong dong. A slight knock on the door made Li Hao open his eyes. He walked to the door and opened it. Xinyu was standing outside. Xinyu glanced at Li Hao's chest and asked, "Is the injury healed?" "All right." Li Hao nodded and asked again, "Want to go out?" Xinyu responded, "Although you are now a first-level warrior, and I have also become a first-level psychic. But I heard that there are second-level warriors in other districts, so we still have to work harder." "Then let's go." Li Hao walked out of the door without comment. He knows the strength of other district representatives in the hunting competition better than anyone else. After all, he has read the original novel. There are 85 participating representatives from 17 dog slave districts in Xingtan City. Among them, there are 18 second-level warriors. In the strongest district, all 5 representatives are second-level warriors. In the original plot, Xinyu and Li Hao were able to get an upset in the end and become the winners purely because of their good behavior. If they had relied on hard power, the two of them would have been tortured until nothing was left of them. But now, it's naturally different. There are still nearly 2 months left. Li Hao felt that it would be possible for him to use his hard power to defeat the representatives from other districts. Walking in the extremely desolate mining area with howling night wind, searchlights swept across from time to time. Xinyu and Li Hao both escaped in time. Li Hao suddenly discovered that there was not much nervousness on Xinyu's face. This made him a little strange, and he asked in a low voice, "Xinyu, what if we are discovered by the security team?" "Fine," Xinyu said. Li Hao was even more surprised. "Is everything okay?" "This is a fatal thing." Xinyu's expression suddenly became strange, and he said, I have already made an agreement with the one-eyed dragon that he will turn a blind eye to our hunting. But he will own half of the ferocious beasts we bring back. In fact, this kind of thing happens in every dog slave area. However, those who can enjoy this kind of treatment are those who have a good relationship with the security team. Moreover, the share turned over is usually more than 70%. The one-eyed dragon's Pisho guy actually only needs half of it? The one-eyed dragon doesn't like us, so why did he suddenly agree to this? Li Hao muttered. In the original plot of the novel, the one-eyed dragon is the first villain boss. He originally had nothing to do with Qinyu, but when Qinyu signed up to participate in the hunting competition, he almost failed to let Qinyu sign up through tricks. Later, when Qinyu became prosperous, he still remembered this incident. He was so surprised that he brought the one-eyed dragon from Xingtan City to the Qin family's territory, and made the one-eyed dragon a dog slave in the dog slave area. Don't ask anymore. Qinyu frowned and said. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. A sudden system prompt sounded in Li Hao's mind. This made him a little confused. Then he couldn't help but look at Qin Yu's butt. Could this guy be? Looking at Qin Yu's fair skin, this is really possible. It's not what you think. Qin Yu noticed Li Hao's strange eyes, and his mentality almost exploded, and he said dully. Li Hao raised his eyebrows, broke the casserole and asked, what kind of thing is that? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Qin Yu couldn't hide the depressed look on his face, and groaned, anyway, just don't ask. Then he ignored Li Hao and walked quickly forward in the night. Li Hao was even more strange. What secret does this guy have? Soon, they reached the gap in the high-voltage power grid where the two had sneaked out of the Gaonan district. High pressure is dangerous. Those who escape without permission will die. There is a yellow metal sign hanging on the power grid, and under the moonlight, you can see the gray-brown rust. It's a very simple word, but it seems murderous. Qin Yu got out first. Li Hao followed. Outside the dog slave area is a huge primitive jungle. Although strong men are sent out from time to clean up the surrounding ferocious beasts in the dog slave area to prevent the ferocious beasts from gathering in groups and posing a threat to the dog slave area, but sometimes there are still some fish that slip through the net, or they just run into this area. The beast of the area. This is also the hunting target of Qin Yu and the others. The primitive jungle is filled with the smell of moisture and a faint smell of decay. As far as the eye can see, there are towering trees with lush branches and leaves. The moonlight shines down from the sky, forming mottled shadows like stars. Countless vines are coiled around tree trunks and branches, shadowy and lifelike like long snakes. However, in this world, the animals before the cataclysm can no longer be seen. Animals that have not evolved into ferocious beasts have long been eliminated by the cruel laws of nature. Neither Qin Yu nor Li Hao had weapons, not even kitchen knives. They could only hold a stone in each hand and march cautiously through the jungle. Li Hao really didn't dare to be careless. Although he was a first-level warrior now, there were still countless ferocious beasts that could turn him into a baba in this world. If he wasn't also curious about the world and didn't want to give up Qin Yu as a good partner, he would really not want to follow Qin Yu out. In this way, the two of them walked in the jungle for more than half an hour. Ahead, a ferocious beast finally appears. Chapter 9 Level 2 Ferocious Beast. It is a ferocious beast that evolved from a wild boar. It is much larger than an ordinary wild boar, like a calf. The second-level ferocious beast, the armored pig. This ferocious beast is indeed a branch that evolved from wild boar. It can weigh 200 to 300 kilograms when mature. Under the spike-like hair, there is also a layer of scales, rough skin, and thick flesh, which is defensive. Extremely powerful. At this moment, the armored pig with red eyes was lying on the ground, twisting its head and rising and falling rhythmically. He is indeed the protagonist. This luck is different. Li Hao secretly praised it in his heart. If it were normal, if he and Qin Yu encountered an adult armored pig, they would have no choice but to escape. But now this armored pig is clearly injured. Its head rises and falls, licking its wounds. The original plot of the novel appeared in Li Hao's mind. During his recuperation period, Xinyu secretly left the dog slave area several times, and the first time he hunted an armored pig. Xinyu used the armored pig's body and crystal core to find Cyclops in exchange for 3x1 cell medicines. Then in just a few days, he broke through and became a first-level warrior. I guess that the armored pig is the one in front of me. Li Hao twitched his nose and said, "Are you going up or am I going up?" Xinyu said, "Xiaohao, you are now a first-level warrior, go ahead. When the situation is dangerous, I will use teleportation to help you." He also saw that the armored pig was injured. "But I'm afraid of death." Li Hao blinked his eyes and said, "Xinyu, underscore? You are afraid of death, then why are you here? And who is not afraid of death?" Xiao Hao. Sure enough, he is no longer the squealing Xiao Hao before. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. Xinyu's face was full of depression, but in the end he persuaded patiently, "It doesn't matter. Did you notice that this armored pig is injured, and it should be very serious? With your strength, there is absolutely no problem in taking him down." "Hee, I know, I'm just teasing you." Li Hao suddenly opened his mouth and smiled. Xinyu rolled his eyes. Li Hao put down the stone in his hand, picked up a piece weighing hundreds of kilograms next to him, and slowly approached the armored pig. In fact, even if Xinyu doesn't let him take action, he will take the initiative to ask for it. Because this armored pig should be regarded as Xinyu's opportunity in the original plot. He wanted to try whether killing this armored pig by himself would be regarded by the system as robbing Xinyu of an opportunity. When Li Hao was about 5 meters away from the armored pig's ears suddenly moved. Although this big guy is stupid, his perception is definitely very sharp. Li Hao no longer concealed himself at this moment, suddenly increased his speed and ran towards the armored pig. There are still 2 meters. He jumped up suddenly, several meters high. Then, he smashed it down hard. Iron armored pig, winky face. It was licking its wounds so well that it never thought that a human would suddenly approach it. Then it got angry. Despicable humans. But when it was about to stand up, it felt severe pain in its forelimbs and chest. It was seriously injured, its forelimbs were broken, and there was a deep bone-visible wound on its chest, which was still bleeding. Boom! The armored pig staggered slightly. Immediately, without waiting for it to react, Li Hao hit the big rock in his arms on its head with the force of Mount Tai. The stone shattered. Bang! The armored pig, which had just gotten up, fell dizzy and was knocked to the ground again. You little bastard! Make a sneak attack. If the armored pig could talk, he would definitely be cursing now. However, it has no chance. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Growing pig sounds gradually. Before the armored pig could get up, Li Hao's hand slammed into the armored pig's eyes. In an instant, blood surged. Both of the armored pig's eyes were gouged out by Li Hao. Ouch! The armored pig was driven away by the severe pain, and opened its big mouth to bite Li Hao's hand. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly and he retreated. The fight between trapped beasts. He didn't want to risk fighting this armored pig. The armored pig staggered up and rushed around like crazy. Bang! Bang! And the final result was that the armored pig knocked itself bloody and lay on the ground again, getting weaker and weaker. Li Hao and Xinyu both squatted on the big tree, holding their hands and watching. Is it almost done? Seeing the armored pig lying on the ground with only the sound of hum hum hum, Li Hao asked Xinyu. Xinyu nodded, then jumped down from the tree. He has a small alloy knife. It's like sharpening a pencil. This was almost the only useful relic left by the refugee who picked him up. Xinyu held down the armored pig's neck. I'm coming. Just as he was about to take action, Li Hao shouted from the side. This made Xinyu stunned. Li Hao had already snatched the metal knife from his hand, and then slashed it hard several times, cutting the armored pig's throat. Humph, hum, hum. The armored pig, which had already been exhausted, was getting weaker and weaker. When the blood was almost drained, the body began to twitch violently. Finally, I could no longer move. Li Hao's eyes were a little disappointed. Because he killed this armored pig, the system did not give him villain points. Could it be that this is not an opportunity to snatch Qinyu? Dog system. Li Hao cursed in his heart. Then, he handed the metal knife back to Qinyu's hand. You do the rest. Qinyu, underscore? Li Hao, however, had already stood aside and crossed his arms. Qinyu shook his head speechlessly. Then he picked up a fist-sized stone from the side and started to break open the armored pig's skull with an alloy knife. The crystal core is inside the armored pig's head. His movements are very skillful, but the skull of the armored pig is much tougher than the scales on its body. Soon, Qinyu began to breathe heavily. But when she turned her head and looked at Li Hao next to her, she found that Li Hao's face was full of leisure, as if he was a curious baby. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. Qinyu was a little speechless. But suddenly he didn't want to use Li Hao anymore, and he was worried that Li Hao would say something irritating to him again, so he had to keep working hard. More than 10 minutes passed before Qinyu finally got the crystal core out. It is also the size of an egg, but the streamer inside is red. Reinforced crystal nuclei. Qinyu said. Li Hao just nodded and pointed at the armored pig on the ground. What should I do with the body? Qinyu scratched his head and said, get it back first. If it is left here, it might be eaten by other ferocious beasts. The first-level ferocious beast they hunted before did not take the body back at first because it was too heavy and strenuous, and Li Hao was seriously injured. But now that Li Hao has recovered and become a first-level warrior, the body of this armored pig cannot be spared. If put on the market, this corpse could be worth tens of thousands. Oh. Li Hao nodded. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Qinyu, underscore? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. He couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, Xiao Hao, come here to help. Are you planning to let me carry this thing back? I was the one who killed the armored pig just now. My hands are a little sore now, Li Hao said naturally. Qinyu, Li Hao killed this armored pig well, but Li Hao didn't spend much effort, right? It seems that he did the most laborious task of removing the crystal core? Chapter 10 Qinyu is heartbroken. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. Li Hao found that Qinyu was so cute. This little chicken intestine dish is so good. Then he finally turned around and helped Qinyu pull one of the armored pig's hooves. Qinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He didn't even know how to describe Li Hao. Nearly an hour later, the two returned to the gap in the high-voltage power grid again. Qinyu was panting and threw the pig's trotter he was pulling on the ground, saying, wait for me here first, I will call the one-eyed dragon over. They wouldn't dare bring this thing into the dog slave district openly, and besides, the high-voltage power grid doesn't have such a big gap. Li Hao nodded, sat down on the ground, and rested. In fact, he is not very tired. With his current cell activity, even carrying this armored pig back would not be a problem. Qinyu got into the gap. Li Hao waited for almost 20 minutes. Qinyu came over with the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon's surname is Zhangmeng. Originally from the urban area, they seem to be from the adventure team. Later, he lost one eye while fighting a ferocious beast, and his courage was frightened, so he simply applied to be transferred to the dog slave district to be the captain of the security team. Although life is definitely harder than in urban areas, the oil and water are not bad, and the sky is high and the emperor is far away. In this dog slave area, as the captain of the security team, he is one of the most important figures. Hey, that's not bad. Armored pig. Did you two take care of it? Cyclops was obviously a little surprised when he saw the armored pig carcass outside the high-voltage power grid. He didn't believe that these two boys had such strength. Good luck. Qinyu said from the side, We just happened to bump into this injured armored pig, otherwise we wouldn't be able to defeat it. Li Hao was silent. The one-eyed dragon didn't ask much. He just nodded slightly and asked Xinyu, "What supplies do you want to exchange for?" In the dog slave area, there is absolutely no such thing as exchanging money. Because here, even if you have money, there is nowhere to use it. The only things that can be exchanged are food and resources used for cultivation. Xinyu said directly, "Change the cell medicine." He had already discussed this matter with Li Hao on the way back. Li Hao also considered that it didn't make much sense to exchange it for food. Because he can now fill his stomach by working, and he and Xinyu definitely cannot leave the dog slave area during the day. If he were not discovered by the patrol outside, he might be shot dead on the spot. As for changing weapons, it is obviously strictly prohibited in the dog slave area where shovels are strictly controlled. As long as the one-eyed dragon is not a fool, it is impossible to change the weapons to him. So I can only change the cell medicine. The one-eyed dragon nodded, corpse plus crystal core, 3x1 potions. There was no room for negotiation in his words. And this kind of result was naturally expected by Xinyu and even more so by Li Hao. After Xinyu nodded, Cyclops took out 3x1 potions directly from his pocket and handed them to Xinyu. The medicine is placed in the test tube. It is as bright red as blood, but with a slight fluorescence. You guys go back. When Xinyu put away the potion, the one-eyed dragon waved his hand. Xinyu looked at Li Hao. "Would you like to go out for a walk again?" Li Hao shrugged his shoulders and said it didn't matter. 3x1 potions are worth 150 points, and the profit is pretty good. Xinyu immediately got out of the gap, and the two of them walked back into the jungle. The one-eyed dragon didn't care about them. When the two of them were far away, he notified the two members of the escort team, called the high-voltage power grid, and dragged the armored pig's body in. Xiao Hao. Li Hao and Xinyu were walking side by side in the jungle. One foot is deep, the other is shallow, and the leaf litter under your feet makes the sound of water chirping. Xinyu hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Can you give these 3x1 potions to me first? You are already a first-level warrior. Even if you take the X1 potions, your cell activity will be limited." If it were before, he would probably have made the decision directly. But now I don't dare because Li Hao's personality has changed. Moreover, he had already agreed with Li Hao on the distribution method. It's just that he really wants to break through to a first-level warrior as soon as possible. He feels that even if Li Hao's personality changes drastically, he should still give him this face. With his talent and these 3x1 potions, he is sure to become a first-level warrior in a few days. Of course not. However, Li Hao refused simply. Why? Xinyu was a little surprised and unwilling. At the same time, I also felt a little chilled. Xiao Hao has really changed. He no longer turns to him for everything. Li Hao glanced at Xinyu, knowing the little Jojo in Xinyu's heart, and said, "Didn't we already agree on 4, 4, and 2? Xinyu nodded, a little aggrieved. "We agreed, but what I want to do is wait until I become a first-level warrior to make up for you in Luoluo." Li Hao still shook his head. "Do you think this is really realistic?" Underscore? Xinyu looked at him puzzled. Li Hao continued, "Even if you become a first-level warrior, are you sure that you can win the hunting competition? Even if you become a second-level warrior, you may not be so sure. What was just agreed upon just 2 days ago? Do you think Luoluo will be happy if you break your promise? Who doesn't want to improve his strength? Should we just let Luoluo fend for himself in the dog slave area?" he said, getting a little angry. He really knows Qinyu's character very well. If you really want this guy to take the initiative to divide the spoils, you may have to wait until he reaches the second level of martial arts. He is not willing to let this guy surpass himself in strength. Qinyu's eyes changed uncertainly. He really thought so. First concentrate his resources and wait for himself to break through and become a second-level warrior. As for Li Hao and Su Lilua, Li Hao can protect them during the hunting competition. As for Su Lilua, what he wanted to do was wait until he and Li Hao left the dog slave area before finding a way to rescue Su Lilua. Anyway, Su Lilua can't do anything to help him now. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his thoughts, but Li Hao's words made him not know how to refute. This made Qin Yu feel particularly uncomfortable. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Then give me 2 first, okay? Qin Yu said again with some reluctance. No. Li Hao still shook his head. I insist that we still have to follow the agreed distribution method, unless you want to break up with me and Luo Luo. But these 3x1 potions are not easy to distribute. Qin Yu said. Li Hao shrugged his shoulders. Let's see if there is anything else to gain tonight. If not, I'll save those 2 achievements for now. Now, give me mine now, I'll drink it now. Qin Yu underscore is parallel to he really didn't expect that Li Hao would be so unkind now. Very unhappy, he took out a X1 potion from his pocket and handed it to Li Hao. He was even secretly thinking about whether he should take Li Hao with him when he went out in the future. He never thought that without Li Hao, it would not be so easy for him to hunt the ferocious beast. Chapter 11 Never Happen Again. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Villain system, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 50 villain points. Li Hao took the X1 potion from Qin Yu's hand with satisfaction, then opened the lid and drank it in one gulp. The system prompt he was expecting finally rang in his mind. Seize the chance to be the protagonist. Sure enough, as long as he gets the harvest that belongs to Qin Yu in the original plot, he will be robbed of his opportunity. 50 points. This is obviously calculated according to the value of chance. Li Hao gained twice as much. As the properties of the X1 medicine gradually dissolved in the body, Li Hao felt his cells boiling and a moderate pain spread. This feeling is simply incomparable to using villain points to increase cell activity. He turned his head and looked at Qin Yu, who looked unhappy, and said comfortingly, Qin Yu, it's not that I don't want you to become stronger, but I hope that the 3 of us will go hand in hand until we become the 3 giants in the world. Draw a big cake for Qin Yu. Qin Yu remains silent. It's not that he doesn't want Li Hao and Su Lilua to become strong men, but what he thinks more about is himself. It's just that he has never realized that he is an exquisite egoist. When Li Hao saw that Qin Yu was silent, he said nothing more. Anyway, he won't tolerate Qin Yu's bad habits. Because he knew very well that with Qin Yu's urine, when necessary, he would not be able to abandon not only himself, but also Su Lilua. This guy is not well raised. Unless you give him selflessly, there will always be a day when we part ways. Before that, he would only think about how to get more villain points from Qin Yu. Nearly 2 hours passed, and neither of them encountered any other ferocious beasts in the forest of Gaona district. Go back. Qin Yu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Li Hao nodded. Then the 2 of them walked back. Actually, there is a good place for hunting ferocious beasts dozens of miles away from this dog slave area. A deserted town occupied by ferocious beasts. But that small town has been out of the range of the patrol team, and there are a lot of ferocious beasts in it, which Li Hao and Qin Yu can covet now. Returning to the dog slave area, the 2 of them went back to their houses. Li Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, turned on the system, and saw that he had accumulated 260 villain points. Then the properties panel also changed. Cell activity, 564 after taking the X1 potion, 50 points were added. Full value. He didn't know if the system had modified his body so that he could maximize cell activity by taking medicine. According to the settings in the original novel, everyone will have different effects after taking the medicine. For a monster with perverted talents like Qin Yu, taking X1 potion, if the cell activity is quantified, it should usually be able to increase by more than 40 points. And those with mediocre qualifications may only improve by a dozen points, or even a few points. Li Hao still didn't use the villain point, turned off the system, and began to practice source energy. He is still hesitating whether to first accumulate enough villain points to break through to become a second-level warrior, or to be like Qin Yu who has the mental power and martial arts to break through to the level of a first-level superpower. Warriors improve cell activity through cultivating source energy. Those with special abilities improve their mental power through meditation. If you want to become a fellow practitioner, the energy and resources required will be doubled. In the blink of an eye, the next day, Li Hao, Su Lilua, and Qin Yu went to the mining area together. In the dog slave area, there is no breakfast available unless you stock up on food in advance, but the people in the Gaona district no longer have the habit of eating breakfast. Li Hao didn't know if Qin Yu had secretly used the other X1 potion. As he was walking on the road, he asked, "Qin Yu, is there another potion?" Qin Yu looked at him blankly. "What are you doing?" Li Hao said, "I'm thinking about giving it to Luo first. Anyway, we must be going out a lot recently, right? When we get the resources, we can make up for what Luo owes." Qin Yu, he is going crazy. When he said he wanted to take the potion first, Li Hao sternly refused. "Now that we are here with Su Lilua, we can take control in advance?" "Li Hao, this guy is of the opposite sex and inhumane. Moreover, the object of Li Hao's attentiveness is still a girl that he also likes." Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. The villain points that Qin Yu contributed in this moment were a bit beyond Li Hao's expectations. He couldn't help but blinked and said, "You didn't use that potion, did you? Or, you didn't want to give it to Luo first? Can you just bear to see Luo be so tired every day?" Qin Yu, E. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. Li Hao really got it right. Qin Yu's face was immediately filled with embarrassment and sarcasm. I've already drank." He looked at Su Lilua with an apologetic expression. Su Lilua bit her lip and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't need to take risks outside anyway." But there was clearly a bit of resentment in his eyes. Sure enough, only Li Hao is her good brother. Li Hao rolled his eyes and said, "If you do this again, then we will each hunt our own from now on." He seemed very angry and walked quickly forward. "Brother Hao!" Su Lilua shouted and quickly caught up with Li Hao, but her heart was sweet. Brother Hao was even willing to get angry with Qin Yu because of her. Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of snatching the heroine by 5%, and the current progress is 68%. Qin Yu looked at him from behind with a complex expression, his eyes flickering. After all, he still chased after him and said, "Xiaohao, Luo, I really shouldn't do this, and I won't do it again." Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 5 villain points. He also thought about doing things separately in the future, but he didn't want to become estranged from Su Lilua. Moreover, now he really has to rely on Li Hao to hunt ferocious beasts. After all, the teleportation ability he had learned was completely useless when used to hunt ferocious beasts. Li Hao turned around and said in a much gentler tone, "I won't do this next time." Then he hugged Qin Yu's shoulders. This made Qin Yu's expression look complicated. How could he know that Li Hao was actually relieved at this moment? He doesn't want to really part ways with Qin Yu, because he still has to take advantage of this guy. Moreover, Qin Yu must be present to trade with the one-eyed dragon. Li Hao didn't think that the one-eyed dragon would be as kind to him as Qin Yu and would agree to a 50-50 split. Chapter 12: The Poisonous Mist of the Blue-Eyed Weasel. The whole day was spent in the mining area. With Li Hao, a first-level warrior, all three of them were able to fill their stomachs. Of course, Li Hao would not argue with Qin Yu over such trivial matters as cornbread and pickles. He even gave most of the cornbread to Qin Yu. This made Qin Yu feel moved and complicated at the same time. He didn't know how to describe Li Hao. At night, the two of them left the dog slave area and went hunting outside. It is not easy to encounter ferocious beasts within the patrol range of the patrol team. The next 3 days passed, and Li Hao and Qin Yu had nothing to gain. Properties panel, cell activity, 572 mental strength, 64 superpower, none martial skills, none villain points, 385. Li Hao's cell activity only increased by a few points. By stimulating Qin Yu, his villain points only increased by 60 points. It's been a few days of garbage time. It was about 8 o'clock this evening. The dog slave area was already silent. Li Hao had almost figured out the time when Xinyu would come to see him every night, but he sneaked into Su Lilua's house next door. This frightened Su Lilua quite a lot. When Li Hao entered the room, his face turned rosy. "How, brother Hao, do you have anything else to do so late?" She had just finished washing and was about to go to bed to practice source energy. As she was able to fill her stomach in the past few days, Su Lilua's face looked a little better than before, no longer so sallow, and she could see a little rosy. Li Hao had his own evil idea in mind. He scratched his head and said, "It's nothing, I just feel a little depressed." "Feeling bored?" Su Lilua blinked her eyes. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Suddenly I became a little nervous. Li Hao said, "It's not uncomfortable, it just feels like something is about to happen." He sat down in Su Lilua's room. "Luo, what do you think we will be like in the future?" Su Lilua thought for a moment and shook her head. She doesn't know. She is just an ordinary girl in the Go Slave District. Like other people in the Go Slave District, she has no expectations for the future and has never known what kind of life people in the urban area live. In their worldview, the people in charge of the dog slave area are already the top big shots in the world. The life they live is also the most nourishing life in the world. "I must take you out of the dog slave area." Li Hao suddenly said, "I will take you to the urban area and let you live the happiest life." I drew a big cake for Su Lilua. Su Lilua's face was slightly red, but her eyes were full of emotion. "Brother Hao!" She shouted tremblingly, curled her lips, and looked like she was about to cry. "Believe me, I can definitely do it," Li Hao said again. Then he stood up and walked to Su Lilua. Su Lilua seemed to realize something and slowly closed her eyes. She has gradually become accustomed to Li Hao's asking. Li Hao kissed him. This time, Su Lilua actually let go of Beiki and slowly began to respond to him. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of snatching the heroine by 15%, and the current progress is 83%. The two of them kissed passionately in the room. No one noticed that Li Hao was not seen in Li Hao's room, and Xinyu, who came from Su Lilua's side, was found. Xinyu, straight face winky face. He knew that Su Lilua and Li Hao were getting closer and closer these days, but he never thought that it would develop to this extent. Looking at Su Lilua's forgetful look, he had no doubt that Li Hao would be able to completely defeat Su Lilua. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 80 villain points. Ahem! Xinyu coughed twice heavily. Like a fertilized little rabbit, Su Lilua quickly broke out of Li Hao's arms. His face turned red. He looked at Xinyu, holding his clothes with both hands, feeling at a loss. Li Hao was thick-skinned and pretended to be puzzled. "Why are you here?" Xinyu looked ugly and said, "I want you to go hunting. If you don't come again, Luo will be eaten by your boy." In fact, he also knew in his heart that it was probably impossible for him and Su Lilua to be together. But, it's just very uncomfortable. Oh. Li Hao nodded and said, "Let's go then." With that said, he raised his eyebrows at the shy Su Lilua, smiled again, and walked outside. 80 villain points. It seems that Xinyu was really stimulated this time. I just don't know, what will happen if Xinyu finds out that he and Su Lilua are having. With these 80 villain points, Li Hao's mental power can now break through to the level of a first-order superpower. However, he was not in a hurry. People with superpowers rely too much on skills. If they don't understand superpowers, they are no different from ordinary people. He doesn't even have a crystal core in his hand now, so it's no use if his mental power exceeds 500 points. Follow Xinyu into the jungle. In the middle of the night, Li Hao and the others finally encountered another ferocious beast. This is a ferocious beast evolved from a weasel. The appearance still maintains the characteristics of a weasel. It is long and thin, but its size is much larger than that of a weasel. It looks like a wolf dog, with green eyes glowing. The first-order ferocious beast, the blue-eyed weasel. Although it is only a first-level ferocious beast, it is still better than nothing. Xinyu is still a little far away from becoming a first-level warrior, so naturally the only one who can take action is Li Hao. Knife. Li Hao quietly borrowed the alloy knife from Qin Yu's hand and rushed towards the blue-eyed weasel. This beast is quite big. Hearing the noise from Li Hao, his furry ears twitched. Immediately, he rushed towards Li Hao with his teeth bared. Under the dim moonlight, this guy's figure kept flickering, making it difficult to catch. Li Hao naturally couldn't ask for it. The moment the blue-eyed weasel pounced on him, he swung an iron bridge to avoid it. His right hand holding a knife conveniently slashed the blue-eyed weasel on its abdomen. The skin is torn. GG. As soon as the blue-eyed weasel landed on the ground, it began to chirp. Then, a cloud of yellow smoke suddenly sprang out from its butthole. Hold! Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. He quickly covered his nose. But even so, there was still a strong smell that penetrated his nose, making him feel a little dizzy. The poisonous mist of the blue-eyed weasel. Many ferocious beasts evolved from weasels have this skill, and together with this series of ferocious beasts, most of the crystal nuclei produced by this series of ferocious beasts have learned this skill. Of course, this does not mean that this skill is not powerful. Poison mist of the blue-eyed weasel, first order power sequence 124. The superpower sequence is at the bottom, but as long as the superpower user using the superpower is of a high level, it can still have good effects. Especially when it comes to killing vegetables, this poisonous mist skill can even directly wipe out an entire town. Chapter 13 Linging Monkey. Li Hao didn't dare to stay in the poisonous mist any longer and ran out quickly. And the blue-eyed weasel who had suffered a loss realized that Li Hao was not simple, and suddenly rushed to the side, trying to run away. Boom! Fortunately, at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly appeared in front of the blue-eyed weasel. He held a big stone in both hands and hit the blue-eyed weasel hard on the head. The blue-eyed weasel was dizzy and staggered a few times. Li Hao took this opportunity to rush forward and stabbed the beast's neck twice, ending its life. Then, he threw the knife to Qin Yu again. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. Qin Yu was quite speechless, but he had no choice but to squat down and dig out the crystal core of the blue-eyed weasel. It is a crystal core with green light flowing inside. Elements system. Qin Yu no longer had any need for this first-order crystal core, and was not interested in the blue-eyed weasel's abilities, so he simply put the crystal core into his pocket. Li Hao looked at it, also having no idea. He doesn't want to understand the poisonous mist of the blue-eyed weasel and fart when fighting in the future? That would probably lead to immediate social death. But he also knows that in this world, there are people with superpowers who specialize in toxin-type superpowers and are quite powerful. According to the original plot, he and Qin Yu would encounter such an opponent when they participated in the hunting competition. I almost made Qin Yu, the protagonist, lose his temper. Let Qin Yu carry the body of the blue-eyed weasel, and the two of them continued to move forward. That night, it seemed that the goddess of luck favored the two of them. Just over half an hour later, they encountered another ferocious beast in the jungle. Still at the first level. It was a small monkey, hanging upside down on the vines by its tail, enjoying itself. First order ferocious beast, Linging Monkey. The moment Li Hao and Qin Yu saw the hidden monkey, greed appeared in their eyes. Because although this kind of monkey is at a very low level, it possesses superpowers that countless people dream of. Invincible. In the market, crystal cores such as Qin Yu's teleportation and the invisibility of this spiritual monkey have always been at the top, more expensive than many second-order crystal nuclei. Compared with the crystal core of the Linging Monkey, the crystal core of the blue-eyed weasel can only be thrown away. Li Hao couldn't help but think that if he could understand the power of invisibility, he could peek at the widow in the future. Bah! In the future, when carrying out sneak attacks, we must not make people unable to guard against them? A ferocious beast like the Linging Monkey is even more difficult to kill. Especially at night like this. Li Hao and Qin Yu looked at each other. Qin Yu was worthy of being the protagonist. He quickly came up with an idea and said, "Shall I teleport over and insert a knife into its body? As long as this is done, we can capture it even if it is invisible." Li Hao's eyes rolled. "Can you take me to teleport there with you?" On a night like this, even if they stuck a knife into the body of the linging monkey, they might still lose the linging monkey in the end. When the time comes, even the knife is lost, which is not worth the loss. He thought about it and killed the linging monkey with one blow. Each ferocious beast has its own special attributes. This hidden monkey can become invisible, but its strength is quite weak among first-level ferocious beasts, and its threat is even less than that of the blue-eyed weasel. Xinyu instantly realized Li Hao's plan, his eyes moved, and he nodded, yes, but with my current mental strength, I can only teleport you twice at most, and the distance is limited. Can you seize the opportunity? Just look at me. Li Hao said. He has fallen in love with the crystal core of this linging monkey, how could he let it run away? Xinyu said nothing more, walked behind Li Hao, and hugged Li Hao's waist. Li Hao, straight face winky face. Prepare. Then in a flash, he appeared on the vines. Whoosh! Li Hao's reaction was definitely very fast. He immediately took out his knife and slashed towards Linging Monkey's head. However, the reaction of this Linging Monkey is also quite sensitive. It suddenly jumped to the side and dodged the knife in Li Hao's hand. At this time, Li Hao's eyes flashed again. The overlapping figures of him and Xinyu appeared directly in front of Linging Monkey. This spiritually hidden monkey was about to turn invisible at this moment, and the upper half of its body could no longer be seen. But it had no time to react and hit Li Hao directly. Li Hao stabbed down with the knife. A stream of blood emerged in the air. He stroked hard again. The linging monkey, only half of its body, fell to the ground. Soon, its entire figure appeared and was already dead. Li Hao really envied Xinyu. He actually realized teleportation at the first level. This skill is really useful. However, stealth shouldn't be bad either. He immediately jumped off the vine, dug out the crystal core of the linging monkey, and put it into his pocket. Xinyu looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Li Hao said, I want to try to see if I can understand the power of this hidden monkey crystal core. I can't tell the difference between the two corpses and the crystal core. Is that okay? Xinyu frowned. Don't you plan to cultivate your spiritual power? That was before. Li Hao smiled and said, my mental strength seems to have increased a lot in the past few days, so I'd better practice dual cultivation. Xinyu? He has never heard of someone like Li Hao, whose mental power can rise at any time. Mental talent is not innate? But Li Hao said he didn't want any other share tonight, so naturally he couldn't say anything. After Li Hao picked up the body of the linging monkey, the two continued to wander in the jungle. Until about 2 o'clock late at night. The two of them didn't encounter any other ferocious beasts, so they turned back to the dog slave area. Li Hao was waiting for Xinyu and Cyclops at the high-voltage power grid again. When the one-eyed dragon came over, Xinyu used tonight's harvest to exchange for an X1 level cell potion from the one-eyed dragon. This guy is so shady. He said it was a 50-50 split, but he more than doubled the price of the X1 cell medicine. But under the roof of others, Li Hao and Xinyu could only endure it. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon was originally very interested in the crystal core of the linging monkey, but when he heard that Li Hao planned to use it himself, he did not force it, but only warned Li Hao, even if you were lucky enough to understand the invisibility power, don't think about it. Run away from here, otherwise, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Li Hao nodded honestly. He would not run out foolishly and then be included in the city's fugitive list. Wouldn't it be nice to fight your way out of the hunting competition? Regardless of what the one-eyed dragon planned to do with the bodies of the blue-eyed weasel and the hidden monkey, Li Hao and Xinyu returned to the house. Can this potion be used on Luoluo? As they were about to arrive at Su Lilua's house, Li Hao said to Xinyu. Xinyu's face was full of reluctance, but Xiao, as long as I take this potion, I can become a first-level warrior. Li Hao frowned and said, do you really mean what you say? Anyway, you go out to try your luck every night. Why are you anxious? Xinyu, what is he anxious about? Of course he is anxious to go out hunting every night. He is stronger and can hunt down ferocious beasts more easily. As for Su Lilua, staying in the dog slave area and taking the X1 potion will make her work easier, right? But looking at the way Li Hao protected his calf, he knew that he had completely fallen out of favor in front of Li Hao. Not only was Li Hao no longer the Li Hao who put him first, his status was not even as good as Su Lilua's. Chapter 14 First Level Superpowers. Ding! Villain System. Congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Qin Yu reluctantly took out the X1 potion and handed it to Li Hao. The eyes are filled with resentment. Li Hao turned around and walked towards Su Lilua's house. Hey! Qin Yu was a little stunned. Why are you going? Li Hao turned around and said, of course I'm giving the potion to Luoluo. Qin Yu said, it's late at night, maybe Luoluo, she is a girl, is it not good for you to do this? What's wrong? She and I both kissed. It's not like you didn't see it. Li Hao waved his hands disapprovingly. Then he ignored Qin Yu. Qin Yu was messy in the night wind. Underscore? Although he had secretly planned to give up pursuing Su Lilua, when he heard Li Hao's words, he still felt like someone had stabbed him hard in the heart, making him bleed. Ding! Villain System. Congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 40 villain points. Li Hao knocked on Su Lilua's door. Su Lilua was not sleeping, but was practicing source energy. Inside, she asked nervously, who is it? In a place like the Dog Slave District, everyone is being oppressed, but that doesn't mean there aren't no vicious incidents happening. On the contrary, the probability of malignant events occurring is extremely high. Luoluo, it's me. Li Hao said. Su Lilua quickly opened the door. Spread your hands and give you a gift. Li Hao held her left hand, then took out the X1 potion and placed it in Su Lilua's hand. Su Lilua's eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked with sobs, Brother Hao, you were so kind to me. Li Hao touched her head and said, silly girl, am I supposed to be nice to you? Su Lilua curled her lips even more, but said, you should use this potion first. Anyway, nothing will happen to me in the mining area. That's not okay, this is what should be given to you in the first place. Li Hao glared and said, you are still in such poor health now. If you work in the mine, I will be heartbroken. Then he leaned close to Su Lilua's ear and whispered something again. Su Lilua's face suddenly turned red and she was so shy that she held the X1 potion in her hand, stamped her feet, and returned to the house. Bang! He also closed the door heavily. Li Hao, this girl, I just talked to her about having a baby, that's all. How ridiculous. Li Hao scratched his head and returned to his house. Open the system and there are already 530 villain points. Although he only got the crystal core of Linging Monkey during this trip, he still gained a lot from Qin Yu. In the end, Li Hao couldn't help it. 436 points, increase mental power. Well. 3 of that familiar feeling spread all over the body instantly. Li Hao's attribute panel has changed. Properties panel, cell activity, 572 mental strength, 500 superpower, none martial skills, none villain points, 94 a first level superpower master. He can understand supernatural powers. Li Hao immediately took out the Linging Monkey's crystal core from his pocket. Blue. Auxiliary class. Invisibility ability, in the first level ability sequence, is ranked 1 higher than teleportation. However, Li Hao was not sure whether he could successfully comprehend the superpower. This kind of thing is too probabilistic, just like buying a lottery ticket. There are many people with superpowers who cannot comprehend superpowers even after using hundreds or even hundreds of crystal nuclei. This is also the reason why people with superpowers are much rarer than warriors in this world. But you have to try it after all. Li Hao really likes the power of invisibility. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes slightly, and then crushed the crystal core in his hand hard. This thing is like crystal, very brittle. Suddenly, a bit of blue light spread from the crystal core and poured into Li Hao's body. He felt as if some mysterious aura enveloped him. Try your best to sense. But in the end, until these breaths disappeared, he couldn't sense anything. Dry. Li Hao opened his eyes and cursed secretly. As expected, It's not that the protagonist has no human rights. He was a little jealous of Chinyu. Do you really want to just follow the path of a warrior from now on? Li Hao gritted his teeth. He still doesn't believe it, he can't comprehend supernatural powers. With the villain system, he must practice martial arts and spiritual power to become the biggest mastermind in the world. The next day. During the day, I was still working in the mine. Li Hao did not communicate with anyone else. All dog slaves have their own working areas. If they run around, they will most likely face the whip of the supervisor. And most of these people are too insensitive. After Su Lilua took the X1 potion, the effect was quite good, and her face seemed to be more beautiful. By night, Chinyu knocked on Li Hao's door again. After waiting for Li Hao to open the door, he walked directly to the gap in the high-voltage power grid in the night without saying a word. This guy has quite a temper. Li Hao muttered in his heart. Because of the X1 potion, Chinyu ignored him for a day. But of course he wouldn't touch Chinyu's cold ass with his hot face. Let's split up tonight. Just after getting out of the high-voltage power grid, Chinyu suddenly said. Li Hao was slightly stunned. Split up? He really never thought that Chinyu would part ways with him so soon. This guy is indeed a master who can only take advantage. I have become a first-level warrior. If we work separately, we can hunt more ferocious beasts. Chinyu said again. Li Hao couldn't help but be surprised, so fast. Chinyu frowned and did not answer. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. But it suddenly gave Li Hao a villain point. This surprised Li Hao even more. What's going on with this guy? Could it be that he really exchanged his but for the potion from the one-eyed dragon, so he broke through? The ferocious beast that I hunted? Li Hao asked. Chinyu said, everyone figures it out. Then he ignored Li Hao and walked towards the jungle. Sure enough, Li Hao understands. I'm afraid this guy doesn't want to subsidize Su Lilua's share. Ha! Realistic guy. But he doesn't care. Anyway, according to the original plot of the novel, Chinyu had no chance from this point until he participated in the hunting competition. However, he and Li Hao hunted and killed more than 20 first-order ferocious beasts in total. They all relied on hard power and could not be regarded as chance. It's just that I don't have a knife, which is a bit inconvenient. Watching Chinyu walk through the quarantine area and get into the jungle, Li Hao chose another direction and got in too. He didn't know if Chinyu could encounter the ferocious beast, but he seemed to be lucky. After wandering around the jungle for more than an hour, Li Hao was attracted by a commotion in the thorn bushes. Immediately, a ball of fire hit him head-on. Chapter 15 Li Hao's Flying Knife. Fireball Rabbit. A first-order ferocious beast. A branch that evolved from rabbits. It's still the size of a rabbit, but it can spit fire. Among the first-level ferocious beasts, they are almost at the bottom. However, the body can also be valuable. And the price of the crystal core is still relatively low. Li Hao dodged the fireball calmly. Then he flew towards the fireball rabbit. But the fireball rabbit is quite fast. He ran away in a hurry, and 2 more fireballs were shot at Li Hao. Li Hao was almost hit by a fireball. This made him slightly annoyed. Even the lowest level of ferocious beasts is not easy to deal with, especially for a blank slate warrior like him who has neither superpowers nor martial arts. Maybe his straight line speed is not slower than the fireball rabbit, but this guy is too sensitive and jumps up and down. In the dim moonlight, Li Hao could barely keep up with the shadow of the fireball rabbit. He missed Chinyu a little. If there is teleportation, it will be much easier to deal with this fireball rabbit. System Mall. Seeing that the fireball rabbit was about to run out of his sight, Li Hao became a little anxious. Exchange for F1 alloy weapons. A page flashed in his head. F1 alloy weapon, 50 villain points, 100 G. There is also a reminder above, the host can choose the weapon type and weight by himself, and the system will tailor-make the most suitable weapon for the host based on the host's imagination. Li Hao almost cursed. He originally thought it was 50 points exchanged for a weapon, but it turned out to be exchanged for 100G alloy. A kitchen knife weighs almost half a caddy. Even Chinyu's knife must weigh 20 grams. He originally wanted to exchange for a hand crossbow, but now it seems that it is impossible to exchange for a hand crossbow. He may only be able to exchange for a few crossbow arrows. Flying knife. 100G. Li Hao gives orders to the system. At the same time, the image of the flying knife that he wanted came to mind. This is almost his only specialty. Before he traveled through time, there was a time when he was particularly obsessed with those heroes on Douyin who could fly knives with perfect accuracy, and he also practiced at home. Later, I really trained him to the point where he could hit the target with almost perfect accuracy from a distance of more than 10 meters. Now that his cell activity is so high, he can definitely shoot farther. The flying knife that Li Hao imagined appeared on the system page. Actually, it's almost the same as a dagger. Exchange. The villain's points were instantly deducted by 50 points. A pure alloy flying knife suddenly appeared in Li Hao's hand. A familiar feeling came to my mind. Li Hao held the flying knife and stared at the fireball rabbit with all his attention. After a few breaths, he suddenly threw the flying knife away. Whoosh! His strength is too great now. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Then, all I saw was that the fireball rabbit, which was having fun running forward for a few more meters, fell down. Hit! Li Hao kept running over. The flying knife hit Fireball Rabbit squarely on the back of the head. Although this Fireball Rabbit can spit fire, the defensive power of its skin and bones is far incomparable to that of an armored pig. Most of its head was pierced by flying knives. Li Hao pulled out the flying knife. But there is no plan to take out the crystal core. Fireball ability. Ranked 99th in the first order ability sequence. Although there are many superpowers who like to play with fire, he really doesn't like it. It's better to be deficient than excessive. If he wants it, or he would rather not have it. However, if you use this fireball rabbit to go to the one-eyed dragon, you should be able to exchange it for an X1 potion. The cost of replacing the flying knife just now is finally back. Picking up the body of the fireball rabbit, Li Hao continued to walk slowly in the jungle. In this way, we wandered around the jungle for a few more hours. After having another fireball rabbit in hand, Li Hao went back to the dog slave area. Being able to hunt 2 ferocious beasts in one night is already a very good harvest. When we got to the gap, we didn't see Chinyu, so he probably hadn't come back yet. There should be nothing gained, Li Hao thought. If there is anything gained, Chinyu should be back at this point. After waiting for dozens of minutes, there was finally a little noise in the jungle, and Chinyu's figure appeared in front of Li Hao's eyes. As expected, his hands were empty. You didn't hunt any ferocious beasts? Li Hao waited for Chinyu to come up to him and asked. Chinyu saw the 2 fireball rabbits that Li Hao placed on the ground. Underscore? He doubted whether Li Hao was deliberately provoking him. Looking at his empty hands, he still needed to ask? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. Wait for me here, I'll go find the Cyclops. Are you going to change the cell potion, or something else? Chinyu shook his head and said with a somewhat indifferent expression. Li Hao said, change the cell medicine. I want Luo Luo to become a first-level warrior as soon as possible. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining +10 villain points. Chinyu didn't say a word, he crawled into the gap and just frowned. His rationality told him to give up fighting for Su Lilua with Li Hao, but Su Lilua was already in his heart, and it was not that easy to let go. He was still lucky and wanted to quickly surpass Li Hao in strength and then become a blockbuster in the hunting competition. In this way, maybe you can get Su Lilua's attention. After all, women all have a strong-willed mentality. Li Hao sat there and waited. Soon, the one-eyed dragon followed Chinyu. The business becomes more and more proficient. I'll give you 2x1 potions for these 2 fireball rabbits, but if you have any harvest next time, you'll have to give them a discount. The one-eyed dragon glanced at the two fireball rabbit corpses on the ground, and took out 2x1 potions directly from his pocket. Li Hao cursed in his heart. Last night, they used the corpses of the linging monkey, the blue-eyed weasel, and a crystal core to exchange a potion from the Cyclops. This guy took advantage without even saying a word. He suffered a little loss and just wanted to make up for it. Moreover, how much more expensive is it than on the market? Li Hao almost bared his teeth. I just thought that if I had a chance in the future, I would have to make this guy Cyclops suffer. He couldn't even wait for Qinyu to deal with the one-eyed dragon. Taking 2x1 potions from the one-eyed dragon's hand, Li Hao and Qinyu walked to the dog slave area. Qinyu returned to his cold and silent expression. Li Hao ignored him and knocked on Su Lilua's door again in front of Qinyu. Then he walked directly to Su Lilua's house and closed the door. Qinyu frowned. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Luo, this is for you. Li Hao was in the house and happily took out an X1 potion and handed it to Su Lilua. Su Lilua bit her lip, looking like she was about to cry again, and said, "Brother Hao, you better use it yourself." "It's okay, I'm fine with this one." Li Hao said, "Hurry up and become a first-level warrior. Then I will take you to participate in the hunting competition." Su Lilua's eyes became even redder. He held the potion in his hand, clenching it tightly. This small potion seemed so heavy in her hand at the moment. Li Hao looked at Su Lilua's touched appearance, moved his index finger, moved his big mouth, and kissed Su Lilua's small cherry mouth. *3, *, Chapter 16. You come to me at night. It's a pity that Su Lilua was too shy, and in the end, she still couldn't let Li Hao take the last step. The mission progress is also stuck at 83% and has never increased. Li Hao doubted whether he would have to wait until Su Lilua was completely captured before the progress of this mission would reach 100%. After all, he felt that he should have completely won Su Lilua's heart by now. Qinyu? Although that guy was quite handsome and still the protagonist, in Su Lilua's heart, he could only stand aside. Returning to his house, Li Hao took the remaining X1 potion himself. Cell activity increased by another 50 points. Although he is still far from becoming a second-level warrior, Li Hao is confident that he will reach the level of a second-level warrior before the hunting competition begins. Since there is no crystal nucleus now, he has no choice. He plans to try his best to increase cell activity first. 79 points, plus cell activity. Li Hao added all the villain points to cell activity. The indescribable feeling of comfort instantly covered up the pain of taking the medicine. Properties panel, cell activity, 703 mental strength, 500 superpower, none martial skills, none villain points, 0. There are still 797 points left before becoming a second-level warrior. Li Hao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to think of other ways to stimulate Qinyu. As Qinyu saw him kissing Su Lilua, this guy's psychological resistance was getting better and better. In the past, seeing him and Su Lilua holding hands would have affected their mentality. Now, ordinary intimate actions can't make that guy contribute villain points. The next day, I had to work in the mining area again. Li Hao, Qinyu, and Su Lilua walk side by side. Li Hao no longer feels that mining is tiring now. With his current cell activity, apart from getting enough food, he can still spend most of his time being lazy. It's just that you always have to dig in the mining area during the day, which is a waste of time after all. It's better to get out of this hellish place quickly. Brother Yu, thank you. At this moment, Su Lilua suddenly said to Qinyu. Qinyu was a little stunned. Thank me? Thank me for what? Su Lilua pursed her lips and said, "Thank you and Brother Hao for giving me the X1 potion. In fact, for the kind of work I do, I don't deserve to use the X1 potion at all." Her eyes were full of emotion. Last night, Li Hao didn't tell her that her X1 potion was exchanged for Li Hao's own harvest. Qinyu, winky face. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. If he could dig a hole in the dark ground with his toes, he would definitely dig a hole in the distance now. Even if he wanted to win Su Lilua's favor, he still had no shame in admitting that the X1 potion had a lot to do with him. I will find a way to get you some potion in the future. Xin Yu said. Then walked quickly towards the front. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Su Lilua? She blinked and looked at Li Hao. Brother Hao, what's wrong with brother Yu? Why did he say that just now? She didn't understand what Qin Yu meant by saying this. Li Hao really didn't expect that Su Lilua would force this kind of performance opportunity into his hands, scratched his head and said, actually, I changed the X1 potion for you last night. He and I are hunting now. Everyone is responsible for the evil beasts. Ah? Su Lilua's little mouth opened into an O shape. Then he looked like he was about to cry again. Brother Hao, you are so good to me, she said with a little choked up sobs. Li Hao touched Su Lilua's head. Silly girl, isn't this the way it should be? Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of snatching the heroine by 7%, and the current progress is 90%. The progress of the task of snatching the heroine, which I thought was stuck, actually increased at this time. Li Hao saw that Su Lilua's eyes were filled with shyness and something else. I couldn't help but feel a little moved in my heart. Could this girl be? In 10 days, it's time to register for the hunting competition. I have prepared a gift for you. You, come to me tonight. Su Lilua pinched the hem of her clothes and said shyly. After saying that, her pretty face turned red and she ran forward. Li Hao blinked and quickly caught up. Luo, tonight? Su Lilua stamped her feet. No. The night of registration. I'm not ready yet. Then he ran faster. Li Hao looked at Su Lilua's back and laughed. What gift can this girl prepare for herself? A few days passed quickly. As the time for the hunting competition got closer, Xin Yu spent more and more time in the jungle at night. Li Hao could only wait for him. But hunting ferocious beasts near the dog slave area really depends on luck. In the past few days, he and Xin Yu had not gained much. Xin Yu hunted 3 first-level ferocious beasts in total. As for Li Hao, he also only had 3 harvests. Moreover, there are no rare first-level ferocious beasts. I only exchanged 2 X1 potions from the Cyclops. Li Hao gave another potion to Su Lilua. As for Xin Yu, he said that he would find a way to get X1 potion for Su Lilua, but he changed 3 X1 potions and took them all by himself. This guy obviously still wants to ensure that he reaches the level of a second-level warrior before the hunting competition begins. That night, Li Hao and Xin Yu went out to the dog slave district to hunt for ferocious beasts. After the 2 people got out of the gap, they went their separate ways tacitly. Li Hao is still walking the same old path he is familiar with. Because there are patrols patrolling near the dog slave area every day, and if they encounter ferocious beasts, they only come to the safe area after the patrol ends their patrol. So it's purely a matter of luck, and it doesn't make any difference which way you go. Cell activity, 803. Li Hao was walking in the jungle holding an alloy flying knife in his hand, his face looking relatively relaxed. In the past few days, he has gathered dozens of Xin Yu's villain points, plus the X1 potion. Now the cell activity has exceeded the 800 mark, and his strength has improved a lot compared to the previous breakthrough. At least if he encounters a ferocious beast like the fireball rabbit again, he doesn't even need to use the flying knife anymore. He can catch up with the fireball rabbit purely by relying on speed. As long as you don't encounter a powerful first-order ferocious beast, basically there won't be any problems. Before he knew it, Li Hao had been wandering around the jungle for more than 3 hours. Not even the fur of the ferocious beast was seen. He estimated that he might have to eat duck eggs tonight. Ah! At this moment, he suddenly heard a low roar in front of him. Li Hao quickly ran forward. In the dim moonlight, he saw a man hanging upside down from a tree. There were vines wrapped around his whole body, wrapping him like a rice dumpling, with only his head exposed. The man is struggling. But it is obviously in vain. On the ground, a stone the size of a fist suddenly flew up and shot towards the man's head at an extremely fast speed. Li Hao saw that there was another thing hanging upside down on the tree where the man was hanging upside down. Chapter 17. The number 1 ability. It is a ferocious beast with a ferocious face and a furry body that looks like a vampire. Li Hao is shocked. Not because of anything else, but because this ferocious beast is a rare species that is very difficult to see. Grimace Bat. An extremely powerful existence among the first-order ferocious beasts. This grimace bat evolved from a bat, but if it were placed before the era of cataclysm, it would definitely be a properly protected animal. And it must be a first-level protected animal, because this grimace bat can manipulate objects with telekinesis. And its crystal core allows people with superpowers to realize the psychic power. Psychic power, mental type. First order ability sequence ranking 1. No warrior or psychic would be willing to let go of the grimace bat. Li Hao, who knew the power of the grimace bat, was naturally even more so. He is lacking superpowers now. If he could comprehend the power of telekinesis, he would be almost invincible at the same level. In short, the power of telekinesis can restrain most powers, including warriors. Whoosh! Seeing that the stone was about to hit the man's head, Li Hao threw the flying knife out of his hand. Throw it at the grimace bat. But the reaction of the grimace bat was not slow either. It noticed Li Hao's arrival. When the flying knife approached it, its speed suddenly slowed down a lot. The grimace bat flapped its wings and flew to the side. But the stone controlled by it also fell to the ground. Obviously, given its level, it cannot control too many things at the same time. Or maybe this beast can't do two things at once. Li Hao stared closely at the flying knife and the grimace bat. The flying knife only flew forward for a short distance before falling to the ground. The kinetic energy contained in the flying knife was obviously offset by the telepathy of the grimace bat. What a superpower! Li Hao couldn't help but feel even hotter. He wants to decide on the crystal core of this grimace bat. Not even Jesus coming can stop us. He rushed forward, rolled like a lazy donkey, and picked up the flying knife in his hand. Save me! Save me! Still shouted by the bearded man hanging upside down from the vines on the tree. But Li Hao had no time to pay attention to him at the moment. He stared at the grimace bat, his mind running rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. This grimace bat has telepathic powers and is very difficult to deal with. Even his flying knife could not pose any threat to this beast. But if this grimace bat runs away, Li Hao will be even more heartbroken. This beast is so rare. After passing this village, there is no such shop. Whoosh! And just when Li Hao was thinking of a way, the grimace bat had already attacked him first. This beast obviously has extremely rich hunting experience. It controlled a thick vine hanging from the big tree and wrapped it around Li Hao's feet. The bearded man was subdued by it like this. Li Hao jumped away quickly. But the vines were like maggots attached to the bones, controlled by the grimace bats, and they were constantly being torn off the trees. Li Hao frowned and ran to the big tree where the grimace bat was. Then circle around the big tree. This method works wonders for dealing with snakes. The same goes for dealing with vines. The speed of the vines quickly slowed down. However, Li Hao still didn't think of a good way to deal with the grimace bat. To deal with this thing, you must kill it with one strike. Otherwise, it must be allowed to run away. He is just an ordinary warrior now. Facing this kind of flying ferocious beast, he can only stare blankly when the grimace bat wants to fly away. What to do? Li Hao felt a little headache. Chirp! And the grimace bat failed to control Li Hao by controlling the vines, and seemed a little annoyed. The vines suddenly stopped moving. But behind Li Hao, a stone suddenly shot towards him. Li Hao was extremely defensive. The stone hit him hard on the back, causing him to shout. It feels like my back is falling apart. This mind power is so damn awesome. I won't die here, right? Li Hao's mind suddenly became clearer. He was no longer coveting the ghost-faced bat's crystal core, and began to think about his own safety. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he seems really no match for this beast. Just like this stone attack, if there were a few more attacks, he would probably die on the spot. Use the throwing knife. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, the bearded man who was still hanging upside down suddenly shouted loudly. Li Hao didn't know him. But I chose to believe this man. The flying knife in his hand was fiercely thrown towards the grimacing bat on the tree. This man will never harm him. Now the two of them are like grasshoppers on the same rope. If he dies, this man will also be killed by the grimace bat. The flying knife was still about 3 meters away from the grimace bat, and its speed suddenly slowed down again. Chirp! But the grimace bat suddenly let out a cry. There were densely packed steel needles suddenly pierced all over its body. These steel needles are about 10 centimeters long, and most of them are inserted. The flying knife fell to the ground. The grimace bat screamed and fluttered its wings. It suffered a loss. Afraid. However, it had not flown a few meters before it suddenly fell from the sky. Li Hao blinked. Then he quickly picked up the flying knife and ran over. With one knife, he cut most of the grimace bat's neck open. Then he cut off the head of the grimace bat with another knife. Regardless of the blood, Li Hao directly took out the crystal core of the grimace bat. The crescent moon is white. If it weren't stained with blood, it could be said to be a crystal core filled with holy aura. This is the spiritual core. Psychic power crystal core. Brother! Help me! Help me! At this time, the bearded man shouted at Li Hao. Big brother? Li Hao was a little confused. You are so old, do you call me brother? I only looked back, but I was confused. The old man just now is gone. Hanging upside down from the vines was a young man with a fair complexion, a pair of peach blossom eyes, and a rather eye-catching appearance. This guy looks like he might actually be younger than Li Hao. Where's your beard? Li Hao said blankly. I just ejaculated, didn't you watch me ejaculate? The young man with peach blossom eyes said. Li Hao sad face. Who the hell watched you come? He stuffed the crystal core into his pocket, picked up the corpse of the grimace bat, and walked under the peach blossom eyes. Are you a refugee? No, I'm from a nearby mining area, said with peach blossom eyes. Then with a look of pleading, he said, Brother, can you put me down first before talking? I'm about to have cerebral congestion. Then what if you hurt me? Li Hao said. I just ejaculated, and I can't ejaculate now. Look, my beard hasn't grown yet. He forgot that he was still tied up and wanted to raise his hand to touch his chin. Then, it started to dangle in the air. Li Hao touched his chin and thought for a while. This guy shouldn't be very powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't be dealt with by the grimace bat. He walked out about 10 meters away and picked up a stone from the ground. Whoosh! The stone was thrown away by Li Hao. Ah! Damn it! The vine broke. Peach Blossom Eyes screamed and fell to the ground. Chapter 18 Flattery. Ouch! Ouch! He still couldn't break away from the vines that tied him like a rice dumpling, and he kept rolling on the ground. Brother, you should be cautious, but please pay attention to my life. I'm not even a first-order warrior. I will fall to death. Peach Blossom Eyes was full of resentment and she was shouting. He had just landed on his head, and this time, there was a big bump on his head. Fortunately, there was no stone underneath him just now. Otherwise, he might go directly to see the King of Hell. Ha! You are not a warrior? Li Hao was a little embarrassed. But I felt relieved in my heart. It's good that this guy isn't a warrior, and he's less of a threat. Carrot, didn't I just shoot a supernatural power? Peach Blossom Eyes said aggrievely. In this world, people who practice both source energy and spiritual power are still very rare. The vast majority of people either take the path of warriors or the path of superpowers. Those who take the route of superpowers are almost all people who are naturally gifted with mental power, and they hardly spend too much energy on improving cell activity. Of course, Krypton gold does not count. Some people who are rich in kryptonium can increase their cell activity and mental strength to a considerable extent by taking medicines. However, there is always a focus on fighting methods. A pervert like Chin Yu is still rare. It's a pity that this Peach Blossom Eye is not the protagonist. Otherwise, he can also contribute some villain points to Li Hao. Is the captain of the security team in your mining area named Jiu Wenlong? Li Hao walked towards Peach Blossom Eyes and asked seemingly casually. Naturally, he wanted to test whether Peach Blossom Eyes was honest or not. Nearby, there is only one mining area. Cyclops is the only nickname in the mining area that is not a nickname. Peach Blossom Eyes stopped rolling and was stunned, saying, "No, where did you hear about it?" The captain of the security team in our mining area is called Zhang Mang, but it is true that he is a one-eyed dragon, with the character for dragon. Li Hao felt more relieved. If Peach Blossom Eyes had answered incorrectly just now, he would never hesitate to shoot this guy through the head with a flying knife. Because this world is too dark and bloody. In the original novel, there are too many cruel incidents. Even cannibalism is just childish. Li Hao walked over, dropped the body of the grimace bat, grabbed one end of the vine, and swung it hard. Damn it! Peach Blossom Eyes screamed again. The whole person flew up, then spun to the ground. However, the vines finally let go. He was about to cry, his face full of grievances. "Brother, please be gentle." It was as if Li Hao had done something to him. Li Hao rolled his eyes and said, "With your strength, how dare you sneak out and hunt alone?" Tay away and sat on the ground, rubbed his head, bared his teeth, and said, "Brother, you don't know something, and I can't help it. The hunting competition is coming soon, so we have to give it a try. Although there are many people in the mining area, but I'm the only one in the mine who meets the age limit, so I'd like to find someone to help me, but no one is willing to come out with me." Being able to become a warrior or a person with supernatural powers under the age of 20 is quite rare in the dog slave district, and all of them can be regarded as geniuses. "Which mine are you from?" Li Hao asked again. He can be sure that this guy is not the person in the original work. Otherwise, it is impossible for a guy with such characteristics not to remember him. "Be whole," Peach Blossom Eyes replied. Then he finally came to his senses and said, "Brother, you are also from the mining area, right?" Li Hao smiled and nodded. "Dong, nice to meet you." In the dog slave area of the mining area, there are a total of 8 mines, and each mine has hundreds of people. Normally, they are not able to visit each other. Peach Blossom Eyes, _winky face. He realized that the guy in front of him was a little cunning. However, he is his savior after all. He stood up, clapped his hands, and stretched out his hand to Li Hao. "Ma Shejing, thank you for saving my life." A flatterer? Li Hao was a little stunned. Ma Shojing added seriously, "It is a secluded place with a flag that covers the sky." "Li Hao, you're welcome." Li Hao stretched out his hand to shake Ma Shejing's hand. "However, the core and body of this grimace bat belong to me. Do you have any objection?" Ma Xianjing nodded. "It should. It should." Li Hao was wary of him, so why wasn't he being cautious? The crystal core of the grimace bat is very tempting. But he didn't dare to ask for it. He was afraid that if he said yes, Li Hao would kill him immediately. He really didn't lie before. In order to deal with the grimace bat, he used up all his powers. The last shiver he had just now was still causing pain in his head. This is excessive consumption of mental energy. Li Hao felt that Ma Shijing was quite lovable. Then, see you later? But even if Ma Shijing is very knowledgeable, he does not intend to stay here with Ma Shijing. Now he really wants to go back first and try to see if he can understand the power of telepathy. Don't. Ma Shijing was a little anxious, and said with a bit of fear, "Brother Li Hao, my mental strength is exhausted now, and I may not be able to defeat even the most rubbish beast. Can you look at me here and let me recover?" There are very few ferocious beasts in the safe zone. But he didn't dare to gamble. Because once encountered, he may die. Is your cell activity so poor? Li Hao raised his eyebrows. Ma Shejing was a little embarrassed. "I spend all my time meditating, and my cell activity. I am only a little better than ordinary people." Then how did you get your superpower? Li Hao asked again. It's not easy for people with superpowers to get started at the very beginning. My dad. A slightly sad look appeared on Ma Shijing's face. I didn't realize my superpower until my dad got me a crystal core. Explode the hedgehog's core, right? Li Hao asked. He recalled that the superpower Ma Yujing had just displayed was very similar to Explosion Stab. Explosive Hedgehog's Explosive Thorn, Enhanced Superpower, ranks 122 in the First Order Superpower sequence. Can shoot out many steel needles like an exploding hedgehog. Moreover, this steel needle also contains paralyzing poison. It's just that he didn't know that people who understand the power of explosive thorns will also grow beards. Ma Xiejing nodded. He was lucky enough to realize the superpower just once. Li Hao didn't notice the sadness on Ma Xiejing's face, and asked, "What about your dad?" "Dead." Ma Xiejing said, "He wanted me to participate in the hunting competition. A few days ago, he sneaked out to hunt ferocious beasts during the day. He wanted to help me exchange for spiritual power potions, but he was killed by the patrol team." Hearing this, Li Hao couldn't help but turn his head and look at Ma Xiejing. On Ma Xiejing's face, apart from the deep sadness, there was also deep hatred. Li Hao didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that this guy was so careless, but he had just experienced the tragedy of losing a loved one. "Let's go, recover while walking, is that okay?" After a moment of silence, Li Hao said. Chapter 19, Understanding the Power of Telepathy. No problem, no problem," Ma Xianjing said quickly. Then followed Li Hao towards the mining area. When they were about to reach the gap in the high-voltage power grid in Cave A where Li Hao and the others were, Ma Xiejing asked Li Hao, "Brother, will you also participate in the hunting competition?" Li Hao said, "Of course." If he didn't participate in the hunting competition, he wouldn't come to the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. Ma Xiejing's eyes moved, then, "Brother, can you take care of me then?" This reminded Li Hao of Li Hao in the original novel. He nodded, "If you also sign up, then we will be on the same team, let's take care of each other." "Good." Ma Yujing nodded vigorously. At this moment, his beard has grown back a lot, and he looks like a rough guy again. Then they walked to the gap and the two separated. Ma Xiejing walked along the high-voltage power grid to their cave. Li Hao carried the lightweight grimace bat and went straight back to his house. Actually, he could still stay in the jungle for 2 or 3 hours, but he couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to come back and try to see if he could comprehend telekinesis. After entering the house, Li Hao locked the door, threw the grimace bat on the ground, and hurriedly went to the bed and sat down cross-legged. Crush the crescent white crystal core. Suddenly, crescent white stars rippled out from inside and slowly poured into Li Hao's body. It's that mysterious aura again. Li Hao closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. This time, he caught some traces. This is an indescribable realization. When he opened his eyes again, Li Hao's eyes were full of excitement. He looked at the grimace bat on the ground, his eyes slightly focused. At this moment, his pupils shrank for a moment. Then, the corpse of the grim-faced bat was slowly levitated and slowly spinning in circles in the air. This is the power of thought. It is like a concrete manifestation of human will. Li Hao had a great time. The only tables and chairs in the room were suspended one after another, and then slowly fell to the ground. Tsk tisk. Li Hao smashed his mouth and was satisfied. Although he is not yet able to do 2 tasks at once, as long as he practices more, this will definitely not be a problem. Properties panel, cell activity, 803 mental strength, 500 superpower, telekinesis, first level, martial skills, none villain points, 0. Li Hao practiced mind manipulation in the room for another 2 hours, and then left the room again carrying the grimace bat. Go outside the gap in the high voltage power grid and wait for Qinyu to come back. Having just gained the power of telekinesis, he was like a child who got his favorite toy, and he couldn't get enough of it. The stones and leaves around the high-voltage power grid were constantly fluttering. Almost half an hour later, Qinyu came back. This guy got a good harvest tonight. Li Hao saw that he was holding a fireball rabbit in his left hand and an extremely thick snake on his shoulder. The scales on his body were like the color of fallen leaves. The first-order ferocious beast, the yellow leaf snake. I don't know what kind of snake this thing evolved from. Some say it is a mountain snake, while others say it is a king snake. But this thing's abilities are pretty good. Not venom, but scale armor. The scales of the yellow leaf snake, a first-level enhanced superpower, ranked 45 in the sequence. A superpower who has comprehended the power of scale armor can form scale armor on the body surface, which is quite resistant to attacks in venom. It is one of the favorite superpowers of many people who take the warrior route, but whose mental power has also reached the level of superpowers. It was a good harvest tonight. Li Hao grinned at Xinyu. Good. Xinyu nodded, with a smile finally showing on his face. There are Fireball Rabbit and Yellow Leaf Snake, and he can exchange 2x1 potions from Cyclops. And you? Then he asked Li Hao. He just came over and didn't notice the grimace bat that Li Hao threw on the ground. This beast is pure black, which can be said to be a natural protective color at night. Well, that's it. Li Hao turned back and pointed at the grimace bat and said, Ghost-faced bat. Xinyu followed the direction of Li Hao's finger and looked intently. His expression suddenly changed. This is an extremely rare first-order ferocious beast. The probability of encountering a grimace bat in a safe zone is about the same as encountering a giant panda in an ordinary mountain. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. Xinyu's face looked a little ugly again. He felt that Li Hao was showing off. This guy, after hunting the grimace bat, actually pretended not to care. The price of the corpse of the grimace bat is no different from that of other ferocious beasts, but the crystal core of the grimace bat can be worth millions. The fireball rabbit and yellow leaf snake he hunted were nothing compared to the price of the grimace bat crystal core. You are really rich this time, Xinyu said with some sourness. No matter how dark the Cyclops is, Li Hao can still exchange at least 30x1 potions from the Cyclops using the crystal core of the grimace bat. This kind of harvest can directly allow Li Hao to break through to the second-level warrior. Make a fortune. Li Hao curled his lips and said, I used the crystal core of the grimace bat myself. Did you use it yourself? Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Hao's face and said, failed to comprehend? He couldn't see the excitement on Li Hao's face. It was successful. Li Hao said, but I can't exchange the crystal core for the X1 potion. Xinyu, oh? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 60 villain points. You can go away. You got an advantage and acted like a good boy. Even with his temper, he really couldn't bear it. He has never seen Li Hao so mean. After realizing the power of telekinesis, I was still heartbroken that I couldn't redeem the X1 potion. Based on the price of the grimace bat's crystal core, even if it costs hundreds of millions, it may not be possible to realize the power of telepathy. Moreover, this thing is so rare that it has a price but no market. If Li Hao were not a dog slave, he would be favored by many big names and forces in the urban area just by relying on the telekinesis he had comprehended. Li Hao smiled coquettishly, I don't want to break through and become a second-level warrior quickly. Then we will be more likely to win the hunting competition. Xinyu shook his head and didn't want to talk anymore. He threw the bodies of Fireball Rabbit and Yellow Leaf Snake on the ground, got into the gap, and walked towards the dog slave area. Soon, he came over with the one-eyed dragon. When the one-eyed dragon saw the corpse of the grimace bat on the ground, he was also very surprised, with a look of greed in his eyes. This grimace bat, I will give you 30x1 potions. One-eyed dragon said. The crystal core is used. Li Hao said. Used it? Lian's Cyclops' eyes widened. Did you use the crystal core of the grimace bat? Do you know how valuable this thing is? He has the urge to run away. Because, he can resell this thing and make hundreds of thousands. Chapter 20 Sign up for the hunting competition. How much? Li Hao asked, deliberately pretending to be stupid, while winking at Xinyu. He didn't want to reveal that he had telekinesis in front of the one-eyed dragon. Although the one-eyed dragon might not have any evil thoughts about him, it was better to do less than to do more. Xinyu said nothing. Although he has become increasingly unhappy with Li Hao recently, it is ultimately out of jealousy. In my heart, I still regard Li Hao as a friend. Millions. The one-eyed dragon growled. Then asked Li Hao, then have you realized the superpower? Li Hao, oh. Then he slapped himself on the head in frustration, so valuable. When the one-eyed dragon saw him like this, he knew the result and rolled his eyes. You little beast is destined to stay in the dog slave area for the rest of your life. He is really heartbroken. But Li Hao has already used the crystal core, and it is useless to say anything now. This ghost-faced bat corpse will be counted as half of your X1 potion first, and it will be counted together when you hunt the beast again, the one-eyed dragon said very unhappily. Then he looked at the yellow leaf snake and fireball rabbit next to him. Xinyu said, the crystal nuclei of my two are inside. The crystal core of the yellow leaf snake is worth some money. I can give you 3x1 potions. The one-eyed dragon looked slightly confused and said to Xinyu. He now also knows that Xinyu and Li Hao parted ways. Xinyu nodded and had no objection. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused. Although the crystal core of the yellow leaf snake is more valuable than the corpse of a first-order ferocious beast, with the Cyclops' urinary properties, it stands to reason that Xinyu would only be given 2x1 potions. This guy has always taken advantage of himself, so he is a bastard. Are you so generous to Xinyu now? He felt more and more that there was some ulterior secret between One-Eyed Dragon and Xinyu. Cyclops took out 2x1 potions from his pocket and handed them to Xinyu. I was really angry and glared at Li Hao unhappily. Li Hao scratched his head, followed Xinyu into the gap, and walked towards the house. On the way, he asked, why is Cyclops so generous to you? He actually gave you 3x1 potions in exchange. How do I know? Maybe he is in a good mood. Xinyu said. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. But it contributed 5 villain points to Li Hao. This made Li Hao even more convinced. There must be something going on between these two guys. Back in the house, this night, although Li Hao failed to get the X1 potion, he felt that even the smelly air in the dog slave area was sweet. After realizing the power of telepathy, and the 95 villain points contributed by Xinyu, this harvest is so gratifying. Li Hao added cell activity to all these villain points. Cell activity, 898. This is what he planned. He would first concentrate his resources to break through to the level of a second-level warrior. Then whether to continue to increase cell activity or to raise mental power to the second level will depend on the situation. By morning, Li Hao's cell activity successfully exceeded the 900 mark. But you still have to mine in the mining area. Just like that, a few more days passed. Registration for the hunting competition has begun. People from the security team posted notices on the telephone poles in the mining area and set up a small table next to them. There were people from the security team sitting there, registering those who wanted to sign up. However, even if you just sign up, you can't just sign up if you want to. These guys in the security team are all blood-sucking bugs from top to bottom. They will not have any sympathy for the people in the dog slave area, and will only try their best to squeeze the remaining value of the dog slaves. When Li Hao, Xinyu, and Su Liluo went to work in the mining area in the morning, they walked straight to the place where they signed up. Arriving at the table, Li Hao said to the members of the security team, please help us register, Li Hao, Xinyu, Su Liluo. The members of the security team were a little surprised. 3? Li Hao nodded. The team member curled his lips. You know the rules, right? No. Li Hao nodded again. Everyone who registers needs to hand in a first-order ferocious beast's crystal core as the registration fee 10 days before the hunting competition. No matter what kind of ferocious beast's crystal core it is, otherwise, they will be rejected directly. Even if you hand in the crystal core and successfully register, you still have to become a first-level warrior. In addition, even if you become a first-level warrior, you still need to compete in the dog slave area before you can participate in the hunting competition. Because there are only 5 places in each dog slave area, and the mining area where Li Hao and the others are located has 8 mines and thousands of people, it is obvious that they must reach the first level of warriors or supernatural beings before the age of 20. Yes, there won't be only 5. These are all mentioned in the original novel. The team member responsible for registration wrote the names of Li Hao and 3 others on the paper. As Su Lilua watched, she suddenly felt her heart beating violently. On the way to the mining area, she bit her lip and said to Li Hao, "Brother Hao, why don't I just stop signing up?" Li Hao wanted to take her to participate in the hunting competition, not only to help her pay the registration fee, but also to help her get the X1 potion to be promoted to a first-level warrior. She felt that she would be too much of a hindrance to Li Hao. Li Hao naturally knew what Su Lilua was thinking, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I will definitely let you become a first-level warrior before the hunting competition. You don't need to worry about these issues." Xin Yu chose to remain silent beside him. He originally promised Su Lilua that he would find a way to get the X1 potion for Su Lilua, but now he has no such idea. Because Li Hao suddenly became a first-level superpower and realized the power of telepathy, he felt great pressure. He wants to become a second-level warrior before Li Hao. Only in this way can he have greater confidence in passing the hunting competition. He definitely doesn't want to stay in a place like this for the rest of his life. Su Lilua's eyes turned red again and said, "But with my talent, even if I participate in the hunting competition, I will only become a burden to you." Her talent can only be said to be rare and ordinary. As for fighting with others, she has never had any experience. If you go to participate in the hunting competition, you can only be protected by Li Hao. As long as you are by my side, you can give me the greatest strength. Li Hao smiled and said some earthy love words again. Su Lilua was even more moved, tears falling down. Xin Yu, ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining +5 villain points. By the way, didn't you say you had a gift for me tonight? Are you ready? Li Hao suddenly asked Su Lilua again. Su Lilua wiped away her tears, her face turned red, and she whispered, "It's almost ready. I'll give it to you when you come back from hunting ferocious beasts." As she has been able to eat well these days and has taken the X1 potion, she is no longer so sallow and thin, and she looks more and more beautiful. Li Hao, Xin Yu, Sigma, D. Chapter 21. Kill the second-level ferocious beast instantly. Looking at Su Lilua's shy expression and listening to Su Lilua's words, he really had to think differently. Could it be that Luo is ready to have a relationship with Li Hao? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining +80 villain points. Xin Yu felt that his heart was completely broken. At this moment, the resentment and jealousy towards Li Hao could not be increased. The whole day was spent enrichingly in the mining area. At night, Li Hao and Xin Yu went hunting again. In the past few days, they have gained something. Xin Yu got 2 more X1 potions from Cyclops. Li Hao added the corpse of the Grimace Bat from last time in exchange for 4 X1 potions. Since gaining the power of telepathy, he is now more and more comfortable in hunting first-order ferocious beasts. As long as he sees it, no ferocious beast can escape from his hands. Moreover, his luck is really overwhelming. But he gave all 4 X1 potions to Su Lilua. Counting it all together, Su Lilua has also taken 6 X1 medicines. Although his talent is not that great, with a few more potions, he will definitely be able to reach the level of a first-order warrior. After getting out of the gap, Xin Yu and Li Hao went their separate ways without speaking. Li Hao can now walk out of his old path with his eyes closed. I don't know if that kid Ma Shijing felt that he couldn't steal Li Hao because he knew he was powerful, so he didn't show up here in the past few days. Li Hao was walking in the jungle, the alloy dagger flying between his fingers. Ever since he gained the power of telepathy, the alloy dagger has become his most powerful weapon. When he encounters ferocious beasts, he does not need to use force. He can use his mind to control the alloy dagger to kill those ferocious beasts from a distance. Ouch! Only this night, Li Hao seemed to have great luck. After walking in the jungle for more than 5 hours, he suddenly heard the roar of a ferocious beast in front of him. After tiptoeing forward for about 200 meters, I suddenly saw a wolf that looked like an adult buffalo standing on a large raised bluestone. Iron Wolf. Second-level ferocious beast. The moon this night is very round and big. This beast is howling at the moon. This is a characteristic of many wolf beasts. Among the ferocious beasts of the wolf clan, the iron wolf is the weakest, but among the second-level ferocious beasts, it is considered powerful. It has a body as solid as steel. Not to mention an F-grade alloy, even an E-grade alloy might break a hole in this beast's body. Although the ferocious beasts of the wolf clan are said to be brass-headed, iron-boned and tofu-loined, the F1-grade alloy flying knife in Li Hao's hand cannot cause any harm to the iron wolf. Unless Li Hao climbed up the big tree quickly, bared his teeth as he stared at the iron wolf that was so focused on Xiaoyu that he didn't notice him. The rough figure of the one-eyed dragon and Qin Yu's handsome fair face couldn't help but appear in his mind. He was reluctant to let go of this iron wolf, but there was only one way to deal with it. That is, let the alloy flying knife penetrate through Iron Wolf's chrysanthemum. That's the real weakness of Iron Wolf. Others, even the eyes, protected by eyelids, cannot be penetrated by alloy flying knives. Wealth is found in danger. Li Hao knew that this was a bit dangerous. If he failed to succeed, he might be discovered by Iron Wolf, but he still decided to give it a try. Iron Wolf's crystal core can comprehend the second-level ironization ability. This ability ranks in the top 30 in the second-level ability sequence, and is much more powerful than the iron armor ability of the armored pig. Because the iron armor superpower can only form iron armor protection on the surface, ironization can strengthen the fat layer and muscles of the human body to a considerable extent, which is very popular among warriors and superpower users. Of course, Li Hao didn't know if the chrysanthemum would still be a weakness after it was transformed into iron. It was not mentioned in the original novel. Li Hao let go of the alloy flying knife. Under the control of his mind, the flying knife was suspended in the air. Then slowly walked around in the direction of Iron Wolf's butt. The beast was still raising its head and roaring at the moon, without any notice. Whoosh! Li Hao suddenly strengthened. The speed of the alloy flying knife suddenly increased, turned into a stream of light, and shot straight towards Iron Wolf's asshole. Ouch, oh! Iron Wolf's roar suddenly changed, as if someone had strangled his neck. Li Hao concentrated all his energy and controlled the alloy flying knife to drill into it. Iron Wolf, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, why its skin and flesh layer have very high defenses, but the internal organs in the body are not that hard. It obviously never imagined that someone would suddenly poke its asshole with a knife while it was screaming at the moon. As the internal organs in the body were smashed by Li Hao with the alloy flying knife, the Iron Wolf's body trembled violently for a few times, then stiffened suddenly and fell onto the bluestone. Died in an extremely humiliating way and never moved again. Li Hao's face was full of excitement, and he used the flying knife to come out from the Iron Wolf's chrysanthemum, flew back to his hand, and then jumped down from the tree. He did not tie up the Iron Wolf with vines, but directly carried the Iron Wolf on his head. With the dual blessing of telekinesis and cell activity, it was not difficult for him to lift this buffalo-like Iron Wolf. It will just continue to consume his mental and physical strength. But tonight, this harvest is enough. Moreover, the time is almost up. He just carried Iron Wolf back to the gap in the high-voltage power grid. After only waiting for about 10 minutes, Qin Yu came back. He was unlucky tonight and his hands were empty. When he saw the Iron Wolf corpse that Li Hao had placed on the ground, his eyes widened suddenly, and he ran to Li Hao. Iron Wolf? How did you kill him? Was he injured? He was in disbelief. Because he couldn't imagine how Li Hao's strength could possibly deal with this Iron Wolf, which ranked high among second-level ferocious beasts. I killed it with telekinesis and flying knives, Li Hao said. Then he gestured, the flying knife goes in through the butthole, and then... Qin Yu? He suddenly felt his anus tighten. I don't know what to say, there is jealousy in my eyes. The method Li Hao mentioned is indeed a good way to deal with Iron Wolf. However, there are only a handful of people with telekinesis powers like Li Hao who can do this. Even if he uses teleportation, the most he can do is scratch Iron Wolf's ass with a knife, but he can't stab the knife into Iron Wolf's anus. Qin Yu suddenly felt a little regretful as to why he had settled things with Li Hao before. Otherwise, he could also have a share in this Iron Wolf. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Li Hao grinned happily. Then asked Qin Yu, this Iron Wolf should be able to exchange for a lot of X1 potions, right? Xin Yu's face suddenly became even more ugly. Chapter 22 Meteoric Sword Technique. He ignored Li Hao and went into the dog slave area. But soon, he brought the one-eyed dragon over. One-eyed dragon was equally surprised when he saw Iron Wolf's body. Then he frowned and asked, "Which of you killed him?" "I." Li Hao replied. The one-eyed dragon asked again, "How did you do it?" In fact, he was just curious. Who killed the ferocious beast and how he killed it had nothing to do with him. As long as he can make money from it. It happened to be the only injured one. When I saw it, I was almost dead. Li Hao joked casually. "You're pretty lucky, kid." The one-eyed dragon said something and then asked, "Is the crystal core still inside?" Li Hao nodded. The one-eyed dragon said again, "As for this Iron Wolf, I will give you 10x1 potions." Li Hao was too lazy to say anything. I just gritted my teeth secretly in my heart, and I had to let this bastard spit out all the benefits he had exploited from them. Iron Wolf's crystal core is valuable among second-order crystal nuclei, and the market price will not be less than 300,000. This bastard didn't even include the price of Iron Wolf's body, as if he still suffered a loss. Cyclops took out a dozen X potions from his pocket and handed them to Li Hao. Li Hao followed Xin Yu to the dog slave area. After passing Su Lilua's house, he walked directly to the door and knocked on the door. Xin Yu knew that Su Lilua had prepared a gift for Li Hao. His eyes moved, but he didn't say anything and went straight to his house. "Who?" Su Lilua's voice came from inside the room. "It's me," Li Hao said. Su Lilua opened the door immediately. Li Hao walked in, took out all the X1 potions from his pocket, and said with a smile, "This is the potion harvested today. It will definitely be enough for you to break through to the first-level warrior." "So much?" Su Lilua's eyes widened and she opened her red lips. She has never seen Li Hao gain as much as he did today. Immediately, she took out a few X1 potions from under her pillow, bit her lip, and said to Li Hao, "Brother Hao, you should use these potions yourself. When you break out of the hunting competition, come and take me with you. It's not too late to go out." Li Hao was very surprised. He never thought that Su Lilua had not taken the 4 potions he gave her later. This girl. At this moment, a warm feeling flowed in his heart. In this world, only Su Lilua truly considers him wholeheartedly. "Silly girl." Li Hao held Su Lilua in his arms and said, "Since I gave you these potions, I am sure that I can take you out of the hunting competition. Be obedient and break through to the first-order warrior quickly. The rest will just leave it to me." Su Lilua's body trembled slightly, and her eyes turned red again. "Brother Hao." Underscore? Li Hao rubbed Su Lilua's hair and said nothing. At this moment, the two figures hugged each other tightly. A weak, hesitant, and confused heart, and a heart that comes from a different world and has always been a little lonely, seemed to be deeply fused together. After a while, Li Hao let go of Su Lilua and asked with a smile, "Where is the gift you said you prepared for me?" Su Lilua looked up at Li Hao, turned around, and took out something from under the pillow. "It's a pair of insoles. Insoles made of cotton. There is also a white flower embroidered on it." Li Hao was touched in his heart. In a place like the dog slave district, even clothes and shoes are distributed on time. There is no place to buy fabrics at all. Su Lilua knitted insoles for him, which were obviously cut from her own clothes. And this insole is clearly made of new fabric. This silly girl actually used her new clothes to knit insoles for him. Li Hao took the insole in his hand and couldn't help but hold Su Lilua in his arms. Su Lilua was shy. She seemed to have made some preparations. "How? Brother Hao?" Su Lilua murmured. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for increasing the progress of robbing the heroine by 10%, and the current progress is 100%. Villain system, congratulations to the host for completing the task of robbing the heroine and issuing rewards. A systematic beep sounded in Li Hao's head. At this moment, Su Lilua's whole heart was pinned on Li Hao, and it seemed that the conditions for completing the task were suddenly met. At this moment, Li Hao naturally couldn't care about this. Tens of minutes passed. Su Lilua had tears on her face and buried her face in Li Hao's arms, not daring to look up. Li Hao's face was filled with a satisfied smile. It's a pity that there are only a few cigarettes, otherwise it would be more suitable for the occasion. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 100 villain points. The sudden sound in his head made Li Hao stunned. Hold! Then he couldn't help but curse secretly in his heart. Qin, you must be listening in the corner. A protagonist actually has such a hobby. But then I didn't take it seriously. Anyway, the sound insulation effect of this rundown house in Gaono district is not very good. As for the noise he made just now, even if Jinyu couldn't hear it in his own room, he would know about it sooner or later. During this period of time when Li Hao was practicing every night, he could hear a sound like a night cat meowing in a nearby house. It was only then that Li Hao bothered to read the previous system prompts. Villain system, congratulations to the host, for completing the task of robbing the heroine, the reward is issued 1000 villain points. Villain system, congratulations to the host, for completing the task of robbing the heroine, the reward is distributed storage space. Villain system, congratulations to the host, for completing the task of snatching the heroine, the reward is distributed martial arts star sword technique, super SSS level. Martial skills and abilities are different. Superpowers are realized through the crystal core of the beast. The martial arts are created by the warriors themselves. In this world, martial arts are divided into 6 levels: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. As far as Li Hao knows, in the original novel, the strongest martial artist in Blue Star, Yuan Meng, created only SSS level martial arts. He didn't expect that the system would reward him with super SSS level martial arts. He hurriedly opened the Properties panel. Properties panel, Cell Activity, 910 Mental Strength, 500 Superpower, Telekinesis, First Level, Martial Arts, Meteoric Sword Technique, Proficiency, 0. Note, villain points can directly improve martial arts proficiency. Villain points, 1255. Li Hao understood why after the system rewarded him with the Meteor Sword skill, he had no information in his head. It turned out that villain points were needed to improve the proficiency of this thing. He bared his teeth in excitement. Using villain points to improve proficiency is much simpler than understanding it yourself. Then he noticed that in the lower right corner of the property panel, there were 4 more words: storage space. Chapter 23, breaking through the second level at the same time. Open the storage space. Li Hao sends commands to the system. A void of space suddenly appeared in his mind. It was empty inside. Li Hao looked down at Su Lilua, who had her head buried in his chest, and rolled his eyes. Then he reached out and touched something that was thrown beside the bed. The thoughts moved slightly. Something appears in the storage space. It was surprisingly Su Lilua's breast wrapping. Li Hao's thoughts moved again. The chest wrap appeared on his hand again. It's so convenient. Quack, quack, quack. Li Hao couldn't help but laughed out loud. In this world, there are similar space abilities, and there are such ferocious beasts at every level. Therefore, space abilities are the most common abilities among space abilities. However, the greatest function of space powers is convenience. Apart from that, it has no effect on improving the strength of warriors at all. He was originally thinking about whether he should find a way to understand the space power in the future. Now that there is storage space, the system saves him trouble. Mainly because it saves a special ability position. Each superpower can only comprehend 9 superpowers at most. Every position is quite precious. Brother Hao, what are you laughing at? Suli fell into Li Hao's arms and raised her head and asked. As she transformed from a girl to a woman, her brows instantly lost a lot of their greenness and gained a lot of spring color. What are you laughing at? I was just thinking that after the hunting competition is over, I will take you to live in the urban area. Li Hao said. Su Lilua hugged Li Hao's waist, nodded slightly, and said, Brother Hao, I believe in you. You are the best. Looking at her shy and charming appearance, Li Hao couldn't help it anymore. Well. Brother Hao. Coming again so soon. Well. By daybreak, Su Lilua was already a first-level warrior. There was no way Li Hao tortured her so much last night that she was really exhausted. Then, she was asked to take the X1 potion, and she broke through and became a first-level warrior. She used 9 of the 14 X1 potions. Li Hao used the remaining 5. He asked Su Lilua to break through to the first-level warrior, just to let Su Lilua meet the requirements for participating in the hunting competition. Going any higher is no longer necessary. Because he never planned to let Su Lilua participate in any battle. His woman should enjoy life in the urban area. Walking out of the room with Su Lilua's slender and soft waist in his arms, Li Hao felt refreshed. It seems that even the air in the dog slave area has become so fresh. His cell activity has reached 1160. Furthermore, there are still 1,255 villain points that have not been used, and you can break through and become a second-level warrior or second-level superpower at any time. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 60 villain points. At this moment, Xin Yu also walked out of his room. Seeing Li Hao standing at the door with Su Lilua in his arms, he couldn't help but contribute another wave of villain points to Li Hao. In fact, he didn't listen to the conversation between Li Hao and Su Lilua last night, but the shameful voice that Li Hao asked Su Lilua to make reached his ears. Although it was weak, he still knew what was happening. He has accepted the fact that Su Lilua became Li Hao's woman. However, he still felt very uncomfortable when he saw Li Hao hugging Su Lilua so intimately. Xin Yu, warning. Li Hao happily greeted Xin Yu. Su Lilua was a little shy, brother Yu. Xin Yu? Underscore? Of course he could see how proud Li Hao was. This is clearly a declaration of sovereignty to him. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Xin Yu just nodded and walked towards the mining area. Li Hao held Su Lilua's hand and followed slowly. Anyway, Xin Yu wants to stay with them to mine, so even if he wants to run away, he can't. He had just captured Su Lilua, how could he not take this opportunity to take a good look at Xin Yu's wool? Honey, help me wipe my sweat. Wife, kiss. Wife. So this whole day, Li Hao was busy with something special. Xin Yu always maintained a expression on his face. Although he gradually became immune later on, Li Hao still collected hundreds of villain points. By the time he returned to the shantytown in the evening, Li Hao had accumulated 1,470 villain points. Add 340 points of cell activity. Li Hao followed Su Lilua into the house and immediately gave orders to the system. Cell activity, 1500. As an extremely comfortable feeling spread, Li Hao successfully reached the second-level warrior level. Add 1,000 points of mental power. Immediately afterwards, Li Hao also promoted his mental power to the second-level superpower level. There are only 130 villain points left in an instant. But his strength was completely different in that moment. Although he does not have second-level powers, the increase in mental power has greatly increased the power of his telekinesis powers. That night, Li Hao followed Xin Yu out for hunting again. Have you become a second-level warrior? Just after getting out of the high-voltage power grid, Li Hao suddenly asked Xin Yu. Xin Yu, who was about to go into the jungle, was slightly stunned, turned around and said, "How could it be so fast?" Then he suddenly realized something and said, "You haven't already broken through and become a second-level warrior, have you?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded. Xin Yu lost countenance and said, "Why so fast?" He has always remembered how many X1 potions Li Hao used. Even if Li Hao used all 10 X1 potions he got last night, there is no reason to break through and become a second-level warrior. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. A strong unwillingness and jealousy inevitably spread in Xin Yu's heart. I don't know either. Li Hao scratched his head and said, "Since the last injury, my cell activity and mental power have improved very quickly. Not only have I become a second-level warrior, but now my mental power has reached the level of a second-level superpower." Xin Yu, you're not bragging, are you? he said. He really couldn't believe it. Why did I lie to you? Li Hao said. Then, damn it! Xinyu suddenly levitated and flew more than 10 meters into the air. Then it plummeted down again, stopping abruptly only a few dozen centimeters from the ground. Experienced the feeling of a roller coaster. Xinyu, plate, equals, ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 60 villain points. He now believes that Li Hao really has the mental power of a second-level superpower. But, this bastard actually used him for experiments. He naturally regarded Li Hao's behavior as showing off. I will try my best to catch up with you. Xinyu looked deeply at Li Hao and said. Then he walked towards the jungle. He felt that his self-esteem and pride were stepped on by Li Hao again. Xinyu, are you happy for me? Li Hao suddenly asked. Xinyu paused. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Well. Of course I'm happy for you. I'm afraid even he himself doesn't believe this. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Chapter 24 Heading to the town. Small Li Hao watched Xinyu get into the jungle, grinning, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He just likes people like Xinyu. Although I am extremely jealous in my heart, I still pretend to be generous on the surface. He wished that Xinyu would always treat him like a respectful guest. Perhaps it was because he was overly complacent. That night, Li Hao wandered around the jungle for several hours, but he was unable to encounter any vicious beasts. Even the fireball rabbit, which likes to run around the most, has not been able to meet one. In the end, I could only come back with empty hands. But Xinyu hunted down 2 first-level ferocious beasts. This made Li Hao almost certain that with the arrival of his little butterfly, a butterfly effect has indeed been formed in this world. Some things may no longer develop according to the original plot of the novel. For example, Xinyu, if he can continue to maintain this kind of luck, the number of ferocious beasts he can kill before the hunting competition will definitely no longer be just the more than 20 beasts written in the plot of the original novel. But it doesn't matter to him, as long as his strength can always be higher than Xinyu's, and he can win the hunting competition. But as the next few days passed, Li Hao couldn't sit still. It was as if he had used up all his luck after getting Su Liluo. For several consecutive days, it turned out to be the Air Force every day. Return empty-handed. This made it impossible for him to even recruit the villain from Xinyu. For several days, his strength remained stagnant, but Xinyu hunted ferocious beasts every day and exchanged 5x1 potions from the one-eyed dragon. If this continues, Xinyu will soon reach the level of a second-level warrior. This night, Li Hao decided to go on an adventure. He planned to visit the town closest to the dog slave district. It was introduced in the original novel that there were dozens of ferocious beasts inhabiting that small town, and there was also an opportunity hidden that should have belonged to Xinyu. It is a set of equipment for a warrior. F9 grade alloy metal armor, and E1 grade alloy long knife. That was an opportunity that he and Xinyu discovered after they successfully broke through the hunting competition and became registered warriors of the Urban Warrior Guild and went to the small town to hunt ferocious beasts. But he plans to take advantage of this opportunity now. Although there is a 4th-level ferocious beast lurking in that small town, with his current strength, as long as he is careful, he may not be able to take out the opportunity. What I don't know is whether that opportunity has already appeared there. Because, the original set of equipment was on the body of a dead warrior. After separating from Xinyu outside the gap in the high-voltage power grid, Li Hao walked straight to the town. First we went down the mountain and left the mining area. Under the moonlight, everything is desolate. Li Hao ran on the old road that had long since cracked and was overgrown with weeds. Looking around, the rice fields next to the road have turned into wilderness, and only a few traces of where rice was once planted can be seen. And at the other end of the rice fields, there is a small village. The houses in the village were still built before the cataclysm, and most of them have collapsed. There are only a few relatively strong buildings left, and they are already covered with vines. There is also a villa among them, which can make people feel a little bit of the peace before the cataclysm. Whoosh! Just as Li Hao was running on the road, a black shadow suddenly passed quickly not far in front of him. It's a snake. Black scale snake. A first-order ferocious beast. A branch evolved from the black snake that was the most common in the countryside in the past. The core ability is toughness, and its sequence ranking is very low, even inferior to Fireball Rabbit's fireball ability. It is the kind of ability that even dogs don't want. But Li Hao still adhered to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh, and released an alloy flying knife to chase it away. The main thing is that he now has storage space. No matter how many ferocious beasts he hunts, he can still bring them back. Whoosh! As the alloy flying knife shoots out against the veneer. Just as the black-scaled snake was about to jump into the grass nearby, it was pinned to the ground. Then flying in front of Li Hao at the same time as the flying knife. Li Hao put the black-scaled snake into the storage space, then continued running towards the town. Running along this deserted road for about 10 miles, Li Hao saw several villages along the way, all of which were in dilapidated condition. In this world, apart from urban areas, there is no place suitable for human survival. Even if there are still people living in these villages, there will only be a few refugees. Li Hao naturally had no intention of provoking them. Looking back, I can no longer see the mountain where the dog slave district is located. Finally, we arrived at the small town. This town is really small, just a few streets. At the very outside of the town, there was a gas station, which was also dilapidated. The metal roof has been corroded by the constant rain, and only a little bit is left, and it is also stained with rust. The small supermarket inside the gas station was also in a mess, and all the supplies had been emptied out at the beginning of the Great Disaster era. But the wreckage can still be seen on the ground. There are also cars that are also stained with rust. Compared with the dog slave district, this place has a more apocalyptic atmosphere. The smell of desolation came to my nose. Li Hao still remembered that the unlucky warrior who died in this town in the original novel had his body found in a shop in the middle of the street on the east side of the town. That's a fruit shop. The sign hanging on the door is dilapidated, but the words green fruit can be vaguely seen. This is what is written in the novel. Li Hao chose the road to Dongbian Street and walked into the town. He didn't dare to run again. In the original novel, this small town is full of dangers. The ferocious beasts entrenched here used the houses that did not collapse as shelter from wind and rain and built their nests. Especially in the elementary school in this town, there is a fourth-order golden-horned pangolin. From the third level to the fourth level, the strength of the ferocious beast will make a qualitative leap. That is definitely not an existence that he can provoke now. Stop. Li Hao did not expect that he had just walked into the town for only 100 meters when a figure suddenly walked out from the corner of the alley. He is a burly man with huge earrings on his ears and a golden nose ring on his nose. He looks about 20 years old, like the green bull monster in Journey to the West. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that this guy is holding a strange-looking weapon in his hand. Laser gun. A high-tech product after the Great Cataclysm. Not everyone can get this thing, and it is a great threat to warriors below the fourth level. Even among the third-level ferocious beasts, only a few ferocious beasts with extremely strong defenses can block the laser of this laser gun. Li Hao stood still obediently. Jean Nose Ring frowned and looked at Li Hao up and down. Are you from the dog slave area? Li Hao is still wearing clothes from the mining area, which is really recognizable. Li Hao's heart sank. Damn it! Could this guy be from the patrol team? Chapter 25 Free Warrior Team. Killing intent flashed deep in Li Hao's eyes. If this guy is really from the patrol team, then he can't be polite. No matter what the result is, we have to fight hard. Because the patrol team is different from the security team can benefit from the dog slaves, so there are many things that they turn a blind eye to. But the patrol team, which is under the direct control of the urban area, will directly kill the dog slaves who leave the dog slave area without authorization. Ma Xiejing's father died at the hands of the patrol. Who are you? Li Hao asked. The golden nose ring curled his lips, with a bit of contempt in his eyes, I am a free warrior. But he also put down the laser gun. He didn't take Li Hao seriously. In the dog slave district, it is impossible for any strong person to appear, because there are no resources at all in the dog slave district. Except for those who were killed in the hunting competition in the dog slave district, those who stayed in the dog slave district were already top-notch warriors whose strength reached the 3rd level. Because it is impossible for the managers in the dog slave area to return the X3 level cell potion or the J3 level psychotropic potion to the dog slave. And just by practicing hard on your own, unless you are a genius, it is almost a dream to reach the level of a 4th level warrior or a superpower. Even 3rd level warriors are very rare, and they are not young. Get out of here. Jean Nose Ring waved his hand and said to Li Hao again. The warrior in the dog slave district couldn't possibly have any luck. He wasn't even interested in wasting the energy of the laser gun on Li Hao. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is not from the patrol team. But then I thought again, wouldn't this guy wait until he left before notifying the guys from the patrol team to come and arrest him? In the original novel, there are some rewards for free warriors who report dog slaves who leave the dog slave area without permission to the patrol. Why don't you get out? Do you think I will destroy you? Jean Nose Ring looked at Li Hao, who was still stunned, and said scornfully. This guy's words are too rude. Li Hao's murderous intention became even stronger. What's going on? Just when Li Hao was hesitating whether to take action or leave, several more figures emerged from the alley. The person walking in the front is a girl. The girl with smoky makeup. She is quite beautiful, with big bright eyes, shining in the moonlight. Wearing a black t-shirt on the upper body, black leather shorts and brown boots on the lower body, revealing a round and plump thigh. Behind her were 3 young people who looked about the same age as her. 2 men and 1 woman. The clothes looked more normal than wearing a gold nose ring. Free warrior squad? Need a dog slave. The gold nose ring said to the girl in leather shorts. Dog slave? The girl in leather shorts looked at Li Hao for a few times, raised her heroic brows slightly, and said, You are quite brave, you dare to come here. Then asked Li Hao, Are you from the nearby mining area? Li Hao nodded. He didn't feel any hostility from the girl. Of course, there must be a touch of contempt. What strength? The girl asked again. Li Hao touched his nose and replied, 2nd level warrior. He wants to run away. However, facing this team of 5 people, he knew that he didn't even have a chance to escape. Hey, your strength is pretty good. As a dog slave, you are already a 2nd level warrior at this age. Jean Nose Ring said with some surprise. The girl said, If he doesn't have any skills, how dare he come here alone? As he said that, he suddenly smiled at Li Hao, raised his eyebrows and said, I see that your strength is quite good. Are you interested in hunting ferocious beasts with us? Showing courtesy for nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Li Hao felt bad. There seems to be a bit of cunning in this girl's smile. He shook his head, With my strength, I'd better not hold you back. Fine. The girl bared her teeth and said, You just need to help us lure out that ferocious beast later. Leave the rest to us. Then he said, After the matter is completed, how about I give you an X2 cell medicine? After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at the golden nose ring. Her eyebrows are indeed pretty, and she has a particularly heroic look. Jean Nose Ring understood and secretly pointed the laser gun at Li Hao. Li Hao almost rolled his eyes. This girl is indeed not a good person. Oh shit. I have been really unlucky these past few days. Exactly in response to that sentence, I am happy in love, frustrated in other aspects. What ferocious beast do you want to hunt? People were under the eaves and had to lower their heads. Li Hao asked helplessly. The girl in leather shorts smiled proudly, Just come with us. Don't worry, I won't let you die. With your strength, you will definitely participate in the hunting competition. If you can win by then, maybe there are also opportunities to interact in urban areas. Let's talk about it. If I have a chance, I have to kill you. Li Haosen said. Then, they had to follow the team of girls in leather shorts and move forward. The girl in leather shorts and a man with broken bangs on his forehead walked in front of him. One carried a long knife on his back, and the other carried a heavy hammer. On the left and right sides, there is another girl and boy. Jean Nose Ring walked at the back, with his laser gun pointed at Li Hao at all times. This was obviously because he was afraid that Li Hao would run away. The further he walked, the heavier Li Hao's heart became. The girl in leather shorts was obviously heading directly towards the primary school in the town. This bitch wants to deal with that 4th level golden horned pangolin. Damn it! I didn't look at the almanac when I went out. Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. A 4th level ferocious beast could kill him with just one fart. But in the end, I walked carefully to the gate of the primary school. Xiangqian Elementary School. Even the girl in leather shorts looked serious. You go ahead. She suddenly turned back and said to Li Hao. Smelly bitches. Li Hao gritted his teeth secretly and walked to the front. Go in. The girl in leather shorts raised her chin and said again. Li Hao had no choice but to walk into the school. There is actually not much difference between here and the wild. The cement road is already covered with weeds that are almost half a meter high. If it weren't for the fact that there are many big trees that are hundreds of years old on the roadside, there would be no trace of the original school at all. Walking through the cement road, there is a playground in front of you. The plastic track on the playground is of good quality. Even though it has become tattered after so many years, not much grass has grown. Li Hao failed to see the shadow of the golden horned pangolin on the playground. Turning around, the 5 girls in leather shorts walked towards him slowly. Go to the teaching building. The girl in leather shorts walked to Li Hao's side and said again. As long as you pass through the playground, you will reach the teaching building area. This large-scale reinforced concrete structure is still relatively strong. Even after so many years, it has not collapsed yet, it is just covered with plants. As Li Hao looked at it, he felt that the teaching building area was like an abyss opening a huge mouth to him. Maybe the golden horned pangolin is hiding somewhere in the teaching building area. This guy's lair is in that area. Chapter 26 Golden Horned Pangolin. The golden horned pangolin has rough skin, thick flesh, and extremely strong defense. Superpower, Golden Horn Beam. Li Hao couldn't help but feel more and more nervous as he recalled the description of the golden horned pangolin in the original novel. He has no way to deal with the golden horned pangolin. But the golden horned pangolin's superpowers could pose a great threat to him. Even his telekinesis powers are of no use. Let's go! Seeing that Li Hao didn't lift his foot, Jean Nose Ring became impatient. Li Hao glanced at this guy. As long as he doesn't die, he will have to deal with this guy in the future. Walking through the playground, Li Hao's steps became lighter and lighter. Going up the steps, there are 2 teaching buildings. The middle of the teaching building was originally an open space, with dilapidated flower beds and some decayed fitness equipment. The grass is almost half a person tall. The stainless steel railings in the teaching building are broken. There was not even a good piece of the window left, and vines were growing inside and outside the classroom. Li Hao's eyes scanned the surrounding environment and focused on the hillside behind the clearing. This should have been the back hill of the school. But it is also the best place for the golden horned pangolin to build its nest. Etc. At this time, the girl in short leather pants called to stop Li Hao. Then, he trotted up from behind and handed Li Hao a burning stick and a headset. He pointed at the mountain behind and said, if nothing else happens, the beast should be hiding in the mountain. Wait for us to arrange it first, I'll ask you to lure it later, and you can go over there later. Li Hao, he was a little speechless. Do you know where the ferocious beast is? Of course I know. The girl said, we came here to step on something, otherwise you would think why we are here. Then why did you ask me to lead the way just now? Li Hao said. The girl shrugged her shoulders, I'm not afraid that it will wander around after it's full. What kind of beast is that? Li Hao hummed twice and asked again deliberately. The girl didn't hide it from him, golden horned pangolin. 4th level ferocious beast. D.I. Li Hao was shocked and then shook his head like a rattle. That will work, I won't go. I will die. Do you think you have a choice? The girl bared her teeth, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. He then patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, with the strength of our team, nothing will happen to you. I just feel sorry for you, otherwise I wouldn't have brought you here." Li Hao almost rolled his eyes. This girl's heart is so dark, she's even darker than a one-eyed dragon. The girl ignored Li Hao and walked to the side. After discussing with the four Gene Nose Ring people for about 2 minutes, they went into the two teaching buildings next to them. After a while, the golden nose ring appeared on the roof of the teaching building on the left. A figure also appeared on the roof of another teaching building. It's that other girl. She is short, about 1.5 meters tall, with a round face and baby fat, a little chubby, but big breasts. As for the girl in leather shorts and the other two young men, they did not show up and were hiding somewhere. Go and attract monsters. The clear voice of the girl in leather shorts soon sounded in the headset. Li Hao knew that she was giving him an order. We had no choice but to get closer to the back mountain. Light the incendiary rod. When Li Hao was only a few meters away from the back mountain, the girl's voice in leather shorts sounded again. Li Hao lit the burning rod. Run! Then, within 2 minutes, the sound of the golden nose ring suddenly exploded in the headset. Li Hao was slightly stunned. Then I felt the ground shaking slightly. Damn it! Not far in front of him, a large hill suddenly bulged out from the hillside. The weeds and small trees on the hillside were shaking violently, and it looked like there was going to be a mudslide. The golden horned pangolin is here. Li Hao Malur turned around and ran towards the playground. A huge figure suddenly emerged from under the soil, and its scarlet eyes instantly stared at Li Hao, who was still holding a burning stick in his hand. Hide to the side. Li Hao had just run a few meters when the girl's voice in leather shorts came out again. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly rolled around like a lazy donkey and hid aside. No matter what, at least the gold nose ring didn't deceive him just now. I don't know what kind of power that guy has. If he hadn't reminded me, Li Hao probably wouldn't have reacted so quickly just now. Tisk. Just as Li Hao dodged, a golden light flashed right where he was. On the ground, a pit more than half a meter deep suddenly appeared. There was still black smoke coming out. Golden angle beam. Elemental superpowers. This is too powerful. Li Hao was sweating in his heart. If he hadn't dodged just now, he might have been shot in two on the spot. Run! Before Li Hao could get up, the sound in the headset rang again. Li Hao almost used his hands and feet to run forward. No need to remind him, he also knows that the danger is behind him. The golden horned pangolin is so big that it can feel the vibrations of the ground. Hide quickly! The sound started again. Li Hao is being lazy again. In a flash of lightning, a golden light almost missed him. Li Hao cursed in his heart. This bitch simply doesn't care about his life. He also said that he would be fine. He now feels like he is dancing in front of the Lord of Hell, and his main focus is to be a monster and to seek death. Zitzizi. Fortunately, at this moment, there was finally other news. The girls in short leather pants no longer sit idly by. Li Hao has led the golden horned pangolin to the location they want. A laser suddenly shot down from the roof. It shot on the head of the golden horned pangolin and made a sizzling sound. Yo yo yo. This kind of laser can't cause any harm to the golden horned pangolin, but it obviously still causes some pain. The golden horned pangolin makes a sharp and strange sound. It finally stopped chasing that little guy Li Hao. Li Hao ran another dozen meters and turned back when he couldn't feel the vibration anymore. Under the moonlight, he finally saw the golden horned pangolin clearly. In the original novel, it is said that this beast is nearly 10 meters long and weighs nearly 2.5 tons, which is nearly twice the size of the largest crocodile before the cataclysm. But those were just written descriptions, and they were far less impactful than what he saw with his own eyes now. He could even feel the violent murderous aura in this big guy's eyes. Immediately, Li Hao was a little surprised by the close cooperation of this warrior team. This was the first time he saw a team of warriors hunting ferocious beasts with his own eyes. The laser gun of the golden nose ring keeps firing, attracting the hatred of the golden-horned pangolin. Immediately afterwards, a dense net fell from another building, covering the golden-horned pangolin. Chi. As Li Hao stepped back, he saw streams of green smoke coming out of the scales of the golden-horned pangolin. This secret network should be the superpower of the girl with the baby's fat breasts, and it is also poisonous. Only Li Hao doesn't think this poison can cause any substantial harm to the golden-horned pangolin. As for the net, it seems to have no effect. It just makes the golden-horned pangolin a little slower. Until he noticed that Golden Nose Ring's laser gun kept firing at the same two locations. A pair of double eyelids of the golden-horned pangolin. Chapter 27: The Queen of Leather Pants. This is the weakness of the golden-horned pangolin, which can make the golden-horned pangolin blind. But, so what? The golden-horned pangolin is angry. It no longer hits the teaching building, but wants to raise its head and emit light towards the roof of the building. The role of the dense network is reflected at this time. When this beast just hit the teaching building, it trampled some netting under its feet, which made it trapped in a cocoon. The head was only raised halfway and could no longer be raised. The blind golden angle beam only hit the fourth floor of the teaching building. What a close collaboration! Li Hao secretly praised it in his heart. At this moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. One on the left and one on the right jumped from the roof of the two teaching buildings. On the left is the Broken Bangs, holding his heavy alloy hammer that looks like Thor's hammer in both hands. He also has supernatural powers. The exposed skin was now covered with black scales. It is the armor ability of the armored pig. But his body has also grown several sizes, and he obviously has other strengthening abilities. The girl jumping down from the teaching building on the right was a girl in short leather pants. She was holding a long knife that looked like a meow knife. It has been carried on my back before. Her appearance didn't change much, except her eyes turned red, like a rabbit. Crazy superpower? Li Hao was stunned for a moment. Hi! Then I saw the girl in leather shorts jump down and stab the long knife directly into the head of the golden-horned pangolin. What a strong force! What a sharp knife! Li Hao was surprised. The defensive power of the golden-horned pangolin is among the best among fourth-level ferocious beasts, and the long knife of these leather shorts actually penetrated most of its head. However, this is not a fatal injury to the golden-horned pangolin. At this moment, before the golden-horned pangolin could react, the Broken Bangs arrived. His hammer actually hit the girl in short leather pants hard on the handle of the long knife. It's cooperation again. Hi! Suddenly, another large section of the long knife was inserted, and almost only the handle was exposed. Lulu! The golden-horned pangolin was in pain and shook its body violently. The pillars of the teaching building were swept away with bricks by its tail. Fool! Even though they were beaten like this, they can only call them 66. Li Hao saw this golden-horned pangolin with its mouth open. The entire upper jaw had been pierced by a meow knife, and he felt silently for it. The battle is almost over. Boom! 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 The girl in short leather pants and broken bangs still stood firmly on the head of the golden-horned pangolin. The girl in short leather pants held the golden horn of the golden-horned pangolin with one hand, and with the other hand, she pulled the waistband of her pants with broken bangs to help him stabilize his figure. The broken bangs were hammered again and again, hitting the handle of the long knife diagonally. Li Hao doubted whether they had made a detailed strategy. This cooperation is so tacit. The tactics are also very straightforward. Gold nose rings and baby fat restrict the sight and movement of golden-horned pangolins. The girl in leather shorts is probably the strongest, using a long knife to break through the extremely defensive scales on the surface of the golden-horned pangolin. The broken bangs are pile-driven with an alloy hammer. No matter how strong the defense of the golden-horned pangolin is, it cannot withstand such a disaster. It could only struggle wildly and shoot out beams of light. And this obviously can't hurt Lederhosen and the others. Gradually, half of the golden-horned pangolin's head was cut open with a long knife. Bang! A fourth-level ferocious beast just fell to the ground in frustration. Dead. The blood started to flow quickly, yeah. Ha ha. Success. The baby boy, the golden nose ring, and the other man all ran out of the teaching building quickly, and the 5-person team seemed quite excited. There should be no 4th-level warriors among them. The golden horned pangolin is indeed a very good harvest for them. Li Hao didn't walk over. The girl in leather shorts took out the crystal core of the golden horned pangolin and put it into the small bag on her back. Here, I promise you. Then, he actually took out a potion from it and threw it to Li Hao with a smile. At this moment, there was finally no slyness in her smile. It looks like she is really happy. The golden nose ring and others looked at it without saying anything. Li Hao raised his hand to catch the potion. I was surprised, this girl is quite particular and keeps her word. X2 potion, good. This thing is worth 40,000 in the urban area. If you go to Cyclops to exchange it, you will need at least more than 100,000 resources. Li Hao had no hope at all of exchanging the X2 potion from the one-eyed dragon to support him to the level of a 3rd-level warrior. Because the resources required will be astronomical. Can I go? Li Hao raised his head and drank the potion, saying, It is naturally impossible to say thank you. He paid for this X2 potion with his life. This girl didn't have any good intentions at first. Let's go together. The girl in leather shorts said. Then the 4 of them followed Li Hao with their baby fat. Li Hao's heart was pounding. Going to get rich. Judging from the posture of the leather shorts and the others, it is obvious that they do not intend to take the body of the golden horned pangolin. This thing is too big. They can't take it away without a truck or a plane. But he has storage space. He can put the golden horned pangolin into a storage space and sell it when the opportunity arises in the future. Hey, I don't know your name yet? Li Hao was secretly thinking about turning back later when the sound of leather shorts suddenly sounded from behind. Li Hao. Li Hao turned around and said. Lederhosen nodded, You have good courage and are calm when facing enemies. We can get to know each other. If we meet in the urban area in the future, maybe we can help each other. She quickly caught up with Li Hao. My name is Su Lingdang. A name that is very inconsistent with her big sister temperament. Li Hao is shocked. I lost it. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Scarlet Queen, Leather Pants Queen Su Lingdang. This is one of the most powerful people from Blue Star Behind. A girl with full madness and superpowers, with super strong strength and appearance. I don't know how many men regard her as a goddess, and spend countless nights imagining her appearance in leather pants. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this woman is one of Qin Yu's women. In the original novel, Su Lingdang is an extremely strong woman, a woman who is not inferior to men, and because of her extremely high talent, almost all men are not taken seriously by her. And just when Su Lingdang's orientation gradually deviated from the normal track, Qin Yu appeared. As the protagonist, Qin Yu defeated Su Lingdang again and again with his stronger talent. In the end, Su Lingdang was convinced and developed a feeling of admiration for Qin Yu. Her leather shorts turned into soft fingers, and she took the initiative to climb onto Qin Yu's bed and became Qin Yu's confidant. Oh! Li Hao took a deep look at Su Lingdang. Knowing Su Lingdang's character, he just nodded coldly. There is no use being a licker in front of this woman. It's useless to care, she doesn't need it. Only by being stronger than her can you convince her. And the more you can torture her, the better. She likes that tone. Chapter 28 A Great Harvest of Opportunities. Seeing Li Hao's cold attitude, Su Lingdang frowned slightly and said, Are you dissatisfied with the reward I gave you? No. Li Hao said, I am satisfied if I can keep this life. I was just wondering if we would have a chance to meet again. Then, I will force you to do something for me like today. You? Force me to do something? Su Lingdang pointed at her nose and almost laughed. Idiot. The golden nose ring sneered from behind. He didn't think there was a chance that Li Hao could surpass Su Lingdang. Are you scared? Li Hao tilted his head and asked Su Lingdang. Am I afraid? Su Lingdang laughed loudly, As long as you have the ability to go to the urban area and leave a message for me at the Warriors Guild, I will definitely give you a chance. She is a third-level warrior with superpowers, and she has special abilities with swords. She is now the most outstanding being among her peers in the Warriors Guild in Xingtan City. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and stopped talking. He just wanted to leave his own impression in Su Lingdong's heart. Sooner or later, he will be convinced by this girl. And it's better to do it sooner rather than later. This was Qin Yu's connection originally. After arriving in the urban area, I first conquered her. Li Hao thought hard in his heart. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the task of snatching Su Lingdang. The current progress is 0%. Tip, complete the task to get branch rewards. The system prompts sounded. Walking outside the school, Li Hao and Su Lingdang parted ways. Remember, don't die in the hunting competition. I'm still waiting for you to come to Xingtan City to challenge me. Before leaving, Su Lingdang chuckled and said to Li Hao. She thinks this dog slave is quite interesting, at least he is definitely a powerful existence in the dog slave area. But she didn't believe that it was possible for Li Hao to catch up with her. Li Hao just nodded and said nothing. Watching Su Lingdang and others leave, he did not go back to school directly, but walked towards Dongbian Street. After wandering around the street for a long time, he was sure that no one was following him, and then he headed towards the green fruit. Near the middle of Dongbian Street, he really saw green fruits. The signboard at the door is retro style, dark brown, and wooden. It is now in a lot of decay and the paint is stained. 2 empty facades, 5-story building. The inside of the shop was already in disarray, with fruit shelves scattered everywhere. Li Hao walked into the shop and walked straight upstairs. If the body of the warrior had appeared now, it should be in the living room on the 3rd floor of the shop. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, Li Hao's heart suddenly pounded, and he frowned. It has a very strong odor, the kind that makes people feel sick. It's corpse stench. It seems that the body is indeed here, but the unlucky guy hasn't been dead for too long. In the original novel, when Qin Yu and Li Hao discovered the corpse had completely turned into white bones, and the smell of corpses did not spread anymore. Quickly go up to the 3rd floor. The stench of corpses became even stronger. The door is open. The moonlight shone in from the broken window. There was a body lying on the sofa in the living room. His eyes were staring directly in the direction of the door. Damn it! Li Hao almost vomited on the spot. Because this guy's body had begun to swell and rot, and even his eyes had popped out of their sockets. But he still suppressed his nausea and walked over. First, he picked up the E1 grade alloy long knife on the ground next to him. The style of this knife is somewhat like the ancient Tang Hungdao. It is about 1 meter long and has a geometric blade. There is a flame-like pattern running through the blade from beginning to end. The handle of the knife is made of hard sandalwood and is inlaid with fine and complex golden lines. The presentation is quite good. Li Hao held the knife in his hand and played with it twice. Very handy. This knife probably weighs about 3 kilograms. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 3,000 villain points. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Li Hao's head, making Li Hao ecstatic. For E1 grade alloy, the redemption points are 200 points per 100 G. This knife should weigh exactly 3 kilograms, which is 1500 G. Another double harvest. Li Hao received the largest villain point reward so far. He put the E1 level long knife into the storage space and looked at the corpse again. That guy was probably seriously injured by the golden-horned pangolin's golden-horned beam, and then escaped here and died here. There was a hole the size of a fist in his chest. Even the alloy armor he wore inside was completely penetrated. Fortunately, the warrior is physically strong, otherwise, he might not even be able to get here. Li Hao had just gained something, so naturally he couldn't care less about being disgusted. He quickly took off the leather jacket this guy was wearing and took off the alloy armor inside. Then there was only the lining left, soaked in rotten blood and sticky, as if it was covered in ketchup. Ding! Villain system. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 1040 villain points. The system beep sounded again. This armor is soft armor made of gold wire and is very light. In addition, the price of F9 grade alloy is only 130 villain points 100G, so the rewarded villain points are incomparable to that E1 long knife. But this was enough to make Li Hao very happy. 4040 villain points. He went hunting with Qin Yu? What a fart hunt! He decided not to go out at night anymore, but to stay in the house with Su Liluo, sleep and have. Li Hao happily took off the clothes in the dog slave area, and then put on the gold silk armor inside. With the toughness of the F9 grade alloy, there is absolutely no problem in resisting the sharp claws of ferocious beasts below level 3. It's a pity that it's not a hard plate armor. Otherwise it would be better. As for that E1 level long knife, it should have no problem breaking through the scales of any ferocious beast below level 4. If he encounters Iron Wolf again now, Li Hao is confident enough to kill him with one strike. Li Hao opened his Properties panel. Properties panel, Cell Activity, 1720 Mental Strength, 1500 Superpower, Telekinesis, First Level, Martial Arts, Meteoric Sword Technique, Proficiency, 0, Villain Points, 4300 not even close. A third-level warrior needs cell activity to reach 7,500 points, which is still 1480 points short. If you want to reach the level of a third-level warrior before the hunting competition, you still need to exchange a few X2 cell potions. But Li Hao is not so anxious anymore. Both are second-level warriors, but there is a huge gap in strength. If he now puts all his villain points into cell activity, he can become a top-notch existence among second-level warriors in the blink of an eye. Add 300 points of meteor sword skills. Li Hao decided to try to improve his martial arts. In an instant, a wave of realization came to his mind. The system panel has also changed. Martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Li Hao. Chapter 29 Hunting Harvest. 300 villain points are enough to realize 1/10,000th of it. This was beyond his expectation. If you want to fully understand the meteor sword technique, you need an astonishing number of 3 million villain points. Isn't this going to last forever? Li Hao didn't dare to add the remaining villain points to the meteoric sword technique. He always felt that it was a bottomless pit. Rather than improving the meteor sword technique now, it would be better to improve your warrior level first. However, he did not increase cell activity. Anyway, the villain is here and won't run away, so he plans to wait first. He now has other ways to improve his strength. That is to realize the second ability. It's just that he hasn't figured out what kind of power he should understand for the second power. In the original novel, there is a saying that there is no strongest power, only the strongest combination of powers. Because even the abilities at the top of the ranking sequence may be restrained by abilities at the bottom. And the combination of some garbage abilities may produce incredible changes. Li Hao took out the E1 grade alloy long knife from the storage space and went downstairs. No matter what kind of power you comprehend, you need a crystal core. He plans to hunt ferocious beasts first, and if there is a suitable superpower by then, he will try to understand it. After leaving the green fruits, Li Hao returned to school, put the body of the golden horned pangolin into the storage space, and then left the town. In this late night, except for a few ferocious beasts that lie dormant during the day and emerge at night, most of the other ferocious beasts will stay in their lairs. The streets were deserted, so desolate that it made people feel panicked. With Su Lingdang and the others leaving, it is very likely that Li Hao is the only warrior left in this relatively remote town. He would not dare to hunt alone in a small town where such ferocious beasts are entrenched. Although the golden-horned pangolin died, there were still many third-level ferocious beasts in this town, which he could not easily afford to provoke now. The ferocious beasts in the town are too dense, and the noise made during the fight is likely to attract more ferocious beasts. When the time comes, he will have to die here. Unless you have the strength of a fourth-level warrior, or have extremely powerful means of escape, such as teleportation like Qin Yu, otherwise, hunting in such a small town is like eating arsenic and seeking death. Li Hao estimated that if the golden-horned pangolin was not entrenched in the remote Xiang Primary School, Su Lingdang and the others would not dare to take advantage of the golden-horned pangolin. With his current strength, it is more reliable to hunt lone ferocious beasts in the wild. After walking out of the town, Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some accidents during this trip to the small town, it was finally a near miss. In addition to getting the E1 long knife and F9 gold soft armor, I also got an X2 potion from Su Lingdang, as well as the body of the golden-horned pangolin. This harvest can be considered to be beyond expectations. Walking on the deserted road from the small town to the Gaona district, Li Hao was no longer so cautious. As he walked slowly, his eyes looked around. It was rare to get out, so he naturally didn't intend to return empty-handed like this. Finally, in the past few dozen minutes, two ferocious beasts finally appeared in Li Hao's sight. They are two wild boar-like cats. The whole body is black, with a little bit of purple under the moonlight. The second-level ferocious beast phantom cat. The attack power of this ferocious beast is not strong, and it can only rely on its claws, but its speed is extremely fast, and it can transform into afterimages. Its crystal core ability is also a phantom, which is an enhanced ability and is not ranked high. Li Hao doesn't like it. But it is possible to exchange it with the Cyclops for X2 potion. As the saying goes, if you pass by, you can't miss it. Moreover, now is really a good opportunity. Because at this moment, the slightly stronger phantom cat was lying on top of another phantom cat, doing shameful things. Li Hao felt that if he did not seize such an opportunity, he would be sorry for himself. Normally, if he wanted to deal with the extremely fast phantom cat, he would probably have to spend some time. Under the control of Li Hao's mind power, the alloy long knife slowly approached the two phantom cats who were as if no one was around. Whoosh! When they were only a few meters away, they suddenly accelerated. Meow phantom cat, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, why they obviously never imagined that when they were happiest, a death crisis would suddenly come. Even though they were known for their speed, they had no time to react. The alloy long knife penetrated directly through the heads of the two phantom cats. There was only a short and sharp cry, and then the two phantom cat lovers fell to the ground together and did not separate until they died. Li Hao ran over and was still stunned. It took some effort to pull the corpses of the two phantom cats apart. Barbed? He grinned and put the two phantom cats into the storage space. Before you knew it, a few hours passed. Li Hao returned to the gap in the high-voltage power grid. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was grinning widely. Outside the safe zone, there are indeed many more ferocious beasts than inside the safe zone. This time he made a fortune. Relying on the F9 level soft gold armor and the E1 level alloy sword, he can completely crush ordinary third-level ferocious beasts. After a few hours, he killed 3 third-level beasts, 6 second-level beasts, and 11 first-level beasts. Although there are none as rare as the Grimace Bat, they are just common ferocious beasts with relatively ordinary crystal core powers, but they are definitely rich in harvest. The price paid was that the work clothes of the dog slave district were rotted into rags. This was caused by a third-level ferocious beast that evolved from a wild dog. This ferocious beast has some kind of madness ability, and its combat power is quite explosive. Although Li Hao had telekinesis, he finally managed to counterattack by adding all his villain points to cell activity. Today is a good day. What's on my mind? Li Hao hummed a tune while taking out the bodies of the two phantom cats and the black-scaled snake from the storage space. Then quietly waited for Chinyu to come back. He didn't dare to take out all the harvest, because the security team could turn a blind eye to hunting in the safe zone, but leaving the safe zone was intolerable to the security team. If they are discovered by the right people on patrol, even they will be punished. And if Li Hao takes out all the harvest, Cyclops will definitely guess that he went hunting outside the safe zone. These gains must be taken out slowly in batches. After waiting for about half an hour, Chinyu came back. A fireball rabbit and a blue-eyed weasel were dragged behind by vines. But this kind of ferocious beast obviously can no longer be taken seriously by Li Hao. Come back? He smiled and greeted Chinyu. Chinyu nodded, and his eyes were immediately attracted to the corpse of the phantom cat placed in front of Li Hao. Chapter 30. There is a woman in Chinyu's house. You hunted 2 phantom cats. He quickly walked up to Li Hao, his eyes full of complex expressions. Now, he is falling further and further behind Li Hao. He is still struggling to become a second-level warrior, but Li Hao is already able to hunt the phantom cat. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. In Qinyu's heart, the secret joy that Li Hao had been unable to hunt down the ferocious beast in the past few days was all wiped out at this moment. With these two phantom cats, his strength will fall even further to Li Hao. Good luck! Li Hao said, these two beasts happened to be doing something shameful. I took advantage of them and took advantage of them. Xinyu shook his head and didn't want to speak. In a place like the safe zone, it's not easy to encounter ferocious beasts. To pick up such a bargain requires luck. He threw the fireball rabbit and blue-eyed weasel that he had hunted on the ground and walked towards the dog slave area. Then he brought the one-eyed dragon over. The one-eyed dragon must have heard Xinyu talk about Li Hao hunting the phantom cat when he was on the road, and he didn't show any surprise. He just glanced at the wound on the phantom cat's head and said to Li Hao, "You're quite lucky." He knew that Li Hao must have hidden weapons, but he was too lazy to say anything. If the warriors in the dog slave area are really controlled too tightly, then the people in the security team, will not get much benefit. The oil and water obtained from Li Hao and the others accounted for most of their income. Good. Li Hao grinned. Cyclops took out 2x2 potions from his pocket. 3 ferocious beasts, I'll give you 2x2 potions. Then he turned to look at Xinyu, I'll give you 2x2 potions too. Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. As expected, the bastard one-eyed dragon was extra nice to Xinyu. If he hunted the fireball rabbit and the blue-eyed weasel, one-eyed dragon would probably only give him 1x2 potion and then save half of it. But he still reached out and took the potion from the one-eyed dragon's hand, and then went straight into the dog slave area. With these 2x2 potions, he can be one step closer to becoming a third-level warrior. Next, he doesn't even have to go to the safe zone to hunt ferocious beasts. He only needs to take out the corpses of second-order and first-order ferocious beasts that he has accumulated, and he should be able to almost reach the level of a third-order warrior. Back in the shantytown, Li Hao went directly into Su Liluo's house. Su Liluo was sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating source energy. She heard a noise and opened her eyes. When she saw it was Li Hao, she smiled and said, "You're back." Li Hao nodded, "Today's harvest is pretty good. I will rest for a few days and stay with you at home." Su Liluo's pretty face turned red. She could tell what accompany in Li Hao's words meant. When Li Hao saw her shyness, he was greatly moved and started laughing. Then he took a bath with cold water and crawled onto the bed. In the next few days, Li Hao really didn't go to the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. Not even leaving the safe zone. To survive in such a world, he knew that he still had to follow the word go. Doing such a risky thing once is enough. If you do it often, something will happen sooner or later. As the saying goes, if you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. If a dog slave appears in the wild, he will die if he is discovered by a patrol. If he is discovered by refugees and free warriors, he is also very likely to die. There is also the possibility of running into a powerful ferocious beast, and he will still die. Before breaking away from the dog slave status, it would be better for him to stay within the mining area. It's already mid-October in the blink of an eye. Li Hao plans to come out again. In the past few days, Xinyu knew that he was going to rest at home and did not come to call him. After a passionate kiss with Su Liluo at home, Li Hao walked out and went to Qinyu's home. Before he knocked on Qinyu's door, he heard a voice speaking inside, and it was a female voice. The voice is quite nice, cute, like a little ball. This made Li Hao stunned. You must participate in the hunting competition. In fact, it doesn't matter if you stay here all the time. My father will take good care of you. This is a girl's voice. Qinyu's voice seemed a little cold. Do you want me to survive as a dog slave forever? Even if your father protects me, I will always be a dog slave here. What does it matter? As long as the two of us can live happily together, wouldn't it be fine? Impossible. Xinyu said, I must become a strong man in this world. Otherwise, I would rather die. Meng Meng, you will support me, right? Brother you. The girl's voice was full of coquettishness, but I can't bear to let you take such a risk, and, if you go to the urban area, will you still come to me? Don't worry. Shinyu said, if I can pass the hunting competition, I will definitely keep my promise and come back to marry you. But before that, you have to persuade your dad to help me. Only in this way can I have greater confidence in winning the hunting competition. The girl was obviously moved. Well, I'll tell my dad when I get back later. Li Hao was a little confused. When did Shinyu find a woman? In the original novel, except for Su Lilua, there was no other woman around Shinyu in the dog slave district. Butterfly effect? Brother you, kiss me, I think you want me tonight. The girl's voice sounded again. Ahem. Then came Chinyu's cough. I'm going to go hunting soon, let's wait until later. Meng, I don't want to wrong you before I pass the hunting competition. Damn, you can speak more earthy love words than me. Li Haosen said. Brother you are the best. The girl named Meng was obviously very moved. At this moment, the door also opened. Shinyu walked out and looked into Li Hao's eyes. Shinyu, when did you come? He hurriedly asked Li Hao. Li Hao scratched his head and said with a smile, I just came here, I didn't even hear what you said. Shinyu, winky face. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. He wants to die so much. Because he never thought of letting Li Hao know the existence of Meng. Who knew that Li Hao would come looking for him at this time? At this time, the girl he called Meng also walked out of the house. Brother you, who is here? Li Hao, he was also confused. He never expected that Meng would be this girl. At the same time, I also understood why the one-eyed dragon paid special attention to Chinyu. This Meng is the daughter of the one-eyed dragon. Immediately, he looked at Chinyu and couldn't help but look a little weird. I really didn't expect that Chinyu's taste has become so strong now. Chapter 31. The pig girl is cute. The cute voice is indeed cute, but the body shape. Her size is even greater than that of a cyclops. She is more than 1.5 meters tall and weighs about 150 kilograms. The whole thing is a bucket. Although she has a fair complexion and is wearing a sky blue princess dress that is impossible to see on dog slaves, she is not beautiful at all. Just like the pig girl in the One Piece anime, Charlotte Lola. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. Shinyu only saw Li Hao's eyes, and his mentality was broken again. Communication between men can sometimes be understood instantly with just one glance. It's okay, my friend came to hunt with me, you go back. Shinyu really didn't want to see Li Hao's annoying face now, so he said coldly to Meng and walked towards the gap in the high-voltage power grid. Oh. Meng's personality is quite good. Although Chinyu's tone sounded a little cold, he only agreed with some grievances. Then he walked towards her home with his lips curled up. Still taking one step at a time and looking back 3 times. Li Hao almost laughed like crazy when he saw Meng's affectionate look towards Chinyu. What's going on with you? When did you fall in love with the one-eyed dragon's daughter? After Meng walked away, Li Hao quickly caught up with Chinyu and asked. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. As soon as he heard the word cute, Chinyu's defense was broken again. She likes me. I pretended to agree to her first in order to let the one-eyed dragon create convenience for us. Chinyu replied unhappily. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I'm really wronging you. You are making a selfless contribution to our future. Then he said, but why didn't you just marry her? Then you would be the one-eyed dragon's son-in-law. Why would you need to go hunting? He can at least help you break through to the second-level warrior level, right? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Roll. Shinyu glared at Li Hao, can you eat like this? She doesn't like me either. Li Hao smiled more and more happily. If she likes me, maybe, it will be the same when the lights are turned off. Your mouth is getting more and more annoying. Xin Yu said, no longer wanting to talk to Li Hao, and walked quickly forward. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. It's good to be round and round. A girl like Meng Meng, Wang Fu. But Li Hao's voice still floated into Qin Yu's ears from behind. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Qin Yu chose to remain silent. He is a man with great ambitions. Warrior, he wants to be the strongest. A person with superpowers, he also wants to be the strongest. Women, he also wants the best. He would never want a girl like Meng Meng. Listen to what you mean. If you successfully break out of the hunting competition, you probably won't come back to marry her, right? It's not right for you to do this. Isn't this the beginning of chaos and the end of abandonment, which brings disaster to others? Meng Meng is so innocent, won't she die of heartbreak when the time comes? How could Li Hao let go of such an opportunity to seduce the villain, catch up with Qin Yu, and chatter in Qin Yu's ears? Qin Yu __, his mouth seemed to be sewn shut with thread, and he refused to answer Li Hao's words. However, Li Hao contributed a lot to the villain point. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 15 villain points. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Li Hao's words were like small thorns inserted into his heart one after another. After walking out of the high-voltage power grid, Qin Yu went straight into the jungle. Li Hao was still standing there, laughing. In just this little time, he actually collected 240 villain points from Qin Yu. In the past, Qin Yu had never been so generous. Properties panel, cell activity, 6148 mental strength, 1500 superpower, telekinesis, first level, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 320. After looking at his attribute panel, Li Hao was delighted, and then he also went into the jungle. Soon. He is still a little short of becoming a third-level warrior. Li Hao walks slowly in the jungle. It doesn't matter to him whether he can encounter a ferocious beast or not. Anyway, with the corpses of the ferocious beasts left in the storage space, he could exchange them for at least 5x2 potions. There is no problem in breaking through to a third-level warrior. Moreover, it is really impossible for any powerful ferocious beast to appear in this safe zone. Being able to bump into a second-level ferocious beast requires great luck. Big brother! Big brother! Before he had gone far, Li Hao heard someone calling him. It's Ma Xiejing. After this guy shouted twice, he immediately jumped down from a tree not far away. Still the same, with a full beard. Why are you here? Are you here to find me? Li Hao was slightly stunned. Ma Xiejing had a flattering smile on his face, his peach blossom eyes shining brightly. I've been waiting for you for several days, and you're finally here. What are you waiting for me to do? Li Hao asked. Ma Xiejing said, you also signed up for the hunting competition, right? Of course. Then are you sure you can get a spot? Ma Xiejing asked again. Then there was a flattering look on his face. I got the list of contestants from our dog slave area, as well as the information of a few powerful guys, and I came here specifically to tell Big Brother about you. Li Hao didn't find it funny. He doesn't need this. He knew how many people would compete for spots in the 8 mines in the dog slave district and what their abilities were. Having read the original novel, he knew it well. Even if there is a butterfly effect, it won't be much different. Why did you come to me to show your courtesy? Li Hao asked Ma Xiejing very straightforwardly. Ma Xiejing was a little embarrassed and scratched his beard. Hey, I just want to ask you to take care of me when the time comes. Li Hao curled his lips. How do you know if I have that ability? Must have it. Ma Xianjing said with certainty, brother, your celestial appearance is definitely better than those guys. This really surprised Li Hao. Could it be that your bastard spirit has been released? It shouldn't be. Even one-eyed dragon in Qin you don't know his true strength now. However, Ma Shijing's flattery still made Li Hao feel very useful. He patted Ma Shijing on the shoulder and said, "How did you tell?" Ma Xianjing smiled and said, "When you were dealing with ghost-faced bats before, your flying knife was very powerful. But these days, you haven't gone out to hunt. You must be confident enough that you can compete for a spot, right? This guy is quite considerate." Li Hao shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. "Then tell me, why did I come out again tonight?" Ma Shijing was stunned. How can he answer this? In fact, he just wanted to make friends with Li Hao. In addition to Li Hao, he also walks around with several other guys, the powerful guys he calls them. Chapter 32 Late Night Beast Invasion. Okay, I'll accept your little brother. Li Hao patted Ma Shijing's shoulder again and said, "When we compete for places, just hide behind me." He had a good impression of Ma Shijing and thought this guy was quite interesting. Anyway, you can take anyone with you, so why not bring an acquaintance with you? Well. Ma Shijing nodded repeatedly. His face became even warmer, and he said, "By the way, brother, I don't know your name and strength yet. Do we have to cooperate when the time comes?" "I'll tell you my strength first, a first-order superpower. The superpower is explosive sting." "Oh, I forgot, I already told you this." But he wanted to test Li Hao's true identity. Then, sell it to others. How could Li Hao know this guy's little thoughts? He just said, "My name is Li Hao. You can just call me Brother Hao. As for my strength, you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I will definitely lead you to break out." He doesn't want to reveal his strength, because he never thought about cooperating with Ma Shijing. He, Li Hao, is a majestic quasi-third-level warrior. Second-level superpower. Still need to cooperate with others? Isn't this a joke? Ma Shijing was a little confused. Then he smiled coquettishly. "Brother Hao, are you so sure?" Li Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. Ma Xianjing scratched his beard again, nodded vigorously, and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Hao. If you can lead me out of the hunting competition, you will be my living father from now on." Li Hao sad face asterisk. Asterisk, are you excited to be a father? I don't have a son as old as you. He said. Ma Yujing apologized and smiled. Okay, then, Brother Hao, get busy first while I look for any ferocious beasts. I'll try not to hold you back when the time comes. Then, this guy went deeper into the forest. Li Hao didn't take Ma Shijing's matter too seriously and continued walking aimlessly. Others are out hunting. He came out to breathe the fresh night air. Not to mention, the air in the jungle is much better than in the mining area. The stench spreads all year round in the shantytowns in the mining areas. It is really not a place for people to stay. This night, Li Hao gained nothing. But when we returned to the gap in the high-voltage power grid, there was another corpse of a second-order ferocious beast on the ground. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. When Xinyu came back, he saw that Li Hao had hunted another second-level ferocious beast, and he could hardly hide the surprise and jealousy in his eyes. This guy didn't go out for several days, but when he went out, he actually hunted a second-level ferocious beast. Then, Li Hao changed another X2 potion from Cyclops. However, Xinyu did not follow him back to the shanty town. After Li Hao left, Xinyu and One-Eyed Dragon were still whispering there. Li Hao didn't bother to care. In his mind, he estimated that the One-Eyed Dragon must have given Xinyu some benefit under Mingming's persuasion. But even so, Xinyu's strength cannot possibly catch up with him. Because, no matter how courageous Cyclops was, he would never dare to give Xinyu a lot of potions to break through to a third-level warrior. This is related to a certain regulation of the hunting competition. In order to maintain fairness, a drug test is required before the hunting competition. If it is found that the representative of a dog slave district whose strength was enhanced by taking too many potions, all managers in that district will be investigated. In the safe zone, there won't be so many ferocious beasts for dog slaves to hunt. This is also the reason why no third-level warriors have appeared in previous dog-slave competitions. Even in the two special dog-slave areas, they did not dare to use potions to improve their team members to too high a level. According to the usual practice, in general drug tests, if the number of X2 medicines taken is less than 10, the hunting competition officials will turn a blind eye. Those two special dog-slave areas also tend to step on this line. Li Hao used the X2 potion on his way back to the house. Cell activity, 6,348. Time passed quickly and another 10 days passed. There are only a few days left before the dog-slave district quota competition. This is actually equivalent to a small hunting competition, or it can be said to be a preliminary competition for the hunting competition. The registered players in this dog-slave area compete for it. Li Hao handed over 2 first-order ferocious beast crystal cores to the guy from the security team, guaranteeing his and Su Lilua's place in the competition. As for Qinyu, of course he doesn't need to worry. This guy sells his appearance, but with the care of the one-eyed dragon, his strength has skyrocketed these days. Not only did he become a second-level warrior, he also became a second-level superpower. He intentionally or unintentionally managed to get by in front of Li Hao, and he also vaguely showed that he should be the backbone. How did he know that Li Hao could break through and become a third-level warrior at any time now? But he had hoarded his villain points. In the past 10 days, Li Hao exchanged 8 first-order ferocious beasts and 1 second-order ferocious beast for 3x2 potions from the Cyclops. Coupled with his own cultivation of source energy, the cell activity has reached 6,992 points. Then, every time Meng Meng came to see Qinyu, he would show up at Qinyu's house on time and say something that made Meng Meng happy and made Qinyu depressed. Coupled with other scattered stimulations, this allowed him to gain another 370 villain points from Qinyu. Now there is a total of 710 points accumulated. There are still warriors left after breaking through to the 3rd level. By the way, this also gave Meng Meng a pretty good impression of Li Hao, who always called him Brother Hao. This night. Ah, help! Oh my God! Help! Help! Ah! Li Hao hadn't gone hunting for 2 days and was resting on the bed with Su Li, who had just fought with him, in his arms. Su Lilua is becoming more and more intelligent now. This resulted in Li Hao always getting her face dirty when she went to the mines during the day. He didn't want others to draw Su Lilua's attention. Especially those guys from the security team. The sudden screams and screams made Li Hao sit up from the bed. What happened? Su Lilua also opened her eyes. It's an invasion of ferocious beasts, Li Hao said, then he put on his clothes, took out the alloy flying knife from the storage space, and ran outside quickly. This incident was written in the original novel. It's the family's house behind Su Lilua's house. They were invaded by some kind of rat beast late at night. When others ran over, the elderly couple at home had been chewed beyond recognition, exposing their bones. These rat-like ferocious beasts come up from digging holes in the ground, and the high-voltage power grid cannot prevent them at all. Such things are not particularly rare in various dog-slave areas. Although Li Hao and the elderly couple at the back have been neighbors for many years, they have never interacted with each other. They can only be said to be familiar faces. He ran over in such a hurry, really not to save anyone. He just wanted to see if he could leave 1 or 2 of those rat beasts before they left. After all, the ferocious beast that comes to your door is not for nothing. Chapter 33, Speculations on the Combination of Superpowers. From a practical point of view, as the physical strength of the elderly couple declined, even if they were not eaten by vicious rats and beasts, they would probably starve to death in the mining area in the future. This is also the final destination of most people in the dog-slave area. After Li Hao went out, he ran directly to the back of the house. The door is closed. Some neighbors also ran out, but did not dare to come close. Li Hao kicked the door open and rushed in. Among the rat beasts, there is nothing powerful, and the highest level of evolution is the 3rd level. The biggest threat to this thing is that they are social animals. The scene inside the door is shocking. The elderly couple were lying on the bed, their bodies twitching. Until he died, his eyes were wide open, and there was still a look of fear in them. Crunch, crunch. And on top of them, there were astonishingly 6 black-furred mice the size of wild cats. The second-level ferocious beast radar rat. With scarlet eyes, he was eating the corpses of the elderly couple, making a creepy sound. As soon as Li Hao entered the room, all 6 radar rats were staring at him with red eyes. This beast is not very strong and has special powers, but it is quite courageous. Li Hao, who knew the power of the radar rat, immediately used his telekinesis to control a radar rat, and then suddenly threw the flying knife out of his hand. Of course, the toughness of the F9 grade alloy flying knife cannot be compared with that of the E1 grade alloy long knife, but it is enough to deal with the radar rat whose defense is not strong. G. A short and high-pitched rat cry. The alloy flying knife sank directly into the head of the radar rat controlled by Li Hao. This frightened the other 5 radar rats. Realizing that Li Hao was not someone to mess with, they all jumped out of bed. Then he ran towards the hole in the corner. That's where they come from. How could Li Hao be willing to let them run away? With a thought, he moved the small bench in the room to the hole and blocked it. The reaction of the radar rat is very, very fast. Before the small bench even moved to the entrance of the cave, they ran in the other direction. 2 of them wanted to run out, 1 went under the bed, and the other 2 simply dug holes in place. Want to run? Li Hao used his mind power to control another one. His telekinesis ability is definitely one of the abilities that can definitely restrain this radar rat. The alloy long knife appeared in Li Hao's hand. Whoops! He took 2 steps forward and slashed with his knife. The immobile radar rat half a meter in front of his feet was instantly split into 2 pieces by him. Li Hao suddenly turned around. GG. The other radar rat that was just about to run to the door panicked and screamed nonstop. But it still inevitably flew towards Li Hao. These things are small in size and light in weight. It is not easy for Li Hao to control them with his mind. Whoops! Another knife. The radar rat that flied in front of Li Hao was also split into 2 pieces. However, in this short period of time, the 2 digging holes were almost dug in, leaving only 2 tails. Li Hao stared at one. Then, the radar rat was pulled out of the hole by Li Hao using his telekinesis while it was shishi. It's still a light sword. The radar rat that got under the bed was frightened, but it didn't know where to run and ran around under the bed. There was only one other burrower, and even its tail could not be seen. Li Hao had nothing to do with it. He suddenly fell to the ground and saw the radar rat scurrying under the bed. Mind control. The radar rat was dragged in front of him and chopped to death with another knife. 5 of the 6 radar rats were killed by Li Hao in an instant. It sounds long, but in reality it only takes less than a minute. Li Hao immediately put the alloy knife into the storage space. Looking back outside the house, fortunately, no one has run in yet. Swish swish swish. Li Hao put away the bodies of the 4 radar rats and put them into the storage space, leaving only one on the ground. He didn't want the people in the security team to know about his telekinesis, especially the one-eyed dragon. And if the corpses of 5 radar rats were placed on the ground, then he couldn't explain it. Because the power the radar rat possesses is radar. This beast can have a clear understanding of the surrounding environment, movement and stillness within a specific range. And it's fast. If he didn't have the power of telekinesis and just restrained the radar power, it's very likely that not even one would be left. Kill 5? Then it would be difficult for him to explain to the security team. What happened? At this moment, someone walked in from outside the house. It's Chinyu. He also came to join in the fun. Li Hao pointed to the radar rat corpse on the ground and said, "Radar rat invasion." Chinyu only glanced at the corpses of the elderly couple on the bed indifferently. His eyes swayed slightly, nodded, and said no more. After a while, 2 people from the security team came. They just took a brief look at the situation in the room, and then said to Li Hao and Chinyu, "This radar rat is from the mining area, we want to take it away." Li Hao cursed in his heart. None of these bastards is a good person. But the people from the security team obviously didn't care whether he and Chinyu had any ideas. They wrapped the elderly couple in body bags and carried radar rat's body out together. When Li Hao and Chinyu walked out, all the neighbors around them had gone back to their houses. When they meet people from the security team, it is no different from a mouse meeting a cat. Li Hao looked at the retreating figures of the two security team members and rolled his eyes. Did you really only kill one radar rat? Xin Yu suddenly asked about Li Hao. He knew that Li Hao's mental power had now reached the level of a second-level superpower user. He should be able to use his telekinesis to deal with ferocious beasts like radar rats easily. The radar rat can only run. In terms of combat power, it is inferior to many first-order ferocious beasts. It can be said to be weak. What else? Li Hao said, can I still eat their corpses? As he said this, he deliberately cursed in a low voice, damn it. These bastards from the security team are so fucking plucky. Xin Yu seemed to be quite touched. He sighed softly and walked towards his own room. Li Hao also returned to the house. As soon as he entered the house, he smiled. No matter how weak the radar rat's combat power is, it is still a second-level ferocious beast and can still be worth some money. Moreover, he suddenly had a fantastic idea. What kind of chemical reaction would happen if radar power was used in conjunction with telekinesis power? Until now, he can only use his mind to control things within his sight, and he can only control one thing, because it is really difficult to do two things at once. But if there is a radar ability, it may be different. He is equivalent to having a radar that can scan all objects around him, including those that are not within sight. This is equivalent to having many eyes at the same time. Li Hao immediately took out the radar rat's body from the storage space. Chapter 34 Single target turns into group attack. This? Su Li Luo on the bed was very surprised. She was not surprised that Li Hao took out 4 radar rats out of thin air, because she already knew that Li Hao had storage space. She was surprised that Li Hao could gain something like this after just one trip. Lie. Li Hao put his finger up in front of his mouth and laughed in a low voice. Don't tell anyone about the radar rats I hunted. We will sell them in the urban area later. Then, he took out the alloy flying knife from the storage space and began to peel off the crystal core of the radar mouse. Oh. Su Li Luo nodded obediently. Looking at Li Hao, his eyes were full of love and admiration. Brother Hao is much more powerful than she imagined. In just a moment, Li Hao peeled out 4 crystal cores. There is crescent white fluorescence. Psychic superpower radar. Second level ability sequence ranking 149. This is almost at the bottom of the rankings. In this world, the vast majority of superpowers and warriors still prefer superpowers that can enhance their strength. For example, radar, a spiritual power that is actually auxiliary, has a very small audience. Unless they specialize in reconnaissance, or are warriors or superpowers who prefer to follow the movement route, basically no one will choose radar superpowers. After all, being able to scan is one thing, being able to respond in time is another. And there are many superpowers that cannot be scanned by radar superpowers. If Li Hao didn't have the power of telepathy and wanted to try the combination of telekinesis and radar, he would definitely not like the crystal core of this radar rat. He put the radar rat's body and the alloy flying knife into the storage space. At this time, Su Li Luo had already thoughtfully brought water in a wooden basin. Brother Hao, wash up. Good. Li Hao smiled and nodded. Then clean the handle and crystal core. When Su Li Luo went to pour water, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to try to understand the radar power. It's just that he doesn't know if he can realize success. The success rate of comprehending superpowers has nothing to do with the sequence ranking of superpowers. No matter what kind of crystal core it is, the probability of comprehending superpowers is extremely low and depends on luck. Su Li Luo came back after pouring the water and did not disturb Li Hao. She sat on the small bench, supporting her chin with both hands, and just stared blankly at Li Hao, who had crescent white light spots gradually pouring into her body. There was probably no other man in the world who could fascinate her so much. The night in Gaona district is not quiet. There is a rumor. There is a purring sound. There are also the melancholy sounds made by some couples who are enjoying themselves in hardship, or those who are not couples. No matter how difficult life is, no matter how dirty the environment is, it can't wipe out the original desires of human beings. Because this is the fundamental law for the continuation of mankind. Not long after, there was only one crystal core left next to Li Hao. This made him a little helpless. It is indeed not that easy to comprehend superpowers. If you don't realize it, forget it. Li Hao thought to himself. Anyway, he doesn't have to have radar powers now. The price of radar mouse crystal cores is low. When I go to urban areas in the future, it won't be too late to buy more radar mouse crystal cores. I just thought that if I plant flowers with intention, they will not live, but if I don't intend to plant willows, I will plant shade. As the last crystal core was crushed by Li Hao, it turned into dots of crescent white light and poured into his body. After a while, Li Hao suddenly had some insights in his head. He opened his eyes. There is a little excitement. Then he quickly activated his radar ability. In an instant, Li Hao felt his spiritual power rippling around him. This feeling is somewhat similar to using telekinesis. But the difference is that this mental power is not under his control. As the scope of mental power spreads wider and wider, all the scenes in the house appear in Li Hao's head and become concrete. Then go outside the house. Although the radar power could not scan out the color, even a stubborn little weed at the root of the wall outside the house took shape in Li Hao's mind. Moreover, it is also connected to his spiritual power. This makes him feel like he is the master in this area, and everything is under his control. Psychic power. Li Hao activated his mind power again. Another wave of spiritual power spread. Ah! In Su Lilua's exclamation, tables, chairs, benches, sofas, and other messy things in the room slowly floated at the same time. Li Hao opened his eyes, filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, it was indeed the same as his guess. Psychic power plus radar is simply awesome. If he was only a single body control power user before, now, he is a full-fledged group control power user. In the original novel, there was no mention of anyone trying such a combination of powers. After all, telekinesis is too rare and rare. Li Hao felt that he might be able to open up an unprecedented, but extremely powerful, combination of abilities in this world. He controlled his mind and put the table, chair, and bench back into place. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he jumped under the bed. Amid Su Lilua's low exclamation, Li Hao carried Su Lilua to the bed. A few days passed quickly. The invasion of radar rats did not cause any ripples in the dog slave district. The people here are so numb that they are almost like zombies, and they don't care about the life or death of others. No social interaction, no entertainment activities, just living for the sake of living. The only thing that can tie them up is probably blood relationship and physical relationship. Li Hao didn't go hunting in the jungle these days, he just waited quietly for the competition to come. But his cell activity still exceeded the 7,000 mark. Properties panel, cell activity, 7,008 mental strength, 1,500 superpowers, telekinesis, first level, radar, second level, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 790 early in the morning. Before Li Hao and Su Lilua went out, shouts came from outside, Li Hao, Su Lilua. Li Hao opened the door. Outside the door was the member of the security team in charge of registration for Hole A, with Qinyu standing behind him. Seeing Li Hao, the member of the security team said directly, "Follow me." Li Hao glanced at Qinyu, nodded, grabbed Su Lilua's hand, and followed the member of the security team. The competition for quotas is held in the management area of the dog slave area. It is in the central area of 8 mines. From the looks of it, he, Qinyu, and Su Lilua were the only ones to sign up for the competition in Hole A. This is similar to the plot of the original novel. If he hadn't signed up for Su Lilua, then he and Qinyu would have been the only 2 participating in the mine. I just don't know if there will be any changes in other mines. Chapter 35 Quota Competition. Walking out of the shanty town, we boarded the sightseeing car of the members of the security team. After driving on the dirt road in the mountains for about 10 minutes, we arrived at the management area. This is definitely a luxurious area in the dog slave area, like a small community. It is surrounded by high-voltage power grids. Then there is an extremely high wall inside the high-voltage power grid. It can be seen that there are office buildings, several small Western-style buildings and high-rise residential buildings. The entire dog slave area includes the security team, supervision team, patrol team, and various department personnel responsible for management and logistics. There are at least hundreds of people living in this management area. Speaking of which, this is the first time Li Hao has come to the management area. At the door, there are security guards with laser guns standing guard. After entering the door, the scenery inside surprised Li Hao even more. This dam is simply a high-end community. Just after entering the door, you can see a huge square with flower beds and even many fountains. The roads in the management area are all asphalt roads. The square is even covered with white marble floor tiles. The greenery that can be seen everywhere has been trimmed delicately and neatly. At this moment, there were about a dozen old men and women in the fitness area on the square, skipping rope, twirling hula hoops, practicing Tai Chi and playing tops. Li Hao has no doubt that in the evening, there will be a group of ants dancing in the square here. The clothes and mental outlook of these old men and women are much better than those of the same age in the mining area. Some old ladies are dressed in colorful clothes, which is called gorgeous. Su Lilua also opened her eyes wide. Probably she has never thought that there is such a paradise in this world. Moreover, it is so close to the shanty towns where they live. The short distance is only 2 or 3 miles, and it is shocking that one side is hell, and the other side is heaven. Li Hao and Qin Yu looked at each other, and both saw determination in each other's eyes. The sightseeing bus followed the asphalt road next to the community, bypassed the square, and went deeper into the community. An open-air stadium appeared in front of us. In the center is a football field with a track next to it. Next to it, there is a row of small houses and a trapezoidal stand built on top of the small houses that can accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, there were already several people from the security team standing on the football field, as well as sloppy young people wearing dog slave costumes. The members of the security team parked the sightseeing car outside the stadium, and then led Li Hao, Su Lilua, and Qin Yu inside. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a sound from the stands. Qin Yu's face was full of depression. Li Hao looked over and grinned at Meng Meng. There were already hundreds of people gathered in the stands, all from the management area, including men and women, old and young, all kinds of people. However, with its cute body shape, it is still quite dazzling among them. Look at how kind Meng Meng is to you. She even came here to cheer you up. Otherwise, you would just have to obey her. Li Hao withdrew his gaze and smiled at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, _ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. He really wanted to say, Li Hao, why don't you die? Su Lilua blinked her eyes beside her and asked in a low voice, Brother Yu, who is this? She still doesn't know what happened between Qin Yu and Meng Meng. Qin Yu remains silent. Li Hao chuckled and said, the daughter of Captain Zhang of our mining area security team is Meng Meng. Hey, she likes you, Brother Yu. Can you shut up? Qin Yu couldn't help it. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. In this entire dog slave area, the last thing he wanted was for Li Hao and Su Lilua to know what happened between him and Meng Meng. Li Hao had just bumped into him, but now he actually told Su Lilua. Does he have no face? Although it should be something to be proud of if someone likes him, he doesn't want to be liked by a fat girl like Meng Meng. Su Lilua couldn't help but look a little weird when she looked at the cute figure and the cute princess dress. Even the member of the security team who was leading the way did not laugh out loud, but his shoulders were shaking. Qin Yu, _ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Li Hao is all the culprit. Just wait here. Walking to the middle of the football field, the security team member leading the way turned back to Li Hao and the others. Li Hao and Qin Yu both looked at the applicants from other mines nearby. 4 men and 1 woman. The men all have short hair and are just passers-by in the original novel. The woman, on the other hand, had short hair, a dirty face, and no apparent appearance, but Li Hao remembered that she was one of the 5 people who successfully participated in the hunting competition. Because of this dog slave area, there were only 11 people signed up for the hunting competition, 3 of them women, and she was the only one with short hair. A warrior close to the 2nd level. But he still died in the hunting competition. His head was chopped off by another superhuman in the dog slave area using superpowers. As time goes by, there are more and more spectators in the stands. The annual hunting competition is fun for people in urban areas. The competition for quotas in the dog slave area is also fun for the people in the management area. This is like the slave arena in ancient Rome. There are even people setting up bets for this every year, betting on which of the last few people can successfully compete for a spot. In less than 10 minutes, all the dog slaves who had won the competition spots were brought over. That guy Ma Shijing also came and secretly winked at Li Hao. Li Hao raised his eyebrows at him in response. 13 contenders for places. Except for Su Lilua and Ma Shijing, there is no difference from the original novel. In the grandstand area, Cyclops, the captain of the security team, stood up, walked to the upright microphone, and said succinctly, "The 5 participating places belong to the last 5 people who can still stand. Dog slaves, the next step is it's up to you. Brother Yu, come on. Brother Yu, come on." Only Meng Meng was there cheering Qin Yu hard and acting as a cheerleader. The rest of the people were silent or whispering. They didn't care which 5 people succeeded in getting a place in the competition. They came to watch the battle. They just wanted to see the bloody scene of the dog slaves fighting. The members of the security team around Li Hao and others retreated to the side, faintly surrounding the entire football field. Now, the game begins. In the stands, the voice of the one-eyed dragon suddenly became much louder. "Oh, let's fight. Dog slaves. Bite it." Finally, there were screams one after another. The people in these stands are like cold-blooded lunatics, but as the one-eyed dragon's voice fell, the dog slaves around him started to move. Some ran to the edge of the court. Others even directly attacked the dog slave next to them. Everyone wants to be one of the last 5 people standing. Just because this is their only chance to change their destiny. Chapter 36. Let's go together. The first thing Li Hao did was to release the radar power. Then, he grabbed Su Lilua's hand and ran to the side. Qin Yu also followed. Although he hates Li Hao a little now, he undoubtedly still regards Li Hao as a companion. Of course, he hopes to eventually participate in the hunting competition with Li Hao and Su Lilua. After running only a few steps, a guy rushed towards Li Hao and kicked Su Lilua. He is a rather burly man, dark-skinned, and his aura looks very intimidating. He obviously wanted to pick on the weaklings. Seeing Li Hao and the others running away, he thought that Li Hao and the others were just trash and wanted to clean them out. Li Hao's radar detected this guy's actions and he immediately became angry. "Wipe! I'm still here and you want to touch my wife." He stepped to Su Lilua's right side at a faster speed, raised his foot and kicked towards the dark and burly man. Click! The 2 men's right legs collided. A crisp sound. Ah! Then there was a scream. The dark and burly man's calf broke instantly and bent backwards in a twisted arc. Because of inertia, he fell towards the ground. Before he even landed, Li Hao kicked him in the chest again. Oh, well done. The atmosphere in the stands was instantly ignited. Many people have focused on Li Hao. Just because Li Hao's kick was so entertaining, it actually kicked the dark and burly man's strong body backwards and flew several meters away. After falling heavily to the ground, I couldn't get up. In previous dog slave district competitions, it was rare to see such a crushing situation. After all, it is difficult for a strong person to appear in the dog slave area who was much more powerful than his peers. A place about 10 meters away. Ma Shijing, who was also planning to run to the edge of the court, also noticed this scene, which made his eyes move suddenly. He never thought that Li Hao was so powerful. He knew the strength of the dark and burly man, and his cell activity was above average among first-level warriors. Could Brother Hao be a second-level warrior? Ma Xianjing thought to himself. Dad Hao. Bah! Brother Hao. Ma Xian shouted with joy, then turned around and ran towards Li Hao. This title made Qinyu, Li Hao, and Su Liluo a little confused. However, the other dog slaves did not dare to run towards Li Hao at this time. Even the guys who were fighting suddenly separated and scattered around. The strength Li Hao showed just now has already shocked them. Soon, Ma Yujing ran to Li Hao, with a flattering smile, and said, "Brother Hao, please protect me, please protect me." Li Hao shrugged his shoulders and said arrogantly, "Come and stand behind me." Then he turned his head and said to Qinyu, "I'm going to protect Luo Luo and Ma Shijing. You can go and take care of them all. Just leave one of them. Qinyu? Go." Li Hao smiled and said, "Your cute sister is still looking at you on the stage. Don't you want her to see your unparalleled heroic appearance?" Qinyu rolled his eyes. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. If Li Hao hadn't said the following words, he would have really planned to take the initiative to deal with several competitors. But now, he has made up his mind to stand here first. Whoever doesn't have eyesight dares to come here, he'll do it to him. Qinyu is now also a second-level warrior with superpowers, so he is still very confident in dealing with the other competitors present. When did you meet? He just pretended not to hear what Li Hao said, glanced at Ma Shijing, and asked Li Hao. Li Hao said, "I met him in the jungle." Then he introduced to Ma Shijing, "This is your brother Qinyu. This is your sister-in-law, Su Liluo." "Hello brother hello sister-in-law." Ma Xinjing nodded quickly at Qinyu and Su Liluo. "Hello." Su Liluo's pretty face turned red. Qinyu looked calm and said nothing. "Come on. Fight. Go up and fight that dog slave who just took action. Damn it. You slaves. Fight." The four of them were just enjoying themselves here, but the audience in the stands became dissatisfied. Some people pointed at Li Hao and the others and shouted loudly. Li Hao scanned the entire stadium and realized that the situation was a bit awkward. All the competitors, even those who were not fighting, ran away. On the ground, there was only the burly, dark man who had been kicked over by him. At this time, except for the four of them, the other 8 competitors were scattered among the football manufacturers, all looking at them with fear. Li Hao suddenly realized a problem. The strength he just showed is too strong. There are only 5 places in total in the hunting competition. If he is the only one, then probably others will acquiesce to him occupying one of the places. But now, there are 4 of them here. Will the others acquiesce to them occupying 4 spots? Everyone, I suggest you kill them first. Otherwise, we all will have no hope. The idea in Li Hao's head had just come into being when a man with triangular eyes and a short head shouted more than 10 meters away from them. And what he said really made the eyes of the other competitors sway. Some people looked at Li Hao and the others with vague hostility in their eyes. Then, 2 men walked towards Triangle Eyes. The triangular eyes were cold, and he glanced at the other competitors who were not moving, and said, "If you plan to pick up the ready-made ones, then I don't mind killing you first." He seems quite confident in his own strength. And Li Hao also knew that this guy did have some strength. In the original novel, he was one of the last people to successfully obtain a quota. He is a first-level superpower, and the superpower he possesses is quite good. It is an elemental superpower Wind Blade. Although Wind Blade and Fireball are both elemental abilities, they are ranked much higher than Fireball Rabbit's Fireball because they are more difficult to track. Ranked 37th in the ranking of first-order abilities. However, how could Li Hao take this guy to heart? With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if these guys were joined by Qinyu and Ma Shijing. His cell activity is much higher than theirs. Seeing that Qinyu was not planning to take action, Li Hao sniffed and shouted to the other competitors, "If you don't want to suffer, quit by yourself. The rest, let's join together." Qinyu, _ Ma Xinjing, 0 even they were confused. Only Su Liluo looked at Li Hao with admiration. She knew that since Brother Hao said this, he must be confident, because her brother Hao has never been a messy person. In the stands, the audience and the management area were all shocked. No one expected that a madman like Li Hao would appear in this year's quota competition. This is something that has never happened before. But Li Hao's behavior also made the other competitors look at him even more unkindly. Everyone who can appear here, no matter what their personality is, has the determination to fight to the death. Because everyone knows that if you fail to pass the hunting competition, you will die. How could they give up the competition for quotas because of Li Hao's words? Chapter 37 overwhelmed the whole audience. The remaining 5 competitors, with only a slight hesitation, all came to the side of the triangle eye. Even the short-haired woman is among them. They still plan to eliminate Li Hao first. Protect Luo Luo and Ma Xiejing. Li Hao just turned his head and said something to Qin Yu, and then walked towards Triangle Eyes and his group. After walking a few meters, he suddenly accelerated. His powerful explosive power caused his right leg to make an obvious pit on the football field and scrape away a piece of turf. This made the 8 competitors look awe-inspiring at the same time, with a look of fear in their eyes. Do it! His triangular eyes were even colder, and he drank in a low voice. He waved his right hand towards Li Hao. Suddenly, an invisible wind blade took shape in the air and shot towards Li Hao's head at an extremely fast speed. Although the wind blade ability cannot be regarded as restraining Li Hao's telekinesis and radar abilities, it is not restrained by telepathy and radar. Li Hao's radar ability cannot scan the wind blade. However, he can scan the movements of the triangular eyes. The moment Triangle Eye raised his hand, Li Hao's figure suddenly changed direction. He took a few steps diagonally to the left. Wind blade naturally failed. This made the triangular-eyed expression even more ugly. Do it! This guy is very strong. Why don't you take action and wait for him to eliminate us one by one? Seeing that the others still didn't take action, he yelled angrily. Then he waved his hand towards Li Hao. His wind blade ability is a bit like the yellow broom-headed half-moon knife in Street Fighter, except that it is invisible and colorless. Li Hao advanced in an S-shaped route. With speed alone, he can completely avoid the wind blade of the triangle eye. With the mental power of the triangle eyes, it is impossible to lock him. However, when Li Hao was only 4 or 5 meters away from the triangle eye group, the other guys finally took action. Of the 8 people, not one of them is a dual cultivator. 6 warriors. 2 superpowers. A ball of fire the size of a football appeared out of thin air in the palm of a guy's hand and shot towards Li Hao. Triangle Eye also released the wind blade again. Then the one who rushed to the front was the woman with short hair. Li Hao easily dodged the fireball and wind blade, and faced off against the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman was also a ruthless character. She just made a move and kicked Li Hao's crotch directly from bottom to top. Li Hao felt a slight numbness in a certain part. Although he is almost close to a 3rd-level warrior, the vulnerable parts of his body are still vulnerable parts. Even if he is stronger than ordinary people, there is still a limit to what he can withstand. If you are kicked by this kick, you will not be able to have any descendants from now on? He suddenly turned sideways and hid. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, caught the short-haired woman's collar in the extremely surprised look, and threw her away. The scanning ability of the radar allows Li Hao to detect the enemy's opportunities first, which can be said to be even more powerful. And his speed is even faster than that of this short-haired woman. Zila. He didn't expect that the work clothes on the short-haired woman would be so casual. The moment he threw the short-haired woman away, he heard the sound of the cloth breaking. Then, I saw a piece of white collarbone. This short-haired woman's body is much fairer than her face. However, the short-haired woman was still thrown away. After landing a few meters away, he quickly covered his clothes. However, he looked at Li Hao with doubtful eyes and did not take action again. Of course she could feel it. Li Hao had just let loose on her. Otherwise, Li Hao could have eliminated her directly. As for Li Hao, he no longer paid attention to the short-haired woman. He had already killed into the crowd. Ah! Bang! Facing the remaining 5 warriors, Li Hao did not hold back anymore. He didn't have any sympathy for the other 2 women. Because, he just kept the short-haired woman, just because the short-haired woman was pretty good, and she might be able to help a little in the hunting competition. With the continuous screams and muffled sounds, Li Hao showed strength that stunned everyone present. None of the 5 first-level warriors could withstand his punches and kicks. In the short period of time before Triangle Eyes and the other superpower user had time to release their superpowers, the 5 warriors who wanted to surround Li Hao were all knocked away by Li Hao. Everyone vomited blood. After landing, he shrank down, his face twisted, and he couldn't get up again. In the stands, it was eerily quiet. Even the one-eyed dragon looked at Li Hao blankly. He finally understood why this kid was always able to hunt down second-level ferocious beasts. The faces of Triangle Eyes and the other superpower became extremely pale. They never imagined that Li Hao's strength would become so abnormal. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. Xinyu, his eyes also became extremely complicated. He originally thought that his current strength should surpass Li Hao. After all, after he broke through to the second-level warrior and superpower user, he continued to take X2 potion and J2 potion. But now the facts tell him that his strength has been pushed further away by Li Hao. Li Hao's cell activity was at least 2,000 points higher than his. Only Ma Youjing's face was full of excitement, and his beard was trembling with excitement. This time I recognized my father, it was a sure sign. Bang, bang. As Li Hao's figure approached Triangle Eyes and the superpower, this competition for quotas came to an end faster than in previous competitions. The 2 supernatural beings who were not protected by warriors and were approached by Li Hao were no different from scarecrows in front of Li Hao. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use his telekinesis ability, but just crushed the whole audience. Only the short-haired woman got up and looked at Li Hao with extremely complicated eyes. Hey! Li Hao grinned at her and then looked towards the stands. Damn it! This is the end? Oh shit! The audience and the stands came to their senses, and many of them began to curse. They wanted to see a bloody scene. It would be best if the dog slaves killed them until they broke off their arms and legs, and finally bit them with their teeth. That would be exciting. Who could have imagined that it would end like this? The one-eyed dragon was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. He looked deeply at Li Hao and said feebly, "Okay, the quota for participating in the hunting competition this year is only the 5 of you. Take them all back." Then he said to the security team members around the football field, "They will not waste potions to treat these dog slaves, unless these dog slaves can exchange them for life potions. Because, in the dog slave area, there is no need for warriors or supernatural dog slaves to exist. Even if all the participating dog slaves die, there will still be new warriors and superpowers appearing. There will always be a steady stream of people paying tribute to them." Thank you. The short-haired woman finally walked up to Li Hao, covered her torn clothes, and said to Li Hao. Li Hao shrugged his shoulders, "No need to thank you, I just think you are pretty good. If you are interested, we can cooperate in the hunting competition." Good. The short-haired woman nodded decisively, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. She didn't think Li Hao was trying to win her over, she just thought Li Hao was helping her. Because, with Li Hao's strength, it seems that he doesn't need her help at all. Chapter 38 Heading to the urban area. As the security team members cleared the field, the injured competitors were carried out. Li Hao and Ma Xejing were also led out of the stadium by members of the security team leading the way from their respective mines. Brother Hao. Dad Hao. The hunting competition depends on you. When leaving, Ma Xejing shouted directly at Li Hao. He no longer cares about face. He recognized Li Hao as his father. As long as Li Hao doesn't abandon him. The short-haired woman also looked at Li Hao deeply. Only the people in the management area in the audience were very dissatisfied with Li Hao, and they just wanted to throw everything in their hands at Li Hao. It was this dog slave that prevented them from seeing the exciting scene they wanted to see. Take the sightseeing bus back to the outside of the shanty town. The member of the security team who led the way never spoke to Li Hao and the others. In his opinion, no matter how strong Li Hao is, if he cannot successfully break through the hunting competition, he is not qualified to be taken seriously by him. A dog slave is just a dog slave after all. Moreover, the quota competition is just a small fight in the final analysis. None of the members of the security team are below the level of a third-level warrior. Go down. When we arrived at the place, the member of the security team who led the way said. Li Hao, Qinyu, and Su Lilua got out of the car obediently, and then walked into the shantytown. Even if the hunting competition is about to begin, and they have all obtained their quotas, they are still dog slaves. Before leaving the dog slave area, they still have to work in the mines. The rest of the day was spent in the mining area again. In the evening, Li Hao and the others returned to the shantytown, only to find Meng Meng standing in front of Li Hao's house. Brother Li Hao still far away, she shouted to Li Hao. Li Hao, Su Lilua, Qinyu, Then, I saw Meng Meng running in front of Li Hao in a white princess dress, wrinkling her nose and eyes full of admiration. Brother Li Hao, you are awesome, so amazing. Li Hao suddenly felt a little panicked. This girl, shouldn't she have her mind set on herself? Is her love so unstable? He scratched his head, cold sweat broke out on his back, and said with a smile, It's not bad, it's not bad. It's not as good as your brother Yu, he is much better than me. Qinyu, He couldn't tell what he was feeling now. It seems a little relaxed, but also quite uncomfortable. It felt like something had been taken away from him by Li Hao, although he actually didn't want this thing either. Moreover, what does this guy Li Hao mean by saying this? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Of course, brother, you must be the best. Fortunately, Meng Meng immediately shifted her gaze to Qinyu's face. She is obviously a pretty person. Then he said to Qinyu with expectation and tenderness, Brother Yu, if you pass the hunting competition, you will definitely come back to me, right? Qinyu's face was full of embarrassment. Of course. He didn't dare to regret it now, because the one-eyed dragon would definitely make him disappear before the hunting contest started. Hee, that's good. Meng Meng was very satisfied, stuck out her tongue again, and said, I have already told my father that if you pass the hunting competition, let him send me to the Warrior University in Xingtan City for further study. Hee, then we can live together. Qinyu, Pook. Li Hao couldn't hold back his laughter. He didn't expect that Meng Meng would actually plan to chase her to Xingtan City. This was a plot that was not in the original novel. Could it be that Qinyu wants to start a happy cohabitation life with Meng Meng in Xingtan City? Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. Qinyu glanced at Li Hao speechlessly. Brother Yu, aren't you happy? Meng Meng looked at Qinyu's expression and said, with a look of grievance on her face again. Qinyu wants to die. But he had to say, be happy. Hee, I knew you would be very happy. Meng Meng laughed again. Then he held the hem of her skirt and spun around in a circle, saying, Brother Yu, I'm waiting for your good news. By the way, I will watch the hunting competition in real time and cheer you on at home. After saying that, she seemed a little shy and ran away with a puff. Qinyu, winky face. Ha. Li Hao couldn't help it anymore, so he laughed again, patted Qinyu on the shoulder, and said with a pinched voice, Brother Yu, come on. Damn it. I'm waiting to start a happy cohabitation life with you. Roll. Qinyu's face turned red and he kicked Li Hao on the butt. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. But he was avoided by Li Hao. Li Hao grabbed Su Lilua's little hand and ran towards the house. Qinyu stood there without moving, just looking deeply at Li Hao's back. At this moment, no matter how strong he was, he had to admit that in his heart, he was indeed a little envious of Li Hao. Not only did he possess great strength, he also successfully captured Su Lilua. He seemed completely defeated. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. A few days passed quickly. There are only 3 short days left before the hunting competition. In the past few days, even Xinyu did not go to the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. He stayed in the shanty town to recharge his batteries and prepare for the upcoming hunting competition. Of course, Li Hao would not go out. He works in the mines during the day and in bed at night. Li Hao, Su Liluo, come out. Early that morning, the member of the security team who had led the way shouted again outside Su Liluo's house. Li Hao and Su Liluo walked out of the house holding hands. They are leaving here. Because the hunting competition is a super entertainment program that will be broadcast live throughout Xingtan City, representatives from each mining area will be taken to the urban area 3 days in advance. Then they have to go through inspections in urban areas, interviews, and parades. Let people in urban areas have a preliminary impression of them. After all, they are like circus monkeys being dragged out to perform. And behind their performance, there are many, many interests involved. Every year, just the amount of money involved in the various handicaps of the hunting competition is an extremely astonishing astronomical figure. Li Hao felt that Su Liluo's hands were sweating. He gently squeezed Su Liluo's little hand to signal her not to be nervous, and then nodded to Xinyu. Come with me. People from the urban area are already here. The member of the security team said. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the shantytown. At this time, someone who really wanted to go to the mine passed by. Looking at Li Hao and the others, some color finally showed in their numb eyes. It was a kind of deep envy and confusion about my future. Li Hao and the others followed the members of the security team and walked out of the shantytown. Just outside the high-voltage power grid, there was already a minibus waiting there on the road. There were 2 men holding laser guns and wearing standard armor and helmets standing at the door of the minibus. These are security personnel from the urban area, and they are obviously much more stylish than the security team in the Gaono district. Ma Shijing and the short-haired woman have already arrived and are standing outside. Seeing Li Hao and the others coming over, their eyes were fixed on Li Hao's face. Their expressions were equally nervous. This is the final moment of fateful decision. When they go to the urban area, they will either get rid of their status as dog slaves and integrate into the life in the urban area, or they will die in the wilderness. Chapter 39 Sponsorship. The Cyclops was also here, but he didn't bring Meng Meng with him. He was standing next to a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. After glancing at Li Hao and the others, they started whispering to the man in the flowery shirt. Captain Zhang, I will take them away. When Li Hao and the others walked up to them, they heard the man in the flowery shirt say to the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon nodded with a smile on his face. Okay, walk slowly. He looked like a big shot in the dog slave area, but he looked kind and even a little humble in front of this man. Then he said to Li Hao and the others, everyone get in the car. Li Hao nodded towards the short-haired woman and Ma Shijing, then took Su Liluo's hand and walked to the car. Xinyu, Ma Xiaojing and the short-haired woman followed behind and got into the car. When we get to the car, it's just the driver. Li Hao found a seat by the window on the left side of the middle and sat down. Ma Shijing and the short-haired woman sat in front and behind him respectively. Xinyu sat opposite. Then, Hua Shirt and the 2 security officers also got in the car. Drive. After sitting down, he only said to the driver. The driver started the car, turned it around, and drove down the mountain. Hua Shirt then turned around, looked at Li Hao and others, and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Hui. I work at the Xingtan Media Center. I am also the person responsible for leading the team in your dog slave area. Although it is an era of catastrophe, the media still exists. However, due to the high concentration of power, there is no free media in Xingtan City. There is only an integrated media center directly under the jurisdiction of the Xingtan City government. The TV stations, newspapers, magazines and other media in Xingtan City are all included in the integrated media center. First of all, I congratulate you for qualifying to participate in this hunting competition, but the ugly words are ahead. When you leave the dog slave area, you must obey my arrangements. Otherwise, no one will care about your lives if you cause any trouble. Now, let me first talk about your schedule for these 3 days. Then you all introduce yourselves. After arriving in the city today, you can rest in your room for the rest of the time. Tomorrow morning, a makeup artist will be arranged to put makeup on you, and in the afternoon, a reporter will interview you. The day after tomorrow, I will take you to the hunting competition ceremony in the morning and parade in the afternoon. In the evening, I will send you to the hunting competition camp. Okay, now let's introduce yourselves. Wu Hui said one after another. When he said this, he was not discussing with Li Hao and the others, but conveying the arrangements from above. Li Hao and others were silent. Wu Hui frowned slightly and pointed to Ma Shijing, who was sitting in front of Li Hao. You go ahead and say it. Ma Xiujing swallowed, a little nervous. My name is Ma Xiujing, a first-level superpower user. My superpower is... Okay. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Hui. You don't need to say what you are capable of. Don't let it out before the hunting competition. Then he pointed to Qin Yu and said, It's your turn. In previous hunting competitions, the organizers have never announced the strength of the participating representatives from each dog slave district. Because this kind of unknown can arouse the audience's heartstrings even more. It is also one of the factors that ensures the ratings of the hunting competition. Sometimes, the strength gap between the representatives from each dog slave district is too big. If the strength is announced, others can tell at a glance which dog slave district will win in the end, which will make the entire hunting competition boring. Qin Yu. Qin Yu only said his name lightly. Li Hao. Su Li Luo. Li Ying. Li Hao and the others learned from each other. Wu Hui nodded slightly. Okay, I suggest you give yourself a loud or special nickname. Because in the next 2 days, your appearance, temperament, words and deeds, including your nickname, will matter as long as if you are eye-catching enough, you may be able to get sponsorships, which will also affect whether you can successfully win the hunting competition. Sponsorship? What sponsorship? Qin Yu asked, slightly stunned. Only Li Hao knows what the so-called sponsorship is. It's nothing more than a gimmick created by the organizers of the hunting competition. Wu Hui said, the hunting competition is the most popular program every year. Many companies spend large sums of money to advertise in it, and some will select a certain player to sponsor and put their trademark on the clothes. Of course, don't think about sponsorship fees, but these companies may, in order to help you persist in the hunting competition longer, spend money to provide you with weapons, armor, healing potions, food, etc. It is not too much. Something that affects the fairness of the entire competition. Speaking of this, he curled his lips and said, after all, no company would want the players it sponsors to be eliminated just after they participate in the competition. Qin Yu and others' eyes moved slightly, and they were all tempted by this kind of sponsorship. The hunting competition is no different from wilderness survival. All contestants will be thrown into the primitive jungle and let them kill each other. If in this case, weapons and armor can be obtained, it will obviously be a lot more convenient. Only Li Hao didn't care much. Even in the hunting competition, where he couldn't take out the alloy weapons in the storage space to cheat, he still had confidence in his own strength. No sponsorship? If you don't have sponsorship, then you'll be grabbing someone else's money. Brother Hao, I want to be nicknamed the cool and stylish little prince. What do you think? Are you handsome? After a moment of silence, Ma Shijing suddenly turned back and asked Li Hao. Li Hao rolled his eyes. It's more appropriate to call you Uncle Beard. He really didn't know how this guy's brain circuits were able to come up with such a nickname. Su Li Luo covered her mouth and laughed. Ma Xianjing scratched his head. Uncle Bearded, that doesn't sound like anything special. Then he turned back and thought hard. Nearly 2 hours have passed. An abandoned urban area appeared in front of Li Hao and the others. The predecessor of Xingtan City was the capital city of a certain province in China. However, this outer area has now been abandoned, and the current Xingtan City is only about half of its original size. On the overgrown road, as well as in the surrounding abandoned buildings and houses, not a single soul could be seen. The original green plants have continuously eroded the reinforced concrete of the original city over the course of nearly 100 years. Until now, everything is covered with grass, trees, thorns, vines, and other plants. Depressed everywhere. But Ma Xiaojing and the others were still looking around curiously. Even this kind of depression seems to be full of colorful colors to them who have never been out of the dog slave area. Until the minibus passed through the outer area and reached a bridge across the river, Ma Shijing and the others' eyes suddenly widened. In the past, they had only seen Xingtan City on TV. Now, Xingtan City really appeared in front of them, on the other side of the river. Chapter 40 Scenes in Urban Areas. Looking around, the road on the bridge leads directly to the depths of Xingtan City. Along the river, there are steel fences tens of meters high, covered with high-voltage power grids. Further inside, there is a wide area about 1,000 meters wide. Even the original residences and buildings have been blasted and bulldozed, and replaced with forts, bunkers, etc. Then there are the tall buildings rising from the ground. There were buildings with dozens of floors or towering into the clouds, and there were even sky gardens, which dazzled Ma Xianjing in their eyes. Li Hao and Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the bridge. This is one of the only two entrances and exits in Xingtan City. At both ends of the bridge, there are many sculptures more than 10 meters high. There is a woman holding a spear. There is a strong man with 2 axes. There are also old people with their hands behind their backs. These sculptures are all pioneers and powerful figures in this era, or in a certain era, who have influenced the entire human process in China after the Great Cataclysm. After being inspected by the bridge guard, the minibus slowly drove towards the other end of the bridge. Li Hao was able to clearly see the words engraved on the stone piers under the sculptures. A strong man with 2 axes, the current city lord of Xingtan City is Yu Shangyang. The woman holding the spear is one of the strongest people in China today, a 9th-level superpower plus warrior, and the god of war in the Dongling Qiushuang. The old man with his hands behind his back has a greater background. He is Gu Ming, who is regarded as the god of medicine by all Chinese people. It was he who led the team to develop a method of extracting blood essence from the bodies of ferocious beasts to create life potions and essence to extract cell potions, which enabled the strength of the entire human race of warriors and superpowers to advance by leaps and bounds. And spent the darkest time of mankind. Then, there is Yuan Jiping, who is regarded as the father of food. It was he who developed food that could grow on nuclear-contaminated land. Only then can the current human race have enough to eat. There are 16 statues throughout the bridge to the end. All of them are heroes and pioneers respected by the Chinese people. The worst one is Yu Shangyang, the city lord of Xingtan City. Although he is an 8th-level warrior, Li Hao feels that by placing his statue here, he is really trying to put gold on his face. However, this is also a reasonable thing. The current social system is completely different from that before the cataclysm. Humanity has degenerated into the era of city-state alliances. As the city lord, Yu Shangyang is the local emperor of Xingtan City. In the entire Xingtan City, there is no one whose status can match his. Looking at these sculptures, Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little bit of ambition spreading in his heart. When a man is alive, who doesn't want to stand upright? And in the later period of the original novel, Qin Yuka became this kind of character. He must always step on Qin Yu's head. Only in this way can he ensure a continuous supply of villain points. At this end of the bridge, after another inspection, the minibus was finally able to enter Xingtan City. Only here, the scene before the Great Cataclysm is maintained. There are many shops on both sides of the street, including clothing stores, jewelry stores, grocery stores, snack shops, pharmacies, etc. Of course, there are also weapon shops. There are also signs of various companies hanging on the building. The car was busy with traffic. Passing by a snack street, you can see young men and women shopping inside. There was a little girl, led by her mother, holding a candied Haws in her hand and eating it with gusto. There are also children being held in their hands, licking the ketchup on the French fries. This is a scene that is impossible to see in the dog slave area. Compared with the poverty and oppression in the dog slave area, this place is simply paradise. Gulu. Li Hao heard the sound of Ma Shijing swallowing in front of him. He probably didn't even recognize candied Haws and French fries, but he just thought they must be delicious. Su Liluo's eyes also became blank. Even Qin Yu's expression became complicated. The prosperity and peace of Xingtan City are full of huge temptations for them. No one wants to live in a place like this. Li Hao tightened Su Liluo's sweaty little hand, put it close to her ear, and whispered, "Luo, I will definitely let you live here in the future." There was a smile in her voice, but she was serious. Su Lilua turned her head to look at Li Hao, bit her lip, and her eyes became red again. In just about 2 minutes, the minibus drove into an alley and then got into the underground garage. Stopped in the garage. "This is a hotel." Wu Hui waited for the car to stop, stood up, and said, "Let's go, get off the bus with me." Li Hao and the others followed Wu Hui and got out of the car. Ma Shijing, Li Ying, Su Lilua and Qin Yu were all looking around, as if the cars in the underground garage were so interesting to them. Wu Hui was not surprised by this and led the way to the elevator. 2 security officers holding laser guns walked behind Li Hao and the others. "Get in the elevator and go straight to the 17th floor." Ma Shijing was obviously very nervous, and he approached Li Hao without leaving any trace. Ding! Upstairs, Wu Hui took out 5 room cards from his pocket, handed them to Li Hao and others, and said, "You can go to your room and rest by yourself. If anything happens, I will use the phone in the room to notify you. By the way, I warn you again, don't think about escaping, because this hotel is guarded by guards. Moreover, even if you can escape, you are just a White House in Xingtan City. If you are caught, you will die." After saying that, he took the 2 guards back to the elevator and left. Ma Shijing held the room card in his hand, scratched his head, and looked at Li Hao again. The same goes for Li Ying. Because of Li Hao's strength, the 2 of them naturally regarded Li Hao as the backbone of their team. "Watch what I do." Li Hao smiled and said, "Go back to your room, take a shower, and then do whatever you have to do." With that said, he looked at the number on his room card and led Su Lilua towards his room. He doesn't intend to run. Su Lilua's pretty face turned red. "I can finally take a good bath." Entering the room, there is a big white bed, exquisite curtains, a TV, and a telephone. Li Hao stretched greatly, with a look of relief on his face. He finally left that ghost place in the dog slave district. In the dog slave area, let alone shower gel, there's not even fucking soap. That is to say, a girl like Su Lilua with natural body fragrance can still smell good after taking a shower. As for him, after coming down from the mine every day, even he despises himself. "I always feel that there is a lingering smell of iron ore on my body. Honey, take a shower." Li Hao suddenly looked at Su Lilua and bared his teeth. "Ah!" Su Lilua was stunned. Then, her pretty face suddenly turned rosy, as if it had been illuminated by the sunset. Li Hao laughed, picked up Su Lilua from the waist, and said, "I can finally take a clean bath. You rub my back, and I will rub yours too. Hee, there should be shower gel in here. Body wash?" Su Lilua buried herself in Li Hao's arms with a blushing face. She wanted to refuse, but she knew she couldn't refuse Li Hao. This guy always had some weird thoughts that made her feel particularly shy. But in the end, didn't he still succeed? "You'll know it when you see it," Li Hao said with a smile. Then he opened the bathroom door and walked in with Su Lilua in his arms. Chapter 41: The Beauty of Su Lilua. Soon, white foam stirred up in the bathtub. Li Hao taught Su Lilua what shower gel is and what shampoo is. Because Su Lilua, who grew up in Gaona district, was illiterate. Su Lilua's pretty face flushed and she huddled in the arms of Li Hao, who had a look of success on his face. She blinked and asked, "Brother Hao, how can you know how to read?" Li Hao said, "I learned it by watching TV. I have been using TV to learn to read these years, and now I know a lot of words." This is of course a lie. He can read because the characters in this world are the same as the world he traveled through. But television is indeed the only channel through which dog slaves can learn about the outside world. In every house in the dog slave area, there will be an old TV issued by the management area. Although there are only a few channels to watch, it is the only entertainment for the dog slaves. In the past, Li Hao didn't understand why the management area distributed TVs to the dog slaves, but he gradually figured it out later. This is to prevent the dog slaves from becoming too violent and causing turmoil, and also to prevent the dog slaves from being brainwashed through those TV programs. In the final analysis, it is just to keep the dog slaves in the mining area and continue to be exploited. "Brother Hao, you are so awesome." Su Liluo's eyes were full of admiration. Not long after I came out of the shower, the doorbell rang. Li Hao opened the door. There is a cylindrical robot with a round head and round brain in the corridor outside, carrying a plate with 5 box lunches on it. Click. Ma Shijing, who lived in the room next to Li Hao, also opened the door at this time, then looked at the robot, then looked back at Li Hao, and suddenly cursed, "Damn it! Is this lunch?" Li Hao was a little confused. What else? What did you eat? Ma Shijing said, "Isn't there something to drink in the toilet?" Li Hao, winky face. That's for bathing. He was going crazy laughing. Ma Xianjing? I wonder why it tastes so bad. Li Ying and Xin Yu also walked out of the room at this time. Several people took the lunch boxes and looked at them. Xin Yu and Li Ying went back to their rooms. Ma Xianjing followed him into Li Hao's room with a smile. When he got to the room, he swallowed, opened his lunchbox, and started eating. Li Hao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw him like this. But in fact, even he was twitching his index finger at this moment. After traveling through time for so long, he has never had a good meal. Those steamed buns only serve to fill the stomach and are really bland. He opened the lunchbox, handed it to Su Lilua, and asked Ma Shijing, "Why did you follow me in?" Ma Shijing seemed to have been hungry for several days, his mouth was full of oil, and he couldn't understand clearly. "Hagwa. I just want to ask, is the real meat sure to be hunted and exposed to the sun? When the time comes, let's go around it first." Hiding? This guy's surname is also Go. We'll talk about it later depending on the situation. Li Hao picked up the rice and said, "The hunting competition is a random landing point. Before the competition starts, they will be taken to a fixed point by the guards." In the original novel, Li Hao and Xin Yu separated from the other 3 players in the same region after the competition started, and then started living in isolation. But the original novel did not clearly describe the entire hunting contest process from God's perspective. Therefore, he could not predict what would happen. But with his current strength, he probably doesn't need to hide. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. Oh. Ma Xianjing nodded. "Anyway, I will listen to Brother Hao when the time comes. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Then he expressed his loyalty, smiled at Su Lilua, and walked out of the house. On this day, Li Hao had a solid day's rest in the hotel. But Ma Shijing, Li Ying, Xin Yu, and Su Lilua obviously couldn't sleep well, and even suffered from insomnia all night. The next morning, the makeup artist came over. Su Lilua went back to her room. Well, the makeup artist who applied makeup to Li Hao was a sissy. As soon as she entered the door, she covered her nose and looked at Li Hao with disgust on her face. Li Hao almost rolled his eyes. He cleaned himself up last night. What's wrong with this guy? Go take a shower first. Then put this on. The sissy, who was dressed in a flashy dress with her navel exposed, threw the plastic bag containing the bathrobe to Li Hao and slapped her nose. Li Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him, walked into the bathroom, and took another shower. Come out again and put on the yukata. It doesn't fit very well, it's a bit small. The sissy pinched the orchid finger and said softly, "Now, let me measure your height and body shape first. Just stand still and don't move around." Li Hao, he was also worried that this sinister guy would act randomly. The sissy twisted her waist and walked up to Li Hao. She took out a measuring tape to measure Li Hao's height and waist, and then measured the size of his feet. She suddenly smiled foolishly. "Oh, it's still the golden ratio. Even though he is a dog slave, but she has a really good figure." Li Hao endured it. But then, he still had to go through a long period of torture. The sissy was giving him a haircut and smearing it on his face. The luster in her eyes became more and more charming. Oh, what a handsome little brother! It would be great if he wasn't a dog slave. If I were not a dog slave, I would beat you to death. Li Haosen said. It wasn't until more than 2 hours passed that Sissy finally finished and asked Li Hao to wait in the room, saying that someone would send him new clothes that fit him later. Li Hao hurriedly rushed to Su Lilua's room. Fortunately, the makeup artist who applied makeup to Su Lilua was a very normal woman. Seeing Su Lilua after putting on makeup, Li Hao couldn't help but froze in place. In a place like the Go Slave District, Su Lilua's face always looked a little waxy, but now, the slight flaws on her skin have been completely covered up by makeup powder. She bloomed with the beauty that should have belonged to her earlier than in the original novel. In the afternoon, Wu Hui appeared again, knocked on the door of Li Hao's room, and took Li Hao and the others to the room where they were interviewed. When he saw Su Lilua put on new clothes and light makeup, even he couldn't help being slightly stunned, with a deep look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 80 villain points. Xinyu, on the other hand, contributed a lot of villain points to Li Hao. Even he didn't expect that Su Lilua was so beautiful. Her beauty had been covered up too much in the dog slave area before. Next to her, although Li Ying's appearance was not bad, it was somewhat eclipsed in front of Su Lilua. Wow, sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Ma Shijing also widened his eyes. This guy's beard was shaved off by the makeup artist before, but in just a short while, it grew back quite a bit. Li Hao was a little proud. Well, not bad. Wu Hui looked at Su Lilua deeply and said, with your conditions, maybe you can get sponsorship. Thinking that a beautiful girl like Su Lilua was about to participate in the hunting competition, even he couldn't help but feel a little pity in his heart. Chapter 42 Interview. Li Hao's heart moved slightly. In the original novel, neither he nor Qin were able to attract sponsorship. There is an inside story to sponsoring this kind of thing. Those businessmen and entrepreneurs are all ghosts and ghosts. Even if they invest in personal sponsorship, they usually choose players from those two special dog slave areas. In the ordinary dog slave area, only a few lucky ones can be favored. But with Su Lilua's beauty, there is no chance that someone will actually sponsor her. After all, as long as she appears on TV, she will be very conspicuous, a natural advertising model. This is the advantage of beautiful women. Although Li Hao doesn't care about things like sponsorship, if he can get things like food and medicine, it can really save a lot of trouble. At least he doesn't have to worry about finding food. In the original plot, Li Hao followed Xinyu in the hunting competition area for 9 days, but he was hungry for 6 full days. He didn't have a few full meals. When he was extremely hungry, he gnawed on trees. The skin held up. Follow Wu Hui to a room. This room has been converted into a video studio. There are many such video studios in this hotel. But not every player in the dog slave area lives on the same floor. Before the hunting competition ceremony begins, the organizer will not allow the contestants to meet. In the recording studio, there was already a pretty female reporter or host waiting inside. Wear cool and sexy clothes. There are 2 camera positions in the corner, with a cameraman staying behind. This interview is actually used for publicity. It also allows the audience to have a preliminary impression of the contestants in each dog slave area before the hunting competition begins. With Su Lilua's appearance, the gorgeous and sexy host was stunned. Everyone, sit down. Wu Hui walked in with Li Hao and the others and said. Li Hao and others sat opposite the host. Exactly 5 single sofas. Ouch. Ma Xiaojing had never sat on such a sofa before. He sat down on it and sank into it. He was so frightened that he almost jumped up, making the host and the 2 photographers laugh secretly. I was probably thinking that he was indeed a dog slave who had never seen the world. Wu Hui went to the wall and stood in the blind spot for photography. The female host looked at him and said, "Then let's start." Then a professional smile instantly appeared on his face. The originally sexy and coquettish temperament suddenly changed, suddenly becoming serious yet friendly. Li Hao sighed secretly in his heart, he was indeed worthy of being a host. He glanced at Qin Yu and Ma Shijing from the corner of his eye and found that they were all sitting upright, a little nervous. Please introduce yourselves first. The female host said. Wu Hui added, just say hello everyone, which mining area you are from, what is your name, and your nickname, just to express your determination. This kind of interview is more casual because it is not live broadcast and has to be edited later. Ma Fujing, Li Ying, and Su Lilua all naturally looked at Li Hao. This made Qin Yu's eyes suddenly look a little complicated. He is actually a person who wants to be the backbone of the team everywhere, but now, the backbone of this team is obviously not him. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Li Hao looked directly at the host, expressionless. District 14, Li Hao. Sometimes, being aloof can leave a deep impression on people. Of course, the more important thing is that he has no hope for sponsorship, so he is too lazy to waste his words. No more? The host was stunned, waited for a few seconds, and asked. No more. Li Hao said. The host was a little speechless. However, she also knew that many of these dog slaves had eccentric and solitary personalities, so she was too lazy to say anything and looked at Ma Shejing on Li Hao's right. Ma Shejing's beard has completely grown again, and his appearance is still somewhat distinctive. Anyway, most people of the same age don't have so many beards. Ma Shejing was obviously a little nervous, and he stammered, "Hello everyone, my name is Ma Shejing, from the 14th district. My nickname is, I'm a thunderbolt with lightning, and I'm so cool. Damn the little prince." Others in the room, straight face, "Hello everyone, my name is Chinyu, nicknamed Heisha, and I come from District 14. This time, we in District 14 will definitely win. Please believe and support us. District 14, Liang, nicknamed Civet. Finally, we arrived at Soliliuo. She was also a little nervous, and her eyes seemed to be full of panic, but it made me feel pity for her even more. My name is Su Lilua. I come from District 14. After saying just one sentence, she looked at Li Hao at a loss, as if she didn't know what to say. Li Hao smiled, held her hand and said, "It's okay, don't be nervous, just say these 2 sentences." His calmness surprised both Wu Hui and the female host. The interview ended like this. After leaving the recording studio, Wu Hui led Li Hao and the others back to their room. If you want to attract sponsorship, you'd better think of something to impress your sponsors on tomorrow's ceremony. Walking to the door of the room, Wu Hui suddenly curled his lips. Although I don't think you have much chance of passing the hunting competition, but if you can get sponsorship, you can finally have more hope. What do you think? Xinyu, Ma Shejing, and Liang all had their eyes ready to move. Xinyu said, "Then what should we say?" Wu Hui obviously had an idea in mind. He looked at Su Lilua and said, "I think you can start with her, especially you 3 men. 3 flower protectors, protecting an extremely beautiful girl, this is still quite a gimmick. Maybe there are sponsors who wouldn't mind providing you with some help in order to let her live longer." Xinyu and others couldn't help but look at Su Lilua. Li Hao grinned and chuckled, "No problem, we promise that no one will hurt Luoluo before we die." Brother Hao. These words frightened Su Lilua. Li Hao just gave her a reassuring look. Can anyone kill him? It shouldn't be possible. It's another day. The day for the hunting competition ceremony has arrived. Early in the morning, Li Hao's door was knocked open again. The sissy appeared again and put makeup on Li Hao. He also brought a new set of clothes to Li Hao. This outfit is much more formal than the one interviewed yesterday, and can be classified as a formal dress. These are provided by clothing companies in urban areas, and they are also advertising opportunities obtained from their sponsorship. It is mentioned in the original novel that the clothes of Li Hao in the 14th district are designed and provided by a clothing brand called Dragon and Lion, and they are all tailor-made. However, the supporting character Li Hao was not mentioned in the original novel, only Qinyu's clothing was mentioned. It is a midnight black velvet suit, which seems to have the power to accommodate all things. The collar is thickened with gold threads, the 2 oriental dragons with their fangs and claws showing off Qinyu's charm, giving him a domineering and profound attitude that is superior to other players in the dog slave area. At Sissy's urging, Li Hao also put on his own evening dress. He didn't know if it was the same style as Qinyu. Anyway, this one is peacock blue. Noble, elegant, mysterious, and profound. Li Hao looked in the mirror and commented on himself. People rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold. This sentence is really true. Even he had never thought that he was so handsome. After a while, Wu Hui came, called Li Hao and the others out, and took them to the underground garage. Chapter 43 2 Special Dog Slave Areas. In the underground garage, we took the car again and left the hotel. all the way through the bustling urban streets. Finally, the minibus drove into a huge enclosed stadium. This gymnasium is like a creeping steel giant, made entirely of black steel, exuding a deep luster under the sunlight. The minibus is parked in the underground parking garage outside the stadium. Even this underground parking garage is made of black steel as its main body. Li Hao had no doubt that this gymnasium was built as a temporary shelter when vicious beasts attacked. Ma Xinjing and others were even more shocked. Coming from the Gaonan district, they never thought that there would be such a solemn building in this world. But I never thought that the huge amount of black steel used to build this stadium was refined from the iron ore dug out by the dog slaves in District 14. Every inch of black steel here is stained with the blood and sweat of countless people in the mining area. In the area where the minibus stopped, there were already a dozen similar minibuses parked next to it. In front of the line of sight is a corridor that is diagonally upward and about 5 meters wide. This is the passage leading to the core hall of the gymnasium. But at this moment, it was closed by the steel gate, and no light or movement came from the other end of the corridor. On the left side of the corridor, there are 17 luxurious carriages pulled by 2 white third-level ferocious beasts, wind horses, parked neatly. The gale horse is one of the few ferocious beasts that can be tamed. This is the tool for Li Hao and other dog slaves to appear. Li Hao has read it in the original novel, but now he just finds it ironic. The ceremony for such a bloody competition as the hunting contest was to let them, the dog slaves, ride in a carriage pulled by a white gale horse that symbolized holiness. Come with me. Wu Hui took Li Hao and others out of the car. Then, the eyes of Li Hao and the others collided with the eyes of the contestants from other districts who had arrived first and were waiting there. Players from areas 1 to 17 do not appear in the order of the dog slave area. On those carriages, there are painted numbers. Li Hao's carriage from District 14 ranked 4th. The first place is District 9. Li Hao's eyes swept over the faces of the contestants from each dog slave area without leaving a trace. He didn't know if his arrival in this hunting competition would cause other players in the dog slave district to change. But what is certain is that there will never be a third-level warrior or a person with supernatural powers. Because people who can reach the third level of warriors or superpowers before the age of 20 will never take less than 10 X2 potions and J2 potions. The only areas he cares about are the 1st and 9th districts. These 2 areas are the wind power generation area and the solar power generation area. They are all high-tech and do not require any heavy work at all. The status of the dog slaves inside is also quite special. They are all people who have committed crimes in urban areas. Among them are wealthy businessmen and officials. Even if they are imprisoned, many of them still have connections in the urban area. As a result, the management of these 2 districts is also quite loose, and the management staff will not even treat them as dog slaves. Not only is the quality of life much better than other dog slave areas, but with the help of external forces, medicines will also be provided to them. Therefore, although these 2 districts have the smallest number of dog slaves, the players they send out in every hunting competition are the strongest. Often, one of these 2 districts wins in the end. If it develops according to the plot of the original novel, Li Hao remembers that District 9 is the strongest this time. All 5 of their players are second-level warriors plus superpower users. And all the abilities are pretty good. Cell activity is generally above 3,500 points, and for excellent ones, it can even exceed 4,000 points. It can be said that all of them have similar strength to Qinyu. Then there is Area 1. There are 5 players, for second-level warriors plus superpower users, and only one is only a first-level warrior who has not even comprehended superpowers yet. But this guy is only 13 years old. Moreover, he was sent to the dog slave area just now, and his background is astonishingly large. In the plot of the original novel, although Qinyu and Li Hao did not kill this kid, because Qinyu and Li Hao finally broke out of the siege, they still got into a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Qinyu, the protagonist, had someone to help him, otherwise they would have been in trouble as soon as they got out of their dog slave status. As for the other districts, if there are no changes in the players, there will only be 8 second-level warriors and superpowers in total. And the strength is really a bit different from those in the 1st and 9th districts. Li Hao and the others went to stand next to the carriage in District 14. After a few minutes, all the contestants from the 17 dog slave areas arrived. Medical staff in white clothes came up and took their blood for testing. During this process, the players in all districts were silently observing each other. Some looked nervous, some looked confused. The players in the 1st and 9th districts were more indifferent. They all have strong confidence in the strength of their own district. They look at the players from other districts as if they are looking at dead people. Drug test completed. Li Hao and the others are naturally qualified. Ma Shijing, Li Ying, and Su Lilua didn't even take the X2 and J2 medicines. Li Hao took 6 X2 potions. Xin Yu actually took 10 X2 potions and J2 potions. Even the medical staff who took his blood test couldn't help but show a little surprise. Usually, such a situation rarely occurs in ordinary dog slave areas. He. Meng Meng is so kind to you, don't let her down. Li Hao winked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu? Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. He was very irritable. When Li Hao mentioned Meng Meng, he was particularly troubled. Speaking of which, he is still a passionate young man with integrity and a bottom line. In order to improve one's own strength, there is no other way to commit oneself to Meng Meng. Now he doesn't know, if he really breaks through the hunting competition, should he fulfill his promise to Meng Meng, or should he betray Meng Meng without conscience? He just thought that if he married Meng Meng, Meng Meng's strong body might press on his small body, and he found it difficult to accept it. Li Hao was still laughing. He glanced at his attribute panel. Properties panel, cell activity, 70-60 mental strength, 1500 superpowers, telekinesis, 1st level, radar, 2nd level, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 1210. His mental strength is definitely inferior to those who rely on potions to improve his strength, but it doesn't matter. He still has a hoard of villain points that can close the distance at any time. As for cell activity, he didn't believe anyone could compare with him. In pure hand-to-hand combat, absolutely no one is his opponent. At this time, all the players in other districts had completed their drug tests. The medical staff walked up to a guy who was obviously a manager and handed over the drug test information. The guy looked at it and said into the headset, "The drug test is completed, all passed, you can enter the venue." Then he shouted to Li Hao and the others, "Everyone get in the car." Li Hao and the others all got on the carriage. Li Hao gently held Su Lilua's hand again. "Oh Papa." Then within 2 minutes, the steel door slowly opened. Deafening shouts and applause suddenly came from the other end of the corridor. It's time to enter. Chapter 44: The opening ceremony of the hunting competition. Crack. As the driver of the front carriage waved his whip, the carriage from District 9 took the lead and ran towards the corridor. Then there are the 4th and 16th districts. The carriage where Li Hao and the others were standing suddenly moved at this moment. "Now, please bring out our dog slaves for this year's hunting competition." A powerful and high-pitched voice sounded at the other end of the corridor. After passing through the corridor, the light in front of me suddenly became bright and dazzling. This is a huge stadium with a high dome that emits blurry colors under the light. On the 4 sides of the dome, there are 4 huge screens hanging. At this time, 5 team members from District 9 appeared on the screen. There was no nervousness on their faces, but more excitement and anticipation. The 5 of them raised their arms high. It was as if they had already won the hunting competition in advance. This is due to their confidence in their own strength. Li Hao's eyes swept across most of the gymnasium. This place can only be described as a sea of people. The shouts were like waves, one after another. Men and women, young and old, dressed in all kinds of clothes, either comely or showy, sat in the trapezoidal auditorium around the stadium. I'm afraid there must be tens of thousands of people. It is conceivable that the number of people watching the live broadcast on TV will be extremely huge. And in the east of the stadium, there is a very high stand. At this moment, there were only dozens of people sitting in the stands. There are a few sitting in front, like kings. The others were sitting in the back, but all of them were very aristocratic. Li Hao recognized that the strong man sitting in the middle was none other than the lord of Xingtan City Yu Xiangyang. As the carriage convoy slowly advanced, Li Hao and the others soon appeared on the big screen. The faces of Ma Shijing, Xinyu, Li Ying, and Su Liluo were all filled with nervousness. At this moment, the boiling sound in the gymnasium still suddenly rose to a high level. In terms of strength in the hunting competition, of course it depends on the 1st and 9th districts, but probably no one thought that a beauty like Su Liluo would appear in this hunting competition. Although Su Liluo, who used powder puff to cover up her skin imperfections, had not been able to fully unleash her charm, she was definitely ranked high in Xingtan City. Even Yu Xiangyang's eyes moved slightly at this time. Then the young man next to him suddenly turned his head, smiled lowly, and didn't know what he said to him. Li Hao did not look at Yu Xiangyang again, because at this time, Ma Xiangjing was trembling and asked him, "Brother Hao, what should we do?" Li Hao lowered his eyes slightly and said, "What else can I do? Let's imitate others and raise your hands." The 3 carriages in front all did this. With that said, Li Hao, who was holding Su Liluo with his left hand, stretched out his right hand to grab Ma Shijing's hand, and raised it suddenly. The head can be cut off, the blood can be shed, but the momentum cannot be lost. He didn't care, but if he could get sponsorship, Su Li might feel much more comfortable in the hunting competition. He couldn't bear to let his woman suffer. Xinyu and Li Ying also hurriedly raised their hands. And just when their carriage was about to pass through the main camera range, Li Hao suddenly turned his head and pecked Su Liluo's pretty face. "Damn it! Oh, worry!" The shouts in the stadium, at this moment, seemed to tear down the roof made of black steel. Who would have thought that Li Hao, a little puppy slave, would suddenly turn his head and kiss Su Liluo at this time? If Su Liluo was just an ordinary dog slave, that would be fine. However, Su Liluo was so touching. There were many people in the audience who had their thoughts moved the moment they saw Su Liluo. Although they clearly knew that there would be no possibility between themselves and this beautiful dog slave, they still felt a strong feeling of displeasure spreading when they saw Li Hao taking the lead. Such a beauty should not be enjoyed by a dog slave. Even in the very high stands in the east, there were a few people who were confused. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. When Li Hao and the others disappeared from the big screen, the shouts and complaints in the gymnasium still continued. Xinyu frowned slightly and whispered, "Xiao Hao, you are too high profile. This will make us the target of public criticism." A target of public criticism? Li Hao chuckled, a little disapproving. "Anyway, you go in with all your strength, so what are you afraid of?" As the 17 carriages slowly passed through the main camera area, they finally stopped side by side directly under the highest stand. Inside the circular square. Everyone's eyes are focused here. The main camera suddenly focused on Yu Xiangyang's row of high-ranking dignitaries. Yu Xiangyang slowly stood up and pressed his hands. His burly body alone seemed to have a strong sense of oppression, and the chaotic shouts and applause in the gymnasium quietly fell silent in just a few seconds. Li Hao and other players also looked up. At this moment, many people's eyes are flashing with ambition. They all want to become a big shot like Yu Xiangyang. The same is true for Li Hao. Autumn is crisp and clear, and it's another year of hunting competition. Yu Xiangyang's voice echoed throughout the stadium through the loudspeaker. "First of all, on behalf of the City Lord's Palace, I would like to welcome all the guests attending the opening ceremony, as well as the contestants from each labor district. I appreciate your courage and determination, and I hope that good luck will be with you. Now I announce that the opening ceremony of the hunting competition has officially begun." A very simple statement. But the stadium was still boiling instantly. There were countless screams and shouts again. "Thank you to our extremely distinguished Lord City Lord for your opening speech." A figure stretched out its golden wings and suddenly flew from somewhere in the stadium, fluttering its wings and slowly flying towards the central area. It's the host. He was wearing a luxurious and dazzling dress and looked very handsome. This pair of golden wings is obviously some kind of superpower. After stopping a few meters above the ground in the central area, he first bowed to Yu Xiangyang and others on the high platform, and then bowed and saluted in other directions. After the shouts in the stadium subsided slightly, the host continued, before the opening ceremony begins, please allow me to solemnly introduce the teams from the labor districts participating in this hunting competition and conduct a speech on them. Simple interview. With a slight flutter of his wings, he glided to the 9th District carriage parked on the far left side of the team. On the big screen, the members of District 9 also appeared, as well as the interview video they recorded in the hotel. Hello everyone, I am Jaishir, captain of the 9th District. District 9, Ning Hongshin. District 9. Chapter 45 Conflict Before the Game. Okay, welcome to the 5 members of District 9. When the recorded video on the big screen ended, the host said with a smile, District 9 is our old and strong team. With that said, he looked at the captain Jaishir, then, do you have anything to say? Jaishir is a burly young man with a bald head who looks very intimidating. He said with a cold face, I just want to say that every opponent we encounter in the hunting competition, we will crush them. A cruel look gradually appeared on his face. But this only caused the shouts and screams in the stadium to rise again. These guests are similar to the managers in the dog slave area. What they hope to see in the hunting competition is bloody fighting scenes. As expected of a strong veteran team, they are indeed very confident and domineering. The host's voice was quite provocative, then we will wait for the outstanding performance of the members of District 9. Then he drifted to the carriage in the 4th District. Compared to the 9th District, the members of the 4th and 16th Districts looked obviously much more nervous. They don't have that kind of confidence. Neither could they say anything domineering. The 2 captains just said that they would work hard to win and hoped that everyone would support them. The performance was mediocre. In fact, in the final analysis, if you don't have enough strength, no matter how beautiful your words are, it will be in vain. It is nothing more than humiliating yourself unless you take the wrong approach. It's time for Li Hao and the others. The organizer of the competition didn't know what they were thinking, but they actually sent out the clip of Ma Shijing sitting on the sofa and then bouncing up. Ha ha! Look at this fool! As expected, he is a dog slave who has never seen the world. Ma Xianjing's embarrassment immediately caused the entire stadium to burst into laughter. Ma Yojing's face turned red and his head hung slightly. Even Qin Yu felt his face looked ugly. Only Li Hao looked as if nothing had happened. Contestants from District 14, do you have anything to say? Until the host asked Li Hao and the others, the ridicule in the gymnasium did not subside. I don't have much to say, just one sentence. Li Hao acted as the captain and spoke without hesitation. He suddenly grinned and said, the strength of District 14 used to be rubbish. That was before. Now that District 14 has me, who wants to hurt my wife and my team members? Hey, I welcome you, but you must prepare for death first. In the gymnasium, the noisy sounds suddenly stopped. No one expected that a great master like Li Hao would emerge from the humble 14th District. In the past dozens of hunting competitions, District 14 had a total of 2 bad lucks, and finally someone successfully broke through the hunting competition. Where does this guy get his confidence? However, everyone present seems to have remembered the name Li Hao in their hearts. Because of Li Hao's domineering speech, and even more because he is a mere dog slave but has a beautiful woman like Su Liluo. Regardless of what Li Hao's real strength is, his gimmicks are definitely enough. As long as the hunting competition begins, he will definitely attract the attention of many people. Among the 17 participating teams from the dog slave district, Li Hao was obviously not the only one who knew about the sponsorship. Li Hao has now pulled off the gimmick of District 14. Everyone in the audience wants to know how long the couple Li Hao and Su Liluo can last. With such popularity, naturally some people will take advantage of it. The other dog slave districts didn't have the confidence to say harsh words, but those in the 1st district didn't take Li Hao and the others seriously. I will be the first to crush you to death. Then, I will take your beautiful wife with me and wait until the last moment to kill her. The person speaking in the 1st area was not the child, but a short-haired young man named Han Ji. I don't know what's wrong with his left eye. Even the pupil is white, and he looks very vicious and cruel. He pointed the gun directly at Li Hao. After the host asked them to speak, he stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Li Hao. Oh. Good. The emotions of the guests in the stadium were high again. They just want to see this kind of confrontation. This is like the scolding between boxers before a boxing match begins. If Li Hao is a talker, it is obvious that Han Ji just wants to slap Li Hao in the face. Li Hao met Han Ji's gaze and slowly gave a thumbs-up cut. Hello? Fuck. It turns out to be a soft-legged shrimp. The guests were very dissatisfied, thinking that Li Hao was going to give in. But how could Li Hao give in? Entering the hunting competition, there are only two possibilities, either walking or walking sideways. There is absolutely no way to get out while kneeling. Li Hao's thumbs up slowly turned downwards. Damn it! He is provoking District 1. This Li Hao is so crazy. He has courage. The audience and guests had no position and started making noise again. Han Ji's eyes narrowed, and his face showed a strong murderous intent. Okay. The host was very satisfied, nodded repeatedly, and said, then let's look forward to the collision between the 1st and 14th districts. Let's see if Li Hao from the 14th district can lead his woman out of the hunting competition. Live a happy life in the urban area. Still, the members of District 1 succeeded in breaking them up. The organizers of the competition are definitely happy to see the current scene. Because gimmicks and conflicts are the guarantee of ratings. Perhaps, the ratings of this year's hunting competition can reach a new high. And the ratings are directly linked to the benefits. Okay, then we also hope that the players of the third element can perform well. As the final show of the third district ended, the host said something perfunctory, and the introduction of the team members from the 17 districts came to an end. Regardless of the 1st and 9th districts, among the 15 ordinary dog slave districts, the 14th district is definitely the one that gets the most attention, especially Li Hao and Su Liluo. In fact, Li Hao may even receive more attention than Su Liluo. Everyone has a comparison mentality, and even in urban areas, few men can have a beautiful woman like Su Liluo. So I guess there are actually many people who want to see how long Li Hao can last. Crack. As the coachman waved his horse's side, 17 carriages slowly exited amidst shouts and applause, and then left through the corridor. Of course there were other programs during the opening ceremony, but those had nothing to do with Li Hao and the others. Li Hao, right? You are very arrogant, but I don't know if you have the courage to try it with us tomorrow? As soon as the carriage stopped in the underground garage, Li Hao and others got out of the car. Han Ji and 4 other members of the 1st district walked up to Li Hao. The other surrounding members of the dog slave district couldn't help but glance over here, even the 9th district. Li Hao raised his eyebrows. Then he smiled, showing his white teeth. No problem. Chapter 46 Heading to Hunting Island. I'll wait for you at the northernmost point of Hunting Island. Han Ji smiled coldly and said with a cruel look. Hunting Island is the venue where previous hunting competitions have been held. In the big river outside Qingtan City, there is a huge island. Xiao Hao. Qin Yu shouted softly from the side. His eyebrows were furrowed into a frown. He knew that Li Hao was very powerful now and might be stronger than him, but now they were facing people from the 1st district. When the hunting competition has just begun, making an appointment with the people in the 1st area is no different from seeking death. The wisest choice for a team like these from the ordinary dog slave district would be to hide first and wait for others to kill each other. The best option would be to wait for the 2 strongest teams in District 1 and District 9 to kill both of them. Only in this way can they have a chance. Okay. Li Hao still nodded towards Han Ji. Then he said to Qin Yu, don't be afraid of them. Just wait and see how I deal with them. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and had the urge to become furious. If he were the captain, he would never do this. I don't know why I was so obsessed at the beginning that I didn't stop Li Hao and defaulted to him becoming the representative of the 14th district. Qin Yu became more and more depressed as he thought about it, and he even had the idea of not going with Li Hao by then. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Ha! I will let you see what a true strong man is, you frog in the well. Han Ji sneered again, and then returned to the original place with the 4 people in his first area. Although he was surprised by Li Hao's loud tone, he didn't think District 14 had the strength to fight with District 1. He even felt that Li Hao should have this kind of arrogant character. I thought that since I was the strongest in District 14, I could crush everyone else. As everyone knows, even the strongest person in District 14 is nothing more than a chicken head. No matter how high the chicken raises its head, it cannot become a phoenix. In the gymnasium, the opening ceremony program has begun. A dance group dressed in cool clothes came to the center of the gymnasium. Amidst the roar of cheers, they fully exuded the charm of their bodies. Of course, Li Hao and the others couldn't see this. They were all quickly taken to the lounge in the gymnasium. In the afternoon, they will set off from the stadium for a parade. Yes, you did a great job today. The gesture you made should attract the attention of many employers. As soon as he arrived in the lounge, Wu Hui said to Li Hao with a smile, his attitude more enthusiastic than ever before. But Li Hao knew very well that this guy was just happy for the stunt he pulled out. Wu Hui should have been praised by his superiors, right? What's the use? Qin Yu was extremely depressed beside him and said coldly, even if we can get sponsorship, can we beat the people in the first district? His words were meant for Ma Shijing and Li Ying. He knew that Su Lilua would definitely listen to Li Hao unconditionally. Wu Hui looked at Li Hao deeply at this time and said, if I guessed correctly, you wouldn't plan to go to the appointment, right? You agreed to Han Ji deliberately, just to lure them into a trap, right? Wrong? Into a trap? What trap? Before Li Hao spoke, Qin Yu frowned and asked. Wu Hui smiled confidently, the people who are most likely to compete with District 1 are the people from District 9. Do you think, after knowing that District 1 is going to fight you to the death at the northernmost tip of Hunting Island? Next, will District 9 think about picking up the ready-made ones? Although they may not be aware of your strength, even if you only need to hold back 1 or 2 people in the first district, it is entirely possible for them in the 9th district to wipe out the first district one by one. And you, it can be said that you are missing a powerful threat. What he said was clear and logical. Ba bang. Li Hao applauded, Brother Wu Hui is indeed an elite in the urban area. His mind is different. I admire him. Qin Yu sad face, ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. He felt that Li Hao was saying that he looked like a fool. Do you really think so? Then he couldn't help but ask Li Hao. Because Li Hao didn't have such a mind before. Of course, otherwise do you think I'm stupid? Li Hao said. Then he looked at Su Lilua with a smile, can I let Luo follow me on an adventure? Qin Yu, ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. He felt that he was crushed by Li Hao in terms of IQ. But unfortunately, I can't accept it if I don't accept it. This feeling of powerlessness made him doubt himself like never before, making him extremely uncomfortable. Li Ying and Ma Shijing looked at Li Hao with admiration in their eyes, hee hee. Wu Hui smiled again and said nothing more. He stood up, walked to the windowsill, and smoked. Li Hao has some brains, but he never thinks that District 14 has much chance of winning in this way. In the hunting competition, brains are important, but luck and strength are more important. No matter how smart a mouse is, it can't beat a cat. Until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we paraded through the streets. Li Hao and the others were taken to the carriage again. Start from the gymnasium, go to Chengsu Fujian Street, and then to the bridge head. The roadside was full of people watching the excitement in the urban area, but they all looked at Li Hao and the others like monkeys, and few of them had pity in their eyes. The people in the dog slave district have long been numb. And don't they think of the people in the dog slave district as human beings? Naturally, no one will cheer for these teams. The atmosphere seemed very strange. At least this is the case for the dog slave area players on the carriage. Li Hao is an outsider. He has never regarded himself as a dog slave, but he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. But Ma Shijing, Li Ying, Su Lilua and the others all looked particularly complicated. This journey is not long. It only lasted more than an hour, but to them, it seemed like torture. The sun sets in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun splashed on the bridge. The sculptures look extremely holy and desolate at the same time. The shadow of the carriage was stretched extremely long. Reaching the fork in the road near the bridgehead, the convoy turned around and headed north. There are people all along the street. They stood outside the building, in the shadows. Li Hao suddenly felt that these people were actually quite insensitive. Heading north, we drove another 10 miles. Through the high wall, no one can see what is happening outside. But the carriage team stopped here. On the wall opposite the isolation zone, there is a steel gate. This is the entrance to Hunting Island. There were dozens of guards with laser guns beside the door. After a guard who looked like a leader connected with the leader of the convoy, he asked someone to press the switch of the steel door. The steel door slowly opened. Outside the door is a line of green grass. On the river, yellow water surges. There is an island with no ends visible, rooted in the middle of the river. The island is lined with green trees and has beautiful scenery. But it is destined to swallow the lives of hundreds of players. Chapter 47 Showdown of Strength. Everyone, come in. The leader of the carriage team responsible for escaping Li Hao and the others shouted back. Li Hao looked back at the security vehicles following the carriage team, held Su Lilua's little hand, followed the players in front, and walked into the steel gate. When he comes out again, he must take Su Lilua to stay in this urban area as a citizen. Inside the gate, along the wall, there are rows of bungalows. Kaka kaka. As the steel gate slowly closed, the bustling city area was instantly cut off. The leader of the guards suddenly turned around and shouted to Li Hao and the others, "Stand still." Then he pointed to the row of bungalows and said, "This is the camp where you will be stationed tonight. You will move in according to the labor area number later, and you are not allowed to go out without permission. Tomorrow early morning, I will send you to the island." His words were filled with resoluteness and unquestionable majesty. No dog slave spoke. Before they could take a closer look at Hunting Island, guards rushed up and led them to each bungalow. The furnishings in the bungalow are very simple, just a few beds. As soon as Li Hao and the others walked inside, the guard outside locked the door. The light in the room suddenly dimmed, leaving only the small window with a little light coming through. Xinyu sat down on the bed and said to Li Hao angrily, "Xiao Hao, is it time to talk about your plan now?" He doesn't like the feeling of being commanded by others, and wants to be the backbone wherever he goes. Although there is no hope of being the backbone now, he also wants to know Li Hao's plan. Li Hao smiled and said, "I don't have any special plans. I just want to kill whoever I meet." Xinyu frowned suddenly. "Do you think this is still a quota competition in the dog slave district? This is a hunting competition. The opponents we have to face are much stronger than those in the previous quota competition." Ma Xiaojing was also a little frightened, and said sarcastically, "Brother Hao, is this too impulsive? As long as I'm not surrounded, I'm sure to win against any team alone." Li Hao said. Add 1290 points of mental power. He gives orders to the system. A familiar feeling spread throughout his body, and in an instant, Li Hao's mental power surged to 2,790 points. This may still be inferior to some superpowers. However, the combined value of Li Hao's cell activity and mental power has reached nearly 10,000 points, which is by no means comparable to other contestants. Because everyone's time and energy are limited, it is impossible for cell activity and mental strength to go hand in hand. Ah! In the room, exclamations suddenly sounded. The bodies of Qinyu, Ma Shijing, and Li Ying suddenly floated. Ma Xiujing, Li Ying, / Qinyu also tilted his head and looked at Li Hao with a shocked face. "Your telekinesis ability." Li Hao slowly used his telekinesis to put Qinyu and the others down again, and said, "I have realized the second level power, which allows my telekinesis to control many things at the same time." Qinyu was shocked. Ma Yujing and Li Ying also had their eyes widened. Psychic power. This is already an incredibly powerful superpower. With the power of telekinesis, Li Hao can be said to have been able to restrain most people with similar mental powers. And the ability to exert group control telepathy. They could not imagine how powerful this would be. In short, if they were to be killed just now, they might not have time to react at all. Only Qin Yu could possibly escape. Because people with stronger mental power are more sensitive to their surroundings. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. Qin Yu's face was complicated. What is your second level superpower? Secret. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 5 villain points. This made Qin Yu even more depressed. He rolled his eyes and said gloomily, "We are in the same team. I think it is necessary for us to understand each other's strength." Li Hao shrugged his shoulders. "You have just seen my supernatural strength. As for cell activity, I am close to the level of a third-order warrior." A. D. Qin Yu and others were shocked again. Ma Xinjing suddenly ran to Li Hao and picked up Li Hao's thigh. "Brother Hao, you are my god. You are my thigh. Please protect me. Please protect me." Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully affecting the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 50 villain points. Qin Yu only felt that his heart was hit hard one after another again. He has worked very hard. I also got 10x1 potions and J1 potions from Cyclops. However, Li Hao was like a dark cloud covering his head, making it impossible for him to surpass him. After taking 10x1 medicines, his cell activity has only reached over 3,200 points. It was really hard for him to imagine how Li Hao did it. Now let's talk about your strength. Li Hao pushed Ma Xinjing away angrily and said with a smile, "I am close to a second-level warrior and have no special powers." Li Ying looked at Li Hao with a complicated expression and spoke first. Ma Xinjing sat on the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm only a first-level superpower user, and my superpower is the first-level explosive hedgehog's thorns. Compared with Li Hao's strength, they are just soy sauce." Qin Yu's face was a little gloomy. "I am a second-level warrior plus a second-level superpower. My cell activity is more than 3,000 points, my mental power is almost close to 3,000, my first-level superpower is teleportation, and my second-level superpower is the rooster's crow." Su Lilua also said weakly, "I am a first-order warrior." Li Hao's heart moved slightly. Butterfly effect. In the original novel, Qin Yu's second-level superpower was only realized after he became a free warrior in the urban area. It is very powerful and is the dolphin sound of the second-level ferocious beast, the streaming dolphin. This kind of superpower can launch an attack similar to ultrasonic waves through mental power fluctuations, making people lose consciousness. It can be said that it is impossible to guard against. Coupled with teleportation, Qin Yu can often defeat enemies that are stronger than his basic strength. But now, Qin Yu's second-level superpower has been replaced by a rooster that crows throughout the sun. Although the power of the sun-piercing cock crow is very similar to the flowing light dolphin sound, it is also a sonic attack, but the effect is slightly worse than the flowing light dolphin sound. In the ranking of the second-order sequence, it is also more than 20 places lower. Of course, in terms of overall strength, Qin Yu is still very strong. Even compared to the players in the 1st and 9th districts, he is not inferior. He is much more powerful than he is now in the original novel. Li Hao nodded and said to Qin Yu, "With your strength, it should be enough to protect Luo Luo and the others." Qin Yu was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chapter 48. The race begins on the island. When you get to the island, leave the killing to me, and you can protect Luo Luo and them. If I can't do it, you can do it again. Li Hao said. Qin Yu opened his mouth, a little depressed, but didn't know what to say. In fact, the job Li Hao arranged for him was quite easy, but he was not used to this change of identity with Li Hao. Before, Li Hao was his little brother. Moreover, he also wants to be in the limelight. Being in the limelight in the hunting competition can be seen by countless people in the urban area. Perhaps, after passing the hunting competition, you can be recruited by various forces, even the city lord's palace. However, he does not have the strength like Li Hao. With his cell activity, and his abilities of teleportation and rooster crow, he is still somewhat confident when facing a player from the 1st or 9th district. But if there is more than one, it will be a bit difficult. After all, the number of uses of abilities is limited. And others won't just wait for him to kill him. As the sun sets, the house becomes even darker. In the end, there was almost no light at all. This night, several people were resting in the bungalow. In the early hours of the morning, there was the sound of unlocking outside. Shinyu and others, who had not slept well in the first place, immediately opened their eyes and sat up from the bed suddenly. The door opened. There were several guards outside with flashlights on. They walked directly into the house. "This is your sponsorship from District 14. These guards all wore full-covered helmets, and their faces could not be seen, but the guard walking at the end was carrying a metal box in his hand. "We have sponsorship. Brother Hao. We really got it." Ma Shejing was extremely excited. The guard put the box on the ground and opened it. Then he took out 2s2 potions from inside and said, "Su Lilua, this is your sponsorship." I'm here." Su Lilua pursed her lips and walked forward nervously. The guard was probably surprised by Su Lilua's beauty. His eyes hidden under the protective goggles looked at her a few more times, and then handed the medicine to Su Lilua's hand. 2s2 potions, this girl is really lucky. Although the market price of S2 potions is very cheap, in hunting competitions, sponsors have to pay staggering sponsorship fees for this kind of cheating. Not to mention S2 potions, even S1 potions and even a little bit of food are extremely rare. As for weapons and armor, not to mention, they are things that only people in the 1st and 9th districts can get. "Li Hao, it's yours." The guard shouted again. "I have one too." Li Hao grinned and said, slightly stunned. He could still understand that Su Lilua had sponsorship, but even he had it, which really surprised him. "It seems that I am still very lovable." But when the guard took out the things, he stopped laughing. "Damn it! A hat! Why are they green?" Shinyu, Ma Shijing, Li Ying, and Su Lilua were also confused. Even the guards are there. Who sponsored this? Li Hao took the alloy hat painted with green paint, his face full of depression. "Yours was sponsored anonymously," the guard said. "Pook." From inside the helmet, the guard couldn't hold back his laughter. "This is the name brand of the company that sponsored your S2 potion. You have to put it on your clothes." The guard squatting on the ground took out 2 more name brand stickers from the box and handed them to Su Lilua. "Eternal jewelry, beautiful lingerie." Su Lilua took the name tag and put it on her chest. "Let's go, I'll send you to the island." The guard closed the metal box, stood up and said. Then several guards walked outside. "Do you want it?" Li Hao asked Shinyu with a green hat in his hand. "He will not wear this thing on his head, absolutely not." "Shinyu? And you?" Li Hao asked Ma Shijing again. Ma Xinjing shook his head, "I don't want it either." Even Li Ying disliked it, and when Li Hao looked at her, she shook her head. Li Hao was quite helpless. "Can I throw this thing away?" he asked the guard in front. The guard turned back. "No, any items sponsored by sponsors cannot be discarded unless you die." Li Hao also rolled his eyes. "But then I thought again, this thing is somewhat useful. Although it is not a weapon, it is definitely better to use as a weapon than a stone. Go outside. It's still dark outside." The contestants in the other bungalows were also taken out by the guards. "Mad. This is so unfair." With the light of the flashlights in the hands of the guards, Li Hao and the others were still able to barely see clearly the faces of the contestants around them. Ma Shijing couldn't help but curse secretly. He saw a guy in District 9 who was clearly armed. He was holding an alloy sword in his hand, wearing alloy hard armor on his body, and an alloy helmet on his head. Although there will be no sponsorship of alloys higher than F1 level in the hunting competition, this will undoubtedly widen the gap. Strong teams are stronger and weak teams are weaker. Moreover, this guy named Jaishir is not the only one who has received sponsorship in District 9. Others also received more or less sponsorship, some with weapons and some with armor. Others were carrying bags in their hands, probably containing either medicine or food. Li Hao looked towards the first area. The sponsorship received is even more amazing than that of District 9. In addition to the child, there is also their captain Han Ji, who is also fully armed. Han Ji noticed Li Hao's gaze and grinned at Li Hao with a cruel smile. After tonight, it's all ours. Li Hao felt quite unhappy and gritted his teeth. Ma Xianjing and others all looked at him. Put on your hood. Get ready to go. The leader of the guards shouted. The guards walked up to Li Hao and the others one by one, took out black hoods, and wrapped them around their heads. The location of the island is random, and before this, the organizers of the competition will not let the contestants know where the other teams are. Wearing a hood is to prevent them from observing where others are landing on the island. This hood looks simple, but it has the effect of isolating mental power. In front of my eyes, it suddenly became dark. The players from each participating team were escorted by the guards and walked towards the river. By the river, 17 helicopters have been parked. Rumble. As Li Hao and others were taken aboard the helicopter quickly flew towards the hunting island amidst the rumble. Arrive. When the helicopter landed, the guards following the helicopter took off the hoods on Li Hao's heads. Surrounding it is an open space that has been cleared for helicopters to take off and land. Then there is the wet primitive jungle. At this time, the red sun quietly emerged from the horizon. The sun is about to rise. The hunting competition is about to officially begin. Chapter 49. The first point of interest. Xingtan City. A studio in the Fusion Media Center. Dear audience friends, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 53rd Xingtan City Hunting Competition. I am today's commentator Xin Yongwang. I am the commentator Ren Lu. As the most influential and most watched entertainment program in Xingtan City, the hunting competition was broadcast live at the moment the plane flew to Hunting Island. At this moment, what appeared on the TV was a drone's aerial footage of a group of helicopters flying towards the hunting island. As for the two commentators, they can only appear pitifully in the lower right corner of the TV screen, occupying a small space. Okay, the plane has landed. Now our players from each team have set foot on the hunting island. We will wait and see what kind of wonderful performance these 85 contestants from the labor area will give us on this long and narrow island with an area of 2.5 square kilometers. Before that, please watch a short clip. The two commentators seemed to be singing a double act, their voices sounded alternately. On the big screen in the studio, the scene of a helicopter flying to Hunting Island was suddenly switched away, and what came out was a scene of the underground garage of the stadium. It was when Li Hao and the others were still in the gymnasium. Li Hao, right? You are very arrogant, but I don't know if you have the courage to try it with us tomorrow? No problem. I'll wait for you at the northernmost point of Hunting Island. The conflict and fight between Li Hao and Han Ji was actually filmed by the surveillance camera in the underground garage of the stadium, and was edited by the organizer. Now, take it out as the first highlight of the hunting competition. Although the scenes of Li Hao, Han Ji and others only appeared on the big screen for a few dozen seconds, the audience in front of the TV still remembered Li Hao and Han Ji in their hearts. Everyone felt surprised. The captain of District 14 this year is really crazy. He dared to confront District 1 head-on. Ha, Ren Lu, Li Hao, the captain of District 14 this year, looks very confident. Do you think it is possible for them to defeat District 1? Well, District 1 and District 9 are both veteran and strong teams in the hunting competition. We don't know Li Hao's strength, but I think the possibility of them defeating District 1 is very high. Slim. Then you mean that if they go to the northernmost part of the hunting island, they will die? That's more or less the case, but maybe they won't go, right? Ha, we have to watch the live broadcast of this. The two commentators were like commentators on football and games, and they did not appear to be very serious. And the pictures on the big screen are also switching according to their words. Another aerial shot of Hunting Island. But this time, what was displayed was an aerial view of the entire hunting island, and there were red dots marking the positions of the members of each team. District 14. The team from District 14 went to the island in the southwest direction of Hunting Island, but they seem to be really heading north. The location of the first area is closer to the northernmost point of the hunting island, and they are also heading north quickly. Are they really going to collide at the beginning of the game? District 9. The members of District 9 are also heading north. Hunting Island. Li Hao and the others had already got off the helicopter and walked into the wet primitive jungle. The arrival of the Great Cataclysm era has caused great changes in the vegetation of Blue Star. Primitive jungles can be seen everywhere. And this primitive jungle is much more terrifying than the Amazon rainforest before the cataclysm. The faint roar of a ferocious beast reached Li Hao's ears. The threat on the hunting island is never just the other members of the dog slave district. Some of the ferocious beasts introduced by the organizers are even more powerful than all the players. Xiao Hao, do you really want to touch the people in District 1? Xin Yu asked as he watched Li Hao walking north. Are you really planning to fight with those from District 1? Isn't that just a waste of time for those in District 9 to pick up ready-made items? Li Hao turned around and said, Are you going to be a coward? He estimated that the people in the first area would go to the northernmost part of the hunting island to wait for him. After all, that Han Ji-du released the words during the ceremony. Although the hunting competition is definitely about achieving the final victory, with a character like Han Ji's, he shouldn't be happy to slap himself in the face, right? As for the people in District 9, they used to wait for the mantis to catch the cicada, and the chance of the oriole behind is very high. Even if they didn't think about picking up something ready-made, they would probably want to take this opportunity to see the strength of the first district. I just want to break through successfully and become the final winner. Xin Yu said indifferently. This is their ultimate goal. Aha. Li Hao nodded in agreement. If you have this idea, then I'll be relieved. Xin Yu, underscore? What the hell are you relieved about? What you're worried about now is whether I'm okay or not. Then what are you going to do? Xin Yu's voice became impatient. Let's find a place for you to stay first. I'll go to the far north to have a look. I'll come back to you later. Li Hao said seriously. Xin Yu, underscore winky face. Are you going alone? Su Lilua suddenly became worried. Ma Yujing and Li Ying were also vaguely like this. Li Hao is strong, but they were still worried that something would happen to Li Hao. After all, Li Hao was their hope. If Li Hao died, their team would have almost no hope. Li Hao nodded with a smile, rubbed Su Lilua's face, and said, It's easier for me to move alone. Hee, when I get all their sponsorship, our life on the island will be over. I feel much more comfortable. Are you sure you can come back alive? Xin Yu frowned. Li Hao chuckled, No one should be able to keep me on this island. He took Xin Yu, Su Lilua and others to continue walking north. At this time, on the TV screen, the names of the contestants had changed from bright to gray. Just in the northern area of Hunting Island. The team from District 8 was bumped into by the team from District 1. District 8, Planting Area. Their team this year is not strong, not even a second-level warrior or superpower user. The moment they encountered the team from District 1, the 5 players from District 8 ran away without hesitation. But, it's still too late. Han Ji didn't even take action. I saw the only girl in the team of District 1, she drew her bow and arrow, and shot the captain of District 8 directly through the back of the heart. Then another arrow. Another person fell to the ground. At the same time, a man with long hair also took action. He didn't get any sponsorship, but he seemed to be stronger than the girl with the alloy bow and arrow. Chapter 50 Bloody Fight. Bah! 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 I saw him opening his mouth and spitting out 3 mouthfuls of sticky, gray spit. These 3 spittles were sprayed on the 3 people who were escaping. Then, those people were seen howling miserably. On their backs, plumes of smoke quickly rose from the areas contaminated by spit. As they ran, they scratched their backs with their hands. As a result, even their hands were contaminated with poison. After running tens of meters, the backs of these 3 people were corroded with large holes. Their hands, from their fingers to their forearms, were also covered with white bones. After falling to the ground one after another, they stopped moving. The team in District 8 was wiped out so easily. District 8. Liang Lin, eliminated. District 8. Feihua, eliminated. The 8th District. In the primitive jungle, there were sounds from speakers hidden in the dark. The sound resounded throughout the hunting island. Cold and ruthless. Li Hao and Ma Xiejing all paused slightly. Ma Yujing shrank his neck and said, "The 8th District was wiped out?" He didn't know what the strength of District 8 was, but he knew very well that with his strength, he was at the bottom among all the participating team members. Not only him, but also Su Lilua and Li Ying. In fact, they are almost the same. Su Lilua is only a first-level warrior with no combat experience. Although Li Ying is close to the level of a second-level warrior, he has never practiced spiritual power and has no supernatural powers. They should have encountered a strong team, but I don't know if it is the 1st District or the 9th District. Li Hao said. According to the original plot, the strongest beast on the hunting island is just a 3rd-level beast. Even if the 8th District is unlucky enough to encounter that ferocious beast, it should not be annihilated. Then, shall we still go find them? Ma Xiejing was a little scared. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a little funny when he looked at it, and said, "I told you that I would go alone later." "What are you afraid of?" Ma Xianjing said sarcastically, "I'm not worried about something happening to you, Brother Hao." Li Hao shook his head and continued walking forward. But at the same time, he turned on his radar ability. Now that a team has encountered an encounter, they may encounter another team at any time. He doesn't want to be plotted against by others. I walked like this for more than 10 minutes. There were continuous announcements of contestants being eliminated from the speakers on the hunting island. And Li Hao and the others finally bumped into players from other districts. They heard the roar of the ferocious beast and ran forward quickly, only to find 2 lone players. A contestant from District 16. Li Hao remembers it very clearly. Because during the previous hunting competition ceremony, the carriage from District 16 was right in front of them. The 2 players who appeared in their eyes at this time should be a brother and sister. Although their skins are both dark, they can still see some similarities between their features. They are being chased by a 2nd-level ferocious beast. Ironclad pig. Both brothers and sisters are obviously only 1st-level warriors. Facing the armored pig in its prime, there is no possibility of winning. What should I do?" Ma Xiejing said. Li Hao and Qin Yu looked at each other. Li Hao nodded lightly and ran forward suddenly. The brother and sister who were running away in panic looked at him, and their panicked faces suddenly became even paler. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He could feel the deep panic, fear, and begging in the eyes of the 2 brothers. But he quickly regained his composure. This is a society where individuals cannibalize others. On this hunting island, coexistence is even more impossible. In the end, only one person from the dog slave area was able to leave alive. He activates telekinesis. 2 stones suddenly flew up from the ground and hit the brother and sister on their ankles. Ah! The brother and sister both cried out in pain and stumbled to the ground. The armored pig behind him caught up. Hum. It rushed in front of the 2 brothers and sisters who fell to the ground, and immediately flew the girl away. Then he jumped up with both hooves and stepped heavily on the boy's back. But the boy immediately vomited blood. No! Help! Both brothers and sisters were completely frightened and shouted. The girl even started crying. The luck of participating in the hunting competition before was turned into smoke at this moment. However, their shouting suddenly stopped. Qin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the girl. He held a black stone in his hand. Bang! The stone hit the girl hard on the head. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Su Lilua closed her eyes. The corners of Li Ying and Ma Xiejing's eyes also trembled. The girl's expression suddenly stiffened and she fell towards the ground. Younger sister. The boy who was lying on the ground kicking the armored pig randomly shouted. But then, he was turned over by the armored pig again with its fangs. The 2 long fangs of the armored pig easily poked 2 holes in his body. With a scream, the boy's head was chewed into pieces by the armored pig. The scene was extremely bloody. Only the armored pig is left. Li Hao didn't want to waste his mental energy, so he grabbed the green helmet in his hand and rushed towards the armored pig. The armored pig probably didn't expect that this little thing would dare to rush towards him. He stopped eating the boy's body, turned his head, and stared at Li Hao with his scarlet eyes. Immediately, its front hooves scraped on the ground a few times, and then suddenly crashed into Li Hao. This guy was showing off his power like a small tank. But just when it was about to hit Li Hao's figure suddenly dodged to the side. The edge of the green hat in his hand was lifted up, and he slashed hard towards the armored pig's neck. Shie! Under the huge force of Li Hao approaching the third-level warrior, the edge of the green hat was cut directly in. The armored pig's throat was cut instantly. The beast rushed forward another dozen meters and collapsed to the ground. As the blood flowed, the twitching continued. And the brother and sister naturally had no life breath at this time. District 16. Yao Wenli, eliminated. District 16. Yao Long, eliminated. Li Hao wiped the blood from the green hat on the leaf litter on the ground. Ma Shijing, Li Ying, and Su Lilua walked up. Their expressions were a little complicated. Li Hao looked at Ma Shijing seriously and said, "You have to remember, if you want to get out of here alive, you can't have any hesitation. Except for us, the only thing between everyone and you is life and death." Having read the original work, he deeply understands that everyone participating in the competition is ruthless. Although the two brothers and sisters looked harmless just now, if they were given a chance, they would definitely take the lives of people like themselves without hesitation. Ma Xianjing's face turned red. Yes, Brother Hao, I remember. He also knew that his pity and hesitation just now were indeed not deserved. When meeting players from other districts, there is no other choice but to kill. Chapter 51. Find the first area. Xingtan Media Center Studio. Oh my god! There is such a dark horse in District 14 this year. It's incredible. Did the team member named Qinyu from District 14 just use teleportation? Their captain Li Hao, what kind of strength is this? Is what he just used an ability to control objects? Both commentators slightly widened their eyes. Just now on the big screen, the live broadcast was of Li Hao and Qinyu dealing with the brothers and sisters from District 14 and the armored pig. Qinyu's teleportation ability has exceeded many people's expectations. Among the 17 dog slave districts, except for the 1st district and the 9th district, it is considered good for the players in the other districts to have special abilities. In a place like the dog slave district, there are not many crystal nuclei for them to realize supernatural powers, and Qinyu actually has the ability to teleport, which is definitely quite rare. Because even in urban areas, first-level teleportation abilities are rare. As for Li Hao, it made many viewers in the studio and in front of the TV open their eyes and open their mouths. The strength he just showed is so powerful. Powerful beyond human imagination. Controlling 2 stones to hit the ankles of the brother and sister, even if it is not a telepathic power, it is an object-controlling power. This is also extremely rare. What was even more surprising was undoubtedly his clean and tidy way of getting rid of the armored pig. With the armored pig's defensive power, even a 2nd-level warrior who had just broken through the realm holding an F1 level alloy weapon would not be able to easily break through the armored pig's armor. But Li Hao had almost cut off the armored pig's neck with just one blow. This can only show that Li Hao's cell activity is definitely quite top-notch among 2nd-level warriors. This kind of cell activity may even be higher than that of all players in other districts. No one anymore thinks that Li Hao's previous speech at the ceremony was just nonsense. This guy may really have the strength to compete with District 1 and District 9. For a time, countless people paid special attention to the 4th area, looking forward to their collision with the 1st area. Li Hao and the others have continued to walk north at this time. In fact, the meat of the ironclad pig is also considered a good food. But it was a pity that they had nothing on them that could make a fire, and it had just rained on Hunting Island, so it was wet and they couldn't find dry firewood, so they had to give up. Walk all the way north for 10 minutes. Damn it! With an exclamation, Li Hao's figure walking in front suddenly disappeared from the eyes of Qinyu and others. He fell into a pit. Brother Hao! Brother Hao! Ma Xiejing and Su Lilua quickly ran to the entrance of the cave and shouted inside. I'm fine. Li Hao's voice came from inside the cave. This is just a cave over 2 meters high. But there are other corridors connected inside. It was left behind by the ferocious beasts on the island in the past. In the original plot of the novel, Li Hao and Qin Yu accidentally fell into this cave and survived to the last moment in the hunting competition. As for what happened just now, Li Hao naturally acted. He didn't want Qin Yu and the others, as well as the viewers in front of the TV, to find out that he had known about the existence of this cave for a long time. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it. Li Hao pretended to look around the cave, and said to Su Lilua and the others above the cave entrance, "This is a good hiding place, you just hide here and wait for me to come back." After saying that, he jumped up suddenly, grabbed a vine on the edge of the cave with one hand, and climbed up. This is something that has been agreed upon a long time ago. At this moment, Ma Xiejing's face showed a tangled look. He gritted his teeth for a long time and said, "Brother Hao, I want to go with you. Although I am not strong enough, I should be able to give you some help." Li Ying glanced at Ma Xiejing in surprise, and then nodded. They didn't want to pick something off the shelf and let Li Hao take all the risks alone. Even regarding the fight with District 1, Li Hao did not ask for their consent in advance. "I'll go too," Su Li said. "Qin Yu, Omega?" He did not expect that in a short period of time, Li Hao would already have such prestige in the team. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Well. He sighed, since you are all going, then let's go together. Li Hao blinked, are you serious? Ma Yujing nodded vigorously. Okay. Li Hao grinned and said, then let's go together. In fact, he didn't take Ma Xiejing and the others there because he felt that Ma Xiejing and the others couldn't be of much help with their strength. Now that Ma Xianjing and the others were expressing their opinions, he was still a little touched. But if you meet people from other districts later, I won't let you take action. No one except Qin Yu can take action without permission. After thinking about it, Li Hao said again. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Lilua and Ma Xijing. As for Qin Yu, as a guy with the aura of the protagonist, there should be no reason to die here. At the moment, Li Hao added all the villain points he had gathered recently to his spiritual power, and led a few people to continue heading north in high spirits. And their behavior made the audience in front of the TV look forward to it even more. With the strength shown by Li Hao and Qin Yu, meeting people from the 1st or 9th district may not be a tit-for-tat show. Another half hour or so. Li Hao and the others did not encounter other team players or ferocious beasts. At this moment, they were extremely close to the northernmost tip of Hunting Island. Li Hao kept his radar on at all times and did not find any players from District 9. After passing through the dense forest, the scenery suddenly opened up. It's a beach. There is also a surging river. There are 5 people sitting on the beach at this time. It is the people from the 1st district. They showed a reckless attitude from the beginning, rushing all the way, and reached the northernmost part of the hunting island faster than Li Hao and the others. Sensing the movement in the jungle, Han Ji and the others all turned their heads and looked this way. I didn't expect you would actually dare to come. Han Ji stood up slowly and chuckled. His eyes focused on Li Hao's face again. You should be the guy who is least afraid of death I have ever seen. Of course, you are also the stupidest. If I were you, I would choose to spend the last few days of my life with your beauty. If your wife does more happy things and then commits Sudoku, she will at least become a romantic. He did not hide his coveting for Su Lilua. Although Su Lilua was going to die in the end, he didn't mind having a taste of Su Lilua before that. Even though it was very possible that Su Lilua had been tasted by Li Hao. Li Hao looked at Han Ji covered in armor, shook his head, and sneered, you are wrapped like a bastard shell. I don't know how you have the nerve to say such big words to me. It's useless. Han Ji curled his lips and said, this is the sponsorship I got, which is one of my strengths. Don't try to use such a provocation method to make me take off my armor. His eyes gradually became cruel. A strange light flashed in his white pupilled eye. Chapter 52 Kill Han Ji instantly. The remaining 4 people in the first area did not even stand up. When they thought about it, Han Ji alone was more than enough to deal with the 5 people in District 14. They had no interest in District 14, but Li Hao was too angry and Han Ji wanted to play, so they played with Han Ji. The only people who can be taken seriously by them are the 5 people in District 9. But at this moment, Li Hao suddenly closed his eyes. This made Han Ji look shocked. He is already ready to take action. Even the image of Li Hao dying under his own sword appeared in his mind. He just used his first level ability, Eye of Stinging God. He got this kind of superpower from the crystal core of the First Order alien beast, the white-eyed buzzard eagle. The original name of this strange beast is the white-eyed buzzard, which is extremely rare. After evolving, it has the power of Stinging God. This ability is similar to Qin Yu's Rooster Crow. Anyone who looks into Han Ji's eyes and has similar mental strength will be caused to lose consciousness for 2 to 3 seconds. Within this time, he could completely kill Li Hao. But he never thought that Li Hao would suddenly close his eyes. The Eye of the Stinging God must be looked at to take effect. When Li Hao closed his eyes, he was showing his charming eyes to the blind man. And at the moment when Han Ji was stunned, Li Hao took action. He knows Han Ji's superpowers. Because it was mentioned in the original novel that the scene of the fight between Han Ji and Jaishir was mentioned. It's just that he is the one facing Han Ji now. With the radar power, Li Hao can know the things around him clearly without opening his eyes. It's even countless times clearer than seeing with your eyes. This allowed him to restrain Han Ji to death. He suddenly threw the green helmet in his hand towards Han Ji. Whoosh! The green helmet flew past quickly, making a sound of breaking through the air. This made Han Ji's expression change drastically. This kind of strength. He quickly waved the alloy sword in his hand and slashed hard at the green helmet. At the same time, a deep red color appeared on his skin. This is his second level ability, the power of the wild bull, can greatly increase his strength. He has realized that Li Hao's cell activity is far higher than his. This guy is simply terrifying. At this moment, in the urban area of Xingtan City, countless people are staring at the picture on the screen in front of the TV. Watching Li Hao suddenly fight with Han Ji. Even the 2 commentators were attracted and fell silent. The collision between Han Ji and Li Hao should almost be regarded as the collision between the 2 strongest people in this hunting competition. Everyone wants to know who will win in the end. However, there was no bloody fight scene as everyone imagined. Just when Han Ji's long knife was about to touch the green helmet suddenly turned in the air and drew an arc avoided Han Ji's long knife. Then, he hit Han Ji hard on the forehead. What was even more frightening was that the alloy helmet Han Ji wore on his head could not block the green helmet. The edge of the green helmet was directly embedded in his head. The expression on Han Ji's face suddenly stiffened. Then, blood slowly poured out of his alloy helmet. Plop. In less than 2 seconds, Han Ji's figure suddenly fell to the ground. Team leader. It was only at this moment that the other 4 people in the first area suddenly stood up. They felt like they were dreaming. They never thought that Han Ji would die in Li Hao's hands. Han Ji is a second-level warrior with superpowers. Moreover, the cell activity and mental power have exceeded 3,000 points. Among the 5 of them, Han Ji is the strongest. Then, the 3 people in the first area, except for the child, all looked at Li Hao fiercely. Li Hao killed Han Ji, which almost shattered their dream of breaking out of the hunting competition. Because, their strength is inferior to District 9 in an instant. Bah! The long-haired man spit yellow and thick saliva at Li Hao. The girl holding the alloy bow and arrow had a pair of black wings on her back suddenly spread out, fluttering and flying into the air. At the same time, he also shot an arrow at Li Hao. The other one is a relatively burly young man. His skin spreads a dark color. It is the superpower of ionization. Only on this dark skin, extremely fine scales appeared. This is like another type of ability that strengthens defense. Double defense. Tank flow. Damn it! The guy shouted and rushed towards Li Hao. Li Hao, who still had his eyes closed, was very aware of the actions of these people. The reason why he still closed his eyes was because in this way, the information transmitted to his mind by his radar ability could be received more clearly without interference from the outside world. Li Hao turned slightly to avoid the arrow and the extremely disgusting saliva. Xin Yu. Immediately, he suddenly shouted loudly. Of the 4 people in the first area, the child who was obviously a fool can be ignored. Of the 3 people who took action, the girl was the most threatening person. Her arrows were faster than the long-haired man's saliva. But she was flying in the air, and Li Hao really couldn't take action to deal with her now. He ignored the tank rushing towards him and restrained the long-haired man with his telekinesis. The long-haired man was shocked. He felt like his neck was being held by invisible hands. And this invisible hand lifted him up. He waved his hands vigorously, but couldn't hit anything. What's even worse is that he can't even spit out his saliva. This is equivalent to half of him being crippled. His 2 superpowers are spitting poisonous saliva. He quickly concentrated on trying to break away the telepathy exerted on him by Li Hao. But all non-materialized superpowers, such as sound waves, mental power and other types of attacks, can be resisted with mental power. This is an iron rule. Although telekinesis abilities are special, they also fall into this category. But at this time, Hanji's long knife that fell to the ground was already shooting towards him fiercely. Hi! A soft sound. The long-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect that he would be killed so easily by Li Hao if he was well prepared. There is not even the slightest room for resistance. Li Hao's mental power is actually so strong. Plop! As Li Hao withdrew his telekinesis, the long-haired man also fell to the ground. Another player from the first district died. In front of the TV, countless people were trembling in their hearts. There are many people who are surprised and confused by Li Hao's superpowers. Psychic power. This can already be determined to be one of Li Hao's abilities. But they couldn't figure out why Li Hao's telekinesis ability could control more than 2 objects at the same time. Could it be that this guy has already mastered the knack of multitasking at such a young age? But why can he still perceive the surrounding situation with his eyes closed? What exactly is this kid's second superpower? Chapter 53. The first district is destroyed. In the superpower sequence, there are too many superpowers. No one can be sure what the second power Li Hao possesses is. Even if someone thinks of a radar rat, they quickly reject the idea. Although Li Hao is a dog slave, he is so powerful and possesses the power of telekinesis. Can he destroy his own future and understand the radar power of garbage? On the screen, Xin Yu suddenly moved when Li Hao called him. The figure suddenly disappeared from the place. This made the expression of the archery girl change slightly. She just shot another arrow at Li Hao, but Li Hao dodged it lightly. She felt a little powerless like never before. And Xin Yu's sudden disappearance made her aware of the threat. Her abilities include Eagle Eye and Flying, taking the long-range kite flow route. Coupled with the foundation of a second-level warrior, as long as she has a bow and arrow in her hand, the lethality she can cause is not even weaker than that of Han Ji, and it is much more difficult to catch than Han Ji and the long-haired man. But Xin Yu's teleportation ability can be said to be her nemesis. The girl's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Xin Yu's figure disappeared, she suddenly turned around in the air, swung her long bow and struck behind him. Xin Yu really appeared behind her. However, just when the long bow in the girl's hand was about to hit Xin Yu, her long bow was suddenly pulled by someone. It's Li Hao again. Xin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then punched the girl on the chest. Poof! The girl spit out blood and flew back. Xin Yu fell to the ground. Whoosh! The green helmet inserted on Han Ji's forehead suddenly shot behind the girl, and then passed directly across the girl's neck. Ahead, a headless corpse, split into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Can you do it? Li Hao shouted at Xin Yu angrily. He really didn't expect this guy to miss. It caused him to waste a lot of mental energy. His mental power is not infinite. Every time he uses his mental power, he will consume corresponding mental power according to the kinetic energy of his mental power. In this way, he can use his telekinesis almost at full strength, and he can only use it a dozen times at most. And just in the blink of an eye, it has been used several times. Chinyu sad face, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, he didn't expect the girl to react so quickly. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. He really didn't expect that one day he would be disliked by Li Hao. This is such a huge blow. But Li Hao had no time to pay attention to him at this time. Although it only took about 3 seconds to kill the long-haired man and the archery girl just now, the tank had already run in front of him. This guy's eyes are filled with hatred and madness. He knew he had no chance of living. He cannot be Li Hao's opponent. But before he died, he wanted to hold Li Hao on his back. Even if Li Hao is seriously injured. In this way, at least Li Hao won't be able to break out in the end. I have to stay on this hunting island to be buried with them. However, he thinks too highly of himself. Li Hao started fighting with him directly. Facing Li Hao, who has dual defense powers including ionization and whose cell activity is close to the 3rd level, although his ability to withstand beatings should not be as strong as that of Tank Man, his strength, reaction, and other physical conditions are better than those of Tank Man. Men are much stronger. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Tank Man was quickly blown away by Li Hao. This guy really resisted the beating. He got up immediately and seemed to be fine. However, his pupils quickly condensed. Because Li Hao waved and took Han Ji's long alloy knife into his hand. Come! Li Hao raised his eyebrows at the Tank Man and smiled. Tank Man, winky face. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. But he knew that he had no choice. Can't even run. Only hard work. Ah! Full of anger and unwillingness, he roared and rushed towards Li Hao again. Hi! And the result was that he was struck down vertically by Li Hao. Tank Man was split in half from his head to his chest. Li Hao's power is really too great. F1 alloy just doesn't work. Li Hao looked at the knife in his hand and curled his lips. Although the Tank Man was killed, the knife actually had a curled blade. However, it's much better than nothing. Take that green helmet and use it, so you don't miss it again. Li Hao pointed to the green helmet on the ground and said to Chinyu. Then he went to pull off Han Ji's armor. Chinyu, straight face winky face. He doesn't want a cuckold, but he can't seem to find a reason to refuse. Ma Xianjing, Li Ying, and Su Lilua all walked to Li Hao's side. Brother Hao, what should I do with this child? Ma Xianjing asked Li Hao. Li Hao turned around. What do you want to do? Kill? Ma Xianjing felt a little reluctant to do anything, but if he wanted to let the child go, he was afraid of being scolded by Li Hao. Li Hao had taught him before that he should not be merciful to anyone on the hunting island. How can you do anything to such a young child? Li Hao glanced at the child, who had turned pale with fear, and said. He actually knew that this kid probably wouldn't be a good person. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the dog slave area at such a young age. But he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. This child's background is not small. But at this moment, Chinyu's figure suddenly appeared behind the child. The green helmet passed by. The child's helmeted head rolled to the ground. Li Hao. Chinyu said coldly, on this island, as long as they are human, they are our competitors. Only by killing them all can we leave alive. So let alone children, even babies, we have to kill them. He finally found some sense of being in charge. I feel like what I said is awesome. Li Hao, he really didn't expect that he couldn't escape in the end. Fortunately, it was Chinyu who killed him. According to the original plot of the novel, when the hunting competition is over, Chinyu will be protected by a strong person. I just don't know if the strong man can protect him this time. After all, in the original plot, the child was not killed by him, and the child's family had no sufficient reason to cause trouble for him. But now, this reason is too good. Li Hao pouted, too lazy to say anything else, and continued to pull at Han Ji's armor. Everyone has been killed, and there is no use in forcing them. Soon, Li Hao put Han Ji's armor on himself. The sense of security is overwhelming instantly. Su Lilua, Liang, and Ma Shejing also collected other sponsorships from the 1st District, including children's armor and helmets. There are also bows and arrows and quivers for archers. Then there are the supplies. 3 bottles of S2 potion and 20 kilograms of dried meat. These guys are so rich. Now, of course, Li Hao and the others are all at an advantage. Chapter 54: Killing the Enemy. Xingtan City. At this moment, I don't know how many people opened their mouths in front of the TV and forgot to close them for a long time. A seed team like District 1 was actually wiped out by District 14 in a devastating way. Moreover, only 2 people from District 14 took action. This is really unimaginable. It can be said that in previous hunting competitions, there has never been a being with the crushing strength like Li Hao. Now, no one still thinks that Li Hao's speech at the ceremony was outrageous and arrogant. This guy is really something to be proud of. In this hunting competition, I'm afraid a dark horse will really emerge. An upset. In a mansion somewhere. My son. Several people were sitting in the magnificently decorated living room, staring at the huge 4D projection screen TV. This kind of 4D screen projection is the most advanced technology today. You can visualize the scenery on the hunting island, as if you are actually there. As the child was killed by Qinyu, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes in the living room let out a cry of grief and burst into tears. Crack! Next to the beautiful woman, there sat a middle-aged man who was not angry and proud. The moment the child was killed, he also crushed the tall crystal cup in his hand, and his face became extremely gloomy. I think Gong Nian is a well-known figure in Xingtan City. When my son made a big mistake, under the pressure of public opinion, he was eventually sent to the dog slave area. To this end, he smoothed the relationship between the 1st District and provided resources to several other members of the 1st District so that they could improve their strength so that they could protect his son. He thought that in this way he could get his son out of the dog slave area. But now, his son has been killed. Gong Nian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared straight at Qinyu in the picture. Then, he slowly scanned the faces of Li Hao, Ma Shejing, Liang, and Su Lilua. These people are all his murderous enemies. You can't even stay. District 1. Han Ji, eliminated. District 1. Yen Yu, eliminated. The 1st area. On the hunting island, 2 minutes after the destruction of the 1st area, the sound came out again from the speakers hidden everywhere. The 1st area. And as the names of the 5 team members in the 1st area were announced, the expressions of the surviving players on the hunting island could not help but change drastically. No one thought that the 1st District, as the seed team, would be eliminated so early and be completely wiped out. Who killed them? A ferocious beast? Or the team from District 9? Or, are they from District 14? The one who was most surprised was naturally the team from District 9. They only regarded the 1st District as a potential opponent, and they never thought that the 1st District would be eliminated so quickly. Let's go! Go back! Not far from the northernmost beach of Hunting Island, the captain of District 9, Jaisher, suddenly stopped, then turned back and said to the 4 teammates behind him. They originally planned to go to the far north to see if the people in the 14th District would accept the challenge, and then whether they had a chance of being behind. But now, Jaisher had to change his mind. The annihilation of the 1st District made him realize that if the 1st District died under the control of the 14th District, then the strength of the 14th District must be beyond their imagination. In this case, it would be an unwise choice for them to encounter District 14 again. Captain, why don't we go over and take a look? However, some people have raised objections. It's the young man named Ning Hongxin. Jaisher shook his head. Now that all the people in the 1st area are dead, we have no chance to go there. Unless, the people in the 14th area also suffered heavy casualties. But if they don't suffer too much casualties and consumption, then we go there, maybe he is going to die. He was imagining that those who destroyed the 1st District were the people from the 14th District. If this is the case, then the strength of the 14th District is probably even higher than that of their 9th District. Ning Hongxin gritted his teeth and couldn't believe it. Can such a powerful team appear in those ordinary dog slave areas? Maybe there are powerful powers among them. Jaishir said, but we can't bet. It's best to wait and see if we can figure out their strength. Ning Hongxin stopped talking. Jaishir took several people from District 9 and turned around and walked towards the south of Hunting Island. On this end, after Ma Xiujing and Li Ying packed up the things on the ground, they consciously walked to Li Hao's side. Xinyu glanced at it with a helpless look on his face, so he could only walk over. Eat first. Li Hao opened the black leather bag of dried meat and grinned. Then he pointed at the set of armor that Ma Yujing had pulled off the child and said, "Let's give this set of armor to Luoluo first. She is the weakest, how about it?" Ma Xiujing and Li Ying didn't have any ideas. They originally came holding Li Hao's thigh. With such a thing, it is natural for Li Hao to consider his own woman first. Xin Yu frowned. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. It is true that Su Lilua is the weakest and needs protection the most, but it is he who fights with Li Hao. Putting this armor on Su Lilua's body, what's the difference between putting it on the child just now? Isn't this a waste of combat resources? Just kidding. Before he could say anything, Li Hao suddenly laughed again and said to Qinyu, "You should wear this armor. You are strong and there may be times when you need to take action." Qinyu sad face, ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 10 villain points. He was really speechless towards Li Hao. After glancing at Li Hao, he put on his armor next to him. Although this kind of alloy armor is also made of F1 alloy, it is different from the alloy used for forging weapons. It is a soft metal and has excellent ductility. If a child can wear it, so can Qinyu. What to do next? After putting on the armor, Qinyu sat down, took a piece of dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth, and asked Li Hao. He can't be convinced now even if he wants to. Because Li Hao really killed the first area. He had to admit that Li Hao's current strength was far superior to his, and he was more qualified than him to be the backbone and leader of this team. Li Hao glanced at the dried meat in the bag and said, "Fill your stomach, and then go find other people. Kill them quickly and go to the urban area to enjoy life." He doesn't want to stay on this hunting island any longer. Since no one shows up right now, we can only take the initiative to find those people. Except for the 9th district, which might be a little tricky, the other teams in the Dog Slave district did not pose any threat to him. Chapter 55 Encounter with District 9. Ma Shijing and the others naturally had no objections to Li Hao's decision. A few people filled their stomachs with dried meat here, rested for another 10 minutes, and then headed into the jungle. The hunting competition lasts for up to 10 days. If there is no final winner in the last 2 hours, the organizer will make a loudspeaker announcement and require all contestants to gather at the southernmost or northernmost point of the hunting island within the specified time. The final fight begins here. Also for the finals. But if that were the case, the scene would be too chaotic. Li Hao was confident of protecting himself, but he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Su Lilua and the others. Before going into the jungle, Li Hao added the newly collected villain points to his mental strength. Compared with cell activity, his mental strength is really weak now. Properties panel, cell activity, 7064 mental strength, 2925 superpowers, telekinesis, first level, radar, second level, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 0 walking in the jungle, Li Hao used his radar power. The surrounding objects and scenery within an area of nearly 100 square meters were all reflected in his mind. As long as he has enough mental power, he can control anything within this range, and he is a godlike existence. But obviously, his current mental strength is not enough to make his telekinesis powerful to this extent. With his current mental power points, he can probably only control an object weighing 1,500 kilograms, which is already the limit. And the physical strength can probably lift 2 cars. I don't know if it's because as time goes by, the rest of the team has gone into hiding, or if they were frightened by the news that the 1st district was wiped out, and they all ran to the southern part of the hunting island. Li Hao and the others wandered around the jungle for more than 2 hours, but they didn't even see a single person. The ferocious beast also did not hit it. The speakers hidden throughout the hunting island have almost stopped, and only occasionally will a broadcast be announced that someone has been eliminated. Li Hao kept it in his heart. By now, of the 85 contestants, 23 have been eliminated. Among them, all members of the 1st and 8th districts were killed. More than 10 minutes passed. After Li Hao's sweeping search, he finally found someone. After all, Hunting Island is so big. Unless you find an excellent hiding place, such as the cave where Li Hao fell into before, it will be too difficult to hide until the last moment. This guy is a superpower, and his superpowers are pretty good. At least it is first class in terms of hiding. He was hiding on the branches of a big tree, and he actually blended in with the color of the branches. Obviously, it's some kind of color-changing ability. Like a chameleon. But unfortunately, Li Hao, who was driving the radar, discovered the clues. Li Hao suddenly threw the alloy sword in his hand. Ah! With a scream, a dark gray figure fell from the tree trunk. As the blood stained his chest, the color on his body gradually changed back to its original color. Su Lilua and Li Ying both turned their heads. Because, this guy is actually naked. Xin Yu looked at Li Hao with strange eyes and said, "Is your second-level ability some kind of exploration ability?" By this time, of course he could see many clues. Li Hao also knew that he could no longer hide it, so he nodded and said, "Yes, radar power." Xin Yu frowned and thought. The power of telekinesis combined with the ability of radar can actually have this magical effect. This was something he had never known before. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. From the current point of view, the combination of Li Hao's two abilities is much more powerful than his teleportation plus sun-piercing cockcrow. But unfortunately, he can no longer choose his own abilities again. Moreover, the power of telekinesis is something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Rare first-order ferocious beasts like the grimace bat may not exist in large numbers in the world. 4 days passed like this. Li Hao and the others wandered around Hunting Island many times. Naturally, a lot of people were killed. More than 20 people died in Li Hao's hands alone. So far, out of the 85 contestants, 63 have been eliminated. Except for District 9, there really aren't any powerful characters in the other dog slave district teams. Occasionally, there are 2 second-level warriors or supernatural beings, but there is no room for resistance in front of Li Hao. Li Hao and the others have become one of the most conspicuous teams in this hunting competition. But as each contestant was eliminated, the remaining contestants also figured out that it was unrealistic to hide until the end. So they all wandered away and no longer stayed in a fixed place. This made Li Hao and the others quite helpless. We can only continue this cat and mouse game until this evening. Li Hao and the others were walking in the jungle, preparing to find a suitable place to rest. But he met people from District 9 unexpectedly. This sudden encounter made the atmosphere in the air suddenly become extremely solemn. Until now, Li Hao and his team of 5 are still intact. The same is true for the 9th district. There were also many contestants who died in their hands. It's just that there is obviously no one in the 2 teams who is very good at tracking other people's traces. Otherwise, by now, the hunting competition may have come to an end. Get ready to fight! The eyes of Zhaishir and Li Hao collided in the air, and they immediately shouted in a low voice. Protect them! Li Hao also said to Qin Yu. Then he ran towards Zhaishir's group of people. He was a little nervous, but mostly excited to see Liu Xin. As long as the people in District 9 are dealt with, they can break through this hunting competition in advance. The people in District 9 obviously have no intention of running away. As Li Hao ran towards them, the 5 of them immediately dispersed. Then a guy wearing only armor stuck out his tongue at Li Hao. A group of transparent liquid shot toward Li Hao instantly. Venom! Li Hao remembers this guy. District 9, Xiao Jian. Second-level warrior plus superpower user. The second-level ability is Mang Shanluo Ironhead Snake Venom Spray. This kind of snake venom has a long range and is extremely corrosive. In the original novel, the tank man in the first area with dual defense powers was spit in the face by Xiao Jian with snake venom spray during the fight with the ninth area. Then it was corroded until only the skull was left. However, although the venom is almost transparent, it is not invisible and colorless. The trajectories in the air were all captured by Li Hao using radar powers. Chapter 56, taking on the 9 districts alone. Li Hao used the alloy long knife to accurately block the venom. This little guy is quite sinister. Because Su Lilua and the others were still standing behind Li Hao, if Li Hao ducked, the poison might hit Su Lilua and the others. Compared to people like Zhai Shi and Xiao Jian, even Li Ying's strength is too weak, let alone Su Lilua and Ma Shijing. Sizzling. With a slight noise, the alloy long knife in Li Hao's hand was corroded and pitted. This gave him a general understanding of the power of Xiao Jian's venom. But at this time, another person took action. It's also a remote one. He is a thin, dark man. At this moment, many fine downs appeared on his arms. 2 white spider threads shot out from his palm, shooting straight at Li Hao. Li Hao blocked a spider thread with his long knife. But he let another spider thread shoot on his body. He knows the details of this guy. Su Aiyang. A second-level warrior. A second-level superpower. The first-level superpower is spider silk, and the second-level superpower is the power of moving ants. The route this guy takes is considered a control type. He is blessed with the power of mountain-moving ants. If someone with the same cell activity as him is controlled by his spider silk, it is almost impossible to escape. However, his cell activity is much higher than that of Sui Yang. Do it! But Zhai Shi and others obviously didn't know this. They only thought that Li Hao had some special powers. They never thought that there would be a pervert with cell activity twice as high as theirs in the hunting competition. Zhai Shi's eyes flashed with joy and he shouted hurriedly. They must concentrate all their efforts to kill Li Hao. But I don't know that Li Hao is inviting you to enter the urn. For this hunting competition, the 5 players in District 9 completely abandoned defense and treatment, and all used power of attack and control. G. Xiao Jian spat out 2 mouthfuls of venom at Li Hao one after another. Zhai Shi, Ning Hongxin, and another girl also took action at the same time. That girl surprisingly possesses spiritual powers. Charming. This kind of superpower makes her whole body instantly filled with enchantment. And this kind of enchantment can penetrate directly into people's minds. Behind Li Hao, Xinyu, Ma Shijing, and even the 2 girls Li Ying and Su Lilua all fell into confusion. However, Li Hao closed his eyes at this moment. To deal with most mental abilities, closing your eyes is the most direct and effective way. Unless it's a power attack like mental impact. But mental abilities are already rare, and attacking mental abilities are even rarer. The girl's charm failed. Zhai Shi and Ning Hongxin were still rushing towards Li Hao. The abilities of both of them are strengthening. When used, they can have the best fighting ability among second-level warriors. Ah! At this moment, Sui Yang suddenly exclaimed. Li Hao, who had his eyes closed, raised a smile on his lips. Although he does not have the power to move mountains of ants, he does have more than 7,000 points of cell activity and telepathy. With the double superposition of strength and telepathy, he directly pulled Sui Yang over through the spider silk. At the same time, he also used his mind power to stop the venom spit out by Xiao Jian in the air. Sui Yang never thought that Li Hao would have such great strength. He was caught off guard and had no time to even withdraw his spider silk power. His figure flashed through the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ah! He covered his face and roared, in extreme pain. Because Li Hao controlled the 2 balls of venom and flew onto his face. Use your strength to fight. Su Aiyang. The faces of Zhai Shi and Ning Hongxin, who were still rushing toward Li Hao, became extremely ugly. Behind, the same goes for Xiao Jian and the girl. The girl's first-level ability is just a very ordinary defensive ability, which has nothing to do with her charm. The charm didn't work, and she could only watch dumbfounded. And Xiao Jian is even more afraid of rats. Li Hao just used his venom to kill Sui Yang. He was afraid that he would spit out venom again and be used by Li Hao again. At this moment, they couldn't even think about Su Lilua, Xinyu, Ma Shijing, and Li Ying. Li Hao alone has made them feel extremely troublesome. Xinyu recovered from the charm effect and had no intention of taking action. He finally saw that Li Hao was extremely strong. Before, even if he didn't take action, Li Hao was still able to destroy the teams in the first area. Now, Li Hao can also destroy the 9th district. Bang, bang. Two crisp sounds. Shai Shi and Ning Hongxin ran up to Li Hao. Zhai Shi was holding a long sword in his hand, and Ning Hongxin was also holding a broad-backed long sword in his hand. The two of them slashed at Li Hao at the same time. But he was swept away by Li Hao. After the crisp sound, the two people's expressions were horrified. They have all displayed their powers, and their power is astonishing, but they are still not as good as Li Hao. What level of cell activity has this guy reached? He must be cheating. Did the organizer find a trustee? Shai Shi felt a sudden sense of powerlessness in his heart. Dealing with a being with extremely high cell activity like Li Hao is like dealing with those ferocious beasts with extremely strong bodies. You need to rely on supernatural powers to have a chance. However, Li Hao has the ability to control objects. Xiao Jian's superpowers were tightly controlled by him. Xia Han, the only girl in the team, has a charm power that doesn't work either. Sui Yang even gave herself away. Now the whole face is beyond recognition and there is no movement. Their team has cooperated in hunting ferocious beasts many times. Even level 3 ferocious beasts have been killed. However, I have never encountered such a troublesome guy as Li Hao. But right now, apart from working hard, what other options can there be? Shai Shi and Ning Hongxin had a tacit understanding and once again attacked Li Hao together. The smile on Li Hao's mouth became even thicker. In his mind, every subtle movement of Zhai Shi and Ning Hongxin was manifested. The thing he is least afraid of is this type of enhanced guy. Because even if it is strengthened, it cannot be stronger than him. Ah! Li Hao used his mind power to hinder Ning Hongxin from drawing the sword. Although his telekinesis could not completely stop Ning Hongxin's sword, it made Ning Hongxin feel like he was stuck in a quagmire, and the speed of swinging the sword suddenly slowed down a lot. Li Hao, on the other hand, had taken this opportunity to block Zhai Shi's sword, and then cut Ning Hongxin in half, who was without armor. When Ning Hongxin was about to die, he only let out a short exclamation. Su Lilua and Li Ying's faces turned slightly pale. After all, they are all girls. Although they have seen many fighting scenes in the past few days, they have never seen anything as bloody as before. Because Li Hao's previous murders were all solved using his mind power. Sometimes they heard someone screaming from a long distance away before they even knew what was going on. Li Hao, who has the power of telekinesis, can turn everything within a specific range into his weapon. Even just relying on the power of thought can kill people. Chapter 57: The Biggest Dark Horse in History. Run! Zhai Shi's face turned pale with fright. The moment Ning Hongxin was cut off from the waist, all the courage of the 9th District Captain, who had previously promised to crush all teams, dissipated. He knew that his team could not be Li Hao's opponent. Even now, all the people on the island combined may not be Li Hao's opponent. The only way is to run. Maybe you can live a few more days. And living means hope. But unfortunately, it was not easy for them to even run in front of Li Hao. Li Hao's speed is faster than Zhai Shi. He jumped forward in a few steps and struck Zhai Shi in the back with his knife. Zhai Shi's expression changed drastically and he turned around to fight. Click! A crisp sound. Zhai Shi's eyes were round and staring. A line of blood spread from his forehead. Then, his whole head exploded and fell to the ground. The alloy sword in his hand was cut off by Li Hao. Xiao Jian spit out 2 mouthfuls of venom during this process, trying to buy Zhai Shi time, but as expected, Li Hao used his mind to control him and stopped in the air. He no longer had any illusions, turned around and ran away. But the broken blade on the ground suddenly levitated and flew towards him. At the same time, there is venom in the air. TSK. Xiao Jian, who was completely panicked, could not resist at all, and the broken sword tip directly penetrated the back of his heart. and those two balls of venom landed on Xiahan's face. Xiahan actually looks pretty good. Can score 80 points. They are all very good beauties in urban areas. That charm power is even more rare and quite interesting. But unfortunately, this is Hunting Island. If you are not strong enough, you will die. This is the only outcome. When Jaishir died, the girl was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. Until the venom fell on her face. Ah! Then she let out a high-pitched scream and scratched her face hard. Li Hao frowned and threw away the long knife in his hand. The screams stopped suddenly. Xiahan also collapsed on the ground. At this point, District 9 was wiped out. As a seated team, under Li Hao alone, they couldn't even last more than 2 minutes. Qinyu, Ma Shijing, Liang, Su Lilua? Great audience in front of the TV. The scene of Li Hao's solo battle in District 9 was not only broadcast live in real time, but also specially converted into the largest scene, occupying almost half of the screen. Everyone was once again surprised by Li Hao's strength. In the past few days, there have been too many people paying attention to District 14. But what surprised everyone more was Li Hao's superpower. As for Li Hao's fighting ability, except for the tank man who killed the first area before, he almost never showed it later. So much so that everyone gradually ignored that this guy also had extremely good cell activity. Now, Li Hao has allowed them to see his fighting ability. One person killed Jaishir and Ning Hongxin. Looking at the strength and speed of his attack just now, the cell activity will never be below 6,000. This guy is simply a bug in the hunting competition. With the strength of the 1st and 9th districts this time, it can be said that there is a possibility of final breakthrough in previous hunting competitions. But unexpectedly, in the end, they were almost wiped out by Li Hao alone. There is a dark horse. The biggest dark horse in the history of hunting competition. Everyone knows that simply hunting down the remaining players on the island at this time will not be able to pose any threat to the teams in District 14. The 1st and 9th districts failed to cause the 14th district to lose a single person. The final winner of this hunting competition is already certain to be the 14th district. Unless Li Hao commits Sudoku. The following time is considered garbage time. District 9. Sua Yang, eliminated. District 9. Ning Hongxin, eliminated. District 9. Jaishir, eliminated. District 9. Xiao Jian, eliminated. District 9. Xia Han, eliminated. The cold machine broadcast sound resounded throughout the hunting island. Li Hao and the others are already packing up the supplies in District 9. The survivors scattered all over the island were all in a daze at this moment, with a look of deep confusion in their eyes. The 9th district was also wiped out. Was it done by District 14? The 14th district is really so powerful. Then what hope do these people have? Xingtan City. A super luxurious flat on the roof of a certain building with a sky garden and swimming pool. In the swimming pool, there was an extremely graceful figure leaning against the shore with her head on her hands. A small projector projected the live broadcast of the hunting contest in front of her. The figures of Li Hao and Qinyu inside were lifelike. The strength and potential are both very good. The woman has extremely bright red lips and a very beautiful appearance. Her specific age cannot be seen, she just looks charming. She was staring at Li Hao, her red lips pouting slightly. Then he looked at Qinyu. This is suitable teleportation. His strength is not bad, and he looks good, but I don't know. Free Warriors Guild. This is definitely the busiest place in Xingtan City. It is the base camp of Xingtan City's warriors. Here, as long as you are a registered warrior, you can freely form a team, accept various tasks, hire, and sell your harvest in the wild. To the north of the Warriors Union is the ferocious beast processing market in Xingtan City. To the east, the weapons market. Quite convenient. At this moment, the Warriors Guild was very lively. There are many warriors who don't like to stay at home, but like to hang out with friends, drink heavily, and eat large chunks of meat. What's more, those who like liveliness will have more fun when there are more people. During the hunting competition, many warriors gave themselves a day off. Many people gathered in the Warriors Guild Hall to watch the live broadcast of the competition on the Warriors Guild's large projection screen. Su Lingdang was also there. There is also the Gold Nose Ring, Broken Bangs, Baby Fat, and another man in her team. This kid is pretty awesome. Seeing Li Hao's performance of crushing the 9th District team on the big screen just now, Jean Nose Ring opened his mouth wide, full of surprise. He now understood why Li Hao dared to say such big words when he was in the town. The three of them all looked at Su Lingdang. Ha! Su Lingdang chuckled. In the second level, he is indeed powerful. He may not even be his opponent when I was in the second level. But if he wants to beat me, just dream. Of course, Lingdang, you are almost a 4th level warrior. How can this kid catch up with you? The Broken Bang smiled and flattered her, and her expression was attentive. But it's also true. There is a huge difference between the 3rd level Ferocious Beast and the 4th level Ferocious Beast. The same is true among warriors. Although Li Hao performed very well in the hunting competition, in the final analysis, he was just a group of warriors and psychics below the 3rd level competing. It is almost impossible for Li Hao to catch up with Su Lingdang. But despite saying this, Su Lingdang's beautiful eyes still showed some solemnity and surprise, and even a hint of admiration. Because she understood that Li Hao, who could grow to this point in the dog slave district, was definitely something special. The gold content of Li Hao, a 2nd level warrior plus superpower user, is not comparable to that of warriors and superpower users in urban areas. Chapter 58. The competition comes to an end. The last few days of the hunting competition are really garbage time. Li Hao made many viewers in front of the TV dumbfounded. Some of them stayed up late, hoping to see Li Hao quickly deal with the remaining contestants and end this hunting competition early. But in the end, Li Hao, using the supplies he obtained from District 9, started to survive in the wilderness on Hunting Island. It seemed that he found it difficult to find the remaining players, so he simply stopped trying to find the remaining players. The other players were trying their best to avoid them, but Li Hao, Su Liluo, and the others were supposed to eat, drink, and sleep. When they were free, they even kissed Su Liluo on the lips. They even caught a few ferocious beasts on the island, and used the lighters and seasonings obtained from the supplies in the 1st and 9th districts to have a grand barbecue on the island. In previous competitions, there was no lack of barbecue after hunting ferocious beasts, but there was absolutely no such thing as Li Hao and the others who barbecued every day. Even the ferocious beasts on the island were harmed by him. Time is fast approaching the last day of the hunting competition. Only a few unlucky ones bumped into Li Hao's hands and died. There were 2 others who were eaten by ferocious beasts. A person who was starving to death. Li Hao and the others may have gained a lot of weight. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but praise Li Hao's barbecue skills. How did they know that before Li Hao traveled through time, he was doing barbecue in the night market? Fiery beef is his special skill. All surviving contestants gather on the northernmost shore of Hunting Island within an hour. Those who fail to do so will be executed by drone. All surviving contestants gather on the northernmost shore of Hunting Island within an hour. Those who fail to do so will be executed by drone. Nearly dusk. There are sparkling waves on the river. On the north shore of the Hunting Island, the bodies of Han Ji's people had been taken away by unknown ferocious beasts. Li Hao and the others are having a barbecue here right now. Roast fireball rabbit and golden flame colorful chicken. There is also a 2nd level ferocious beast that is strong and looks like a millstone, the cross-eyed turtle. The fireball rabbit and the golden flame colorful chicken were both caught by Li Hao using his telekinesis in the jungle. The cross-eyed turtle was even more unlucky. He wandered from the river to the beach of Hunting Island to bask in the sun, and his neck was cut off directly by Li Hao using his mind to control an alloy-long knife. Until his death, this bastard didn't even know who killed him. It's finally over. Listening to the sound coming from the island's speakers, Li Hao let out a long breath. Up to now, excluding them, there are still 9 players on the island. These 9 guys should all have powers of exploration, early warning, or perception. He searched around the island for many times but couldn't find them. He really didn't want to waste any more energy. Anyway, without District 9, they have no threat at all. It doesn't matter if we stay on the island for a few more days. Then why are you baking so many things? Xinyu frowned and asked Li Hao. The fireball rabbit and golden flame colorful chicken were more than enough to fill the stomachs of the 5 of them. Well. Li Hao sighed inexplicably, let them be dead ghosts. He was baking things for Su Lilua and the others these past few days, and suddenly he remembered his own world. Even death row prisoners will be given a full meal before execution. Xinyu, the eyes of Su Lilua, Liang, and Ma Shijing were slightly touched. They all came from the dog slave area. Seeing more and more people dying on the island these days, in fact, they may not feel sad about the death of a fox or a rabbit. Li Hao made them feel a little cold-blooded. But until this moment, they understood that Li Hao's heart was still warm. It's just that they don't have the right to choose. As time passed, someone came over. This man was a contestant from the dog slave zone. He was so hungry that he was skin and bones, completely disfigured, and even staggered when he walked. Seeing Li Hao and the other 5 roasting ferocious beasts leisurely on the beach, the last bit of light in this man's eyes gradually dissipated. He knew that he had no hope of breaking out. Eat a full stomach and get ready to hit the road. Li Hao glanced at the young man and said suddenly. A stick with lots of cross-eyed turtle meat on it slowly floated in front of the young man. The young man stared blankly. After a while, he suddenly grabbed the stick and started eating it in big mouthfuls. He didn't seem to feel the heat anymore. As I was eating, muddy tears rolled down from the corners of my eyes. I'm from District 6, the breeding district. He suddenly raised his head and showed an extremely complicated smile to Li Hao and the others. I have bred many, many ferocious beasts, but this is the first time I have eaten ferocious beast meat. Ha, what a fucking world. Su Lilua and the others did not speak. Only Li Hao said, it's not enough. In the jungle, more and more people are emerging. When they saw Li Hao and the others having a barbecue on the beach, most people didn't do anything. When they came out, they all looked similar to the young man who came at the beginning. He just looked at Li Hao and the others blankly. To this day, Li Hao and the others are still looking so good. Everyone can imagine that Li Hao and the others have been very happy these days. Moreover, in fact, these people have already met Li Hao and the others. It's just because they have sensory abilities, so they avoided it early. Li Hao gave each of these people kebabs. Of course, there were 2 inconspicuous ones who wanted to take action, but Li Hao killed them directly. Among these people, there is not even a second-level superpower, so they really do not pose the slightest threat to him. What a fool! Xingtan City is in a hellish state. I will never be a dog slave again in my next life. Su Shangyang of Chaonima. Chaonima's urban area. One by one, the contestants filled their stomachs one after another, crying or yelling. Li Ying and Su Lilua had complicated expressions. In fact, in their hearts, don't they have any resentment towards Su Shangyang, the city lord of Xingtan City, and towards Xingtan City? They have been exploited since they were young. Let's hit the road. Li Hao was also full at this time and stood up slowly. He sympathizes with these people, but will not show mercy. Because what he sympathized with was only their origins, not their positions. He had no choice. Holy Duke and Holy Mother, in this world where people cannibalize people, they will only die extremely miserably. Whoosh! The alloy long knife flew quickly through the air under the control of Li Hao's mind. The blade reflected the color of the sunset, red as blood. Then it was really stained with a lot of blood. Cha, cha! The cry of a ferocious beast rang out from the depths of Hunting Island. Sharp, harsh, desolate. Just now, the winner of our hunting competition has been decided. Let us congratulate the team from District 14 for successfully breaking through and becoming the winner of this hunting competition. And, he's a Grand Slam winner. Let us congratulate them. At the same time, we are even more grateful to our respected City Lord. It is the City Lord who has led us and made our Xingtan City stronger and stronger, allowing us Xingtan citizens to live the happy life we have today. On the TV, the voice of the commentator was exciting. A group of bright fireworks suddenly exploded in the night sky of Xingtan City. Chapter 59 Crazy Endorsement. Then, another group. Group after group. Turn into a film. Piece after piece. Until the entire night sky of Xingtan City was filled with brilliance. It's like celebrating the new year. Li Hao and the others are still on the island. Looking at the bursts of fireworks in the sky of Xingtan City, his face flickered under the light of the fireworks. I will ban all dog slave areas from now on, Qin Yu said suddenly. When Li Hao heard this, he just smiled. Just listen to this. In the original novel, Qin Yu later became the young master of the Qin family and controlled several cities of the Qin family. However, in the end, due to various reasons, this guy failed to liberate the dog slave district. Su Lilua also asked him about this matter. He said, in this world, there are always people who do dirty and tiring work. Even if the dog slave area is cancelled, someone still has to do the work of the dog slaves. The helicopter landed at the northernmost part of Hunting Island more than 10 minutes later with a roaring sound. A guard got off the helicopter and said to Li Hao and the others, "Congratulations on your successful breakout. Now you can return to Xingtan City." At the end of the hunting competition, there is an award ceremony. The so-called awards were actually just a senior executive from Xingtan City awarding Xingtan City resident certificates to Li Hao and the others. While still on the plane, the guards took away all the armor and weapons from Li Hao and others, including the S2 potion. The organizers can be said to be very careful with their budgets to the extreme. But that's not important. Because according to the plot of the original novel, Li Hao and the others may have other opportunities. Take Qin Yu as an example. In the original novel, because he showed the power of teleportation and dolphin sound, he was spotted by an extremely beautiful woman in Xingtan City and became her apprentice. This woman not only helped him solve the problem of the child in the first area, but also taught him martial arts and provided him with resources. Moreover, she later gave Qin Yu a lot of help, allowing his strength to grow rapidly. Of course, Li Hao still doesn't know whether these opportunities will happen again. He was sitting on the plane, just thinking about how he could seize Qin Yu's resources if that woman came to see Qin Yu again. That woman is also a member of the teleportation school, a member of the critical attack school. But I don't have teleportation skills. The helicopter flew directly to the apron of the stadium in Xingtan City. Then the guards took Li Hao and the others into a conference room in the gymnasium. No more guests were invited to the award ceremony, which was far less grand than a ceremony. There was only one senior executive from the City Lord's Mansion and several senior executives from the Fusion Media Center sitting inside. After the guards brought Li Hao and the others in, the senior executive of the City Lord's Mansion stood up with a hypocritical smile. "Congratulations, you successfully broke through the hunting competition and became one of our residents in Xingtan City. I hope you can continue your efforts and work hard for the future of Xingtan City. May the glory of the City Lord be with you." The senior management issued Xingtan City resident certificates to Li Hao and others. This book is not much of a reward, but it seems to have given Li Hao and the others supreme honor. The photographers and videographers in the corner of the conference room were taking pictures non-stop. This clip will also be broadcast after editing. And there will be overwhelming publicity in the print media. It's nothing more than saying how kind the City Lord's palace is, giving the slaves in the labor area a chance to start a new life. Li Hao and the others were reborn because of the kindness of the City Lord's Mansion. Fortunately, this process didn't take long. After Li Hao and the others got their resident certificates, they were taken out quickly. After leaving the main entrance of the gymnasium, the guards stopped caring about them. The hunting competition is over, and Li Hao and the others no longer have any value to the City Lord's Mansion and the Fusion Media Center. They would not care about Li Hao's life and death in the city. However, at this time, there were many people surrounding the gymnasium. "Hello, Miss Su Lilua. I am He Wenqing, the Deputy General Manager of Eternal Jewelry. We have provided you with S2 potion sponsorship in the hunting competition. Miss Su, your temperament is very consistent with our design concept of eternal jewelry. May I ask you interested in becoming a spokesperson for our timeless jewelry?" "Hello, Miss Su. I am Su Meng, the HR Manager of Liren Underwear. Our Liran Underwear has also provided you with S2 Pharmacy sponsorship. Are you interested in becoming the spokesperson of our Liran Underwear? Miss Su. I am Zhang Hui, Xingtan City Regional Manager of Jinjufu Jewelry. Miss Su, are you willing to be the spokesperson of our Jinjufu Jewelry? Our Jinjufu Jewelry is the largest jewelry company in the Chinese City-State Alliance. As long as you become our spokesperson. Crazy, these people are crazy. The people who gathered around them stunned Li Hao and the others. And these people were all here for Su Lilua. Su Lilua is so beautiful, and she has a soft and quiet temperament. In addition, Li Hao is following Li Hao in this hunting competition, and many otakus are secretly obsessed with his beautiful face. Now he seems to have the potential to become a well-known star in Xingtan City. These companies that needed spokespersons for publicity naturally focused on her. Now is the most appropriate time to find Su Lilua as a spokesperson. Because if someone else takes it away, after Su Lilua has established a foothold in Xingtan City, and they want to find Su Lilua as an endorsement, the price they may spend will be very different from now. Su Lilua hid behind Li Hao with some fear. Mr. Ma Xianjing, your beard is very unique. Are you interested in becoming the spokesperson of our Sha's Hail Razor? But at this time, there was actually a guy who squeezed in front of Ma Xianjing. Ma Xianjing, Li Hao, Xinyu, It doesn't matter if someone comes to Su Lilua to endorse her. After all, Su Lilua does have the conditions to become a big star. However, even someone likes this guy Ma Xianjing. This was somewhat of a blow to the two of them. Judging from their appearance, they look more handsome than the bearded Ma Xijing. Moreover, Ma Xianjing didn't take any action during the whole hunting competition. He was just transparent, right? Everyone, please be quiet. Be quiet. Li Hao suddenly made a sound, grinned, and pressed his hands. The crowd was slightly stunned. Li Hao glanced at the dozen or so people in front of him who came to Su Lilua for endorsement, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone is asking my wife to endorse. I am very grateful to everyone, but please line up, okay? Let's start with Eternal Jewelry and Beauty Underwear. Forget about beauty underwear, I'm sorry, I don't want my wife to show up in underwear." Crowd. Winky face. They didn't expect that Li Hao would directly express his position on Su Lilua's behalf. And this guy looks like he is very familiar with the business. Is this guy really a guy who comes from the dog slave area and has never seen the world? Chapter 60 Poaching in Person. What's even more hateful is that Li Hao's face is clearly full of pride. This makes many people hate it. Why should a dog slave marry such a beautiful wife? But he had to hold back his temper and line up. Now in Xingtan City, there is absolutely no one more suitable to be the spokesperson than Su Lilua. Even those popular stars cannot have the same effect as Su Lilua because of the audience's aesthetic fatigue. Contract, everyone is ready with the contract, right? Li Hao looked at the crowd lining up and said with a smile. This kind of harvest was really beyond his expectation. It's good to have a beautiful wife. In this era, there are also celebrities, actors, anchors, and models. And the endorsement fees for popular celebrities are quite high. He felt that he could lie flat in the future. Su Lilua's endorsement fee alone can make him fat and white. The crowd looked at Li Hao blankly again. This dog slave even knows the contract. Fortunately, they were prepared before they came. Standing at the front, the deputy manager of Eternal Jewelry, He Wenqing, quickly took out his mobile phone and said, "This is the electronic contract prepared by our Eternal Jewelry. Take a look." Li Hao directly took his cell phone into his hand. Then he quickly raised his lips and said, "It's only 200,000 per year." Manager He, you are not very sincere. Having read the original work, he knows that the endorsement fees of top-tier celebrities in Xingtan City are over 10 million. Second-tier stars range from millions to millions. Even if you are a third-tier star, you still have a base of hundreds of thousands. He Wenqing actually gave Su Lilua 200,000 yuan. He clearly knew that Su Lilua didn't understand the market and wanted to trick her. He Wenqing suddenly became a little embarrassed. Then, how much do you think is appropriate? There were people behind with the same expression. The contract they prepared for Su Lilua also offered a price of hundreds of thousands, or even 100,000. 5 million a year. Li Hao spread his 5 fingers and said loudly, "If the price you offer is lower than this, then there is no need to talk. My wife is now the most popular traffic in Xingtan City. Even if she starts a live broadcast, she can make more money than this." The crowd was shocked by his tone. "What kind of cow is that? It's just from the dog slave area, but you dare to ask for an exorbitant price." "I won't ask your wife to speak for me." "That's right. You don't even care what you are like. It's good to have an endorsement, but if you dare to open your mouth like a lion, you're just waiting to starve to death in the urban area." Then someone complained loudly. In fact, everyone knows in their hearts that Su Lilua is worth this price, and the potential value is even higher. But they just feel unhappy. In their view, for people like Li Hao and Su Lilua who came from the dog slave area, if they come to Su Lilua to endorse them, they are already supporting Su Lilua. Giving them a chance, he took himself seriously. Someone turned and left. Li Hao looked at it and didn't stop him. He believed that these guys would come to him again soon. Because he has absolute confidence in Su Lilua's appearance. The few people who stayed behind quickly modified the numbers on the electronic contract after hesitation. They are obviously more rational. If Su Lilua becomes an artist, she will definitely become famous in Xingtan City in a short time. Signing her for 5 million is definitely a bargain. He Wenqing didn't leave either. After taking the phone from Li Hao's hand, he changed the number to 6 million and said, "What do you think of the current number?" Li Hao nodded with satisfaction, "No problem. Miss Su, our young master would like to invite you to a candlelight dinner. Please appreciate it." At this moment, a burly middle-aged man wearing a black suit and an alloy sword on his back suddenly walked up. "Li Hao, are you poaching in front of me? An urban area is an urban area after all. There are many great people." He stopped Su Lilua behind him and asked, "Who is your young master?" "Luo Luo is my wife. Do you think it is appropriate to have dinner with him?" The burly middle-aged man chuckled disapprovingly, turned back and glanced at He Wenqing and others, and said, "Ask them, is it appropriate?" "It's appropriate. That's so suitable. Miss Su, this is your great blessing." He Wenqing and others didn't know when they had put on extremely complimentary faces. Li Hao's heart sank slightly. Obviously, the so-called young master who has taken a liking to Su Lilua is a very influential figure in Xingtan City. Couldn't he be the guy who sponsored the green helmet for himself? Ma Yujing and Liang also frowned slightly. Only Qin Yu was thoughtful. "Miss Su, please." The burly middle-aged man was very confident and said to Su Li again. He believed that there were not many young women in Xingtan City who could refuse his young master's invitation, even those popular female stars. Not to mention Su Lilua, a woman who had just escaped from being a dog slave. As those people just said, this should be Su Lilua's honor. "She won't go." Li Hao suddenly said in a deep voice, "You can eat it yourself if you want." The burly middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Li Hao said, "I said get the hell out of here." He didn't believe that this burly middle-aged man dared to do something openly in the urban area. This is strictly prohibited in urban areas. The burly middle-aged man's eyes were filled with rage, and he did have the urge to draw his sword. However, after reaching out to touch the hilt of the sword, he slowly put his hand down and said with squinted eyes, "You will regret your attitude." After that, he turned around and left. He Wenqing and others looked at Li Hao with surprised eyes. Gradually, pity appeared, and then turned cold. This boy really doesn't know how to live or die. I thought it would be great to break through from the hunting competition, but I had no idea how big the background of the person behind the black suit just now was. They stopped talking to Li Hao about the endorsement and turned around and walked towards the back. Xin Yu looked at Li Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, you are in big trouble." But there seemed to be a sense of schadenfreude deep in his eyes. Su Lilua became Li Hao's wife. In the entire hunting competition, Li Hao was the one who stole the show. Unconsciously, Xin Yu's jealousy towards Li Hao seemed to have almost overwhelmed his rationality. But now, this jealousy is being infinitely magnified as they take off their status as dog slaves. The worst-case scenario is to leave Xingtan City and become a refugee. Li Hao said. No matter what, he would never let Su Lilua have a candlelight dinner with another man. Brother Hao. Su Lilua's face was filled with grievance and guilt. Li Hao turned around, smiled and pinched her cheek. Don't be afraid, even if you can't live in the urban area, I can still raise you to be white and fat. Su Lilua nodded, almost crying again. Brother you at this time, another shout came. Li Hao and the others turned their heads and looked. It's Meng Meng wearing a princess dress. She is jumping and running towards this side. At the same time, not far behind her, there was a tall woman with extremely bright red lips. The moment Li Hao saw this woman, his heart suddenly moved. Here it comes. She's here. Red lips, black stockings, and high heels, stepmother skirt. Super sexy lady. The woman who accepted Qin Yu as her apprentice in the original novel. Chapter 61 Qin Yu's teacher. Xiao Mansi. Yes, it's Xiao Mansi. The origin of this woman is not simple. In the Chinese city-state alliance, in addition to the city lords of the 208 cities who are all giants, there are also many people whose reputation and status are not lower than that of the city lords, such as the bosses behind certain consortiums and enterprises. They have astonishing wealth and channels. Even if they deal with the city lord, they can treat each other as equals. The boss and family behind Jin Jiufu and Eternal Jewelry are all like this. There are even people who are above the city lord. These people include those members of the Council of Elders of the Chinese City-State Alliance. It was them who formed the Chinese City-State Alliance. Then there are the largest financial groups in the Chinese City-State Alliance, as well as families whose strength is greater than that of a city, core figures in warrior groups, etc. And Xiao Mansi is the general person in charge of a warrior group in Xingtan City. Moreover, the strength of this warrior group is among the best in the entire Chinese City-State Alliance. It can be said that although Xiao Mansi cannot be compared with Yu Xiangyang in Xingtan City, his status in the entire Chinese City-State Alliance is not much worse than Yu Xiangyang. We must gain this woman's favor. Li Hao shouted in his heart. This is not only because Xiao Mansi was Qin Yu's teacher in the original work, but also because he really needs Xiao Mansi's protection now. No matter what kind of astonishing bastard the guy who wanted to ask Su Lilua for a candlelight dinner was, with Xiao Mansi's protection, he shouldn't dare to do anything to himself and Su Lilua, right? The life of refugees in the wilderness is not easy. If he could stay in the urban area, Li Hao certainly wouldn't want to take Su Lilua to suffer hardships outside. And having said that, if there is no one to protect them, whether he and Su Lilua can leave Xingtan City is a problem. He spoke forcefully at that time, but he was actually betting that Xiao Mansi would come to Qin Yu. Why are you here? When Qin Yu saw Meng Meng, his face looked a little ugly, and he spoke with undisguised impatience. Now that he has obtained a residence permit in the urban area, he no longer needs the one-eyed dragon. Brother you, even a simple person like Meng Meng could feel Qin Yu's alienation, and she suddenly felt aggrieved, curling her lips and tears welling up in her eyes. Li Hao glanced at Qin Yu and said with a smile, aren't you asking knowingly? Meng Meng has already said that she will come to Wuzhi University for further study and she wants to live with you. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. Qin Yu contributed another wave of villain points to Li Hao. But this time, his expression was unusually cold, and he said to Meng Meng, there will be no possibility between you and me. Whatever I get from your father, I will pay him back double in the future. He's had enough. From the moment he broke through the hunting competition, Qin Yu decided in his heart to put an end to his past. Forget Su Lilua, forget Li Hao. Start his new life. Of course, we should also forget about Meng Meng. Anyway, no one in the urban area knew about his affair with Meng Meng. Brother you. Meng Meng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her plump face suddenly turned pale. You are a big liar. Her tears still flowed down her face. She covered her face and ran away crying. Well. Li Hao sighed heavily and said, even if you don't want to be responsible for her, you shouldn't hurt her like this. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Qin Yu only said coldly. These words made Li Hao feel something keenly. A coldness flashed across his eyes, and he stopped talking. He had known for a long time that Qin Yu would want to draw a clear line with him. It seems that Qin Yu was now waiting for the right time. Su Lilua and Liang also looked at Qin Yu, with a bit of alienation and a touch of contempt in their eyes. They knew what happened between Qin Yu and Meng Meng. Although Meng Meng does not seem worthy of Qin Yu, what Qin Yu did just now is indeed quite unkind. It's simply heartless and unjust. Qin Yu? At this time, Xiao Mansi walked up to Li Hao and others. Her narrow eyes stared straight at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Who are you? Xiao Mansi said, I am Xiao Mansi, the general manager of the Xingtan City branch of Thunder Martial Arts School. I am a 7th level superpower. My first level superpower is teleportation. Are you interested in being my apprentice? In this world, there are many strong people who will recruit disciples, making them their rightful helpers. They will choose people with the same abilities as themselves, because in this way, they can train their apprentices to be strong in the shortest possible time. Just like a carpenter teaches a carpenter and a blacksmith teaches a blacksmith. Those who deceive their teachers and destroy their ancestors will be despised and abandoned by countless people. A look of ecstasy instantly appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. 7th level superpower. He actually took the initiative to accept him as his apprentice. Even he himself did not expect to have such good luck. Just now those people asked Su Lilua to speak for themselves, and he was secretly jealous of Li Hao. Now, compared with his opportunity, what are those endorsements? Qin Yu has met the teacher. Qin Yu was undoubtedly a smart man. He immediately bowed to Xiao Mansi and called him teacher. Then come with me. Xiao Mansi finally said with a slight smile on her lips. Her character was obviously very arrogant, and she had no intention of talking to Li Hao and others. After speaking, she turned around and left. Li Hao's abilities and talents are good, but at best he is only a 2nd-level warrior and ability user. This level of cultivation is too low to deserve her attention. Xiaohao, Luoluo, then we'll see you again. I hope we can see you again if we have the chance. The ecstasy in Qin Yu's eyes did not dissipate at all. He hurriedly said something to Li Hao and the others, and planned to leave with Xiao Mansi. With this teacher, Li Hao's achievements in the future will never be comparable to him. Etc. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly shouted. Xiao Mansi and Qin Yu both turned back. Qin Yu thought Li Hao was going to say something to him. Immediately, Li Hao was seen saying to Xiao Mansi with a serious face, Beautiful sister, can I also join the Thunder Martial Arts School? Qin Yu, winky face. Xiao Mansi was slightly surprised. Pretty sister? But no one has called her that for some years. Li Hao had such a sweet mouth, which obviously made her unable to dislike him. She chuckled and said, Li Hao, right? Your talents and abilities are pretty good, but unfortunately, your cultivation level is still too low. Our Thunder Martial Arts Gym does not recruit warriors or abilities users below the 4th level. I will try my best. Li Hao said seriously. With a sincere look on his face, he said, Qin Yu and I have been good brothers for many years, and I don't want to leave him. Yeah? Xiao Mansi tilted her head and asked Qin Yu. Qin Yu? He really wanted to say no. Because he really didn't want to stay in Li Hao's shadow. But his conscience prevented him from saying such words. In any case, Li Hao and Su Lilua had indeed gotten along with him for several years and had a pretty good friendship. In the dog slave area, Li Hao also brought him food during his retreat. In the hunting competition, he was given a ride again. Apart from being a little mean-spirited, actually. Chapter 62. A trio or a trio. Qin Yu chose silence. But I felt very unhappy in my heart. Why does this kid Li Hao seem to be haunted? How he hoped that Xiao Mansi could reject Li Hao. But Xiao Mansi raised her eyebrows slightly and said, in this case, then you should stay with Qin Yu and be his follower for now. With your foundation, when you break through to the 4th level warrior, I will incorporate you into our Thunder Martial Arts School. She obviously has her own considerations, whether she accepts Qin Yu as her apprentice or lets Li Hao follow Qin Yu. Xinyu, after hearing Xiao Manxi's words, I suddenly felt more comfortable. What if Li Hao is stronger than him now? Don't you have to be his follower again? Well. Li Hao nodded repeatedly, then looked at Ma Shijing and the others, and said, then they. Xiao Manxi seemed a little impatient. How are their strengths compared to yours? Ma Shijing and Li Ying both had stern expressions on their faces. I am a first-level superpower user, and my superpower is the explosive spines of the explosive hedgehog. I am close to a second-level warrior and have no special powers. But the two of them still answered. Xiao Manxi showed a look of disgust. With your strength, you are not even worthy of being Qin Yu's follower. She did not open a charity hall and came to accept Qin Yu as her apprentice. That was because Qin Yu had the same teleportation ability as hers. She has long wanted to take on such a disciple. Even if it was Li Hao, she felt that Li Hao could still grow into a strong man. Ma Xinjing and Li Ying were completely worthless to her. Ma Xinjing and Li Ying's expressions were even more sarcastic, but they didn't dare to say anything. Li Hao frowned slightly, took out a few crystal cores from his pocket, and said, sell these, buy some mobile phones, and wait for me at the Warriors Guild in the next few days. These crystal cores were obtained by him from hunting ferocious beasts on Hunting Island. There were 14 in total, but the guards did not take them back. Brother Hao. Ma Xinjing's face was filled with emotion. Li Ying's face was also complicated. In fact, even if Li Hao ignores them, they have nothing to say. After all, Li Hao never owed them anything. Go! Li Hao put the crystal core into Ma Shijing's hand and patted Ma Shijing's shoulder. Speaking of which, in this world, the only ones who could be considered his friends were Ma Shijing and Li Ying. These two people are more reliable than Qin Yu. He also didn't want the two of them to end up in poverty and homelessness in Xingtan City. And if it hadn't been for what happened to him just now, Ma Shijing might still be able to get the endorsement of the Shasha Le Shaver. Ma Yojing's eyes were a little red, he nodded vigorously, and left with Li Ying. Li Hao and Su Lilua followed Xiao Manxi and Qin Yu. A group of three, still a group of three. Li Hao looked at Xiao Manxi's round and straight curves in front of him, then looked at Qin Yu, and smiled to himself. This guy wants to get rid of him easily. What a wonderful idea! Xiao Manxi naturally drove here. It is a pure black, quite domineering steel beast. I'm afraid it's a full 10 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. The overall frame, including the exterior sheet metal, is all made of alloy. This kind of car is naturally not used to show off its coolness in urban areas. In this world where fierce beasts are everywhere in the wilderness, this kind of chariot that has considerable defensive and offensive properties and can be used as a wild camp is the first choice of warriors. When ordinary sports cars drive out of urban areas, not to mention there are no roads for them to run on, they will be turned into scrap metal in minutes when encountering ferocious beasts. Qin Yu and Xiao Manxi were sitting in front. Li Hao and Su Lilua sat down in the back car. The luxury in the carriage made Li Hao and Su Lilua open their eyes wide. The entire interior of the carriage is wrapped in the leather of an unknown beast, and the lights are used to create a starry sky scene, which is like a dream. The floor is covered with pure white plush carpet. There is a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It is a small apartment. Damn, it's nice to have money. Li Hao complains secretly in his heart. He has no doubt that this car definitely has a very powerful alarm and force system. If he had a car like this, he would have been able to run rampant and run amok when he went to that abandoned town. What low-level ferocious beasts do you need to be afraid of? The two of them didn't dare to sit on Xiao Manxi's bed, so they sat down on two chairs next to the dining table in the carriage. Xiao Manxi started the car in front. But no one noticed that the burly middle-aged man in a black suit not far from Xiao Manxi's car did not leave. He just reported to the master behind him through his mobile phone. At this moment, he was taking pictures of Xiao Manxi's car license plate with his mobile phone. Xiao Manxi took Qin Yu, Li Hao, and Su Lilua directly to her flat floor. Entering the house, Qin Yu and Su Lilua both looked silly. Li Hao also secretly sighed. This is called life. This flat floor is really big. The living room alone is no less than 200 square meters. All kinds of furnishings are dazzling. The decoration is also splendid, more luxurious than any mansion Li Hao has seen before he traveled through time. Intelligence is evident everywhere. During the 100 years of the Cataclysm era, the development of science and technology came to a standstill. However, after mankind initially established a stable foundation, it ushered in a period of rapid development. And this kind of scientific and technological development is obviously not limited to weapons, but also many aspects such as people's livelihood, which have also changed a lot compared with before the Cataclysm era. At this moment, there is a maid cleaning inside. When he saw Xiaomanzi entering the door, he bowed to Xiaomanzi and said, "Miss, you are back." Xiaomanzi nodded, "Please clean up the 2 guest rooms and come out." "Yes." The maid, who was about 40 years old but had good looks and a very good temperament, quickly agreed, looked at Li Hao and the others, and walked to the guest room. Xiaomanzi took off her shoes directly and walked inside with her delicate bare feet. This woman is really full of mature and attractive charm all the time. "Put on your shoe covers." She turned back to Qin Yu and the others. Qin Yu and Su Lilua didn't know what shoe covers were. Qin Yu had only been a refugee in the wild, and his knowledge was not much greater than that of the dog slaves in the dog slave area. Fortunately, Li Hao knew what shoe covers were. He quickly took the shoe covers from the shoe cabinet next to him and handed them to Su Lilua and Qin Yu. The 3 of them put on shoe covers and walked into the living room. When they saw Xiaomanzi sitting down on the sofa, they were too embarrassed to sit down. Xiaomanzi leaned lazily on the sofa and waved her hands, "Sit down, don't stand still." Then he said to Qin Yu, "Although I have accepted you as my apprentice, I still have some things to say to you first." "Teacher, please tell me." Qin Yu nodded obediently, looking like a good baby. Xiaomanzi continued, "As the old saying goes, the master leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. As your teacher, I will provide you with guidance and ideas in terms of practice and supernatural powers, but I will never give you too many material benefits. Help! In this world, flowers grown in greenhouses cannot withstand the wind and frost. You still need to go out to hunt ferocious beasts or do other things. Even if I have some resources, you still need to spend them from me. Money buys it, understand?" Qin Yu nodded vigorously, "I will keep the teacher's words in mind, and I will definitely work hard and not embarrass the teacher." As the protagonist of the original novel, this guy is not lacking in city, mind, eyesight, and toughness. Even apart from being a refined egoist, he actually doesn't have any major shortcomings. Xiaomanzi was very satisfied and turned her head to look at Li Hao. Before she could speak, Li Hao said, "Pretty sister, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to repay you for taking us in today." Who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? He must make himself more important in Xiaomanzi's heart than Qin Yu. Chapter 63. You recognize me as teacher and I recognize you as sister. Xiaomanzi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She really didn't notice that Li Hao was so well behaved and eye-catching. And this little mouth, beautiful sister, makes her scream so sweet. Of course she knew she was beautiful, but she was still a woman in her 30s. She felt quite comfortable hearing Li Hao always call her that. However, Xiaomanzi immediately said, "Don't let your pretty sister call me that in the future. It makes people laugh." "Then I'll call you Sister Manzi," Li Hao said. He showed a sincere and expectant look on his face. "Both my parents died when I was young, and I no longer have any relatives. Sometimes I even dream about it, if only I could have another relative." Xiaomanzi, Qin Yu, he really didn't expect that this guy Li Hao would be so shameless. How could he know that Li Hao said this because he knew Xiaomanzi's life experience? This was written in the original novel. Although Xiaomanzi was not from the dog slave district, she was just a refugee. She relied on her talent and went through many hardships to become a member of the Thunder Martial Arts School, and gradually became the person in charge of the Thunder Martial Arts School Xingtan City. Moreover, Xiaomanzi also has a younger brother. However, when she was 23 years old, her brother died at the mouth of a ferocious beast because he and she were hunting ferocious beasts in the wild and to protect her. This is the biggest pain in Xiaomanzi's heart. Sure enough, after Xiaomanzi's eyes were a little confused and worried, when she looked at Li Hao, there was suddenly a hint of intimacy in her eyes. But after all, she was a woman who had gone through hardships. Her eyes were not red. She just sighed and nodded. If you want to be called that, then call her that. Naturally, she would not accept Li Hao as her younger brother because of this. But in my heart, I already unconsciously valued Li Hao a little more. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the task of robbing Xiaomansi. The current progress is 1%. Tip, complete the task to get branch rewards. Li Hao, asterisk, Xinyu, S, Heo winky face. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Of course he could tell that Xiaomansi's attitude towards Li Hao suddenly became less indifferent. This made him feel like his belongings were taken away by Li Hao. He didn't want Xiaomansi to accept Li Hao as his younger brother in the future. Brother, you must be closer than your apprentice. But he had just accepted Xiaomansi as his teacher. At this moment, how could he dare to speak ill of Li Hao in front of Xiaomansi? And his principles don't allow him to do this. You just stay here tonight. Tomorrow, you can do whatever you need to do. I will give you my phone number. Xiaomansi paused and then said, but if it is not an important matter, there is no need for you to contact me. Xinyu, you should also wait until you are close to the third-level superpower before you contact me. Her character dictates that she will not be considerate to Xinyu. After saying that, she stood up. She seemed a little tired and was going back to the bedroom to sleep. After taking just 2 steps, he remembered something and turned back and said, by the way, what weapons are you good at using? Sword. Knife. Xinyu and Li Hao answered respectively. Xiaomansi nodded, then I will give you a set of sword and knife skills tomorrow morning. You will be able to understand them and your strength will be greatly improved. Thank you, Sister Mansi. Li Hao quickly thanked him. Although, he doesn't need any sword or martial arts skills at all. Xinyu also nodded, but his expression was a little uncomfortable. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. He thought about it and felt uncomfortable. This guy Li Hao is obviously taking advantage of him. If this guy hadn't been licking his face just now to recognize the teacher as his sister, the teacher probably wouldn't have given him martial arts skills, right? Even the most superficial martial arts skills are valuable. Xiaomansi nodded and went back to her bedroom. Li Hao, Xinyu, and Su Lilua looked at each other speechlessly. After the maid had tidied up the guest room, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Of course Li Hao slept in the same room as Su Lilua. However, the two of them obviously would not do anything shameful in Xiaomansi's home. After taking a shower in the room, they both sat cross-legged on the floor to practice origin energy. Properties panel, cell activity, 7112 mental strength, 2925 superpowers, telekinesis, first level, radar, second level, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 200 by this time. Li Hao's cell activity seemed to be extremely close to the level of a third-order warrior. He had already decided that when he left Xiaomansi's place tomorrow morning, he would go to the Warriors Guild and sell the resources he could no longer use. When the time comes, you can purchase X2 potion and J2 potion, and you will be able to break through and become a third-level warrior. Even the mental power may be able to reach a level close to that of a third-level superpower. According to the setting of the original novel, everyone can take about 15 to 20 potions of the same level to increase cell activity and mental strength. Then you will develop resistance to the medicine, and taking medicine of the same level will be of no use. But he has not taken J2 medicine yet. Calculating that each J2 potion can increase mental power by 200 points, even if he only takes 15 J2 potions to develop resistance, his mental power can reach almost 6,000 points. It's not very far away from the third-level superpower. Of course, with the current resources at his disposal, it would be difficult to buy 15 J2 potions unless he took out and sold all the golden-horned pangolin carcasses. But in this case, others will know that he has space powers, and he doesn't know if he will be targeted by some people. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn. Li Hao's cell activity increased a little bit. After he and Su Lilua washed up in the bathroom, they both walked to the living room early. After a while, Xin Yu also came out. After a night's rest, he seemed to be in good spirits. Maybe it's because people feel refreshed during happy events. Xiaomansi, on the other hand, waited more than half an hour before walking out of the bedroom. She is still barefoot, with a bare face. But even so, it is full of charm. Here are the martial arts promised to you. She walked up to Li Hao and Xin Yu and handed each of them a chip. This is a martial arts chip. High technology after the cataclysm. By simply placing it between your eyebrows, you can connect to the brainwaves and evolve martial arts in your mind. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Sister Mansi. Xin Yu and Li Hao thanked each other. Xiao Mansi waved her hand and immediately issued an order to expel the guests. Okay, you go. Don't disturb me until it's time to die. Sister Mansi. At this moment, Li Hao opened his mouth and said, I wonder, can I let Luo Luo stay with you and be your servant? He must be going to the wild to practice. Xin Yu still has some opportunities around Xingtan City. But he didn't want to take Su Liluo to take risks. Chapter 60 for the little fangirl on the street. And he also wants to save the country through curves. He understands Xiao Mansi's character very well. She is a strong woman who looks cold and beautiful, but she has some weakness in her heart. In this world, Xiao Mansi has no relatives and no friends. On many nights, she would feel depressed and sad about the moon. As a man, it is not easy for Li Hao to develop a relationship with Xiao Mansi that is too close. But Su Liluo is different. With Su Liluo's character, as long as she could stay here and get along with Xiao Mansi, even if she and Xiao Mansi couldn't develop into close friends, becoming friends would be a sure thing. That way he wouldn't have to worry about Su Liluo being missed by others anymore. At least there are few people in Xingtan City who dare not give Xiao Mansi face. Xiao Mansi looked at Su Liluo. With Su Liluo's gentle and calm personality and her beautiful face, it would be difficult for someone other than a jealous woman to feel disgusted with her. And Xiao Mansi is obviously not this kind of woman. Without too much hesitation, she nodded and said, okay, with her strength and character, she is really not suitable for wandering in the wild. Even she could see that Su Liluo was weak in strength and had a gentle and weak personality. Thank you, Sister Mansi. Li Hao quickly thanked him. Su Liluo pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes just filled with reluctance. Li Hao had naturally discussed this matter with her last night. She also knew that Li Hao was thinking about her. But at this moment, Su Liluo secretly vowed to practice hard and improve her strength. You can't become a burden to Brother Hao in the future. Li Hao and Xin Yu left Xiao Mansi's home. Going downstairs, looking at the bustling city in the early morning and the row upon row of high-rise buildings, both of them couldn't help but feel confused for a moment. They have initially established a foothold in Xingtan City, but they still don't have the slightest foundation. If you want to gain status and strength, you need two people to create it with both hands. Are you going to the Warriors Guild? After coming back to his senses, Xin Yu asked Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, aren't you going? Xin Yu said, go, but I won't be with you by then. I want to find a team in the Warriors Guild and go out to practice with them. Why? Sister Mansi asked me to be your follower. Li Hao said. He secretly murmured in his heart that Xin Yu seemed determined to part ways with him. Did you make him unhappy like this? Could it be that the gathering was done too much before? Xin Yu curled his lips and said, with your strength, you are trying to show off your talent by being my follower. And you will definitely have to take Ma Shijing and Liang with you. To be honest, their strength is too low. It will drag me down. Li Hao blinked his eyes and sighed, that's okay. Actually, Xin Yu was really wrong. He had not thought about forming a team with Ma Shijing and Liang. With the strength of Ma Shijing and Liang, Ma Shijing and Liang could not go where he wanted to go. And he prefers to travel alone, so that he can keep his secrets as much as possible and improve his strength without any scruples. But if Xin Yu wants to fly, just let him fly. Anyway, no matter how much monkey can fly, he can't escape from Tathagata Buddha's 5 Fingers Mountain. Beauty. Li Hao directly called out to some beautiful girls passing by on the street, and asked with a smile, how can I get to the Warriors Guild? Several girls looked at him blankly. In Xingtan City, the only people who don't know how to get rid of the Warriors Guild are little kids. Oh, are you Li Hao? The captain of the 14th district of the hunting competition? Immediately, someone recognized Li Hao. Li Hao smiled and nodded, yes. Wow! Your performance in the hunting competition is really impressive. I have been watching the hunting competition for several years, and I have never seen anyone as good as you. Wow, you are really Li Hao. You are even more handsome than on TV. How did you become so powerful in the dog slave area? Several girls showed joy on their faces, and they looked quite excited, as if they saw an internet celebrity. Thank you, you appreciate it. Li Hao scratched his head and said, wow, so cute. There was a girl with baby fat who seemed to have the attributes of a nymphomaniac. When she saw Li Hao scratching his head, he almost felt pity in his eyes. Xinyu, _ Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 30 villain points. He is also from District 14. And I feel that I am more handsome than Li Hao. But these girls seemed not to see him. Damn it, Li Hao really stole the limelight. Can you sign your name for me? The girls seemed to have forgotten that Li Hao came to them to ask for directions, and surrounded Li Hao. A girl immediately took out an eyebrow pencil from her bag and looked at Li Hao eagerly. Li Hao, winky face. Even he didn't expect that he could be so sought after. How about simply becoming an internet celebrity in urban areas? Sure. But he replied in his mouth. Then took the eyebrow pencil. Sign it on my clothes. The girl who handed the eyebrow pencil said. Li Hao signed his name on her clothes. Wow, he can also write, and his handwriting is so beautiful. There was a girl next to me who was full of surprise. Li Hao, Angle? He is no ordinary dog slave. Sign your name on each girl's clothes. Finally, we get to the girl with the baby fat. This girl is quite talented. She actually pulled her t-shirt up a little, revealing her lower half, and winked at Li Hao. Little brother, help my sister sign the fat button, I want to keep it. Li Hao. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the protagonist's mentality and gaining plus 20 villain points. Xinyu's eyes widened next to him. He had no doubt that if Li Hao brought it up, this girl would probably be willing to have a super friendship relationship with Li Hao. Is this kid Li Hao so charming? In the end, Li Hao signed his name on the fat girl's title, and then he finally got to know how the Warriors Guild should proceed. Then, a few girls teased softly, and left with a depressed Xinyu. The Warriors Guild is not far from the West Bridge of Xingtan City. It is a high-rise building with dozens of floors made of alloy and glass curtain walls. The words Martial Arts Union were erected on the top of the building, which was very conspicuous. At this moment, everything was very lively inside and outside the door. People were coming in and out, just like an office building. As soon as Li Hao and Xinyu arrived, they saw two people squatting by the door. It was Ma Xiujing and Li Ying. They are obviously a little confused and helpless in this urban area. Most people in urban areas will not take them seriously after passing the hunting competition. Because their origins are so humble. There are only very few girls like those girls just now. Unless Li Hao and the others can possess strength that is superior to ordinary people, it will be difficult for them to be treated differently by others. Chapter 65 Parting Ways with Xinyu. Ma Yujing, Li Ying. Li Hao shouted and walked over. Ma Xiejing and Li Ying both stood up quickly. Brother Hao, you're here. Then Ma Xinjing hurriedly handed the bag he was carrying to Li Hao, scratched his head and said, we sold those crystal cores, but we don't know what mobile phone to buy, so I'll wait for you here. Li Hao opened the bag, and it was filled with money. He gave Ma Xiujing 8 crystal nuclei in total, both first and second order ones, but he didn't care at the time. Although these ferocious beasts are the most common ferocious beasts, and the crystal cores are not as valuable as the corpses, there are still 50 to 60,000 here. Li Hao looked around, a little speechless. Just below the Warriors Union building, there are several digital stores. I'll go buy it, he said. Then he walked towards the nearest digital store. Inside, I bought 5 mobile phones. All are satellite phones. Since the catastrophe, many infrastructure facilities on Blue Star have been destroyed in the war. When technology recovers, communications will all rely on satellites. It cost more than 40,000 yuan in one go. He handed a mobile phone to each of Ma Shijing, Li Ying, and Qinyu. Xinyu's face was a little complicated, but he still accepted it. Li Hao taught them step by step how to use it. Among the three, Xinyu, who had been a refugee for a while, still knew a few words. If you want to fully integrate into urban life, it obviously requires a process. You too should share this little money. After teaching Xinyu and the others how to use their mobile phones, Li Hao handed Ma Shijing all the remaining money in his pocket. I'm going to hunt in the wilderness, so I can't take you two with me, and I may be in trouble recently. If you two want to go, if you want to live a stable life, find a job in the city. If you want to work hard and become a strong man, find a team in the Warriors Guild that matches your strength and go out hunting. If you need anything, call me anytime. In this era, despite inflation, even if you do an ordinary job in an urban area, your monthly income can be more than 50,000, but there is absolutely no way to become a strong person. Only by becoming a free warrior, going out to hunt, and risking one's life can one possibly obtain enough resources. Li Hao directly said what was in his heart. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Ma Xianjing and Li Ying obviously understood, but their expressions were a little complicated. Brother Hao, thank you, Ma Shijing said. Li Ying also nodded beside her. Thank you, Li Hao said, just live well. Ma Xiujing and Li Ying looked at each other, and Ma Xiujing asked, what are your plans? Li Ying said succinctly, I want to become a strong person. Ma Xinjing grinned, I want it too. At the moment, the four of them walked towards the Warriors Guild. This is like a citizen's home before the cataclysm. The downstairs hall is divided into several areas such as registration, tasks, bank, and team formation, as well as a rest area and a printing room, camera room, etc. Very lively, but not too noisy. Li Hao took Ma Shijing and the others to the registration area. Registered as a free warrior with residence permit. Then he went to the bank area and applied for a card loan. Call if you have anything. After finishing it, Xinyu only said a few words to Li Hao and the others, and then went to the team formation area. He wanted to find a team with matching strength to hunt the ferocious beasts and surpass Li Hao as soon as possible. Brother Hao. Ma Shijing and Li Ying looked at Xinyu's back. He could tell that there was something going on between Xinyu and Li Hao, but he didn't ask. Ma Shijing said, then we will form a team. If you need anything, please call us. He was obviously thinking of Li Hao's kindness. Li Hao nodded, watching Ma Shijing and Li Ying also walk towards the team formation area, and sighed softly. He walked to the mission area and checked the missions of the third-level warriors through the self-service LCD computer in the mission area. There are not many tasks. Many of them are job advertisements. Or, those free warriors who do not have a fixed team are hired to help hunt the ferocious beasts. Some powerful ferocious beasts are much more powerful than warriors of the same level. Li Hao is not interested in these tasks. To be more precise, he looks down upon the commissions for these tasks. Rather than doing these tasks, he might as well plunder Xinyu's opportunities. As the protagonist, Xinyu is like a son of luck. It turns out that he has been in Xingtan City for almost a year and has hunted countless ferocious beasts. At the same time, I naturally encountered several good things. Li Hao decided to follow Xinyu's path again. He left the Warriors Guild directly and walked towards the ferocious beast processing market next to the Warriors Guild. This is the ferocious beast processing center in Xingtan City. All ferocious beasts hunted in the wild will be brought here for processing. The vicious beast blood essence, crystal core, etc. in Xingtan City all spread from here. When Li Hao walked outside the ferocious beast processing market, he could see large trucks pulling huge bodies or piles of ferocious beasts coming in and out. When you walk into the market, there is a shop inside that buys the carcasses of ferocious beasts. It's like the wholesale meat market before the catastrophe. Here, the prices of the corpses and crystal cores of ferocious beasts were almost transparent, and there was not much difference. He walked straight into a shop at the entrance of the market. How many people were working inside, dismantling the body of a ferocious beast that looked like a long-legged tuna? The chubby boss was sitting at the counter at the door, with his legs crossed and browsing video software on his mobile phone. Li Hao caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman with an extremely voluptuous figure on the screen. At this time, the boss slid the screen. Lens conversion. Su Lilua actually appeared above. This is the scene when Su Li landed on the hunting island. The boss looked at it with great interest and muttered, "Damn, there is such a beautiful dog slave. That boy named Li Hao is so damn lucky." Ahem. Li Hao was speechless and coughed twice. The boss looked up. "Hey, you are?" Looking at Li Hao, he was stunned. Li Hao said, "Are you collecting the corpses of ferocious beasts here?" Take it. The boss nodded and said, "Are you Li Hao?" Li Hao nodded. His current reputation in Xingtan City is not much lower than that of Su Lilua. His performance in the hunting competition was really too impressive. The two-seeded teams in District 1 and District 9 were almost wiped out by him alone. "You hunted down the ferocious beast so quickly?" The boss was very surprised. Li Hao just came out of the hunting competition. Li Hao did not answer the boss's words, but just took out the corpses of the ferocious beasts from the storage space. From the dog slave area to now, he has stored many ferocious beasts in his storage space. The boss's eyes gradually widened. As Li Hao waved his hand, 2 black-scaled snakes, a fireball rabbit, for radar rats, and 2 third-level tiger-toothed dogs appeared one after another in the open space of his shop. There are a total of 3 third-level beasts, 6 second-level beasts, and 3 first-level beasts. Li Hao counted his treasures. Except for these 2 black-scaled snakes and 4 radar rats, the rest of the ferocious beast crystal cores are still inside. See how much these are worth. He used the crystal nuclei of the 2 black-scaled snakes as registration fees for the people from the Gaona district security team. However, the corpses of these ferocious beasts alone could be worth a lot of money. Chapter 66 Big Purchase. "This, so much?" The boss said calmly. "There is also a 4th-order golden-horned pangolin carcass, but there is no crystal core," Li Hao said. As he finished speaking, the body of the golden-horned pangolin also appeared on the ground. Of course the boss knew that Li Hao must have spatial powers, but he couldn't care less about being surprised now. He stared blankly at the body of the golden-horned pangolin. 4th-level ferocious beast. Li Hao was actually able to hunt down a 4th-level ferocious beast. Even if he is doing business in this ferocious beast market and has a gold shop, he doesn't usually receive 4th-level ferocious beasts every day, because there is a qualitative leap in strength from the 3rd-level ferocious beast to the 4th-level ferocious beast. The same is true for warriors. In Xingtan City, there are many warriors below the 4th level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are like crushing carp crossing the river. But for warriors of the 4th level and above, I don't know how much less. For a 3rd-level warrior, the cell activity level needs to reach 7,500 points, but for a 4th-level warrior, the threshold is 67,500 points. However, the boss didn't ask Li Hao how he got the body of the golden-horned unicorn. This is the rule. 20,000 first-level ferocious beasts, 80,000 second-level ferocious beasts, 200,000 level 3 ferocious beasts, and 800,000 4th-order ferocious beasts. The boss took the calculator, muttered, and started counting. The carcasses of ferocious beasts have a market value. What these dealers earn is just the blood and essence used to refine the life potion, and the money from the meat of ferocious beasts. The total number of corpses is 1.94 million. The boss quickly calculated the results. Li Hao nodded. "Let's count the crystal nuclei. Then take out the remaining 6 crystal cores from the storage space and put them on the counter." The boss looked at him and continued to settle accounts with his head down. The fireball rabbit has 2,005 cores, the crusader has 14,000 cores, and the tiger-toothed dog has 32,000 cores. The price range of crystal cores is quite large and not so transparent. For common ferocious beasts such as fireball rabbit, crusader, and tiger-toothed dog, the crystal cores are far less valuable than their corpses. But things like the teleportation crystal core, like the Grimace Bat and Sheen use teleportation crystal core, which sell for tens or even millions, are highly competitive. The boss calculated it and found that the miscellaneous crystal cores in Li Hao's hands were worth almost 300,000. He directly wiped out the change, 290,000. Li Hao didn't bother to argue with him. He took out his bank card and asked the boss to transfer the money directly. Excluding weapons and soft armor, the storage space is completely empty. But Li Hao's bank card soon had more than 2 million yuan. This is already the income of most people in urban areas in 2 or 3 years. Li Hao received the bank information and immediately left the beast processing market. Then I went to a pharmacy at the entrance of the ferocious beast treatment market. Asked the price. J2 and X2 potions are both 40,000. Li Hao ordered 2 X2 potions and 20 J2 potions in one go. Then I bought 2 more S4 potions. Third-level warriors can also use low-level life potions to heal injuries, but the healing speed is too slow. The higher the level of life potion, the faster the healing speed. But you can't use something that's too high-end, because it's too filling. Then, Li Hao looked at other potions. There are detoxifying potions for various toxins, as well as calming potions for restoring mental strength, etc. There are many kinds. The main focus is home travel, a must-have medicine for killing people and stealing goods. The uses are good, but they are expensive. He didn't even buy it. Outside the urban area, no one can predict what ferocious beasts they will encounter. Unless, like Su Lingdang and the others, they had already determined what beast they wanted to hunt before setting off, they would purchase the corresponding potion. Li Hao does not need to reserve these medicines, because these potions are available in his system mall. Just search. Even if you wait until you are really poisoned, it will still be too late to redeem it. The reason why he bought the life potion was simply because it was not too expensive and would be most likely to be used. In the blink of an eye, it cost 920,000. Li Hao secretly sighed in his heart, free warriors can earn money quickly and spend money quickly. Please bring me 12 more X3 potions. Li Hao said to the salesperson. With 2 X2 potions, he can be promoted to a 3rd-level warrior. When reaching the 3rd level, taking X2 potion will be of no use. Li Hao is not stingy about spending money, because no matter how you calculate it, the money is not as cost-effective as the villain. And villain points are harder to get than money. X3 potion, 100,000. When Li Hao walked out of the pharmacy carrying the medicine, there were only 120,000 left in carry. But it's not over yet. He then wandered around the ferocious beast processing market for more than an hour. I bought some ready-to-eat food, seasonings, lighters, clothes, tents, gasoline, a lot of messy things, but they are necessary things to survive in the wild. I also bought a motorcycle. The most common kind. Although I can't withstand the ferocious beast, fortunately, it is convenient to travel. After spending 120,000 yuan, less than 40,000 yuan was left. Li Hao was really envious. If he had a chariot like Xiao Mansi, he wouldn't have to go to such trouble. In the end, Li Hao didn't keep any of the 40,000 yuan. He found a jewelry store and bought 2 pieces of jewelry. An jade Buddha pendant, given to Su Lilua for safety, cost more than 10,000 yuan. Also a pair of earrings, purple diamond ones. Although it is small, it cost almost 30,000 yuan. This was intended to be given to Xiao Mansi. After carefully considering everything, Li Hao rode his motorcycle downstairs to Xiao Mansi's house. Go outside Xiao Mansi's house and knock on the door. It is Su Lilua who opens the door. Brother Hao. Seeing Li Hao come back so soon, Su Lilua was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Spread your hands, Li Hao said with a smile. Su Lilua blinked her eyes and spread her palms. The mobile phone box appeared in Li Hao's hand. Li Hao put it in her hand and said, "This is the mobile phone. I saved my number on it. You ask Sister Mansi's servant to teach you how to use it. Think of me in the future. You can communicate with me at any time." Su Lilua's pretty face turned red and she nodded obediently. Although she had never used a mobile phone, she had seen it on TV. Here, this is the jade pendant, given to you. A dark purple jewelry box appeared on Li Hao's hand again. Open it, and inside is the crystal clear, waxy emerald Mithraya Buddha. Women are naturally unable to resist this kind of thing, just like the Western dragon cannot resist gold coins and jewelry. Su Lilua's eyes suddenly showed a slightly confused look. Li Hao put the Buddha pendant around her neck. Whoosh! One time. The Buddha sank into the trench and was no longer visible. The rope seems to be too long. Li Hao said. Su Lilua sad face / omega / so shy. Although he and Li Hao have been together for a while and have tried many tricks, they are still very shy. Li Hao laughed and took out another jewelry box. This is for Sister Monsi, you give it to her. Then he put it close to Su Lilua's ear and said, hers is more expensive than yours, but when I come back next time, I will definitely give you something better. Su Lilua shook her head. She looked at Li Hao seriously, as long as you come back safely. That's necessary. Li Hao said, I want you to give birth to a bunch of fat babies for me. Su Lilua's pretty face turned red again, but she acquiesced. Let's go, wait for me at home. Li Hao said again. At this time, Su Lilua grabbed him fiercely, then stood on tiptoes slightly and gave him a sweet kiss. Chapter 67 Explosive Increase in Strength and Crisis. It took a long time before Li Hao left the building. He must go out hunting. We can't let that guy Qin Yu take the lead. After going downstairs, Li Hao rode his motorcycle to the West Bridge. But he didn't know that during the process of buying and selling things and arriving at Xiao Mansi's house, someone was always watching him. When leaving the city, you only need to check your resident card, which is very simple. Woo! Woo! The motorcycle roared low and the cold wind blew against my face. Li Hao quickly crossed the bridge and reached the suburbs. There should be ferocious beasts here, but certainly not many. No matter how much it is, he doesn't like it. Li Hao parked his motorcycle on the side of the road, took out the X2 potion he just bought from the storage space, and poured it into his mouth. The wilderness action is about to begin, so it is natural to increase your strength to the extreme before that. The potion tastes terrible. After drinking it, my whole body felt very uncomfortable. But cell activity is constantly increasing. Cell activity, 7516. After 2x2 potions, Li Hao was successfully promoted to a third-level warrior. There seems to be some underlying change happening in the body. It's like a genetic lock has been opened and a life transition has occurred. He took out the X3 potion again and poured it into his mouth. Cell activity, plus 500 plus 500. A dose of X3 potion can increase cell activity by 500 points. In just 10 seconds, Li Hao's cell activity increased by 6,000 points, directly breaking through the 10,000 mark. Cell activity, 13516. His current strength is already above 10,000 kilograms. The strength increased dramatically. Li Hao took out the J2 potion again and poured it into his mouth. After drinking J2 medicine, my body does not hurt, but my head hurts. But the pain only hurts once. Long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. Mental strength, plus 200 plus 200. But when he drank the 18th bottle, Li Hao found that the attribute panel suddenly stopped jumping, and there was no more tearing pain in his head. Drug resistance. He knew that he had become resistant to the J2 agent. The limit is 17. This somewhat made him a little depressed. After all, if he could take the maximum 20 pills, his mental power would be several hundred more. Mental strength, 6325. He is still more than 1,000 years away from becoming a third-level superpower. But Li Hao thought again that it should be enough to grab some resources that originally belonged to Qin Yu. In less than a minute, his strength was at least twice as strong as before, and he should be satisfied. Li Hao activated his radar ability. When he first realized the radar power, the range covered by his radar was only a diameter of more than 20 meters. He wanted to see how wide it could cover now. Just at this moment, an extremely eye-catching flame-colored motorcycle came at lightning speed and suddenly broke into Li Hao's radar scanning area. Hold! Li Hao was suddenly shocked. Then roll to the side. A laser beam shot almost close to his shoulder. It's the helmeted rider on the motorcycle. This guy is obviously here for him. As soon as he showed up, he raised his gun towards Li Hao. If Li Hao hadn't opened the radar, I'm afraid it would have been damaged just now. And seeing Li Hao actually hiding, the rider on the motorcycle couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect Li Hao to be so alert. And the reaction and action are so fast. Is this guy really just a second-level warrior? But even if you are at the third level, you will still die. Whoosh! Whoosh! He held the laser gun and fired at Li Hao one after another. Li Hao kept dodging. A series of yellow lasers shot on the ground, shooting out deep pits. Li Hao was filled with rage. He didn't need to think about it to know who wanted to kill him. It must be the guy who wants to pick up Su Lilua. He immediately took out the alloy flying knife from the storage space. Shoot fiercely at the rider on the motorcycle. However, the knight only shook the muzzle of his gun slightly. The laser shot accurately on the alloy flying knife. Even Li Hao had no time to react. I could only watch the alloy flying knife fall to the ground. This reaction. Such eyesight. Such accuracy. Li Hao has no doubt that this knight's strength will not be below the third level, and he may only have auxiliary shooting abilities. In this world, there are many warriors who take the high-tech route. They are proficient in gun shooting, or the use of other high-tech weapons, and often deliberately understand abilities such as eagle eye and locking that greatly assist shooting. Su Lingdong's teammate with the golden nose ring whom he had met in the small town also followed this route. This type of warrior is usually not very strong, but as long as they have high-tech weapons in hand, they can even surpass the level and kill the warrior. But the upper limit is not high. With humanity's current highest level of individual soldier technology, it can only pose a threat to sixth-order ferocious beasts. The knight was distracted and shot down the flying knife, but in the end, Li Hao got a chance to counterattack. He immediately activated his mental powers. Use your mind to separate and make many stocks. Suddenly, alloy flying knives and several broken stones on the ground were shot at the knight at the same time. With Li Hao's current mental power and his telekinesis, he is able to carry objects weighing more than 3,000 kilograms. There were hundreds of kilograms of force on the flying knives and gravel. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, that knight's marksmanship was so amazing that it was shocking. He seemed to have scanning powers. He no longer sat astride the motorcycle, jumped off the motorcycle, fired several laser beams from his gun, and shot down the alloy flying knives and other broken stones again. Li Hao's face became slightly solemn. He has never encountered such a troublesome guy. If he hadn't just taken the potion to improve his strength, he had no doubt that he would not be this guy's opponent. The alloy long knife appeared in his hand. At the same time, used telekinesis to trap the knight. The knight was thrown to the ground suddenly. But this guy's cell activity is obviously not low. The moment he was hit to the ground, he used brute force to break free from Li Hao's telekinesis and shot Li Hao twice. However, under the helmet, the knight's expression could not help but become extremely solemn. He has also never encountered a difficult guy like Li Hao. No wonder this kid was able to break through the hunting competition with a crushing force. Li Hao dodged the laser by rolling like a lazy donkey. With just the power of his mind, he really couldn't defeat this guy. Getting up from the ground, Li Hao no longer tried to control the knight with his mind, but only used his mind to rob the laser gun in the knight's hand. The power of telekinesis is indeed somewhat unexplainable. Although Li Hao's telekinesis was unable to snatch the laser gun from the knight's hand, it also greatly hindered the knight and could no longer maintain shooting accuracy. Li Hao braved the laser and kept approaching him. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was no more than 10 meters. The nerves of both of them were extremely tense. Hold! The knight cursed in his heart. This guy named Li Hao is far more powerful than the information his employer gave him. With the laser gun, he obviously couldn't deal with Li Hao. The knight suddenly threw the laser gun in his hand to the ground and pulled out the triangular fork from behind. His cell activity is higher than his mental power. There are already more than 10,000 points. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he was not afraid of Li Hao. However, he overlooked an important detail. Chapter 68 Destroy the Helmeted Knight. No one can be distracted at the same time. The brain doing two things at the same time is just an illusion. The so-called dual use and multi-use of distraction are actually constantly switching from one thing to another. However, with special training, the conversion time can be compressed to an extremely short time. For example, some people can solve 2 Rubik's Cubes at the same time, which is a typical case. In this world, those who can control multiple objects at the same time also belong to this category. But Li Hao went beyond the limit. With the assistance of radar powers, he can achieve real multi-purpose distractions and perform subtle operations. The moment the knight threw away the laser gun, he was still approaching the knight. At the same time, before the laser gun even hit the ground, it suddenly flipped over and pointed its muzzle at the knight. Whoops! Z. The knight's reaction was extremely quick. He is a 3rd-level warrior plus a 3rd-level superpower. Possess special powers of night vision, radar, and eagle eye. The moment he noticed something strange about the laser gun, he immediately retreated. But right behind him, there was a push that hindered his movements. In the end, the laser shot on the knight's chest. Li Hao paused slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he frowned again. Then he rushed towards the knight again. Whoops! Whoosh! The laser gun was controlled by his mind, floated about 10 meters away from the knight, and continuously shot lasers at the knight. The knight simply didn't even hide, and just rushed towards Li Hao. Several large holes were burned into his clothes by the laser, but black and shiny metal was exposed inside. He is wearing alloy armor. The level of this alloy armor is obviously not low. The laser can only leave small holes on it, but cannot penetrate it. Li Hao glanced at the helmeted knight from head to toe. Helmet, armor, alloy boots. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this guy is a rich man. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting at close range. Ding! The triangular fork and the long knife collide. The powerful force caused the two of them to take a few steps back at the same time. How can your cell activity be so high? The knight finally spoke out, his face under the helmet full of surprise. Li Hao just smiled ferociously. Just now he used his mind power to hinder the knight's movements, and he had already roughly tested this guy's cell activity level. Although the points must far exceed his telekinesis, they are not ridiculously high. Suffer death. Li Hao wielded the alloy sword and kept slashing at the knight. At the same time, it also exerts telekinesis on the knight's body, hindering the knight's movements. Psychic power can be ranked first in the first-order superpower sequence, and it is not only useful for long-range combat. Otherwise, countless warriors and people with supernatural powers would not flock to it. And there is a price but no market. The knight was finally shocked. His cell activity level was indeed far better than Li Hao's, but that was Li Hao before he took the X2 potion. Now, there is very little difference in cell activity between Li Hao and him. Coupled with telekinesis, Li Hao's strength is clearly superior to him. Ding! Ding ding! Due to the obstruction of telekinesis, the speed of the knight's attacks was simply not as fast as Li Hao's. Let me go! When Li Hao made 2 deep cuts in the alloy armor, the knight spoke in shock. Who asked you to kill me? Li Hao didn't stop, still slashing at the knight, and asked. How could the knight answer it? He is a professional killer. He received the mission and did not know the employer's information. I am a member of Falcon. You kill me. The Falcon organization will only let you go. The knight just shouted repeatedly, embarrassingly dealing with Li Hao's offensive. Go to hell. Li Hao cursed. According to what the knight said, he might as well let this guy get killed. Squeak. Ah. Li Hao struck the knight with another knife. The knight's armor was finally pierced by his alloy sword. The knight screamed. His chest was cut with a long alloy knife with a wound deep enough to show the bone. Whoops! At this moment, a laser shot from the air behind Li Hao. Directly shot at the knight's wound. The knight's movements suddenly stiffened. The laser pierced his body and burned a big hole in his chest, instantly cutting off his life. Li Hao sat down on the ground and rubbed his head. He has never experienced such a hard battle. In just this short period of time, his mental energy has been exhausted, and excessive consumption has made his brain hurt. Exchange for H2 potion. Li Hao redeemed the mental recovery potion from the system mall. This medicine is not produced from ferocious beasts, but is refined from certain medicinal materials. The price is twice as expensive as the life potion. But the H2 potion only costs 20 villain points. A silver potion appeared in Li Hao's hand, and he raised his head and drank it. In just over 10 seconds, the pain in my head stopped. He opened the system and looked at his properties panel. There are only more than 600 points of mental power left. However, it is recovering at an extremely fast speed, rising by dozens of points every second. Li Hao felt relieved and glanced at the knight. The equipment on this guy is all good. According to Li Hao's estimation, this guy's alloy armor should also be at E1 level. Otherwise, it would not be able to block his E1 grade alloy sword. And it made his long knife curl a little bit. It's a pity that it was chopped into pieces. But he doesn't mind it either. Li Hao immediately took out his F9 level alloy soft armor from the storage space and put it on. Then he took off the helmet, armor, and shoes from the knight's body and put them on himself. Although the armor is bad, it also makes him look much more heroic. At the same time, there is a lot more sense of security. Then put the knight's triangular fork and laser gun into the storage space. Li Hao searched the knight's body and found his residence certificate, bank card, and a small black eagle badge. They are all useless things. Li Hao threw the residence certificate on the ground and walked towards his motorcycle. After putting the motorcycle, which was still burning gasoline, into the storage space, he finally broke into a smile. Dangerous, it was indeed dangerous just now. But the harvest is also very gratifying. The knight's equipment alone can be worth a lot of money on the second-hand market. And the price of the knight's motorcycle is also not cheap. Nuclear motorcycle. Powered by nuclear energy, the speed is infinitely faster than his fuel motorcycle. If you add all these things together, you probably won't be able to get even 2 million. It's all cheaper now, Li Hao. He directly climbed onto the motorcycle that originally belonged to the rider, turned on the navigation on his mobile phone, and sped away to the suburbs. Maple Leaf Town. The first stop he wants to go to. Here is an opportunity for Qinyu. Chapter 69 Resource Sweep. Maple Leaf Town is not far from Xingtan City. It only takes about 40 minutes at the speed of a nuclear-powered motorcycle. Although the roads built before the Cataclysm era have long been broken and cracked, they have no impact on nuclear-powered motorcycles. On the road, Li Hao encountered a vicious beast. But they were all low-level ferocious beasts wandering on the road. I only encountered a few in total, and all of them were first level. He has no interest in attacking this ordinary first-order ferocious beast. There are a lot of these things in the wild. Compared with this, it is obviously more important to get Qinyu's opportunity first. Not long after, we arrived outside Maple Leaf Town. Because it is relatively close to Xingtan City, there are usually few powerful ferocious beasts around Maple Leaf Town, and they are usually first and second-order ferocious beasts. This is also a hunting paradise for junior warriors. Li Hao did not ride into Maple Leaf Town. Instead, he suddenly turned around at the intersection outside the town and headed to the other side. That's the countryside. It has long been covered by wilderness. But you can still vaguely see bits and pieces of the original appearance. Li Hao went straight to a dilapidated house. He had to admire Qinyu's luck. In this kind of place where no one is allowed to poop and no one else wanders around, Qinyu, the protagonist, encounters an opportunity. And it was because he had diarrhea when he and Li Hao were passing by and went inside to use the toilet. Found an egg of a 4th-level ferocious beast. About 3 miles west along the road outside Maple Town, there is a dilapidated house with walls already covered with vines, only the second floor of which has the word rich vaguely visible. Li Hao silently recalled the contents of the original novel in his mind. Cycling all the way. Soon, I saw the 2-story house that had mostly collapsed. On the side wall of the house, there are also the words 1988. It has been hundreds of years. Li Hao parked his motorcycle outside the house and ran towards the back of the house. The back of the house has completely become a wilderness. There is a well. The cement manhole cover is placed next to it, and just above the cement manhole cover, there was a grass nest made of weeds. In the grass nest, there was a brown animal egg as big as a basketball. This is the egg of a long-tongued lizard. Long-tongued lizard, mature stage 4, has extremely fast speed and strong bite force, and its defense is also extremely good. Moreover, the blue tongue has dense barbs, and its strength is superior among the 4th-level ferocious beasts. Although the crystal core ability long-tongue sting is very rubbish, the long-tongued lizard egg is still valuable. Because in this world, there are many warriors who raise ferocious beasts. Cultivate ferocious beasts from their infancy to make them your loyal companions, just like people before the cataclysm raised pets, hounds, and falcons. Of course Li Hao also had this idea, but he didn't like the 4th order long-tongued lizard. At the moment, Li Hao directly put the long-tongued lizard egg into the storage space. Ding! Villain system, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 2,000 villain points. There are no ferocious beasts available for exchange in Li Hao's system mall. But the system still gave him a prompt. 2,000 villain points, although not as good as what he gained in the previous town, was still pretty good. 1175 points, increase mental power. Li Hao groaned comfortably. 3rd level superpower. He can realize new powers again. Li Hao has been thinking about this matter for a long time, but until now, he has not been able to make up his mind. Because there are so many abilities to choose from. What he likes most is the defensive abilities of electromagnetic waves. This can make up for the shortcoming of his telekinesis ability that cannot resist light, electricity, microwave, and other attacks. Or you can master mental and ultrasonic defensive abilities. These are things that his telekinesis abilities cannot resist. But these superpower crystal nuclei are really difficult to obtain. There is a price but no market in the market. If you want to encounter a ferocious beast with such a superpower crystal core in the wild, the chance is not much different from buying a lottery ticket. If you want to rather lack than overwhelm, you have to be patient and look for it slowly. Li Hao walked out of the house, rode a nuclear motorcycle, and navigated to an address again. Huanghua Town. This is also a small town about the same size as Maple Leaf Town and falls within the radiation range of Xingtan City. It is a hunting paradise for beginner warriors. Almost all warriors start from these small towns. Because there are often extremely ferocious beasts entrenched in those deep mountains and rivers. It took Li Hao more than 2 hours to arrive at Huanghua Town. Before the Great Catastrophe, this place was famous for making flowers and seedlings, and it belonged to Haiyang City. But since the era of the Great Catastrophe, even Haiyang City has become a habitat for ferocious beasts. With Li Hao's current strength, he naturally didn't dare to go to Haiyang City, so it took nearly an hour just to take a detour. However, we were finally able to reach Huanghua Town safely. Here, hidden is another opportunity that should have belonged to Qinyu. A 7-star grass. After the Great Cataclysm, all species on Blue Star are changing, and so are the plants. Some medicinal materials can cure diseases and injuries. There are also some that can enhance the warrior's strength. There are many wonderful uses. Nowadays, although they are not as popular as life potions and mental power potions in the entire market, new medicines have also been born. And 7-star grass is an extremely rare medicinal material. It has the wonderful effect of improving the effect of meditation. There is a potion with the same effect in Li Hao's mall, but the villain points required to redeem it are astonishingly high, and it is simply not something he can afford to redeem now. The wall on the west side of the town center primary school, a cracked gap in the wall hides a red ivy. Li Hao was muttering silently while riding his bicycle. Qinyu is a very lucky guy. In the original novel, the long-tongued lizard egg was discovered by him when he went to pick up Baba. And this 7-star grass was grown by him peeing on the wall. Li Hao didn't know what Qinyu was doing now, but he left Xingtan City this time because of the opportunities that Qinyu had gained around Xingtan City, so naturally he would not be polite to Qinyu. 7-star grass is much more expensive than long-tongued lizard eggs in the market. However, just as Li Hao was rushing to the town's central elementary school, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the dilapidated houses on the street. There were men and women among these people, all dressed simply, not much better than the dog slaves in the dog slave area. They are refugees. Refugees cannot afford to survive in urban areas, so they will choose small towns or villages before the cataclysm is gathering places. Within Xingtan City, the number of refugees far exceeds those in the urban area. There are even many forces among them whose strength cannot be underestimated. Li Hao was not willing to deal with these refugees, let alone have a conflict with them. But just when he was about to rush over, the shattered street in front of him was suddenly exploded. There was a thick earth wall blocking his way. Chapter 70 Robbery. Earth Attribute, Earth Wall. This is an extremely useless ability. Compared with abilities such as fire control and water control, the Earth Wall ability is really not on the table. There is nothing to be desired in terms of attack. In terms of defense, it is not as good as those strengthening abilities. But when used to block roads, build embankments and dams, build temporary shelters, etc., the effect is absolutely amazing. Squeak! These soils blessed by spiritual power are far harder than ordinary soil. Li Hao frowned and had to stop the motorcycle. A group of refugees immediately hurriedly surrounded him and stopped a few meters away from him, menacingly. Each of them had weapons in their hands. There are even alloy weapons. Li Hao glanced at these people and said, "What do you want to do? Leave the armor, the motorcycle, and get out." The leader of the refugees is a short-haired young man wearing a leather jacket who looks more than 20 years old. He stood at the front, holding an alloy short knife in his hand, and said to Li Hao with a cold face, "Love is robbery." Li Hao immediately turned on the radar ability. He was thinking about the strength of these refugees. 14 people. 9 boys and 5 girls. All of them are young people in their teens to early 20s. Logically speaking, the strength should not be too high. Because in the wild, resources are incomparable to those in urban areas. Even though those powerful refugee forces have connections with urban areas and can purchase items directly from urban areas, the materials are still much more expensive for the refugees than in urban areas. The strength of refugees is generally not comparable to that of their peers in urban areas. There are just a lot of people. What if I say I won't give it? Li Hao said. The short-haired young man grinned and sneered, "If you don't give it, then we can only steal it. But in this case, we can't guarantee your personal safety." Why bother? Li Hao suddenly chuckled and said, "My armor is all in tatters, and it won't be of much use to you. And if we really have to fight, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, let's fight each other. Friends, how about I help you purchase supplies in the urban area?" Things like being robbed by refugees often happen in Xingtan City. These guys are like the victims of disasters in ancient times. When they are short of supplies, they gather together to cause chaos and can do anything. Although Xingtan City often organizes security guards to suppress and clean up the refugees who cause trouble in the area, there are always new refugees emerging. And in urban areas, there are not a few people who secretly provide supplies to the refugees. Even among the official personnel under the city lord's mansion, there are many people who make money through this method. Even some forces will simply cultivate their own refugee forces outside urban areas as private soldiers. Since the era of catastrophe, there have been many urban governments that have been overthrown by refugee forces. But in the end, the boy who slays the dragon often becomes the evil dragon and falls into a vicious cycle. This is a historical law, and no one can change it. Li Hao didn't want to fight these refugees, but he couldn't bear to part with this armor, so he could only see if he could reach a cooperative relationship with these refugees. But the short-haired young man didn't look interested at all, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. You idiot! Take off your armor and get out." Oh shit! Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. I am a time traveler with a golden finger on the system, how can I still be bullied by you? The nuclear-powered motorcycle suddenly disappeared in front of the refugees. A laser gun appeared in Li Hao's hand. Little arm boy. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? He directly took out his laser gun and pointed it at the short-haired young man's head. This sudden change made all the refugees change their expressions. It's a superpower. He has space powers. Laser gun! Someone exclaimed. Even if the laser gun in Li Hao's hand is only the lowest level, it still poses a great threat to warriors below level 4. How could they have imagined that Li Hao would be such a wealthy character and also have spatial powers? When they watched Li Hao coming from a distance, they saw that Li Hao's armor was in tatters and he had no weapons, so they thought that Li Hao was just a guy with a little money at most. Who would have thought that Li Hao's laser gun would be hidden in the supernatural space? This is really unreasonable. Because those with spatial abilities usually take the auxiliary route and rarely act alone. The young man with the short hair turned pale with fright. He wanted to hide but didn't dare. He could only look at Li Hao blankly. Other refugees did not dare to act rashly. When dealing with laser guns at close range, only telekinesis, mental manipulation, and mental attack abilities can have a restraining effect. But whether it is mental manipulation or mental attack abilities, they are quite rare. Even Qin Yu's rooster crows like the sun, which is a very rare power. Among the 14 of them, although there are superpowers, none of them have mental manipulation or mental attack superpowers. Among the superpowers, mental and spatial are the rarest ones. What do you want? Cold sweat gradually broke out on the forehead of the short-haired young man, and he asked Li Hao. They risked their lives to do things like robbery, but obviously no one wanted to die now. Li Hao sniffed and said, "Throw all your alloy weapons on the ground and get out. Treat others in their own way." He didn't care whether he killed these refugees or not, but he had to fight back. The faces of the homeless people, such as the short-haired young man, were ugly. Their strength is not strong to begin with, and they only have 2 superpowers. If alloy weapons were thrown away, the strength of their group would be even lower. From now on, let alone robbery, even dealing with vicious beasts will be much more inconvenient. Warriors usually cannot defeat ferocious beasts of the same level without holding weapons. Because the bodies of ferocious beasts are much stronger than those of warriors. Fight him. At this time, I don't know who shouted. Then an earthen wall suddenly appeared in front of Li Hao, blocking him from the short-haired young man. Apparently, the one who shouted was the earth wall superpower. However, the earthen wall could not block Li Hao's radar ability. He pulled the trigger directly at the short-haired young man. This guy's reaction is quite quick. The moment the earthen wall appeared, he hid to the side. Li Hao's marksmanship was really not very good, so the laser penetrated through the earth wall and only hit the boy's shoulder. Ah! The short-haired young man screamed. A big black hole appeared on the left shoulder, and the entire arm fell off. Li Hao threw away the laser gun and used his mind power to control the laser gun and shoot 2 more shots at the short-haired young man. At the same time, he took out the alloy long knife from the storage space. He has a laser gun and is armed from head to teeth. If he really wants to fight, he is not afraid of these refugees. Chapter 71: The Old Man Who Studies Supernatural Powers. Holding an alloy long knife, he exerted force and jumped over the 2-meter-high earth wall. He also took out the alloy flying knife from the storage space and shot it towards a homeless man with a whooshing sound. One by one, the refugees scurried away with their heads in their hands. How could they have imagined that Li Hao would be so brave? Space powers. What is this superpower that's popping up now? Psychic power? Metal control? But judging from this boy's voice, how old he is. It turns out that it can be used as a distraction. Even in an urban area, this is a genius boy. No. It's 3 uses of distraction. Controlling a laser gun and controlling the trigger are 2 different things. Ah. As the screams began, some refugees were pierced by alloy flying knives. And the short-haired young man was hit by the laser gun after all. There was a hole in the belly, and black smoke was coming out. His body froze suddenly and fell to the ground. Stop! Li Hao was holding an alloy sword and wanted to kill all these refugees. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out on the street. Then, with a crash, dozens more people appeared. Most of these people are in rags. But one of them was actually wearing alloy armor and swooping towards Li Hao at extremely fast speeds. This made Li Hao's face become solemn instantly. This guy's speed is even faster than him. He is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s and has a sallow complexion. He was the one who just shouted. However, when the middle-aged man was only a few meters away from Li Hao, he suddenly stopped and showed no signs of taking action against Li Hao. Li Hao recalled the alloy flying knife and laser gun to his side and looked at the middle-aged man. Those refugees finally no longer have to hide in embarrassment. A girl quickly ran to the short-haired young man. She reached out and pressed the short-haired young man's heart. But soon, he turned back and glared at Li Hao, then ran towards the other refugee who was pierced by Li Hao's flying knife. Obviously, the short-haired young man has completely cut off his life and is hopeless. Li Hao just looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and the refugees who had just appeared. So many people. He also felt a little numb in his heart. The source energy cultivation method and spiritual meditation method in this world have been popular for many years. Even the refugees are mostly warriors and people with supernatural powers. After all, they are not like the dog slaves in the dog slave area. They have to work to death just to fill their stomachs, and they are malnourished. It is very difficult for them to become first-order warriors. Unless they are refugees who have a very bad life, they are usually warriors or people with supernatural powers. It's just that most of them are not very high in cultivation. Even fourth-level warriors and people with superpowers are very rare. I don't know if this middle-aged man is such a being. If so, then Li Hao really has no chance of winning. Hello, young man. At this time, another old man with gray hair, a face full of age spots, and a stooped back walked out of the crowd. He seems to be the backbone of this group of people. The eyes of the refugees followed him. The old man walked up to Li Hao and said, "Are you a telepathic person or a metal manipulation person?" Li Hao naturally didn't have a good attitude towards this old man and was too lazy to answer. Well. The old man didn't feel dissatisfied, he just sighed softly and said, "If you have telekinesis powers, scanning powers are very good, but pairing them with space powers is a waste of resources. The best combination of telekinesis powers is, it should be a spiritual power." Li Hao frowned slightly. "What do you want? Either let me go or fight." He. The old man chuckled, "Young man, your strength is indeed very good, and it is even more rare to be able to focus on multiple tasks. But it is impossible for you to kill everyone here." He shook his head slightly, looking very confident. "We have 6 superpowers here. With their cooperation, you are definitely no match. Not to mention, we have many warriors here. You have to try it before you know." Li Hao said. He is not yet confident enough to be invincible, but he is not willing to admit that he is a coward. He. The old man laughed again and said, "Space powers are useless for combat, and scanning powers are just auxiliary. With your telekinesis power, although you can control laser guns and flying knives, you should not be able to control more. There are many things. But among the 6 superpowers here, there is a third-level warrior whose superpowers are all defense enhancements. He can barely block the power of a laser gun. He wants to entangle you, isn't it? Question. In addition, we also have a third-level warrior with dual speed powers, and 2 third-level warriors blessed with strong attack powers. How do you fight 2 earth and wood superpowers who can control your mobility? But I have no hostility towards you." Li Hao was about to speak, but the old man said, "I have been studying superpower combinations for decades, and I have always regretted that I have never seen a person with telekinesis powers. If you have telekinesis powers, I don't know if I can communicate with you." Talk? Li Hao frowned. "What are you talking about?" The old man turned around and waved his hand at the sallow-faced middle-aged man. "You go back first." Mr. He. The middle-aged man looked worried. Before he could speak, the old man waved his hand. "It's okay, go back." The middle-aged man had no choice but to stare at Li Hao with warning eyes, wave to the others, and led a group of homeless people back into the houses on the street. The old man waited for them to leave and asked Li Hao, "Young man, can you tell me, is it possible to control all matter with telekinesis? Is it also possible to control electromagnetic waves and brain waves?" He has been studying superpowers and superpower combinations over the years, and has mastered a lot of superpower information. But the power of telekinesis is too rare, and he failed to understand the characteristics of telekinesis power in detail. What good can I do by telling you? But what Li Hao said made the old man stunned. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "I just saved your life, doesn't this count?" Li Hao rolled his eyes, "Then you saved a lot of their lives, and you just wanted to rob me." But he also saw that this old man was not simple, and he was very clear-cut when talking about various supernatural powers. Although he also knows a lot of information about supernatural powers in this world, he probably doesn't know as much as this old man knows after decades of research. When the old man said just now that he had been studying supernatural powers for decades, Li Hao actually had an idea in his mind. He wanted to ask what the old man thought about the best combination of telekinesis abilities. "Then, what benefits do you want?" The old man looked at Li Hao helplessly and asked. "Of course, the more the merrier: ferocious beast corpses, crystal nuclei, eggs, weapons, medicinal materials, are all fine. Anyway, I have space powers, hee." Li Hao smiled. "Old man, degree asterisk," he smiled bitterly and said, "if we had these resources, we wouldn't come out to rob." "I can't control that," Li Hao said. Chapter 72: Soul of Elements. The old man hesitated for a long time. "I have a book on superpowers and superpower combinations, which is the result of decades of research on superpowers and ferocious beasts." "Look, I don't like it," Li Hao said. The old man was a little angry, blowing his beard and glaring, "Young man, this is the result of decades of research. Even if it is placed in academies for warriors and superpowers in urban areas, there are still many people who want it, and it is regarded as a treasure. Can you believe it? Then why don't you become a tutor in the urban area?" Li Hao said disapprovingly. The old man said, "I don't want to be restrained," but there was clearly some frustration on his face. It's not that he hasn't found anyone to promote his theory of superpowers and superpower combinations, but because he is only a third-level superpower user, no one has ever taken his research results seriously. Some people even ridiculed him directly. Theory and practice are two different things. He is a mere third-level superpower who has never seen many powerful ferocious beasts or superpowers. How can he produce any research results? No big shot has seriously read his book. I'll give you another fourth-order crystal core. A spiritual one. Ranked third in the sequence. The old man gritted his teeth and said again, "Okay." Li Hao looked at the old man's heart-wrenching expression and thought that there would be nothing more to gain from the explosion, so he immediately agreed with a grin. "Come on, give me the stuff." Then he spread his hands towards the old man. The old man curled his lips, dug around inside his clothes for a long time, and took out a small USB flash drive and a crescent-white crystal core. "Damn it, you're a cunning old man," Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. The old man dug around for a long time, and there must be something good on him. He took the USB flash drive and the crystal core in his hand and said, "The answer is that mind power has no effect on electromagnetic waves, sound waves, light, and electricity. It is only effective on substantial particles visible to the naked eye. If he wanted to, he could even control dust. But it is useless for light, wind, and other special abilities. On the other hand, radar can detect electromagnetic fluctuations of light and electricity. Then my fourth-order crystal core can just make up for your shortcomings in spiritual attacks, the spiritual spear. But the prerequisite is that you can understand it. Oh, you young man, you have the rarest and most advanced first-level power of telekinesis. Why did you choose the storage space? What a waste of a power slot," the old man said one after another. "Then what should I understand?" Li Hao said. "Scanning and detection abilities are good and can be placed at the second level. But at the third level, if you follow the normal route, you should choose mental or sonic defense abilities." The old man said, "Psychic power itself has super aggressiveness and control, and is a great threat to both warriors and superpowers. However, mental, sonic, and certain elemental superpowers that also have long-range attack attributes, yes, telekinesis is of no use. Although there are many types of elemental superpowers, you can resist them by controlling objects with your mind. If you also understand the mental defense and sonic defense superpowers, you can achieve almost no shortcomings. But if I were you, I might choose to take the risk and try the elemental soul. Elemental soul? Li Hao's heart moved slightly. The old man continued, have you ever thought that the reason why mind power cannot control elements is because you cannot sense elements yourself? Li Hao was silent. He couldn't help but secretly admire that this old man really had unique insights into supernatural powers. Since the era of the Great Cataclysm, there have been too few possessors of telekinesis powers, and there are only a handful of powerful people who have become famous. And these two strong men shows the balanced stream, which is what the old man just said, balanced development in all aspects, with no obvious shortcomings. There are too many combinations of telekinesis powers that no one has explored. For example, if he uses telekinesis power with radar power, no one has ever tried it before. The elemental soul that the old man proposed now made Li Hao's heart shake. If the old man's speculation can come true, then he will be able to control any element in the air and become a being similar to a full range of superpowers. Of course, but if the old man's speculation cannot be realized, then he will be wasting a power level. The ability of the soul of elements is just an auxiliary ability that allows people to sense the surrounding elements. It is not of much use in combat. Among the third-level superpower sequences, the ranking is also outside the top 100. When I become a fourth-level superpower, I will try the elemental soul. Li Hao said. I'm afraid it's too late now. But the old man shook his head and said, among the low-level beasts, those with elemental soul crystal cores are extremely difficult to find, and there are not many more beasts than telepathy crystal core beasts. Among the fourth-level beasts, only the Holy Shadow Elk only with the elemental soul crystal core, can catch the Holy Shadow Elk? He shrugged his shoulders, looking rather regretful. The Holy Shadow Elk evolved from the elk. Its whole body is as white as snow, as if wrapped in moonlight, and is full of holy aura. Although it is only an existence of average strength among the fourth-level ferocious beasts, it has been extremely difficult to find traces of this ferocious beast since the beginning of the Cataclysm era. Even though the elemental soul crystal core is not favored by superpowers, the price of the body of the Holy Shadow Elk remains high, and there is no market for it. The price of the cub of the Holy Shadow Elk is even more ridiculously high. Well, Li Hao pretended to sigh, let's talk about it then. But in his heart, he has already made up his mind that he must understand the power of the elemental soul. The Holy Shadow Elk is indeed difficult to obtain, but the chance of obtaining the third-level elemental soul crystal core is still higher. And just within the radiation range of Xingtan City, there are traces of the activities of this third-level ferocious beast. Moonlight Hoop. Evolved from the golden monkey, its strength is almost at the bottom among the third-level ferocious beasts. The combination of telekinesis and radar powers came first, and he was now full of interest in the curious combination of powers. If you really want to try it, can you leave me a phone number? The old man said to Li Hao. Of course, he still has expectations for this. Become. Li Hao agreed decisively, and then exchanged phone numbers with the old man. He Xianhua, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Although he has read the original novel, there are still many things in this world that are not mentioned in the original novel, which leads to him still having many information gaps. Based on this old man's views on superpowers, there's no telling if he'll have to consult the old man again in the future. Mr. He, shall I say goodbye then? After saving He Xianhua's mobile phone number and name, Li Hao said to He Xianhua. Goodbye. He Xianhua said. But he sighed softly again, and then walked towards the houses on the street. Li Hao took out the nuclear motorcycle from the storage space and continued to the town central primary school. Although he really wanted to hunt the moonlight monkey, before that, he naturally had to get the Qinyu resources he could get his hands on first. Chapter 73 The Biggest Opportunity. Go to the town center primary school. The West Wall. Li Hao stopped his motorcycle and searched along the wall for more than 10 minutes. He pulled away the red ivy in several cracks in the wall and finally found the 7-star grass. It's just a palm-long green grass with a few leaves, and there are 7 stars on the leaves like snowflakes. Li Hao pulled out the 7-star grass and its roots from the wall, took out the mineral water from the storage space, cleaned the 7-star grass, and chewed it raw. I feel nothing. Ding. Villain system, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 10,000 villain points. But the system beep sounded still. 7-star grass is too precious and rare. The value far exceeds that of a long-tongued lizard egg, and the villain points obtained are also far greater than that of a long-tongued lizard egg. Li Hao felt happy. Although Qin Yu's heartless man has left his side now, as long as he gets Qin Yu's opportunity, it seems that it will be insignificant by stimulating the little wool that Qin Yu has gathered. Li Hao got on the motorcycle again and navigated to another address. Jiushi Village. This is the last opportunity Qin Yu got within Qingtan City. At the same time, it is also the biggest opportunity. Obtaining the most dangerous opportunity in the process. More than 2 hours away. Li Hao rides a nuclear-powered motorcycle and drives wildly on the highway built before the cataclysm. The scenery on both sides of the highway passed quickly from the corner of my eyes. Before I knew it, it was almost dusk. The sunset is blood red. But the fog began to spread deep in the jungle. It could also be smoke. Li Hao had already got off the highway, turned onto the rural road, and entered the mountainous area. The speed of the car had to be slowed down. Faintly, you can hear the roar of ferocious beasts coming from the wilderness and jungle. Compared with the towns where humans originally lived, there are many more ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountains. It's just that because the strength of the ferocious beasts in the deep mountains is uneven, and it is very likely to encounter extremely high-level ferocious beasts, this kind of mountainous area has never been the first choice for warriors to hunt ferocious beasts. Even refugees rarely live in mountainous areas. Those who dare to venture into the mountains are usually a team of extremely powerful warriors or extremely powerful people among the refugees. When Qin Yu first came to this mountainous area, his strength had already reached the level of a 3rd-level warrior plus superpower user. Of course, Li Hao is not much weaker than Qin Yu at that time. It's just that he doesn't have any teammates with him. Before it got completely dark, Li Hao finally arrived at the old site of Jiushi Village. This place has almost completely turned into wilderness. There are only a few extremely dilapidated houses in the jungle, and the rest have long since collapsed. Li Hao put the nuclear motorcycle into the storage space, turned on the radar power, and walked towards a house that still had a few walls. Entering the house, there was no trace of the ferocious beast or other warriors staying. Li Hao propped up the tent in the corner. Then he got into the tent. Zip up. Turn on the light. The black tent was completely hidden in the night, with no light shining through. But even so, Li Hao still didn't dare to remove the radar ability. In the wild, a little carelessness may cost you your life. He took out his mobile phone, put on his headphones, and made a video call to Su Lilua. Brother Hao. Su Lilua's voice was quickly connected, and her voice was sweet. It had only been half a day since she last saw him, and the way she looked at Li Hao in the video seemed to be filled with longing. Over the years, she has actually developed a strong sense of dependence on Li Hao. Did you miss me? Li Hao opened his mouth and asked with a smile. Think. Su Lilua said shyly. Then he hurriedly asked, Brother Hao, where are you? In the wild. Li Hao replied. Su Lilua quietly turned the angle of her phone. Li Hao saw Xiao Mansi leaning on the sofa, looking lazy. Xiao Mansi's perception was so keen that she immediately looked at Su Lilua's mobile phone and said calmly, Thank you for the purple diamond earrings you gave me, but I won't have to spend so much money in the future. I don't like these things. Li Hao scratched his head and said, I just want to express a little gratitude to Sister Mansi. Xiao Mansi nodded and turned back. Sure enough, this woman's character is too strong. After only a long time of absence, the little waves that Li Hao had finally stirred up in her heart had calmed down again. Su Li stood up and hid in her room. Then asked Li Hao, Brother Hao, are you okay in the wild? Okay. Li Hao said, It's not like you don't know how powerful your husband and I are, those ferocious beasts. I chop melons and vegetables. Hee hee, when I return to Qingtan City, I will buy us a house in the city, okay? In this strange world, Su Li Lua is definitely the weakest place in his heart. Don't want. Su Li Lua pursed her lips and said. Li Hao was stunned. Why? Su Li Lua didn't explain, but just shook her head again. When Li Hao saw her like this, he stopped asking questions and just smiled and said, "Come, kiss." Oh. The pictures and sounds gradually became a bit unpleasant due to Li Hao's deliberate bias. This guy's personality is somewhat sultry. The more shy Su Li Lua becomes, the more he likes to tease Su Li Lua and never tires of it. It wasn't until more than half an hour passed that the two reluctantly hung up the phone. Li Hao sat down cross-legged in the tent and began to meditate. In the past, he only practiced cell source energy and had never tried meditation. One night passed. Li Hao discovered that the mental power points he gained from meditation were about twice the cell activity points gained from practicing source energy. This is obviously the effect of 7-star grass. This made him decide to focus on spiritual power for the time being. The morning sun shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on the ground. Li Hao got out of the tent, and the early morning jungle was wrapped in thick white mist. Underwear rain. He packed up his tent, ate something, and walked deeper into Joshi village. The final destination of his trip was the Wanchuan Reservoir behind Joshi village. Wanchuan Reservoir is the largest water source in this mountainous area, and it is also the place where the most ferocious beasts gather. Inside the reservoir, there are many mutated freshwater aquatic beasts. Although there were originally no very large fish in the freshwater area of Xingtan City, after the mutation, many ferocious beasts higher than the 3rd level were derived. Qin Yu's opportunity lies in the Wanchuan Reservoir. Underwater. If it were normal, Li Hao would never be willing to take such a dangerous risk. But there is no way. Qin Yu's opportunity is too tempting. Even if he struggled to be discovered by the underwater beast, he still had to try. It is a pity that he does not have the teleportation ability like Qin Yu, otherwise, the danger of this matter would be much lower. Chapter 70 for the 100-eyed toad giving money. It is only 2 miles along the rural road in Joshi village to Wanchuan Reservoir. The rural road ahead has no trace of its past and has degenerated into a jungle. Li Hao had no choice but to put away the nuclear motorcycle and move forward on foot. The trees are shady and the streams are flowing. The ferocious beast roared. The rain slapped on the dense vegetation, making a swishing sound, and then dripped down along the leaves above the head. Before the great catastrophe, except for those primitive jungles, there were few places with such beautiful scenery. Li Hao walked about 2 miles in the jungle, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. His radar ability detected a toad about the size of a football, lying on the brown leaf litter. This thing is so disgusting. There are gray and black pimples all over the body, as if the skin is covered with countless eyes, and it is sticky. At this moment, he was staring at Li Hao. Quack! The moment Li Hao's radar detected it, the toad suddenly opened its mouth, and a stream of thick yellow mucus shot towards Li Hao. Wipe! Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart and hurriedly activated his mind power to control this ball of yellow mucus. However, the power contained in this yellow mucus was so strong that it exceeded the limit of his mind control. Li Hao's power of thought suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, the added power of the mind force caused the speed of the yellow slime like water arrows to suddenly drop a lot. Li Hao reluctantly got out of the way. Pop! The yellow mucus shot not far behind Li Hao, on the trunk of a large tree that probably required 4 people to hug. Shay! The round tree trunk was shot directly through. Areas contaminated with mucus will be corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100-eyed toad. 3rd level ferocious beast. Evolved from toads. Although it is small in size, it is famous among the 3rd level ferocious beasts. There are many 4th level ferocious beasts, but they are no match for this thing. Because the venom of this thing is too strong. Like the poisonous mist of the blue-eyed weasel and the poisonous sting of the exploding hedgehog, the toxicity is nothing compared to the venom of the 100-eyed toad. Although Li Hao is wearing 2 layers of armor and is rich, he may not be able to block the venom of this thing. Even if you can't shoot through his armor, I'm afraid it will corrode a big hole. How disgusting! Li Hao muttered in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, There were two huge trees that were corroded and pierced, and the canopy fell to the ground. Li Hao hurriedly took out the alloy flying knife from the storage space. Whoosh! Using his mind to control the alloy flying knife, he shot towards the hundred-eyed toad. The strongest thing about the hundred-eyed toad is its venom, which has both speed and toxicity, but its defensive power is not outstanding, even inferior to many second-level ferocious beasts. Li Hao is not afraid of this thing. What his telekinesis is best at is restraining ferocious beasts like the hundred-eyed toad. Quack! The hundred-eyed toad never imagined that his sneak attack would fail. Sensing the threat, he quickly jumped to the side. Jumped several meters high. But Li Hao's alloy flying knife also suddenly turned in space. Gee! The hundred-eyed toad made a weird cry in the air, and was pierced by the alloy flying knife. Then, like a deflated rubber ball, the round belly quickly shriveled up and fell to the ground, motionless. The flying knife almost cut it into two pieces. Li Hao walked over and put the body of the hundred-eyed toad into the storage space. This is simply wealth delivered to your door. The hundred-eyed toad's crystal core ability, the hundred-eyed toad's venom, ranks extremely high among third-level abilities, ranking in the top 10. Among the elemental superpowers, poisons rank first. The crystal core is valuable and is extremely popular with those with special powers who specialize in the toxin series. Move on. After some time, Li Hao arrived at Wenchuan Reservoir. On the edge of the reservoir, there are still remnants of the original artificially built embankment. The cement slabs on the concrete slope are in tatters and have many weeds growing on them. Li Hao saw a ferocious beast drinking water at the edge of the reservoir in the distance. It is a ferocious beast that looks like an elk, a first-order ferocious beast, the mule deer. This ferocious beast has the ability to spit water arrows and often needs to drink water to replenish its functions. Above the water, there are several flying ferocious beasts hovering. Occasionally, it swoops down and stirs up waves on the water. There was a small black fish no bigger than a palm, which was held in the mouth by a flying ferocious beast. At this moment, Li Hao saw again that the mule deer was suddenly frightened and raised its head suddenly. It panicked. Under the water, many small black fish suddenly sprang out. After these small black fish jumped out of the water, they hung directly on the mule deer's head. It was full in an instant. Then Li Hao saw the mule deer fall directly to the ground. Then, he was dragged into the water by the group of small black fish. There seemed to be balls of blood rolling out of the water. Li Hao swallowed. The first-order ferocious beast, the sharp-toothed crucian carp. This ferocious beast evolved from crucian carp and is most common in freshwater waters. The grade is very low and the strength is very weak, but the number is extremely large. The mouth is full of fine teeth and contains a weak paralyzing toxin. Being bitten by a sharp-toothed crucian carp will not be a problem, but if you are besieged by a school of sharp-toothed crucian carp, you will be stunned like the mule deer just now. But fortunately, he is fully armed now, so he doesn't have to worry too much about this. What Li Hao was afraid of were the extremely ferocious beasts under the water that could break through his armor's defense. But you have to try it. Li Hao walked dozens of meters along the reservoir embankment. When there was a landslide near the embankment, he took a deep breath, and then jumped into the water. It was dark for a moment. Li Hao used his radar power and swam underwater. The Wenchuan Reservoir is several meters deep right on the edge of the dam. The radar ability scanned to the edge of the reservoir. The cement slope protection had been hollowed out by unknown ferocious beasts, exposing the soil and stones inside, which were pitted and uneven. A dark, half-meter square hole appeared in Li Hao's mind. The radar ability detected it, and it was winding and winding. The other connected hole was already beyond the scanning range of his radar ability. There is a python several meters long, entrenched in this cave. As expected. The third-level ferocious beast black star eel. This ferocious beast did not evolve from snakes, but from eels. Before the Great Cataclysm, crucian carp and eels were human food, but now they have become fine fish. Li Hao stopped diving. He claps his hands under the water and makes a popping sound. He didn't want to mess with this black star eel. This thing is not very powerful, but its teeth are sharp, and it has a strong entanglement like a python, and has no other means of attack. But it is undoubtedly still very troublesome in the water. Under the resistance of water, a warrior's strength will be greatly reduced underwater. Li Hao was not sure whether he could be the opponent of this black star eel. Anyway, in the original plot, 2 of Qin Yu's 5-person team died in the hands of the black star eel. Qin Yu still relied on his teleportation skills to get the chance under the water and escape. But he couldn't help it, because of chance, he was in the cave of the black star eel. Chapter 75 The Opportunity Comes. And hiding behind the black star eel. Although he has telekinesis, if he wants to get the opportunity, he still has to lure out the black star eel first. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and exchange. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. Suddenly, the black star eel opened its eyes. Then he jumped out of the cave at an extremely fast speed. Li Hao hurriedly swam toward the surface of the water. Clinging to the cement slope protection with both hands, he jumped out of the water. And the moment he came out of the water, the black star eel also jumped out. The head must be as big as a hippo's head. Whoosh! Li Hao used his mind to control the alloy flying knife and shot it at the black star eel. But it only left a shallow white mark. This thing is covered in scales and its defense is quite strong. However, Li Hao was secretly happy that the black star eel jumped out of the water with its head. It doesn't matter if the alloy flying knife failed to perform any feats. He immediately controlled the black star eel's body with his mind power. With his current mental strength of 7,500 points, the force he can unleash through mind control is more than 7,000 kilograms. Although the black star eel is strong, it only weighs several hundred kilograms when fully stretched. How could it withstand this force? It was immediately thrown to the shore by Li Hao and twisted in place. Then he raised his head and stared at Li Hao with those scarlet eyes. But on the shore, how could Li Hao be afraid of it? Whoosh! He took out his laser gun and fired several shots at the black star eel. The black star eel writhes in pain. Its scales were not strong enough to withstand the power of the laser gun, and bloody holes were shot out by the laser beam. The beast realized that Li Hao was not easy to mess with, so he quickly tried to dive into the water. How could Li Hao let it happen? He grabbed the black star eel by its tail with his telekinesis. The black star eel was startled and swung its tail vigorously. This guy is still very strong. The telepathy released by Li Hao was instantly dissipated. However, this still greatly hindered the speed of the black star eel. Li Hao rushed over with an alloy long knife and blocked the black star eel. Ding! Crisp sound. Li Hao's alloy long knife struck the black star eel hard on the forehead. Shay! The alloy long knife slashed directly in, splitting half of the black star eel's head. The sharpness of the E1 grade alloy long knife cannot be resisted by any third-level ferocious beast. The black star eel only twisted a few times and then stopped moving. Hey! Li Hao grinned. Or, why can telepathy be ranked so much higher than teleportation? It's just that it's easy to use. Coupled with his radar ability, it can be called a bug-level existence. Li Hao's radar ability scanned down, and he quickly controlled the opportunity with his mind, and dragged it out of the black star eel's cave. Another dense white skeleton. But this gloomy white skeleton is actually wearing a complete set of armor. And it's C-grade alloy armor. Hard armor. There are shallow bite marks on it. Qin Yu was able to get this opportunity because he learned from the nearby refugees that he had seen a strong man fighting a huge turtle-like beast in the Wangchuan Reservoir. In the end, both humans and beasts disappeared under the water and never came out again. Then Qin Yu and his teammates came to investigate near the Wangchuan Reservoir with a sense of luck. There is a guy in their team who has scanning powers. I never thought that I would actually find this corpse in the black star eel's cave. It is estimated that the strong man was killed by the tortoise beast underwater, and the body was dragged back into the cave by the black star eel. The black star eel must have tried to devour his body, but because the C-grade alloy armor was too hard, it only left these shallow marks on the armor. But this does not affect the armor's defense. Li Hao felt very happy. Ding! Villain system. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to be the protagonist and gaining plus 36,460 villain points. The system's beep sounded in his mind. Li Hao weighed the alloy armor in his hands. Including the helmet, boots, and various parts of the armor, it only weighs about 2 kilograms. This alloy, produced in the Cataclysm era, used to make armor, is very special. It is different from any metal before the Catastrophe era. It is not heavy and has excellent ductility. Li Hao didn't know what kind of alloy this alloy belonged to, but judging from the villain points obtained, this armor definitely belonged to C-level alloy, and it would not be C1 level. Villain points, 47535 in an instant, he had accumulated nearly 40,000 villain points. Li Hao rubbed his nose and put the body of the Black Star Eel into the storage space. Xinyu's opportunities in the Xingtan City area have been fully explored. I just don't know if Xinyu, as the protagonist's destined son, will have other opportunities. Li Hao didn't intend to leave like this. Now it is certain that this strong man died here. Then his weapon should also be in the Wanchuan Reservoir, but I don't know where it is. Although the E1 level alloy sword can break through the defense of any ferocious beast below the 4th level ferocious beast, Li Hao is already a little disdainful of it. He took off his original tattered armor and put on new armor. The biggest shortcoming of this armor is probably that the helmet is not fully enclosed. But the original helmet was just a mask on the face, and its defensive power was not comparable to that of the alloy. Li Hao was walking on the edge of Wanchuan Reservoir, using his radar power to explore the bottom of the water. The ferocious beasts, stones, and water plants under the water were all taking shape in his mind. The detection range of his radar now has a diameter of hundreds of meters. But even so, it is still not enough to explore the bottom of the entire Wanchuan Reservoir. Li Hao circled the Wanchuan Reservoir, but found nothing. He gritted his teeth. 10,000 points, increase mental power. Anyway, he wants to take the dual route of warrior and superpower. Suddenly, Li Hao's mental power points exceeded his cell activity. Properties panel, cell activity, 13516 mental strength, 17,540 superpowers, telekinesis, 1st level, radar, 2nd level, mental power, martial skills, meteoric sword technique, proficiency, 300 to 0.01%. Villain points, 37535. Although this kind of value is still at the lower end among 3rd level warriors, coupled with the C-level alloy armor he wears, as well as telekinesis and radar abilities, his strength is definitely not at the bottom among 3rd level warriors. The detection area of radar abilities has skyrocketed. To reach it, I would probably have to have a straight line area close to 300 meters. With his radar power, Li Hao could not walk more than a few dozen meters along the edge of the reservoir. In the center of the reservoir, under the mud under the water, an alloy long knife about 1.2 meters long appeared in his mind. Knife. His favorite. Li Hao was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly used his telekinesis to take out the long alloy knife from under the mud. The range of his telekinesis is slightly beyond the radar scanning range. The long alloy knife slowly emerged from the mud. When it came out of the water, it was startled by the ferocious beast in the water. Chapter 76 Guards Arrest Warrant. But how could those ferocious beasts know this kind of treasure, and they had no interest in the alloy sword? But Li Hao still felt a little trembling in his heart. Because just below the Wanchuan Reservoir, he suddenly scanned several powerful ferocious beasts, including fish and turtles, all of which were 4th or even 5th level ferocious beasts. With his current strength, it is basically impossible to win against a ferocious beast of this level. Fortunately, he had telekinesis, otherwise, even if he scanned the alloy sword, he would only stare. With the alloy sword in hand, Li Hao was completely satisfied. This time when he left Xingtan City, he could be said to have switched from a shotgun to a cannon. With this pair of C-grade alloy armor and this long knife that must also be made of C-grade alloy, Li Hao's equipment is much better than most warriors of the same level. The C-grade alloy long knife can already break through the defenses of some 5th to 6th level ferocious beasts. As for the alloy armor, even if he stood and let those 3rd level warriors fight, no one could beat him. The only ones that can pose a threat to him are those invisible, colorless, and all-pervasive attacks. He planned to sell the F9 level alloy soft armor, the E1 level long knife, the F1 level alloy flying knife, as well as the weapons and armor stolen from the helmeted knight. And that laser gun. Then see if you can buy some sea-level throwing knives. As long as he has a sea-level flying knife in hand, he can control the flying knife with his mind, and its power will not be inferior to that of an inferior laser gun. In his heart, Li Hao seemed to regard the fourth-level warriors and ferocious beasts as his imaginary enemies. Hanging the sea-grade alloy long knife on the buckle on the back of the armor, Li Hao immediately left the Wanchuan Reservoir and walked out of the mountain. He had no intention of searching for traces of the moonlight monkey in the surrounding mountains. Too dangerous. Unless it is not available in urban areas, he is not willing to take such a dangerous risk. Arriving at Joshi village, Li Hao took out his nuclear motorcycle, got on the motorcycle, and headed directly back to Xingtan City. This trip, these gains are enough. It only takes more than 3 hours to get from Joshi village to Xingtan City. Li Hao was riding a bicycle on the highway, occasionally meeting warriors passing by. These warriors were either on foot, riding bicycles, or driving cars. No one took the initiative to provoke Li Hao. Normally, warriors rarely cause trouble to others for no reason. After all, in this world, warriors are not much different from ordinary people before the cataclysm. Anyone who bites anyone he sees on the street is a lunatic. Only when he was approaching Xingtan City, Li Hao saw a triangular aircraft flying past at low altitude. This made him look a little envious. The aircraft is a product after the cataclysm. Its speed and performance are much better than that of a helicopter, but it is also ridiculously expensive. And because it is easy to be attacked by flying ferocious beasts, people who are not strong will not dare to use this kind of thing. I don't know when he will be able to become such an existence. Just going from the 3rd level to the 4th level is a natural chasm. He really missed Qinyu a little. Although it is difficult to get the villain point from the 3rd level to the 4th level with the little wool that Qinyu has gathered through stimulating it, but in the end, it is much faster than practicing and meditating on his own. Li Hao drove directly to the bridge. Was stopped by the guard at the bridge. He pretended to dig into his pocket, took out the resident card from the storage space, and handed it to the guard in front of him. After reading his resident card, the guard looked at him deeply. Then, he put his resident card in his pocket and suddenly said, "Li Hao, you committed a felony in the urban area. We are going to arrest you now." The guard held a laser gun and pointed it directly at Li Hao. Li Hao was a little confused. When did he commit a felony in the urban area? Immediately, I wanted to understand what was going on. It must be the guy who wants to pursue Su Liluo. This guy's background is far beyond his imagination. How could he be captured without a fight? If he is caught, his life will probably be over. Li Hao immediately used his mind power to control the laser gun of the guard in front of him and deflect it from the muzzle. Then turn on the radar ability. And put the nuclear-powered motorcycle into the storage space. He ran towards the edge of the bridge in a hurry. He had no intention of fighting these guards. Because all the guards in Xingtan City are warriors at or above the 4th level. Whoosh! At the same time, the other guards also opened fire. After being stunned for a moment, the guard in front of Li Hao also pointed his gun at Li Hao. Several laser beams were shot at Li Hao's body at the same time. But Li Hao still ran to the edge of the bridge. He directly knocked open the metal guardrail and jumped into the surging river under the bridge. Several guards quickly ran to the bridge. Plop! But it all happened too fast. They really didn't expect that Li Hao would dare to arrest him. When they looked under the bridge, Li Hao had already plunged into the river. Although all of them have supernatural powers, they are beyond their reach. The armor on this boy is of very high quality. A guard said. The laser guns in their hands are not the lowest level, but the standard laser guns issued by the Xingtan City Lord's Mansion, which can easily kill 4th level warriors. But just now, even Li Hao's armor was not able to penetrate, leaving only shallow holes in it. Fine. There was a sturdy guard who looked to be in his 40s or 50s and wore 2 golden flowers on his epaulets. Hearing his subordinate's words, he looked at the river with gloomy eyes. There are countless ferocious beasts in the Xiang River. This kid is a dead man. It's just a 3rd level warrior, it's hard to get ashore alive. But I was still surprised. He had seen Li Hao's performance in the hunting competition. I never thought that in less than 2 days, Li Hao, a dog slave, could even obtain high-level armor. And the speed he just showed was obviously much faster than he was in the hunting competition. This kid is growing up too fast, he is a talent. It's a pity that I offended someone who shouldn't be offended. The burly guard looked at the golden flowers on his epaulets, and suddenly showed a somewhat complicated expression. Then he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Li Hao used his radar power to jump into the turbid river water. He quickly swam towards the shore. Of course he knew that there were countless ferocious beasts in the Xiang River. Moreover, the water area is not originally a space for warriors to perform. Until now, big rivers are still taboo places for most warriors, not to mention the sea. If warriors and supernatural beings who are proficient in water-type abilities are not hunting in the waters, then they are just looking for death by eating arsenic. Dry. But soon, Li Hao cursed secretly in his heart. His radar ability scanned the fish. And this group of fish seems to have discovered him. Chapter 77: Seizing Food from the Tiger's Mouth. Blade fish. A first-order ferocious beast. Evolved from Bai Tiao, its thin body is like a blade, possessing extremely strong cutting power. Of course, this is not a threat. No matter how powerful the blade fish is, it is only a first-level ferocious beast, and it is impossible to cut through the sea-level alloy armor on his body. However, behind this group of blade fish, there is a predator in the water chasing them. The hunter in the water. Level 5 ferocious beast. A type of fish that evolved from the catfish in freshwater waters. This thing was originally a carnivorous fish, but after evolving, it became countless times more powerful. Not only does it have a mouth full of fine teeth and a strong bite force, but its body shape has also become like a shark. It will also discharge. This is the most difficult thing to deal with. If you get electrocuted by this thing and take another bite, you can imagine that the taste will definitely be very sour. Li Hao turned back without hesitation and swam towards the lower reaches of the Xiang River. In fact, he was only about 10 meters away from the shore. At his speed, just a few seconds was enough. But he didn't dare to take the risk. In this world, boldness and the virgin are bound to be linked to death. But the group of blade fish swam towards him at a fast speed. Moreover, Li Hao's radar detected another vicious beast. Swordfish. A 4th-level ferocious beast. A very rare 4th-level ferocious beast, and it is unique to the Xianghe River. The swordfish evolved from the finless porpoise and was on the verge of extinction before the cataclysm. The swordfish's crystal core ability Sonic Shock is even more rare. Just like a sonic cannon, it has extremely strong destructive power. Among the 4th-level abilities, it ranks 4th. The attack power is almost unrivaled. Even Li Hao was jealous. But at this time, it's obviously more important to save your life. And he doesn't dare to take advantage of the sword dolphin. This thing, like the thunder and lightning of the hunter in the water, is not restrained by his telekinesis. What a bad luck! Li Hao didn't dare to swim further down. Enduring the heartache, he took the body of the black star eel out of the storage space. Then he used his mind to control the body of the black star eel and swim towards the group of sorry fish. This works quite well. The group of sorry fish that were attacked from the front and back were frightened and dispersed. The hunter in the water also focused on the black star eel. Li Hao hurriedly took this opportunity to swim to the shore. In a few seconds, he rushed to the shallows of the river bank, but did not dare to come out of the water. He was afraid that the guards would chase him down. Because if any of those guys have flying abilities or super long-range abilities, it will be very troublesome. Hang chi chi chi. The radar ability is still on. Li Hao saw with his own eyes that the predator in the water ate most of the black star eel in a few bites. The half-remnant body of the black star eel floats downstream with the water. The hunter in the water swallowed the meat in his mouth whole and chased after him. This thing has few natural enemies in the Xiang River basin, and is almost at the top of this small food chain. After a few more mouthfuls, the black star eel was completely devoured by the predator in the water, and this thing discovered the swordfish floating leisurely in the water not far away. It opened its mouth, and a purple thunderbolt shot out. The swordfish was struck by lightning and froze immediately. Then the round belly turned upward. Kill instantly with one hit. But Li Hao was now hundreds of meters away from the hunter in the water, and just the electric current that escaped made his body tingle slightly. What if it was hit directly? Then, Li Hao saw the predator in the water rushing toward the sword dolphin. He had an idea and quickly released his telekinesis. This swordfish is within his scanning range. How can there be no reason not to seize food from the tiger's mouth? In an instant, the dead swordfish moved again, swimming very quickly towards the shallows. Crack! The predator in the water swung its tail and jumped over. One bite, but it was all empty. The hunter in the water, 0, and there are swordfishes that can die and come back to life under its thunder and lightning? It has never seen anything like this. It catches up, but the swordfish was too close to the shore. In the end, it could only watch the swordfish reach the shallows. With its huge body, it didn't dare to chase it. It's nature to avoid being stranded. Li Hao dived toward the swordfish in the shallows with a water depth of less than half a meter. There were scattered sorry fish scratching on his armor, making a stinging sound. Finally, we arrived at the swordfish. Li Hao quickly put the swordfish into the storage space. This wave has made a lot of money. Fourth order sonic shock, isn't it worth millions? Poof! It wasn't until he was a mile or two away from the bridge that Li Hao suddenly emerged from the water. He used his radar ability to scan and found that there was no one in the surrounding area. It's safe for now. He walked to the shore and walked through the dense river grass. 1 foot is deep, 1 foot is shallow, and the boots are covered with mud. Li Hao's face was ugly, and his heart was full of worry. Before this guy sent a killer to kill me, he probably wanted to kill me before attacking Luoluo. Now I think my life or death is unknown, so will that guy. It happened too hastily. He hadn't even had time to establish a good relationship with Xiao Mansi. Su Lilua probably wouldn't be taken seriously by Xiao Mansi. I just don't know if that guy will find Xiao Mansi's house. We must find a way to keep Luoluo. Many thoughts flashed through Li Hao's mind. Sneak into Xingtan City and take Su Lilua away? This is unrealistic. He is now on the other side of Xingtan City. The Xiang River alone is like a natural moat. If you want to sneak in safely, unless God bless you. Even if we can get to the other side, how to get through the power grid, how to avoid the dense cameras on the high walls, and how to deal with the defense guards are all problems before us. As for entering Xingtan City from Kwoto, Li Hao was frightened by his own thoughts. This is no different from Sudoku, but should we just let Luoluo be ruined by that guy? Li Hao took out his mobile phone from the storage space and called Su Lilua. Brother Hao. Su Lilua quickly answered the call. When Li Hao saw Su Lilua staying at Xiao Mansi's house, he relaxed a little and said, "No one came to see you today, right? Looking for me?" Su Lilua was slightly stunned. Who was looking for me? Fine. Li Haoqian smiled and said, "You stay at Sister Mansi's house obediently. If anything happens, don't be afraid and ask Sister Mansi to protect you. Also tell her that I owe her a life and will give her 3 J7S potions as payment." Su Lilua's pretty face suddenly tightened. Brother Hao, has something happened? It's okay, I'm just taking precautions and waiting for my return. Li Hao said. He was afraid that if he told what happened just now, Su Lilua would be frightened. The guards in the urban area alone were already huge figures in Su Lilua's eyes. And the background of those who can instruct the guards to do things is obviously more terrifying. Brother Hao. Su Lilua curled her lips, her face full of worry. You must come back safely. Li Hao nodded vigorously and hung up the phone. He turned his head and looked across the river. It's raining and foggy. The high-rise buildings in Xingtan City were submerged in layers of white fog, with neon lights exuding hazy colors. Maid. Li Hao stared at the neon lights and muttered in his heart, "If I wait for my return, I will kill you sooner or later." Chapter 78. No one left here. That's what he said, but even he knew it in his heart. With his current strength, it is obviously unrealistic to kill a big shot who can control the guards in Xingtan City. Not to mention, he doesn't even know who that guy is yet. Now, being able to protect oneself and keep Su Lilua is considered good. Li Hao naturally would not place all his hopes on Xiaomanzi. After all, he and Xiaomanzi had just met, and he would not be so whimsical that just because he called Sister Manzi a few times, Xiaomanzi would be willing to offend some big shots for him. After all, he is not Xiaomanzi's apprentice like Qinyu. And the price he offered. When she said she owed Xiaomanzi her life, Xiaomanzi probably wouldn't take it to heart at all. As for the J7 potion, although it is expensive, Xiaomanzi may not care about it. Several thoughts flashed through Li Hao's mind. You still have to improve your strength. Only strength is the eternity of this man-eating world. Only strength can obtain the corresponding status. Li Hao now regrets a little bit, adding 10,000 villain points to mental power, because if all of them were added to cell activity, he could almost become a 4th-level warrior now. Reach the threshold to join the Thunder Martial Arts School. And as long as he becomes a warrior in the Thunder Martial Arts School, he will have a backer. Anyone who wants to bully him must consider the Thunder Martial Arts School behind him. Li Hao walked onto the river bank and took out the nuclear motorcycle on the dilapidated road beside the river. There is no place for me to stay here, I have my own place to stay. In the province where Xingtan City was originally located, in addition to Xingtan City, there were also 3 cities, Fenglin, Dongting, and Yongchang, which were also preserved in the era of catastrophe. Although the strength is not as good as Xingtan City, it is precisely because of this that these 3 cities are recruiting strong people among the refugees. Among them, Maplewood City, which is the weakest and has the smallest population, has issued a policy to improve its strength. As long as it is a 4th-level warrior, it can directly become a citizen of Maplewood City. And for 5th-level and 6th-level warriors, there are various talent subsidy policies, including free housing and resources, etc. As long as Li Hao reaches the 4th-level warrior, he can go to Maplewood City and become a citizen of Maplewood City. Furthermore, you can join the Thunder Martial Arts School or other forces in Maplewood City. Li Hao took out his mobile phone, immediately navigated Maplewood City, and rode a nuclear motorcycle in the direction of Maplewood City. Maplewood City is located in a mountainous area. Before the Great Cataclysm, it was a world-famous tourist destination. The ferocious beasts entrenched around Fenglin City now are more numerous and more powerful than those in Tanzhou. Driving on the old highway from Tancheng to Fenglin, the landform has changed visibly to the naked eye. There are more and more mountains, and they are getting more and more steep. On the way, Li Hao met many warriors, many of whom were powerful. Those tanks alone are worth a lot of money. The area around Maplewood City is indeed a hunting location favored by many middle and high-level warriors. The reason why Li Hao chose Fenglin City instead of Dongting and Yongchang is because in the original work, Qinyu went hunting around Fenglin City after reaching the 4th level of superpower. And I also got an opportunity here. But this opportunity was located deep in the mountains, so Li Hao originally didn't dare to make any plans. Now, he was forced to have no choice. Without this opportunity, he would not be able to become a 4th-level warrior in a short period of time. Without becoming a 4th-level warrior, he would not be able to enter Maplewood City and join the Thunder Martial Arts School. Wanting to return to Xingtan City to protect Su Lilua is just nonsense. Quietly, the sun sets in the west. Night falls. Li Hao has already arrived in the area of Fenglin City. Guping Town is only more than 20 miles away from Fenglin City. This is a rather special town. Unlike abandoned towns like Huanghua Town and Maple Leaf Town, it is not only home to many people, but also has a lively market. What they do is the business of the refugee warriors who come to Maplewood City for hunting but cannot enter the urban area. At the same time, it is also an important area for Maplewood City to attract refugee warriors. Maplewood City's talent policy is posted everywhere on the streets here. Just inside Guping Town, there is also Maplewood City's talent recruitment center. Li Hao planned to spend the night in Guping Town tonight. He walked on the fairly lively street, quickly found a hotel and got a room. Then he went out the door. After eating something casually, we walked to the market. On the side of the street, there are mostly snacks, restaurants, hotels, clothing, and fruit stores. The trading of ferocious beasts is mainly done in the market. Just like before the Great Catastrophe, few people would directly take pigs, sheep, and cows to the streets to sell them. Li Hao planned to sell the carcasses of the hundred-eyed toad and the swordfish. The corpses of level 3 ferocious beasts are 200,000, and those of level 4 are 800,000. Even if the prices at Gupting Town Market are a bit expensive, it can temporarily relieve the urgent need. Li Hao only plans to buy a few X3 potions and still have some left over. Keep the crystal nuclei of the hundred-eyed toad and the swordfish for now. The team is short of tanks. Come on to the third level tanks. There is a lack of treatment. Is there any treatment? The entrance to the market is very lively. There were all kinds of warriors standing outside, some shouting. Some were sitting with signs hanging next to them. There are also those who collect crystal nuclei. The price of crystal cores is opaque and fluctuates greatly, so there are many dealers. Li Hao took a general glance. If you have a 4th level warrior, look for teammates. But he didn't move forward. Because the teammates they need are also at level 4. Although the place he was going to was dangerous, he decided to act alone. Li Hao walked directly into the market. There are many beast shops and pharmacies. Li Hao walked into a house and asked, "Should we collect the corpses from the 3rd and 4th levels?" The proprietress of the shop is a woman who still has charm. Wearing a miniskirt and high heels. My chest is heavy. While looking at the store, he was also posing on his mobile phone for a live broadcast. Receive. After hearing Li Hao's words, he only raised his head and glanced at Li Hao. What's the price? Li Hao asked again. Look over there. The landlady raised her hand and pointed toward the wall. Li Hao looked over. The 3rd level ferocious beast costs 195,000, and the 4th level ferocious beast costs 790,000. The prices are indeed slightly lower than those in urban areas. But Li Hao didn't care about this and took out the bodies of the hundred-eyed toad and swordfish from the storage space. At this moment, the landlady's eyes with long false eyelashes suddenly widened, her little cherry mouth opened wide. Hundred-eyed toad. Swordfish. If the hundred-eyed toad is a little more common, then the swordfish is definitely a very rare beast. A rare breed among the 4th level ferocious beasts. The boss lady didn't care about the live broadcast anymore, walked up to Li Hao with her waist twisted, and gave Li Hao a wink. Handsome guy, is the crystal core inside? No. Li Hao shook his head. But the landlady couldn't believe it. She chuckled and said, if you sell the crystal core to me, I will definitely give you a high price, okay? The profit of crystal nuclei is much higher than that of corpses. Her breasts were almost touching Li Hao's arms. Li Hao lowered his eyes and saw a field of white flowers. Chapter 79 7th Level Ferocious Beast. Li Hao was secretly surprised. Is the current economic situation so bad? Is it so difficult to make money? After all, this proprietress also runs a ferocious beast shop. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be short of money. She is doing a live broadcast, and she is also seducing. Form is emptiness, emptiness is. Li Hao muttered to himself and turned his head. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, I'm just an errand boy. All right. The smile on the pretty landlady's face suddenly faded. Want cash or transfer? Cash it. Li Hao said. Anyway, he has storage space, so it doesn't matter. Speaking of which, cash can also be used on the black market, which is actually more convenient than bank cards. The landlady took out a wad of money from the drawer, took out some more, and put it on the table. Li Hao took the money and left directly. Go to the nearby pharmacy. Bought 5 more X3 potions. The price of medicine is the same as that in urban areas, 100,000 apiece. The 985,000 he had just received was instantly reduced by 500,000. Li Hao drank 5 potions in the pharmacy in front of the salesperson. Sell activity keeps rising. But there was no drug resistance. 2 more. Li Hao took out 2 more wads of money from the storage space. Drink another bottle. No resistance has developed yet. He has taken 18x3 potions. It seems that his cell activity is better than his mental potential. Pour another bottle. Not yet. One more. Li Hao said. 20 potions is the limit. Li Hao took the potion from the salesman's hand and poured it into his mouth. The cell activity increased by a total of 4,000 points. Cell activity 17516. He grinned at the salesman and walked out. 30,000 points, increase cell activity. Go to the door and add cell activity. Only a few thousand villain points are left as backup. Then, he went straight back to the hotel. The reason why he did not choose to add higher spiritual power is because he currently lacks third-level abilities. Once the level of fourth-level superpowers is reached, the level of third-level superpowers will be covered. That would be a big loss. Night. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. Li Hao was awakened by a knock on the door while meditating. Opening the door, there was a pretty nice girl outside. Handsome guy, do you want takeout? Li Hao. Sorry, I'm still a virgin. After saying that, he slammed the door. A few minutes after closing the door, the phone rang. The call was from Su Lilua. Li Hao was secretly lucky. Fortunately, he had just withstood the temptation. Brother Hao, where are you? In the video, Su Lilua was wearing a suspender silk nightgown and leaning on the bed. It's like a stripped pear, extremely beautiful and attractive. It's in the hotel. Li Hao swallowed and smiled. At this moment, I felt like I was returning home. Did you encounter any trouble? Su Lilua asked again. Ever since Li Hao called her in the afternoon, she had been feeling uneasy. It's okay, I'll be back in a while. Li Hao said. He didn't want Su Lilua to worry about him. But when he returned to the mountains this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to get out in a few days, and he was not sure whether he would even be able to find the place where Qin Yu's chance was. Even if it is found, it is difficult to say whether it can be obtained smoothly. And if he doesn't get this opportunity, he doesn't know when he can become a fourth-level warrior. Brother Hao, you must come back safely. Su Lilua curled her lips and said, if something happens to you, then I don't want to live anymore. Just say stupid things, ba ba ba. Li Hao said. But my heart is sweet. It is undoubtedly a very lucky thing for a person to have someone who is devoted to him in his life. The next morning, Li Hao felt refreshed. After having breakfast in Guping Town, we directly rode on the nuclear motorcycle and headed towards Fonlin City. It was among the bamboo-shaped peaks that looked like knives and axes. It was in a tourist area before the Great Cataclysm. It was tens of meters east of the Wan Yun observation deck. This is what is written in the original novel. Li Hao bypassed Fonlin City and went to the foot of the original scenic spot. Originally there was a cable car that could go directly to the top of the mountain, and there were buses at the foot of the mountain. But now, the cable car cables are no longer visible, and the original winding mountain roads have been abandoned or collapsed. Li Hao could only put away his motorcycle and walk up the mountain. In the past, this scenic spot was extremely lively. Today, you can still see many people in the ticket hall at the foot of the mountain. These are all warriors who came here to hunt. The original ticket hall became a temporary camp. There are also people recruiting teammates here. Li Hao was not interested and walked directly towards the mountains. After entering the mountain, you can't see many people. In this huge mountain, even if thousands of people hide there casually, they won't be able to create any waves. And the total number of fourth-level warriors around Maplewood City may not be that many. Li Hao walked up the abandoned winding mountain road to Wan Yun observation deck. This road is relatively the safest, because warriors often pass by, so ferocious beasts generally do not come this way. But Li Hao's luck seems to be not good today. He was walking well on the road when suddenly several warriors ran down from above. Everyone looked panicked, with smoke coming from their butts. Looking at their speed, it seems that the cell activity is not low. Brother, what's wrong? Li Hao hurriedly shouted to the person in front. The man glanced at Li Hao, who was covered in armor, but did not ignore him and said, Run! Run quickly! 7th level ferocious beast. 7th level ferocious beast. Li Hao's face changed slightly. The 4th level is a hurdle. The 7th level is another hurdle. There is a huge difference between the strength and the 6th level ferocious beast. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that the massacre of an urban area is a bit exaggerated, it is not impossible to massacre a small town. Li Hao did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. But only a few minutes passed, and then there was a sudden strong vibration. Flying sand and rocks. The trees collapsed. Godzilla. Li Hao looked back and saw a big head. 3 words suddenly came to mind. But this is obviously not Godzilla. It's the 7th level ferocious beast Barefoot Fire Cloud Pig. This thing has rough skin and thick flesh, and is extremely powerful. His physical strength alone is comparable to that of a 7th level warrior. The superpower is even more powerful. Lava breath. The power of the fire element is many times more powerful than the fireball rabbit's fireball. TSK. Li Hao was thinking in his heart. Suddenly, a burst of fire came. The trees on the way instantly turned into ashes. A deep chasm appeared on the ground. Li Hao saw with his own eyes that several warriors behind him were melted by the lava in an instant. Even those wearing armor were not spared. It's over. An idea came to Li Hao's mind. Even if he wears sea-level armor that can block the molten metal, he will still be melted. As for sea-level armor, it is basically impossible to block the lava. Chapter 80 Red-tailed Crested Eagle. Sizzling. What made Li Hao extremely lucky was that when the molten lava was sprayed about 1 meter in front of him, it suddenly stopped. The heat wave is rolling. The blazing temperature caused the concrete floor to melt and black smoke was rising. Li Hao swallowed. He quickly turned around and ran away. The other warriors also used all their strength to suck the milk. No one is thinking of using others as a shield at this time. Because it can't be stopped at all. And this Barefoot Fire Cloud Pig seemed to be crazy, and was chasing after Li Hao and the others. Li Hao cursed in his heart. I don't know who provoked this thing. It stands to reason that this thing usually stays in the mountains and will not escape easily. He really didn't dare to run away with these warriors anymore. All it takes is one more lava breath from the Barefoot Fire Cloud Pig, and with the lava breath, he will immediately belch. Li Hao turned his head sharply and ran towards the forest. And just a few seconds after he ran into the forest, another stream of red lava rolled past behind him. Li Hao saw the Barefoot Fire Cloud Pig. This beast is still 100 meters away. The molten magma was sprayed hundreds of meters away. The few warriors who were running in front of him suddenly turned into fly ash, leaving nothing behind. Li Hao didn't know how much effort and sweat these warriors had put in to reach their current level, but now, all of them were in the past. Life disappears. Means that everything returns to dust and dust to dust. This may tear several families apart. But this world is so cruel. He gritted his teeth, turned around and continued running towards the forest, then straight towards the Wang Yun observation deck. There are Barefoot Fire Cloud Pigs running rampant. There should be no ferocious beasts around here now. It is a good time to climb mountains. Not long after, Li Hao ran to Wang Yun observation deck. In fact, looking down from Wang Yun observation deck, you can just see the side of him that just went up the mountain. But unfortunately, the clouds and fog were so thick that even with Li Hao's eyesight, he couldn't see the figure of the Barefoot Fire Cloud Pig. I don't know if any powerful warriors will appear to resist this beast. If there was, it would probably be a shocking fight. Li Hao has never seen a ferocious beast above level 6 fighting with a warrior. But if you can't see it, you can't see it. Li Hao can't care about this now. He walked along the original scenic corridor to the east. Originally, these corridors should have been covered by green plants, but because there were many warriors hunting here and the scenery was pleasant, they were reopened. Arriving tens of meters east of Wang Yun observation deck, Li Hao saw a cave. Li Hao went straight into the cave. A few dozen meters to the east of Wang Yun observation deck, there is a cave, which was naturally formed a very long time ago. The cave is dozens of miles long, winding, and finally leads to the other side of the mountain. Li Hao walked slowly in the cave. When you encounter a narrow place, you need to go sideways. There are still some places where you even have to crawl forward. More than 2 hours later, after passing the curve in the cave, the light suddenly brightened in front of me. It's over. Li Hao walked out of the cave and saw the mountain peak opposite. There was originally a bridge here, and to this day, 2 extremely thick reinforced concrete pillars can still be seen at the entrance of the cave. However, it was not known when the bridge deck collapsed, so there were still 2 steel ropes left. Li Hao looked around, climbed to the opposite side with his hands on the steel ropes. The distance from this cave entrance to that mountain is probably hundreds of meters. This is naturally nothing to a warrior. Even a first-level warrior can easily climb over the rope. But here it is in a wilderness area, and the situation is different. Li Hao had just climbed halfway when he saw a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly popping out of the thorn bushes opposite. Fortunately, it's just the fireball rabbit. The fireball rabbit had obviously discovered Li Hao, and its scarlet eyes were staring at him. But Li Hao didn't take this little thing seriously. He is no longer the same person in the dog slave area. Now facing a small first-order ferocious beast like the fireball rabbit, even if he stood still, the fireball rabbit couldn't do anything to him. Whether it's melon seeds, teeth or fireballs, fireball rabbit can't break through the defense of C-class armor. Caw-caw. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the air. It's an eagle. Li Hao looked up. All I saw was a flat-haired beast covered in pitch black coming around from the other side of the mountain at some point. A third-level ferocious beast. Red-tailed crested eagle. It obviously discovered the fireball rabbit emerging from the thorn bushes and swooped down. A ball of fire shot straight up. It accurately hit the red-tailed crested eagle. But it exploded in the blink of an eye. Not to mention causing any damage to the red-tailed crested eagle, it didn't even slow down its dive speed by half a minute. In just 2 breaths, the red-tailed eagle had already plunged into the thorn bush. Then it flapped its wings and flew up, with the fireball rabbit in its mouth. Li Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that this flat-haired beast would not embarrass me. Just as this thought flashed through his head, the red-tailed crested eagle fluttered its wings and flew into the sky, but it was already swooping down towards him. Dry. It's unlucky for people to have their teeth stuck even to drink cold water. At this moment, Li Hao was still more than 20 meters away from the opposite side. Watching the red-tailed crested eagle flying towards him, he swung himself up and jumped towards the other side. But it's too difficult to exert force in the air. Seeing that he was still more than 2 meters away from the other side, Li Hao's momentum came to an abrupt halt. Then he slid straight down the cliff. And the red-tailed crested eagle actually chased him down. Li Hao rolled his eyes and used his telekinesis to pull a vine in front of him. Then he grabbed it firmly with one hand. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to pull out the fireball rabbit from the red-tailed crested eagle's mouth. A flick. The fireball rabbit was thrown away. Caw-caw. There was a look of astonishment in the dark eyes of the red-tailed crested eagle, and it finally flew towards the fireball rabbit. Li Hao dragged the vines to the edge of the cliff, hurriedly climbed up the cliff, and then slipped into the jungle. He knew this trip wouldn't be easy. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts hidden in this jungle. But there was no way, he had to keep going. At this moment, he was really envious of Qin Yu's teleportation ability. When it comes to running away, teleportation is almost unrivaled. But then I thought again, in terms of attack power and overall performance, teleportation is far from comparable to his telekinesis. Now it depends on whether he can comprehend the soul of elements. If it is as he Xianhua speculated, the soul of elements can control the elements with his mind, then his superpower will be able to throw Qin Yu far away. Caw-caw. What only left Li Hao speechless was that he had already jumped into the jungle, but the red-tailed crested eagle was still unwilling to give up and swooped down again. This beast's eyesight is too good. Li Hao pulled out the alloy sword from behind. Red-tailed crested eagle, with super powerful diamond claws. Its claws are capable of breaking metal and cracking rocks, but its defense power can only be considered average among level 3 ferocious beasts. Now that his cell activity has reached nearly 50,000 points, He wants to try to see if this beast can take a stab from him.